An unexpected journey. Su Zhe finds himself in a world ravaged by demons. No spiritual body, no means to cultivate? Fear not, for with the system in hand, spiritual bodies, refined spiritual bodies, and heavenly spiritual bodies are at his command. While others toil tirelessly in their cultivation, Su Zhe wields his blade. Who is that? Why does he keep swinging his sword? Surely he must be a fool? Shu, are you mad? That's Su Zhe, the martial saint, not some lowly minion you can slander. Martial saint? But why is he just swinging his sword? The mind of a genius is beyond our comprehension. Chapter 2. The Heart of Compassion. Can slaying demons really yield a count of strikes? Although it is a mere 10 points, even the smallest fly is still meat. However, the initial strike gift pack surprised Su Zhe immensely. Claiming it, he received, ding, acquired 20,000 strike count. Ding, acquired 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meters of system space, which the host can freely access according to their will. While the system space is indeed a valuable asset, what Su Zhe valued most was the 20,000 strikes gifted by the system. Now, with his current strike count, he faced a choice between enhancing his physique or upgrading his weapons. Weapons are crucial, but without corresponding strength, they cannot unleash their full potential. Therefore, without further thought, Su Zhe chose to continue enhancing his physique. Consequently, several attributes on his status panel changed. Physique, forged spirit body, can consume 100,000 strike counts to upgrade to celestial spirit body. Martial skill, supreme skill, stone shattering heaven, 6. Strike count, 6,011. Although Su Zhe is still merely a first-tier warrior, he possesses the strength of a second-tier warrior. How exhilarating. As for what the celestial spirit body, the next upgrade from the forged spirit body, entails, Su Zhe, due to his limited perspective, was not entirely aware. In any case, it was undoubtedly formidable. With a smirk, Su Zhe stepped out of the alley. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly elevate his strength. The quickest method to achieve this was to slay the rampaging demons to accrue strike counts. However, with his current strength of 600 pounds, combined with the enhancements from the black gold ancient blade and his supreme skill, he could only contend with high-level demon soldiers. Should he encounter demons of an even higher caliber, he would likely be overwhelmed. Thus, aside from slaying demons to gain strike counts, there was another viable option: to find a safe place to practice his strikes. The nearest and relatively safe location was none other than Jiangzhou City. Jiangzhou City is currently the 5th strongest city on the Xianling continent, with over 95% of its inhabitants being martial artists, whose collective strength has reached the level of martial masters. Additionally, there are 3 martial sovereigns and 1 martial emperor stationed there, making it a formidable stronghold against demon incursions. Most importantly, Jiangzhou City is merely a day's journey from Muqing, a distance that Su Zhe greatly valued. Upon exiting the alley, he found Muqing's streets in chaos. Rubble, broken wood, blood, and corpses littered the ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Only a few individuals remained, fleeing in desperation, pursued by a dozen ferocious demons. Initially, Su Zhe had no intention of intervening, but upon witnessing one individual being caught and torn apart by the demons, even his heart, devoid of compassion, felt a stir. Was it truly so gratifying to hunt down the defenseless? As another person neared capture, Su Zhe swiftly interjected, taunting the horde. Do you possess the capability to face me in combat? Who dares to be so audacious? Roar. Another fool who fears not death. You dare to provoke us? Watch as we rend you apart. With that, the demons shifted their focus, charging towards Su Zhe. He merely smirked, indifferent to this group of lowly demon soldiers. As they approached within 10 meters, he unleashed his supreme skill, stone shattering heaven. With practiced ease, Su Zhe melded his supreme skill with the black gold ancient blade, delivering a single strike that sent a 20-meter blade light forth. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground fissured 3 meters wide, and countless sharp boulders erupted from below, impaling the demons. In an instant, their anguished cries filled the air, painting the ground crimson. Ding! Slain 15 low-level demon soldiers. Strike count 150. The commotion drew the attention of other demons still searching for stragglers. Su Zhe sensed the encroaching malice from all directions. Soon, he found himself surrounded by 25 low to mid-level demon soldiers led by a high-level demon with green pupils, observing the gruesome remains of the low-level demon soldiers. The high-level demon's green pupils glimmered with intense malice. Roar. Another warrior. Human, what is your cultivation level? After a moment's consideration, Su Zhe replied truthfully, first-tier warrior. A mere first-tier warrior dares to slay my subordinates? How audacious! If you wish for death, I shall oblige. With that, the high-level demon swung its massive axe and charged towards Su Zhe, spurred on by the jeers of the surrounding demons. Overconfident, Su Zhe scoffed lightly, dismissing the high-level demon entirely. Though it moved faster and struck harder than the lower-ranked ones, to Su Zhe, it was still too slow. This opportunity for strike counts was a gift. Stone shattering heaven. With a full-powered strike, the high-level demon had yet to react before being pierced by the dense, sharp boulders. Resembling a beehive. You are not a first-tier warrior. You are a martial master. You deceived me, bastard. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and the high-level demon fell. After a brief silence, the 25 surrounding demons witnessed their leader fall without the slightest chance to retaliate. Learning of Su Zhe's martial master status, they realized that even together, they were no match for him. Particularly after witnessing the eerie blade from Su Zhe's previous strike, they were gripped by terror. Flee. They only wished to escape. Su Zhe, however, would not grant them an opportunity to flee. Wildfires cannot be extinguished. They will rise again with the spring breeze. Especially for these cruel and bloodthirsty demons who regard human life as nothing, he could not let them go. With a swish, several blade lights flashed by. Another chorus of screams erupted as all 25 demon soldiers fell. Ding! Successfully slain 1 high-level demon soldier, 6 mid-level demon soldiers, and 19 low-level demon soldiers. Strike count 200. 300, 190. The rewards differ? Slaying a low-level demon soldier grants 10 strike counts, a mid-level soldier 50, and a high-level soldier 200. Indeed, the higher the demon's rank, the greater the strike count gained. With this realization, Su Zhe opened his status panel to review his attributes once more. Name, Su Zhe. Age, 18. Physique, forged spirit body, can consume 100,000 strike counts to upgrade to celestial spirit body. Cultivation, first-tier warrior. Martial skill, supreme skill, stone shattering heaven, 6. Weapon, black gold ancient blade, can consume 20,000 strike counts to upgrade to glorious overlord blade. Strike count, 6, 871. System space, 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meters. After stowing away his status panel, Su Zhe prepared to set forth for Jiangzhou City. Just as he exited Mucheng, he paused, not looking back, and spoke in a deep voice, "Come out." Since earlier, he had sensed a small tail following him. Oh, discovered. At that moment, a figure darted from the ruins of Mucheng's gate. It was a girl, ragged and disheveled, wearing a tattered hat. "I saw everything," she said, jogging to Su Zhe, clasping her hands in anticipation. "Warrior, can you take me to Longcheng?" Longcheng is the strongest city on the Xianling continent, where it is said that even to enter, one must be at least a third-tier warrior. With Su Zhe's current strength, entry was utterly impossible. Moreover, although the young girl appeared to be in a most disheveled state, Su Zhe could not sense any aura of strength emanating from her. Yet, her pair of spirited eyes revealed her uniqueness. "Are you also a practitioner?" Su Zhe inquired tentatively. The girl shook her head, responding, "I am not." "Then how do you believe you can enter Long City?" He pressed further. "I have my own means of gaining entry. Therefore, esteemed warrior, could you assist me?" "I must decline," he replied. The girl asked, puzzled. "Why not?" Su Zhe considered himself no altruist. He would not engage in endeavors devoid of benefit. Firstly, we are not related, so why should I help you? Secondly, the region surrounding Long City is perilous, rife with formidable demons eager to invade. Even if I agreed to escort you, it would take us 3 arduous months to arrive, during which we would undoubtedly encounter numerous adversaries. I might be able to flee if I find myself outmatched, but what about you? His words rendered the girl silent. After a moment's contemplation, she removed a blood-red, crescent-shaped jade pendant from her neck and offered it to him with both hands. "I understand this may be a difficult request, yet I have compelling reasons to reach Long City. This is the most valuable possession I own, and I hope you will accept it." The jade appeared unremarkable, seemingly ordinary. Could it truly be a gem of unparalleled worth? However, he quickly pondered that in this chaotic world, even the most precious items could lose their value with the certainty of death looming around the corner. Noticing Su Zhe's indifference, the girl elucidated. "This jade was entrusted to me by my mother before her demise. It is called Blood Soul Jade, containing a fragment of an ancient beast soul. It is said that if one collects 6 pieces of Blood Soul Jade, they can merge the souls into one, thus resurrecting the ancient beast and bending it to their will. Collecting 6 blood soul jades to resurrect an ancient beast? This premise strikes a familiar chord. Oh, isn't this akin to gathering 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon? With a bemused smile, Su Zhe accepted the blood soul jade from the girl. As his fingertip brushed against its surface, a wave of formidable pressure coursed through him, prompting an involuntary shiver. What is this? Could it be that within lies a remnant of an ancient beast's soul? Interesting. Very well, I shall escort you to Long City. You have agreed? Su Zhe smirked slightly, securing the blood soul jade into his system space, then began to walk ahead. Keep up. Oh, I'm coming. The girl hastily followed, inquiring as they walked, "Esteemed warrior, my name is Xiaoling. What do you go by?" Su Zhe. Chapter 3. The beginning of the blade as they journeyed. The ground was littered with the remains of both humans and demons, a gruesome testament to the devastation that had transpired. Su Zhe and Xiaoling traversed the desolate expanse for an entire day, finally emerging from the blood-soaked wasteland as dusk approached, their destination set for Jiangzhou City. Their immediate focus was Jiangzhou City. Long City was simply too distant. Necessary supplies must be procured, and enhancing their strength was of utmost importance. Thus, while Long City would eventually be on their itinerary, it would not be at this moment. To Su Zhe's surprise, Xiaoling did not seem in a particular rush to reach Long City either. That's fine, Xiaoling shrugged, as long as you don't abandon me. It doesn't matter if we arrive at Long City a little later. With no urgency, the matter became simpler. Su Zhe did not intend to pry into Xiaoling's reasons for going to Long City. His lack of interest stemmed from a singular motive, securing the blood soul jade. Although he had obtained it, he could choose to forsake Xiaoling, yet he was not that type of person. Once a promise is made, it must be honored. As darkness loomed, Xiaoling suggested, "How about we rest at the shelter tonight and set off at dawn?" She pointed towards a sturdy-looking building encircled by 3-meter-high iron sheets. Its entrance marked by a wooden plaque inscribed with the word shelter. "That works," Su Zhe replied, indifferent to where they would rest. They approached the imposing iron gate of the shelter, and just as Xiaoling was about to knock, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from within. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Su Zhe pulled Xiaoling behind him, gripping his black gold ancient blade, ready for battle. The door swung open to reveal a burly man towering over 2 meters. "Are you refugees?" he inquired, scrutinizing them before stepping aside. "It's too dangerous outside. Come in." Su Zhe remained stationary, and seeing his stillness, Xiaoling dared not move either. This man exuded an unsettling aura. Upon first glance, Su Zhe detected a heavy malice emanating from him. Moreover, the moment the door opened, a foul, metallic scent wafted through the air, the unmistakable stench of blood. "We don't need to go in," Su Zhe replied, his expression impassive. The man hesitated for a moment before retorting angrily, "Why won't you come in?" Disinterested in further dialogue, Su Zhe turned to leave, but the man waved his hand, attempting to pull him back. Just as his hand rose, poised to touch Su Zhe's arm, it halted mid-air, a chill creeping up his neck, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "No one can threaten me," Su Zhe stated, his demeanor cold. "All right, I understand." The man, initially unafraid, now felt a creeping dread as Su Zhe's blade pressed against his throat. This fear did not arise from Su Zhe's presence, but rather from the ominous blade itself. Demons could be slain, but human threats could be circumvented as long as they did not provoke him. Retracting his black gold ancient blade, Su Zhe signaled to Xiaoling, who nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to leave, the man who had narrowly escaped from the shelter suddenly flew out, letting out a horrid scream as he collided violently with a nearby tree, snapping it in two, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air. Xiaoling gasped in fright, and Su Zhe glanced back. In the shadow of the shelter's entrance, a figure emerged, a high-ranking demon soldier. "Find a place to hide," Su Zhe shouted, and Xiaoling took off running. "You humans want to escape." With his current strength, Su Zhe had already dispatched a high-ranking demon soldier back in Mu City, and this one would be no different. Indeed, there was no escape. Su Zhe tightened his grip on the black gold ancient blade, his gaze fixed on the high-ranking demon soldier. Seeing that the human showed no fear, the demon soldier erupted in laughter, preparing to mock, only to realize the chilling aura emanating from Su Zhe's weapon. "What is that blade called?" "You are not worthy to know. Foolish human, do you realize who you are speaking to? With your mere first-level martial artist status, you won't even need me to act. You'll meet your demise without a burial place." With that, the high-ranking demon soldier let out a deafening roar. In an instant, several demon soldiers of varying ranks surged forth from the shelter surrounding Su Zhe. Today, I shall teach you the consequences of arrogance. Tear him apart. How presumptuous. Su Zhe regarded the swarm of demon soldiers with disdain. In a mere 3 seconds, with a series of swift blade strikes, all the surrounding demon soldiers fell, their bodies severed by the blade's light. The high-ranking demon soldier's mocking expression faded as it instinctively stepped back. You are not a first-level martial artist? You are a martial master. Apologies, but I truly am a first-level martial artist. A sly smile crept across Su Zhe's lips, realizing it stood no chance against him. The high-ranking demon soldier abandoned its final resistance, retreating into the shelter and slamming the door shut. But Su Zhe had no intention of letting it escape. Ultimate skill, stone-shattering. With a slash of the black gold ancient blade, countless boulders erupted from the ground, piercing through the foundation of the shelter and impaling the high-ranking demon soldier that had just taken refuge inside. Screams echoed from within the shelter. Congratulations. You have successfully slain 31 demon soldiers, with 820 blade strikes. Impressive work, martial master, Xiao Ling called from behind a pile of boulders, waving at Su Zhe. Without lingering, Su Zhe approached Xiao Ling, devoid of triumph, a question gnawed at him. How did that high-ranking demon soldier discern his status as a first-level martial artist? If such demons could perceive his strength, then why had the one encountered in Mu City failed to do so? Strange, not long after Su Zhe and Xiao Ling departed. Atop the precarious roof of the shelter, a towering demon, entirely crimson and over 2 meters tall, covered in sinewy muscle and flicking a long tongue, emerged. Its pale red pupils fixated on the direction Su Zhe had taken. This human is intriguing. The following midday, after a night of intermittent travel, Su Zhe and Xiao Ling finally arrived at their first stop, Jiangzhou City. As they prepared to enter, they were halted by 8 fully armed martial artists guarding the entrance. One of them inquired, "Who goes there? From where do you come? What is your purpose in Jiangzhou City?" "We are travelers from Mu City," Xiao Ling replied. "We wish to rest in Jiangzhou City for a few days before departing." As soon as Xiao Ling finished speaking, the guards began to murmur among themselves. Mu City? That small county that was overrun by demons yesterday? It seems everyone escaping is a refugee. Is Jiangzhou City not already full? Do they not know? Fools, they might actually be martial artists. Martial artists? That's laughable. I heard all the martial artists defending Mu City perished. Do you really think they could be martial artists? Su Zhe, uninterested in their idle chatter, unsheathed the black gold ancient blade and cleaved down towards the open ground before the city gate. The whispers ceased immediately. The 8 guards stood in stunned silence, gaping at the 20-meter-long, 3-meter-wide, razor-sharp stone that erupted from the earth, rendered speechless. Sheathing the black gold ancient blade, Su Zhe smiled and asked, "Now may we enter?" Regaining his composure, the 8 individuals immediately stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. Su Zhe said nothing further and led Xiao Ling directly into the city. Jiangzhou City was 10 times the size of a typical town, with streets and buildings designed in a minimalist style. Though it lacked opulence, it was remarkably clean. Su Zhe's first priority upon entering the city was not to procure supplies, but rather to find an inn to rest for the night. Xiao Ling appeared significantly more fatigued than Su Zhe, thus she had no objections to his suggestion. The two found a moderately sized inn and chose the 2 least expensive rooms. Although money is not everything, in these tumultuous times, one cannot move a step without it. Feeling the empty purse in his pocket, Su Zhe was both frustrated and amused. He had only been in this world for a month, laboring tirelessly, and had earned just enough to spend it all moments ago. It seemed he needed to devise a way to earn more. With that thought, Su Zhe turned to the black gold ancient sword resting by the bed. Without hesitation, he picked it up and began to swing the blade. This was a continent of martial supremacy. Even amidst the rampant demons, strength was still paramount. If one was powerful enough, what could they not obtain? Ding. Swing count increased by 1. Ding. Swing count increased by 1. 2 hours later, gazing at the meager increase of 55 swings, Su Zhe fell into contemplation. In those 2 hours, he had swung the sword at least 6,000 times, yet his success rate was disappointingly low. Was this some sort of jest? Currently, his total swing count was just over 7,000, and he had not accumulated as many swings from this exercise as he had from slaying beasts. Su Zhe began contemplating whether he should abandon swinging the sword and venture outside to hunt demons instead. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. One successful swing recorded, host strength will increase by 1 gene. Stunned, Su Zhe's lips twitched as he inquired, "What is my current strength?" Ding. Including enhancements from the spirit refinement body and swing count, host's current strength is 656. 656? Not only did successful swings increase his count, but they also augmented his power? Did this mean he could swiftly enhance his abilities by simply swinging the sword daily, without the need for arduous training like other practitioners? How enlightening. His earlier discouragement evaporated, replaced by renewed vigor. He focused his energy and continued to swing the sword relentlessly. From 1 p.m. until noon the following day, Su Zhe managed only 3 hours of sleep. For nearly 20 hours, he swung the sword close to 100,000 times. Just as he prepared to swing a few more times before stepping out for a walk, the voice chimed again. Ding. Swing count increased by 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 11 successful swings. Reward, 111 gift package. Would you like to claim it? Su Zhe hadn't counted his successes, but hearing he had accomplished over 1,000 swings and received a gift package filled him with a sense of fatigue mingled with joy. He opted to claim it. Ding. Acquired power attribute and swing success rate attribute. Ding. Acquired 20,000 swing count. He had gained 2 additional attributes. Su Zhe opened the attribute panel, noting several changes. Cultivation level, 4th rank warrior. Martial skill, extraordinary skill, stone shatter, 30, swing count, 28801. Swing success rate, 1, can consume 20,000 swing count to increase to 2, strength, 300,1111, swing count enhancement, 2, spirit refinement body enhancement, 2822, he had actually reached the 4th rank warrior level. This was without even utilizing the spirit refinement body. Based on the strength enhancement formula, the figures within the parentheses likely represented his strength without the spirit refinement body's enhancement. Adding the double enhancement from the spirit refinement body, although he was currently just a 4th rank warrior, in reality, he possessed the strength of a 2nd rank warrior. The 4th rank warrior ranges from 1200 to 1500 gene, while the 2nd rank warrior ranges from 2600 to 3200. With the addition of the black gold ancient sword and extraordinary skills, Su Zhe was now more than capable of slaying a high-ranking demon general. Warrior, are you awake? At that moment, Xiao Ling's voice drifted in from outside the door. Su Zhe sheathed the black gold ancient sword and rose to open the door. In stark contrast to the previous day's disheveled appearance, Xiao Ling had completed her grooming and donned a clean outfit, appearing pure and radiant, her complexion splendid. Had it not been for her unchanged voice, Su Zhe might not have recognized her. However, he couldn't help but wonder where she had acquired the funds for new clothing, considering she had seemed destitute just yesterday. Warrior, why are you silent? Noticing Su Zhe's silence, Xiao Ling waved a hand in front of his eyes. Coming back to reality, Su Zhe gestured dismissively. It's nothing. From now on, don't call me warrior. Just refer to me as Brother Su. Brother Su? Is it truly acceptable to address you this way? Of course, I am no monster. As he spoke, Su Zhe stepped out of the room, ready to check out. Xiao Ling followed closely behind, her expression revealing a hint of surprise as she murmured to herself, he really is quite extraordinary. After checking out, Su Zhe's first destination was the Strength Assessment Center in Jiangzhou City. Upon entering, a gray-bearded old man, well past 50, greeted them warmly. Welcome. Are you here for a strength assessment? Su Zhe glanced at him. If we didn't come for an assessment, would we be here for tea and snacks? Chuckling awkwardly, the old man conceded. Indeed, I was presumptuous. Please, follow me. He then led Su Zhe and Xiao Ling into a dimly lit room, where a basketball-sized, translucent crystal ball devoid of luster rested on a square pedestal in the center. Go ahead. The old man gestured toward the crystal ball. Su Zhe approached silently, standing before the crystal ball, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch. Chapter 4. The Identification Center. Su Zhe did not employ the Duan Ling body technique. Thus his strike yielded a mere 1,400 units of strength. In an instant, the crystal ball absorbed all the power he exerted. Within the semi-transparent orb, a pale white ripple emerged, followed by the projection of 4 faint beams of white light. The white ripple indicated that Su Zhe was a warrior, while the 4 beams of light represented his current rank, specifically a 4th-tier warrior. As he withdrew his fist, Su Zhe turned to the old man with a gray beard and asked in a calm tone, "Is that sufficient?" The old man's previously smiling face shifted upon realizing Su Zhe was merely a fourth-tier warrior. His high expectations were dashed. It turned out he was just a warrior. In Jiangzhou City, the average level is that of a martial master, rendering a warrior merely the most basic level of strength. Never mind, the old man waved his hand, shaking his head in disappointment. He pulled out 4 gold coins from his pocket, a subsidy for fourth-tier warriors, which could be collected every 6 months. Take this. I will fetch your badge that signifies your strength shortly. Su Zhe had not anticipated a subsidy. He had initially come to the identification center solely for a badge to facilitate his future endeavors, but this unexpected bonus was quite timely, as he was in need of funds. However, what could he achieve with just 4 gold coins? At best, he could afford a dozen or so flatbreads. Given the rampant demons, scarce resources, and soaring prices, if 4 gold coins were allotted to a fourth-tier warrior, how much would a martial master receive? Su Zhe refrained from accepting the coins from the old man. After a moment of hesitation, the old man smiled in resignation and explained, warriors and martial masters are entirely different concepts. A first-tier martial master receives 20 gold coins every 6 months, with an increase of 10 coins for each subsequent tier. For a first-tier martial king, it is 100 coins every 6 months, with an increase of 50 coins for each tier above that. A first-tier martial sovereign receives a staggering 1,000 coins every 6 months. Why do you inquire about this? Before the old man could finish his explanation, Su Zhe turned back to the testing crystal ball, delivering another powerful blow. This time, he activated the Duan Ling body technique, unleashing a force of 2,800 pounds. A green ripple surged within the testing orb, followed by the projection of 2 beams of green light. This entire exchange transpired in merely a few seconds. Withdrawing his fist once more, Su Zhe looked at the old man and extended his hand. 30 gold coins, please. The old man stared at him in disbelief as the 4 coins in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, pulling him back to reality. Why, you are a second-tier martial master? But why did you not use your full strength earlier? Young man, you appear so youthful. May I inquire about your age? The old man's voice trembled slightly. Su Zhe replied nonchalantly, 18. 18? The old man was astonished. He had trained diligently for 10 years, and by the age of 30, he had only just reached the rank of martial master, which was already considered exceptional in Jiangzhou City. If this youth truly was a second-tier martial master at just 18, he would be a genius among geniuses. With proper cultivation, his future would be limitless. Fearing he misheard, the old man asked again, young man, are you truly 18? Su Zhe, somewhat exasperated, responded, if you are done asking, please give me what I am owed. Ah, yes, of course. Just a moment, I will fetch your badge. The old man hastily rushed to the badge storage room to retrieve a luminous white badge engraved with 2 stars and a small pouch of gold coins, carefully presenting them to Su Zhe. This is the badge and subsidy for a second-tier martial master. Might I have the pleasure of knowing your name? Su Zhe, he replied, accepting the badge and coins. Oh, Su Zhe, the old man murmured softly to himself. I have not seen you in Jiangzhou City. Are you from the outer city? Not wishing to linger in idle conversation, Su Zhe offered a perfunctory smile and departed the identification center with Xiaoling. As he reached the exit, the old man hurried after him, calling out, Su Zhe, wait. I have something else for you. Xiaoling whispered to Su Zhe, this old man is rather bothersome. With a resigned shrug, Su Zhe acknowledged that he had not intended to reveal his status as a second-tier martial master. His only goal had been to secure those 30 gold coins. Now, however, while he had obtained the money, he had also invited trouble upon himself. The adage of you cannot have both fish and bear's paws seemed to resonate here. Upon halting, the old man quickly caught up and produced an ancient copper coin inscribed with the character for Mu. This coin signifies that you are a friend of the Mu family. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, this coin may assist you. The Mu family is one of the 5 prominent families in the Xianling continent, and the head of the Mu family, Mu Ting, is the lord of Jiangzhou City. Su Zhe had only a limited understanding of the Mu family, but he recognized that possessing this coin would signify his alliance with them, potentially alleviating future complications. Without hesitation, he accepted it, saying, thank you. The old man smiled. It is no trouble at all. The Mu family enjoys making friends. Not wishing to prolong the encounter, the old man refrained from detaining Su Zhe further. After procuring some daily necessities with their newfound wealth, they prepared to leave Jiangzhou City. Just as they reached the city gate, a well-dressed young man approached, holding a yellowed piece of paper. Excuse me, good sirs, I have a lucrative opportunity for you. Would you be interested in hearing more? Before Su Zhe could respond, Xiaoling waved her hand dismissively. No, thank you. Please, don't go. I truly have a reliable money-making scheme. The young man persisted, following closely behind. If successful, there's a 10,000 gold coin commission to be split among us three. How does that sound? As soon as he spoke, Su Zhe halted, mentally calculating the potential gain. Xiao Ling, incredulous, looked at Su Zhe and tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Brother Su, you can't be tempted, can you? Ignoring her, Su Zhe turned to the young man with a sly smile. 80-20 split. You receive 20, while Xiao Ling and I take 80. Are you serious? The young man's expression faltered. What about 30-70? 80-20. You two are a team. I'm not asking for a 50-50 split. How can you justify taking 80,000? 80-20. Please, how about 30-70? 80-20. The young man was at his wit's end. If he hadn't struggled to find anyone willing to join him, he would not have resorted to these two. Taking a deep breath, he conceded, Fine, 80-20 it is. Deal. Oh, when did I agree to anything with you? I wasn't aware of such an agreement. Su Zhe chuckled. The young man froze, realizing he had been toyed with, and exclaimed in frustration, Hey, you just said that. Su Zhe glanced at Xiao Ling and asked, Did I agree to partner with him for a commission? Xiao Ling, stifling laughter, replied, No, I didn't hear that. You too. The young man was both furious and amused. Fine, consider it as if I said nothing. What are we doing? Su Zhe, no longer jesting, asked directly. Seeing that Su Zhe seemed serious, the young man handed over the paper. This is a mission from the Hunters Association. I am a bounty hunter. And a couple of days ago, I accepted an A-grade task to raid the lair of the Abyss Lord in the Spirit Beast Mountain Range. Would you be interested in joining me? If we bring back a dragon egg, we can claim a commission of 100,000 gold coins. As a bounty hunter, Su Zhe was well aware of what that entailed. The term bounty refers to individuals who earn substantial rewards by completing challenging tasks set by employers. Prior to the emergence of monsters, this was the most esteemed profession in the Xianling continent. The Hunter Association serves as an intermediary where employers post tasks and bounty hunters accept them. The document presented by the young man in splendid attire to Su Zhe was, in fact, a task list issued by the Hunter Association. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, this paper conceals a formidable spiritual energy. Signing it equates to entering a life and death contract. The task must be completed within the specified time frame and returned to the Hunter Association for the agreement between the employer and the bounty hunter to be fulfilled. Only then will the document vanish. Conversely, should the bounty hunter fail to complete the task within the allotted time, they will suffer the consequences of the spiritual energy, which could range from total cultivation failure to immediate death. Similarly, if the employer fails to pay the requisite remuneration, the repercussions would mirror those faced by the bounty hunter, making this a perilous vocation. At the top of the document, the details of the current task are outlined, with the lower section designated for the signatures of willing task participants. The upper portion bears a distinctive red stamp of the Hunter Association. The first thing Su Zhe noticed was the flamboyant and hasty script spelling out the name Mu Qingyan. This individual is called Mu Qingyan. Su Zhe then glanced at the task details, which elaborated extensively, but in summary, it entailed retrieving an egg from the Abyssal Lord. The Abyssal Lord is a serpentine beast dwelling in the depths of a profound pool within the Spirit Beast Mountain Range, one of the three most treacherous locales in the Xianling continent, inhabited by billions of spirit beasts. It is said that this mountain range predates the advent of humanity, thus housing countless rare treasures. To this day, no one has successfully ventured into the innermost depths of the Spirit Beast Mountain Range. Legends suggest that even the monsters cannot penetrate deeply. If one were to view the Spirit Beast Mountain Range as a target, the area that monsters can occupy extends inward, reaching a maximum of 4 rings. The Abyssal Lord's deep pool is precisely located at the 4th ring of the Spirit Beast Mountain Range, perpetually shrouded in a thick layer of miasma that induces hallucinations, deterring many from approaching. Even those at the Martial King level tread cautiously, let alone warriors and martial masters. Bounty tasks are categorized into 7 ranks: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. This particular task has reached the A rank, available solely to individuals at the Martial King level. Yet, Su Zhe did not sense the imposing aura characteristic of a Martial King from this person. Thus, a question arises: how did this individual acquire this A-rank task list? Chapter 5, Velocity Amplification Mu Qingyan with the surname Mu. Su Zhe began to understand the connection. Most likely, This young man had some relation to the city lord of Jiangzhou, Mu Ting, especially seeing him adorned in luxurious attire. It was evident he was not lacking in wealth. Su Zhe raised his index finger and casually declared, 10%. Mu Qingyan was left bewildered. What do you mean 10%? We are 9, and you are 1. If you agree, we have a deal. Huh? Mu Qingyan spat out a mouthful of old blood. Brother, you are asking for too much. Only 10%? What are you thinking? Thus, whether we make a deal is up to you. If not, seek another. You think I can't find someone else? You think you can? How can I not find others? Then go find them. As Su Zhe spoke, he called out to Xiao Ling, preparing to leave. Seeing Su Zhe and Xiao Ling about to depart, Mu Qingyan struggled internally for a long time. Finally, when Su Zhe and Xiao Ling were over 20 meters away, he gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and angrily chased after them. Fine. 10% it is. We have a deal. Poor strategy. Su Zhe shook his head in disappointment. I should have asked for more. Mu Qingyan's mouth twitched in disbelief. Hey, what did you just say? Repeat that. Beside them, Xiao Ling sighed helplessly, thinking, Brother Su's aloof persona has crumbled. The reasons Su Zhe agreed to accompany Mu Qingyan on this highly challenging mission were threefold. Firstly, he was indeed in need of money. Secondly, the Spirit Beast mountain range conveniently lay between Jiangzhou and Longqing, making it a suitable route. Thirdly, he required a substantial amount of sword swings. And beyond the fourth ring of the Spirit Beast mountain range, there would undoubtedly be numerous monsters, providing a significant opportunity for harvesting sword swings. Having departed Jiangzhou, the trio encountered a village that had long been ravaged by monsters around noon. The remnants of destroyed structures and decaying corpses littered the area, with the air thick with the stench of blood. Monsters are truly despicable. I hope I don't cross paths with them, otherwise. Mu Qingyan pinched his nose, his brows furrowing painfully. Before he could finish, a hoarse voice emanated from the nearby withered woods. Otherwise what? Foolish, weak humans, daring to be arrogant in our territory. You must be tired of living. A monster with light blue eyes appeared before them, leading a group of minions with varying eye colors. The light blue-eyed creature was a junior demon commander, capable of contending with a first-tier martial artist. Xiao Ling, feeling frightened, hid behind Su Zhe. Mu Qingyan drew 2 short blades adorned with golden dragons from his waist, ready for battle. Damn monsters, let me show you. Hey, what are you doing? Su Zhe? Without allowing Mu Qingyan to finish, Su Zhe grasped his shoulder and pulled him back. They are all mine. With the black gold ancient blade in hand, he slashed down. Ultimate skill, stone-shattering shock. Su Zhe had longed to test the power of his ultimate skill at 30% capacity. A thunderous boom echoed as a blade of light surged forth, cleaving the ground for 50 meters, with countless sharp stones erupting from the earth, each sharper than a blade. Within 2 seconds, the unprepared monsters screamed in horror, quickly succumbing to their fate. Ding! Successfully slain 1 junior demon commander, 5 senior demon soldiers, 8 intermediate demon soldiers, and 12 junior demon soldiers. Sword swings, 25-20. Slaying a junior demon commander granted a significant 1,000 sword swings. The immediate threat had been eliminated. Xiao Ling had a rough idea of Su Zhe's capabilities and was not overly surprised. However, Mu Qingyan was taken aback. Stepping in front of Su Zhe, he rubbed his eyes and murmured, glancing at the second-tier martial artist badge pinned to Su Zhe's chest. You were pretending to be weak. Ultimate skills aren't something a martial artist can wield. What level are you truly at? Su Zhe removed the badge from his chest and tossed it into the system space. Speaking in a nonchalant tone, I am merely a second-tier martial artist. Impossible. Mu Qingyan refused to believe it. No second-tier martial artist could annihilate so many monsters in one strike, especially with a junior demon commander among them. Believe it or not, Su Zhe was disinterested in further explanations, seeking a place to rest. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Mu Qingyan attempted to press for more clarity. Xiao Ling stepped in front of him, preventing him from bothering Su Zhe. Brother Su said he is a second-tier martial artist. Thus, he is. Keep pestering, and you might find yourself in trouble. In trouble? Who would dare hit me? You? Let me tell you, I've never been hit my entire life. Xiao Ling, since you are so close to Su Zhe, you must know his true strength. Please tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. I almost believed you. Xiao Ling chuckled softly. Don't try that on me. I won't betray Brother Su. Humph. Come on. I'm being serious. Just tell me. Seeing that Xiao Ling was ignoring him, Mu Qingyan huffed in annoyance, his gaze shifting to the already distant Su Zhe, his expression gradually shifting. Su Zhe was also a second-tier martial artist, regarded as a genius in Jiangzhou. Of course, Mu Qingyan did not dismiss the possibility of other geniuses rivaling him. However, this individual, of similar age, possessed strength far exceeding his own. From the ultimate skill Su Zhe had just employed, it was evident that although Mu Qingyan could sense that Su Zhe had not unleashed the full force of his ultimate skill, the mere strike had obliterated so many monsters in just 2 seconds. While a second-tier martial artist could certainly contend with a junior demon commander, it was inconceivable to eliminate such a multitude within 2 seconds, especially given their numbers. Even a third or fourth-tier martial artist would struggle to achieve such a feat thus. Su Zhe's strength must undoubtedly surpass that of a fourth-tier martial artist. Could he be a fifth-tier martial artist? Or perhaps a martial king? The mere thought sent a shiver down Mu Qingyan's spine. To possess the strength of a fifth-tier martial artist or a martial king at such a young age was beyond the realm of mere talent. It was monstrous. Heavens! Had he encountered a divine ally? For reasons unknown, Mu Qingyan suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, Su Zhe found a relatively secluded area and allowed Xiaoling and Mu Qingyan to rest for 2 hours. He checked his attributes, using his current over 20,000 sword swings to upgrade his success rate, then took out the black gold ancient blade and began to swing. Ding! Sword swings. One nearby? Mu Qingyan watched Su Zhe repeatedly perform the same motion from a distance, initially believing he was practicing some peculiar technique. However, half an hour later, as Su Zhe continued his unyielding motions, Mu Qingyan could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly asked Xiaoling, "What is he doing?" Xiaoling rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Su Zhe with a smile, softly replying, "Are you blind? He's swinging his sword." Cough, cough, cough. I know he is swinging his sword, but why does he keep doing it? Is he practicing some secret move? I don't know. Xiaoling genuinely didn't have the answer, but she was certain that Brother Su had his reasons for doing so she advised him not to ask further. Ugh. What a peculiar situation I found myself in. 2 hours later, after completing his final effective sword swing, Su Zhe sheathed the black gold ancient blade. Over the course of those 2 hours, he had executed a total of 140 effective swings. With the enhancement of his spirit body, his total strength reached an impressive 3,102 pounds. Now, he was merely 100 pounds away from reaching the threshold of a third-tier martial artist. As long as he manages to execute 50 more effective sword strikes, he will reach his goal. Brother, are you ready? Seeing that Su Zhe had already sheathed the ancient black gold sword, Mu Qingyan asked with a hint of boredom. Ready? Su Zhe replied with a slight nod. Xiaoling jogged over, handing him a pink handkerchief. Su brother, wipe your sweat. Thank you. Su Zhe accepted it and casually wiped his brow. Not far away, for some inexplicable reason, Mu Qingyan suddenly felt a sense of wrongness, as if he should not be present at that moment. The trio continued on their journey, encountering several batches of demon soldiers before nightfall, all of whom were slain by Su Zhe. As dusk approached, they stumbled upon a dilapidated cabin. After letting Xiaoling and Mu Qingyan rest first, Su Zhe stepped onto the overgrown grass in front of the cabin, and under the radiant moonlight, he continued to swing his sword, each strike firm and resolute. Logically, after only 3 hours of sleep the previous night, he should be overwhelmed by fatigue, yet inexplicably, as long as he wielded his sword, he felt invigorated, entirely devoid of drowsiness. Until deep into the night, the moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds. Mu Qingyan arose to relieve himself and witnessed streaks of golden light slicing through the darkness. He initially thought he was hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he finally discerned a figure cloaked in shadows, nearly startling him. My dear Su brother, what peculiar habit is it to swing a sword at this hour? Su Zhe paid him no heed. Noticing the silence, Mu Qingyan rolled his eyes in resignation, finished his business, and returned to the cabin to continue his slumber. The night passed without incident until the following morning. Beep. Sword strike count. 1 beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed 2,222 sword strikes, earning a reward of 222 large gift packs. Would you like to claim it? Stop. Su Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was likely the greatest surprise he could derive from the monotonous act of sword swinging. Claim. Beep. You have gained a 100 increase in sword swing speed, totaling 20,000 strikes. What does an increase in sword swing speed mean? Beep. It means your sword swinging speed will be doubled compared to your original pace. In other words, where he could previously swing once per second, he could now swing twice in the same time frame. This was akin to the dual enhancement of Su Zhe's strength by duanlingti. A twofold increase in swing speed translates to a heightened success rate of strikes. Originally, achieving 140 successful strikes in 2 hours with the speed enhancement could potentially reach 280. Chapter 6. Choosing the route name. Su Zhe age, 18 physique, can consume 100,000 sword strikes to ascend to cultivation, second tier martial master martial skill, supreme skill, stone breaking heaven shocking, 50, weapon, black gold ancient sword, can consume 20,000 sword strikes to ascend to Lujin overlord sword, sword strikes, 31, 745 system space, 10 by 10 by 10, cubic meters, strength, 3002, 222, sword strike bonus, x2, bonus, 5. 044 sword strike success rate. 2. Can consume 30,000 sword strikes to ascend to 3. Sword strike speed increase. 100 with a sense of satisfaction. Su Zhe stored away his attribute panel. After a night of relentless practice, he had already achieved the cultivation level of a second-tier martial master without the enhancement of his. With the addition of and his 5,000 chi strength, he had effectively stepped into the realm of a first-tier martial king. Armed with the black gold ancient sword and his supreme skill, he felt confident in facing either a second-tier martial king or a novice demon king. Now with 30,000 sword strikes available, Su Zhe faced a choice: to enhance his sword strike success rate or to elevate the black gold ancient sword to the Lujin overlord sword. Without much hesitation, he opted for the latter. Instantly, the black gold ancient sword was enveloped in a swirling black mist. When the mist dissipated, the once 15-inch long sword had doubled in length to 30 inches and widened to 7 inches, its blade adorned with intricate golden patterns. A crimson-eyed dragon coiled around the hilt, and its weight surged from a few pounds to a staggering 1,000 pounds. Content with his new weapon, Su Zhe swung the Lujin overlord sword a few times, eager to test its feel. He then spotted a massive tree 10 meters away and, without a second thought, unleashed a horizontal strike with half of his strength. A brilliant golden blade light flashed, and within a second, a 50-meter swath of trees and rocks lay cleaved in half. The cuts remarkably smooth. Pleased, Su Zhe caressed the blade of the Lujin overlord sword. The commotion had drawn the attention of Xiao Ling and Mu Qingyan, who emerged from the cabin, mistakenly believing a demon was upon them. What is happening? Is it a demon? Mu Qingyan inquired, only to notice the neatly severed tree and stones nearby. His mouth twitched as he turned to Su Zhe, particularly astonished by the sword in his hand. This sword is rather peculiar. Su Zhe sheathed the Lujin overlord sword, preparing to depart. Wait, we just woke up, Mu Qingyan exclaimed. Shouldn't we wash up and eat something first? He was unconcerned for himself, but worried about the girl. Su Zhe glanced at Xiao Ling and thought the same. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, I'll scout the surroundings for any straggling demons. Brother Su, aren't you going to eat something? Xiao Ling asked with concern. You hardly ate yesterday. Su Zhe shook his head. I'm not hungry. I will return in an hour. With that, he turned and left, leaving Xiao Ling and Mu Qingyan exchanging glances. I vaguely remember when I went out last night, he was still swinging his sword. Did he really practice all night? Mu Qingyan speculated. Xiao Ling shook her head. I have no idea. Mu Qingyan sighed. It seems the thoughts of a madman are beyond our comprehension. I won't allow you to speak ill of Brother Su. All right, I won't say anything. I'm hungry. Xiao Ling, do you have anything to eat to share? Get lost. This is prepared for Brother Su. You have no share. Women are truly heartless. Meanwhile, Su Zhe pursued the scent of demons. Despite the sparse number of demons lingering in the area, he had slain dozens within the hour. Just as he was about to return to Xiao Ling and Mu Qingyan, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, originating from the direction of their cabin. Su Zhe hastened towards the sound, and soon spotted Mu Qingyan mercilessly attacking the lifeless body of a mid-level demon soldier. Supreme skill, grieving slash. 2 blinding blade lights erupted from Mu Qingyan's twin daggers, relentlessly striking the already mangled corpse of the demon soldier. Even in its ruined state, Mu Qingyan showed no signs of stopping. Upon seeing Su Zhe return, Xiao Ling hurried over, her brow furrowed. Brother Su, you must stop Mu Qingyan. He has gone mad. Su Zhe approached Mu Qingyan, grabbing him by the collar and forcibly halting his assault. Enough. Mu Qingyan paused, momentarily bewildered, before kicking the corpse. Satisfied that it was truly dead, he finally sheathed his weapons. A resounding victory. I didn't expect you to have a peculiar habit of desecrating corpses. Su Zhe chuckled lightly. Mu Qingyan shrugged helplessly. These demons are cunning. Once, I encountered one that pretended to be dead and almost took me down. Since then, I vowed never to give demons the chance to feign death. So that's your reason for the grand display of desecration? You wouldn't understand, Mu Qingyan smirked. I call it caution. Not caution, more like foolishness. Foolishness? What do you mean? Mu Qingyan was puzzled by the term, sensing it was not a compliment. Su Zhe pondered before replying. It roughly means you're quite clever. That can't be right, Mu Qingyan retorted. Do you think I'm foolish? Foolishness. Are you implying I have a defective brain? Knowing yet still asking. Are you sure your brain is functioning properly? Is this a personal attack? No. Su Zhe, uninterested in further banter, prepared to set off. Xiaoling, check the map. What's the shortest route? Xiaoling promptly retrieved a map purchased in Jiangzhou City and examined the path to the Spirit Beast mountain range. The quickest route is to head west straight ahead. It will take about a month, but we will pass through a desert with no supplies for approximately half a month. There's another route, though it's longer. And if all goes well, it could take a month and a half to reach the Spirit Beast mountain range, but it will lead us through many counties, most of which are likely occupied by demons, making it perilous. So, which route shall we take? Xiaoling inquired, glancing at Su Zhe. After a moment's contemplation, Su Zhe responded, the desert lacks any usable resources. Humans rarely venture in unless absolutely necessary, and demons are no exception. Thus, the shortest route is comparatively safer. Indeed. Xiaoling nodded. If we choose this path, we must procure sufficient supplies before entering the desert. She weighed her backpack and continued. The food and water we acquired in Jiangzhou City were enough for 10 days, but with Mu Qingyan included, it will last a maximum of 7 days. We'll pass through Xian City and Bei City before entering the desert, but we don't know whether these counties have been overrun by demons. If we take the other route, we might have better chances of passing through counties that remain unoccupied. Chapter 7. The Blade's Luster. Let us take the longer route, suggested Mu Qingyan with an eagerness that surprised even him. Aside from the city of Jiangzhou, I have slain but a single demon soldier. It is insufficient. I yearn for a grand slaughter, to make the demons flee in terror. As he spoke, Mu Qingyan dramatically unsheathed his weapon, carving arcs in the air to demonstrate his resolve. Su Zhe and Xiaoling completely disregarded Mu Qingyan's antics. They were indifferent to the path they would take. It was merely a matter of probability. As Xiaoling had pointed out, the longer route offered a greater chance of passing through towns that had yet to be overtaken by demons. Su Zhe, while not needing much sustenance himself, had to consider Xiaoling's needs. Thus, he opted for the longer route. First, it was essential to procure necessary supplies. Secondly, it would provide opportunities to slay more demons and increase his tally of kills. However, a concern lingered in Su Zhe's mind. He glanced at Mu Qingyan's hand, where a spatial ring adorned his finger. The spatial rings of the Xianling continent came in 3 varieties: ordinary, advanced, and elite. An ordinary spatial ring offered a mere 3 by 3 by 3 cubic meters of space, sufficient for one person's provisions for about half a month. The advanced ring boasted a capacity of 6 by 6 by 6 cubic meters, while the elite ring allowed for 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meters. The value of these rings escalated with their size. Mu Qingyan's advanced ring was worth around 3,000 gold coins. Su Zhe found it hard to believe that Mu Qingyan was lacking in funds. Therefore, choosing the longer route seemed prudent. Let us proceed along the longer path, Su Zhe declared, pointing at the map. I knew it. Mu Qingyan beamed with pride. Xiaoling playfully made a face at him and stowed away the map. With you, Brother Su, we can traverse any road. Mu Qingyan muttered. Look at you buttering him up. Ugh, you're just jealous. Huh, what could I possibly envy? There are plenty of beauties in Jiangzhou vying for my attention. Yet I remain uninterested. My taste is quite refined, he retorted. Their bickering continued, and Su Zhe walked ahead, a slight smile gracing his lips. This life, he mused, was rather pleasant. After nearly 2 hours of travel, the trio arrived at a small county town, its gates destroyed. From the outside, it was a scene of devastation. The streets littered with corpses, most reduced to skeletons. The stench of blood had mostly dissipated, indicating that the town had likely been overrun by demons for at least 2 or 3 months. The demons slaughtered humans not solely to satiate their bloodlust, but also to seize human resources, particularly potent elixirs and destructive weapons. If one were to ponder the reason behind this, it might be that demons lacked the intellect to concoct the potions humans could. Even if they could forge weapons, Why create them when they could simply seize ready-made ones? As he surveyed the ground strewn with bones, Mu Qingyin's anger flared. These vile demons deserve death 1,000 times over. Su Zhe, without looking at him, fixed his gaze on the bleached bones and asked in a flat tone, "Have you witnessed the slaughter of humans by demons?" Taken aback, Mu Qingyin replied, "I have not. But my hatred for demons remains undiminished. Given your profound loathing for demons, I had assumed you had seen such horrors," Xiao Ling sighed, continuing. "When Brother Su and I were in Mu City, we witnessed the merciless slaughter and dismemberment of humans. It is a brutality beyond your imagination. When you witness it, your perspective will surely shift." Having witnessed such atrocities, Su Zhe understood that the emotions involved extended beyond mere anger. Even if the deceased were strangers to him, they had once been vibrant lives full of potential. He did not wish to stand on a moral high ground to judge anyone or anything. But the existence of these beings now threatened humanity. From the standpoint of his race, he would undoubtedly side unconditionally with humanity. Mu Qingyan fell silent, unable to comprehend Su Zhe and Xiao Ling's sentiments, as he had never experienced such things firsthand. Yet his vehement hatred for demons was genuine, devoid of any exaggeration. "Brother Su, should we continue forward or enter the town to see if there are any supplies left behind by the demons?" Xiao Ling inquired, awaiting his response. "Let us enter the town," Su Zhe replied without hesitation. His intent was not to scavenge for supplies, but to seek out demons. Although this town was not large, he sensed that several demons still lurked within. "Xiao Ling, you and Mu Qingyan search for usable supplies while I handle the cleansing," he instructed. "Understood. Brother Su, be cautious," Xiao Ling warned, knowing his intentions. As they split up, Su Zhe sought out the scent of demons. Within minutes, he had dispatched all the wandering demon soldiers in the town. Just as he prepared to turn back, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of murderous intent emanating from the north gate. A demon general? No, it was different. Su Zhe recalled encountering a low-level demon general before. This presence was far more formidable. It felt as if they were prepared for an ambush. Had they discovered their presence? Without further deliberation, he grasped his gilded blade and strode towards the north gate. A chance to wield his weapon was not to be missed. Upon arriving at the north gate, he saw a bloodied bald man stagger through the entrance, wielding a black staff nearly as tall as himself. This man was gravely injured, and behind him, a demon with light brown pupils pursued him, accompanied by a horde of varying ranks of demon generals and soldiers, all intent on his demise. If left unchecked, it was only a matter of time before the man fell to the demons. With a flourish, Su Zhe twirled his gilded blade on his wrist, a smirk playing on his lips. He brushed past the astonished bald man and blocked the demon's path. "Another fool who seeks death. Huh, leave this one to me, my lord," one of the mid-level demon generals declared, stepping forward to eliminate Su Zhe. However, the leading low-level demon king halted him with a cautious glare, fixated on Su Zhe's gilded blade. It sensed that this weapon was extraordinary. Human. A glint of gold flickered in the demon king's shallow brown eyes. "What do you hold in your hand?" With a casual tone, Su Zhe raised the gilded blade. "Pity, you've never seen a proper sword before. How foolish. Do you know who you're speaking to? My lord, let me handle him. If you desire that blade, I will procure it for you." "Silence." The low-level demon king barked, silencing its minions at once. "Human." The demon king's gaze shifted back to Su Zhe. "If you wish to live, hand over that blade. I promise to spare your life." "And what is the worth of your promise?" Su Zhe replied with a smile, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Without granting the demons any time to prepare, he unleashed a horizontal strike with 80% of his strength. The blade's black and gold brilliance cut mercilessly through their ranks. Before the low-level demon king could react, all the demon generals and soldiers were severed in two, their weapons cleaved as smoothly as parchment, leaving behind perfect edges. Chapter 8. Racing Against Time. Beep. Successfully slain 29 demons, wielding the blade 800 times. Such effortless precision, akin to cutting through mud. To Su Zhe's astonishment, the junior demon king remained alive despite its grievous injuries. Stumbling slightly, the demon king spat out a mouthful of blood. "Impossible. I sensed no formidable might emanating from you. But that blade, now that is a threat. How could you conceal your strength so flawlessly? Only a martial emperor could achieve such mastery. Could it be that you are a martial emperor?" "Forgive me, but I am merely a second-tier martial artist, nothing more," Su Zhe replied candidly. The junior demon king erupted into boisterous laughter. "Ha ha, I am a junior demon king. Even those at the martial king level do not intimidate me. You claim to be a second-tier martial artist? Do you take me for a fool? I have said what I needed to say, believe it or not. That is up to you. Su Zhe tightened his grip on the golden blade, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the junior Demon King. The Demon King's expression stiffened. Realizing he was outmatched, his only recourse was to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted all his strength to retreat. Yet, he could not escape the full force of Su Zhe's strike. A flash of black golden blade light surged 100 meters away, and with a resounding thud, the upper half of the junior Demon King's body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Beep. Slain a junior Demon King, wielding the blade 5,000 times. 5,000. Quite impressive, Su Zhe mused, satisfied. A bald man, pursued by a horde of demons, halted in his tracks as he passed by Su Zhe, who appeared remarkably composed. At first glance, he noticed Su Zhe's weapon, but felt no overwhelming power radiating from him. No matter how exceptional a weapon may be, it cannot manifest its full potential without the wielder's strength. Initially, the bald man had little faith in Su Zhe. However, after witnessing Su Zhe dispatch 29 demon soldiers with a single stroke, his perception shifted. Then, upon seeing the Demon King's desperate flight, only to meet its demise beneath the blade, he was left astonished. Who on earth are you? He asked wearily, leaning against a dust-covered stone pillar. Su Zhe sheathed the golden blade, turned to the bald man, and smiled. Who I am is of little importance. I, Wu Qing, never owe anyone a debt of gratitude. Please leave your name. I shall repay you in kind. When will you repay me? Su Zhe was not inclined to engage in transactions that resulted in loss. Slaying demons was his duty, and saving him was merely a fortunate coincidence. How could he know if they would meet again? If you wish to repay me, do so now. Now. Wu Qing was taken aback, never anticipating such directness from the man before him. However, he found Su Zhe's candidness rather admirable. Ha ha. I appreciate your forthrightness. Very well, what do you desire? As long as I can provide it now, it is yours. Su Zhe's gaze shifted to the black long staff in Wu Qing's hand. Sensing Su Zhe's intentions, Wu Qing's expression darkened, his tone turning displeased. That is out of the question. Su Zhe chuckled. Is this a change of heart? Wu Qing insisted. Everything but that is acceptable. Su Zhe scrutinized Wu Qing. What else do you possess that holds greater value than this staff? Wu Qing narrowed his eyes. This is my lifeline. To take it is to take my life. But what if I merely desire your lifeline? Do you believe you could safeguard it against me? Su Zhe half-joked. Wu Qing's expression faltered, fully aware that he could not defend against a forceful theft. I reiterate, anything but this. What is your cultivation level? Su Zhe countered. After a pause, Wu Qing replied, 4th-tier martial artist. And your age? 23. Why do you ask? 23? Su Zhe sought to discern the youthful essence typical of someone that age reflected in Wu Qing's visage, but he appeared more akin to 27 or 28. Oh, age is indeed deceptive. One cannot judge solely by appearance. Nonetheless, a 23-year-old 4th-tier martial artist is undoubtedly a prodigy in this realm, destined for a boundless future. Su Zhe nodded in approval. Very well. Since you cannot part with your weapon, assist me in acquiring something. What do you need? I require a dragon egg from the Abyssal Lord. A dragon egg from the Abyssal Lord? Wu Qing's lips twitched. Are you serious? The Abyssal Lord resides deep within the Spirit Beast Mountains, which are now largely overrun by demons. Even if I manage to evade their attacks and penetrate the mountains, how can you guarantee the Abyssal Lord's territory remains unclaimed by demons? I cannot, but I must venture into the Spirit Beast Mountains regardless. You mean you will join me? Wu Qing had initially thought Su Zhe wanted him to go alone, but now that he intended to accompany him, he was more than willing to comply. Agreed. Su Zhe affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Xiao Ling and Mu Qingyan came running from a distance. Upon seeing the fresh corpses of the demons scattered on the ground, the heavy scent of blood made Xiao Ling wrinkle her nose, but upon confirming Su Zhe was unharmed, she relaxed. Brother Su, I'm glad you're all right. With all that commotion, I feared you might be in trouble. It seems I was overly concerned. Such a pity. At least leave one for me. Mu Qingyan lamented. Huh, Brother Su, who is he? Xiao Ling inquired, noticing Wu Qing beside them. Su Zhe shrugged. A new friend. Wu Qing. Wu Qing smiled in return, playing along. Xiao Ling and Mu Qingyan then reported their findings. Due to the previous demon's swiftness, all valuable items in the small town had been looted, but they managed to discover a low-level spatial ring near the remains of a human skeleton. This ring was now adorning Xiao Ling's finger, and her previously carried backpack had been stowed inside. Are you low on supplies? Wu Qing asked. Su Zhe nodded. We should gather more, just in case. Wu Qing then pointed in the direction he had come from. Mayan City has yet to attract the attention of demons. We can reach it before evening. If you trust me, I will guide you. Xiao Ling and Mu Qingyan simultaneously looked to Su Zhe. Clearly, his decision represented their consensus. Very well, lead the way. Su Zhe responded without hesitation. Wu Qing took the lead, with Su Zhe and the others following closely behind. After walking for several minutes, Su Zhe suddenly drew his golden blade. Seeing this, Mu Qingyan tensed. Are there demons nearby? Su Zhe shook his head with a smile. No, keep moving. If not, why draw your weapon? Just as Mu Qingyan finished speaking, he was taken aback as Su Zhe began to swing his blade while walking, nearly choking on his own words. Brother, is this really necessary? Must you wield your blade with such urgency? Chapter 9. Save us. Although Su Zhe had attained the strength of a martial king, there were still many formidable beings and demons on this continent, far surpassing him. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the situation in the Spirit Beast mountain range. To be prudent, it was imperative for him to rapidly enhance his power. He must strengthen himself before encountering even more powerful adversaries. Thus, the time available at night was utterly insufficient. He was determined to seize every moment. Time was akin to water in a sponge. Squeeze it, and it would flow forth. For instance, he practiced swinging his sword while walking. What is he doing? Wu Qing asked, perplexed. Swinging his sword, Xiao Ling replied with a smile. Mu Qingyan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Such eccentricities of a madman are beyond the comprehension of us sane individuals. Madman indeed. I thought I was already quite mad, Wu Qing mused. Su Zhe remained wholly focused on his swordplay, oblivious to their conversation. With a 100 boost in speed, his sword swinging had accelerated considerably. Ding. Sword swings, 1 ding. Sword swings, 1. The number of successful swings was multiplying exponentially. 5 hours later. Ding. Sword swings, 1. Something seems off. He paused and opened his attributes panel to inspect. Several attributes had changed. Cultivation, 4th tier martial master. Martial technique, extraordinary skill, stone shattering sky, 60. Sword swings, 22. 851 strength. 300-3461. Sword swing bonus, 2. Refined spirit body bonus, 7522. As he stowed away the attributes panel, Su Zhe discerned where the issue lay. Previously, reaching 1, 111 and 2, 222 successful swings had yielded rewards, and he had assumed that reaching 3, 333 would yield the same. Evidently, he had overestimated. However, in just these few hours, his cultivation had ascended to 4th tier martial master, and with the enhancement from the refined spirit body, he had effectively reached the power of a 3rd tier martial king. 2 levels in 5 hours, quite satisfactory, he thought. He sheathed his gilded sword and stretched, loosening his muscles. Upon turning around, he was met with the astonished gazes of his companions. What is wrong with you? Su Zhe inquired with a smile. Mu Qingyan chuckled awkwardly. No, Madman Su, aren't you going to continue swinging your sword? Madman Su. Su Zhe was momentarily taken aback. He had been too engrossed in his swordplay to pay attention to their chatter. Xiao Ling pointed at Mu Qingyan and reported. Report. He asked the one who gave you that nickname, Brother Su. Hey, Xiao Ling, you can't just sell me out like that. Mu Qingyan protested. You have the ability to say it, but not to own up to it? Xiao Ling chuckled. Nonetheless, Su Zhe found the moniker rather fitting. He comprehended the reasoning behind Mu Qingyan bestowing such a title upon him. To outsiders, his incessant sword swinging for every conceivable moment would appear irrational. Any normal individual would struggle to grasp why he was so intent on practicing every second of the day. Was this not madness? Moreover, the fact that he could reach realms that typically required years, if not decades, for others in just a few hours rendered him a veritable anomaly. And being of the Su lineage, the moniker indeed suited him well. Su Zhe did not mind it at all. What? Brother Su, you actually accepted it. Xiao Ling exclaimed in surprise. You didn't retort back? Mu Qingyan was equally astonished. In contrast, Wu Qing had remained silent since earlier, observing Su Zhe intently. For some inexplicable reason, after Su Zhe completed his 5-hour swordplay, she sensed an enigmatic aura surrounding him. As if he harbored a significant secret, one intricately linked to his peculiar sword. Madman Su, about your sword. Wu Qing contemplated before swallowing her inquiry. Since it was a secret, he would naturally not divulge it easily, especially to someone he had only just met. What were you going to say? Su Zhe surmised the question Wu Qing wished to ask. However, as she hesitated, he pondered whether to commend her discretion or chastise her for being impolite. After some thought, Wu Qing continued, "Your sword requires a scabbard." A scabbard? Su Zhe had not anticipated Wu Qing would steer the conversation toward that topic. It was not that he had no desire to craft a suitable scabbard for his gilded sword. Firstly, the gilded sword was no ordinary blade. A standard scabbard would fail to contain its formidable essence. Secondly, he intended to upgrade the gilded sword, and even if he did craft an appropriate scabbard, how long would it last? Thus, it was not that Su Zhe had not considered the scabbard issue, it simply was not the right time. What kind of scabbard do you think would suit my sword? Su Zhe countered with a smile. Naturally, a regular scabbard would be unworthy of your exquisite blade. I know a master craftsman. If you trust me, once I fulfill my promise, I shall take you to meet my friend. Good. Su Zhe did not decline Wu Qing's generous offer. After all, he merely agreed to meet Wu Qing's friend. Whether to have a scabbard crafted for his sword could be deliberated later. Hey, Madman Su, tell me, day in and day out, while others eat, you swing your sword. While others sleep, you swing your sword. What else is there in your life besides swinging your sword? Can swinging your sword sustain you without food or sleep? Allow you to marry and have children, and propel your cultivation to meteoric heights? Mu Qingyan found it increasingly difficult to refrain from critiquing Su Zhe. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow and retorted, "How do you know it cannot?" Mu Qingyan paused. Wu Qing narrowed her eyes slightly. Xiao Ling covered her mouth in laughter. Mu Qingyan could not help but roll his eyes. "I think you've fallen under the spell of that sword. Enough of this. How much longer until we reach my city?" Su Zhe swiftly shifted the topic. Wu Qing replied, "At most, a quarter of an hour." "Good." Su Zhe nodded. As nightfall approached, "Let us accelerate." 10 minutes later, the group of 4 arrived at the east gate of my city. Dozens of guard warriors stood at the city gate. "Stop." One second-tier warrior extended his hand to block Su Zhe and his companions. "Where have you come from?" "Jiangzhou City," Su Zhe replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the guard warriors were astonished. "What? You came from Jiangzhou City? Is that for real?" Mu Qingyan puffed with pride. "Of course. But Jiangzhou City has such a formidable armed force, far surpassing that of county towns in terms of safety. Moreover, the average strength of its inhabitants reaches that of martial masters." "Are you truly from Jiangzhou City?" One warrior remained skeptical. At this moment, the warriors' badges proved invaluable. Su Zhe and Mu Qingyan promptly displayed their second-tier martial master badges. Upon witnessing this, the guards' eyes lit up. "Ah, it seems they really are from Jiangzhou City. This is wonderful. My city is saved. Martial masters, please stay and assist us, will you? We implore you. My city has a total population of 80,000, and counting us, there are fewer than 50 warriors, with only 3 above martial master rank. The strongest among us is our city lord, Duan One, a 3rd-tier martial master." And Su Zhe raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "A few days ago, a horde of demons surged from the south, and yesterday our neighboring city, Xuanqing, was overrun. Given the demons' speed, they will reach us by midnight today, and at that point, my city will be doomed." The leading warrior spoke with tears glistening in his eyes. "Upon receiving the news, we considered abandoning the city to flee. But where could we possibly escape to? The relatively safer cities do not accept ordinary people who are not warriors." Chapter 10, Delivered to the Doorstep, and What About You? Su Zhe squinted at the dozens of people before him. "Your passage into Jiangzhou City should pose no obstacles. Why do you choose to stay behind?" The leading warrior sighed helplessly. "Because we are citizens of my city is our home, and we cannot abandon our families to save ourselves. That is all there is to it." This was precisely the answer Su Zhe sought. He had always admired those who cherish their homeland. "Very well," Su Zhe replied calmly. "We shall stay and assist you. Take us to your city lord." "Oh, really? Ah, that is wonderful. Follow me." The leading warrior then guided Su Zhe and his companions directly into the city. Mu Qingyan placed a hand on Su Zhe's shoulder. "Are you serious? We do not even know how many monsters are approaching. Is it wise to agree so readily?" "What? Are you afraid?" Su Zhe teased with a smile. Mu Qingyan waved dismissively, chuckling. "Nonsense. Mu Qingyan, fear neither heaven nor earth. A mere band of insignificant monsters cannot frighten me." "Good. Since you are so confident, you shall lead the charge. Capture the enemy's leader first. Eliminate the head of this monster horde. How does that sound?" Su Zhe continued to jest. Mu Qingyan grinned proudly. Why not? Later, at the city lord's mansion, Duanwen was initially pleased to learn that Su Zhe and his companions hailed from Jiangzhou City. However, upon further reflection, he could not help but sigh. I do not wish to bring harm to you. The approaching monsters are numerous, including a junior demon king and 3 senior demon generals. Even with your assistance, our forces cannot match them. You should escape while you still can. Duanwen was commendable. He still considered others at such a critical juncture. Su Zhe was quite impressed. Do not worry, Su Zhe said with an air of tranquility, nudging Mu Qingyan forward. With him here, my city shall not fall. Duanwen was taken aback. Mu Qingyan was equally astonished, while Xiao Ling and Wu Qing exchanged amused glances. Mu Qingyan pointed to himself, questioning in disbelief. With me here, my city will not perish? Su Zhe laughed. Were you not the one who claimed you would take the enemy leader's head? You must stand by your words. Mu Qingyan fell silent, contemplating that the enemy leader was a junior demon king, comparable to a second-tier martial king among humans, while he himself was merely a pure second-tier martial artist. However, Su Zhe had no intention of letting the opportunity for slaughter slip away. Having previously dispatched a junior demon king when rescuing Wu Qing, he felt confident that he could quell the impending crisis of my city. Duanwen, oblivious to Su Zhe's true intentions, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him upon hearing Su Zhe's assertion that Mu Qingyan could slay a junior demon king. Is that true? Duanwen gazed at Mu Qingyan expectantly. Mu Qingyan's lips twitched in uncertainty, unsure of how to respond. He too wished to claim the head of a junior demon king, but the disparity in strength made it feel like an absurd endeavor. That madman Su is just messing with me. Mu Qingyan shot a wild glance at Su Zhe, his eyes pleading for assistance. Su Zhe chuckled, coming to his rescue. Lord Duan, you need not worry. As long as I am here, these monsters shall not set foot in my city. Oh really? Duanwen stammered, momentarily dazed. What preparations shall we need to make? Indeed, Su Zhe affirmed, then turned to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling, please compile a list of the food and supplies we will require for the next month and present it to Lord Duan. Xiao Ling nodded in understanding, signaling that it would be done. Duanwen appeared bewildered. What do you mean by supplies for a month? Do you plan to engage the monsters in a protracted battle? A prolonged battle with this lot? They are not worthy of such a notion. Su Zhe smirked, raising a finger. I can resolve this in a minute. A minute to deal with this horde of monsters? Duanwen seemed incredulous, as if he were hearing a fantastical tale. Could it truly be possible? Just 4 youths, all barely over 20? Duanwen felt as though Su Zhe was deceiving him, yet the earnestness in his voice sowed seeds of doubt in his mind, leading him to wonder if perhaps it could be true. In any case, the impending calamity facing my city could not be avoided. With fewer than 50 inadequately skilled warriors, they could not hope to defend the city. Hence, all hope now rested on these 4 young individuals. Wait, Wu Qing interjected, emphasizing, Madman Su said I, not we. Duanwen was taken aback. What? Just you alone? Su Zhe smiled confidently, just me. But there are so many of them. Along with a junior demon king and 3 senior demon generals, then what of it? Su Zhe waved dismissively. A horde of mere weaklings, my presence alone suffices. Lord Duan, prepare the supplies I require and ensure 4 fine guest rooms are ready for my triumphant return. Ah, well, if you truly can help my city avert this crisis, you shall become our greatest benefactor. Benefactor? No need for such titles, Su Zhe replied, uninterested in being anyone's savior. That was not his goal. He sought only the opportunity for slaughter. A multitude of monsters represented a significant opportunity. Such was the reality of the situation. At that moment, a guard rushed into the city lord's mansion in a frenzy. Lord Duan, it is dire. The monsters are accelerating their advance and will reach my city in approximately half an hour. What shall we do about the citizens? Should we inform them to evacuate? What? The monsters are speeding up? Duanwen's eyes widened in shock, instinctively taking a step back. He had not spread word of the monsters' approach throughout the city, fearing it would incite panic and disorder. But now they were coming too swiftly. Duanwen looked towards Su Zhe, who smirked and made his way outside. As he walked, he declared, no need for an announcement. With me here, these monsters shall not set foot in my city. Could he truly handle it alone? Duanwen glanced at Mu Qingyan and the others with concern. Absolutely, Wu Qing assured with a light laugh. I have witnessed him slay a junior demon king with a single strike. At her words, the room fell silent in astonishment. Both Xiao Ling and Mu Qingyan were taken aback. While they were aware of Su Zhe's capabilities far exceeding those of a mere second-tier martial artist, They had not anticipated that he could best a junior demon king so effortlessly. Even a second-tier martial king might struggle to achieve such a feat. It typically required at least a fourth-tier martial king. Could it be that Su Zhe was a fourth-tier martial king? An 18-year-old fourth-tier martial king? Such a notion seemed ludicrous in the case of anyone else. Yet with Su Zhe, Xiaoling and Mu Qingyan exchanged uncertain glances. They too were left questioning the truth. For Su Zhe harbored far too many secrets. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoling rubbed her eyes and followed suit outside. Mu Qingyan and the others soon joined them at the city gates. Su Zhe kept them at a distance, standing a kilometer away from the eastern gate, waiting for the opportunity for slaughter to arrive. 10 minutes later, sensing a disturbance in the distance, Su Zhe rested his hand on his forehead, peering into the horizon. He spotted a dark mass of monsters approaching with great ferocity. Su Zhe smiled. The chance for slaughter was finally at hand. Chapter 11. A word to say: before us lies a moderately sized demonic horde, led by a junior demon king and 3 senior demon generals, accompanied by 80 soldiers of varying ranks, all rushing fiercely towards Konoha City. As they approach, their pace unwittingly slows upon spotting a lone figure standing 1,000 meters ahead, unwavering in the face of their onslaught. Their initial thought is that this human is either frozen in fear or believes himself powerful enough to single-handedly save the city behind him. Given the intelligence of these demons, they are more inclined to believe the former. The first sacrificial lamb has arrived. The junior demon king arrogantly commands one of the senior generals, "Go and rip him apart. I want to hear him scream." "At your command, my lord." The appointed senior general brandishes a spear, looted from the last county, and charges towards Su Zhe with laughter. Su Zhe merely scoffs, and with the golden overlord blade in hand, he strikes at the senior demon soldier without even invoking his spirit body or extraordinary techniques. In an instant, the senior demon soldier falls beneath the black and gold blade's radiance. Ding! Slain a senior demon general, swing count 3,000. All demons are left stunned. Mouths agape. Those watching from the city gates are equally astonished, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Xiaoling silently gazes at Su Zhe, a flicker of golden light dancing in her eyes, before falling into contemplation. Returning to Su Zhe, he casually swings his blade twice. Ding! Swing count 1. Su Zhe grins widely at the now disordered horde of demons, pointing the golden overlord blade at them and bellowing, "Who's next?" The junior demon king glances back at the 2 remaining senior generals, who are visibly shaken after witnessing one of their own so easily dispatched. Noticing their averted gazes, the junior demon king snorts in disdain, "Useless fools." He then leaps into action, appearing before Su Zhe in the blink of an eye, a claw raised high to strike down. The speed and power of his attack leave anyone below the martial king level unable to react. Yet, Su Zhe is different. He has already discerned the junior demon king's trajectory and awaits the opportune moment. As the demon king seems poised to deliver a fatal blow, Su Zhe channels all his strength into a single slash. The 1,000-meter blade aura dissipates, and numerous colossal spikes erupt from the ground, growing sharper and more densely packed as they near Su Zhe. In an instant, the junior demon king is pierced by countless bloodied spikes, scattering his remains across the ground. Nearby, the demon soldiers and generals erupt in a cacophony of screams. Within mere seconds, silence falls, wiping the blood of the junior demon king from the golden overlord blade. Su Zhe turns to return to Konoha City. Upon glancing back, he sees the astonished expressions of the crowd at the city gate. Su Zhe chuckles and shakes his head, truly a group unaccustomed to the world. As he strides back to the gate, the onlookers finally snap back to reality. Duanwen pinches his own cheek, feeling the sting. Everything he witnessed was indeed real. This young man single-handedly resolved the city's crisis. At a loss for words, Duanwen can only muster a heartfelt "thank you." The other guardians of Konoha City bow deeply to Su Zhe, collectively expressing their gratitude. "Thank you." Su Zhe waves his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "It's nothing. However, I do expect a reward, Lord Duan. Don't forget my earlier request." Duan, momentarily taken aback, quickly regains his composure and nods. "Of course. I will prepare the finest guest rooms immediately, and I'll gather the supplies you requested by tomorrow. How does that sound?" "That works," Su Zhe replies with a nod. Following Duan, Su Zhe and his companions proceed. Mu Qingyan claps Su Zhe on the shoulder, inquiring, "Su, what realm are you in?" Su Zhe smiles. "I'm not quite sure myself." "Come on." Mu Qingyan exclaims, "You don't even know your own realm?" Do you expect me to believe that? After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhe responds, I'm currently at the martial master level, which could be considered akin to martial king. What? How can you be both a martial master and a martial king? Just as he finishes speaking, Mu Qingyan suddenly halts, his eyes sparkling with realization. I understand now. You possess a spirit body, don't you? No wonder your strength is so formidable. Su Zhe chuckles, choosing not to engage further with Mu Qingyan. After walking for a while, he notices Xiao Ling lagging behind, head downcast, and appearing troubled. He gently pushes Mu Qingyan's hand away, slowing his pace to wait for Xiao Ling. Are you all right? Her startled gaze meets his, and she quickly regains her composure, smiling. I'm fine, really. Is something bothering you? No. Your face says otherwise. Is it that obvious? Yes. Well, Xiao Ling hesitates, then sighs. I suppose it's fine as it is now. Su Zhe dislikes half-finished thoughts, but since she is a girl and he has little experience with women, he struggles to decipher her thoughts. Just say what's on your mind. I will, but please don't get upset. After contemplating, Xiao Ling decides to voice her thoughts. Su Zhe, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Once Lord Duan finds us rooms, could you come to my room? All right, Su Zhe nods, but suddenly realizes the implications. It is late, and being invited to a girl's room seems peculiar. The female heart is truly elusive. Su Zhe decides to put it out of his mind. Duan Wen leads Su Zhe and his companions back to his lord's residence, arranging for 4 of the finest guest rooms for their rest. As promised, Su Zhe arrives at Xiao Ling's room, feeling unexpectedly nervous. He enters and sits opposite her at a small round table in the center of the room, the candlelight flickering between them. Xiao Ling raises her gaze to meet his, and for a moment, neither speaks. Then, a fleeting golden light dances in her enchanting eyes. What was that? Su Zhe asks, puzzled, furrowing his brow. Xiao Ling smiles, resting her right hand on the table, propping her chin on her palm as she gazes into his eyes. Her dark pupils flicker before transforming into a pair of striking golden orbs. Chapter 12. The Spirit Eye Clan in the mystical realm of Xianling Continent. There exists a unique lineage known as the Spirit Eye Clan. These individuals are inherently devoid of any cultivation talent, their physiques weaker than the average person, and their lifespans significantly shorter. The members of this clan are categorized into 5 distinct types based on the color of their eyes: green, blue, red, purple, and gold. Upon reaching the age of 12, their spiritual eyes awaken, with the hierarchy determined by the hue of their irises. Those with golden eyes ascend to the role of clan leader. Ordinarily, a new golden eye bearer does not emerge until the previous one has passed away. Members of the Spirit Eye Clan possess the remarkable ability to wield their unique spiritual eye techniques through sheer willpower. Green eyes, they can enhance the physical strength of others by expending their own stamina and willpower. Blue eyes, capable of mending external injuries. Blue eye individuals are often sought after for their healing abilities, and some are assigned throughout the continent for this purpose. Red eyes, while augmenting physical strength, they also enhance combat prowess and mental fortitude, keeping individuals in a state of heightened alertness. However, once the enhancement ceases, the recipient endures all accumulated damage and exhaustion. Individuals with inferior physical conditions may perish instantly once the enhancement is lifted, prompting red eye users to typically collaborate with blue eye healers. Purple eyes, they can heal various degrees of both external and internal wounds, as well as boost physical strength, combat ability, and mental resilience, all without any adverse side effects. Gold eyes, possessing the ability to perceive the unseen and comprehend that which is beyond ordinary perception. They also share the full range of powers of the purple eye users, elevating these capabilities to their zenith. Thus, the Spirit Eye Clan stands as the most formidable support group on the continent. However, the use of their spiritual eye techniques depletes substantial amounts of energy. Once their spiritual eyes are activated, aside from the highest-ranking golden eye leader, other members can conceal their eye colors at will. Upon witnessing Xiao Ling's sudden change in eye color, Su Zhe immediately thought of the Spirit Eye Clan. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized something was amiss. Golden eye users cannot hide their eye color, but it was evident that Xiao Ling could. This raised the question, was Xiao Ling truly a member of the Spirit Eye Clan, and was she the esteemed golden eye leader? I know what you're thinking, Xiao Ling said, blinking as her gaze locked on Su Zhe's eyes. Under her penetrating stare, particularly when meeting her golden gaze, Su Zhe felt as though she could see right through him. I can see it, Xiao Ling smiled. Your strength has been increasing at a remarkable pace. Initially, I thought your rapid advancement was merely a result of your exceptional talent. However, I distinctly verified at noon that you were only a second-tier martial artist, and now, just an afternoon later, you have reached the fourth tier. Pausing, Xiao Ling continued, you spent the entire afternoon wielding your blade without engaging in any other activities. That sword is peculiar. I noticed it the moment I laid eyes on it. No matter how I attempted to discern its secrets, I could not uncover anything. Yet, I am certain your growth in strength is directly linked to your continuous practice with that sword. Even more alarming is the fact that you possess a spiritual body. With this, Xiao Ling smiled at Su Zhe, her eyes silently urging him to share any further thoughts. Indeed, Xiao Ling had accurately assessed the situation. Though Su Zhe had only recently acquainted himself with her, he felt an inexplicable distance from her now. He understood that this was related to her awakening of the golden eye. You've articulated everything that needed to be said. Is there anything else I should add? Su Zhe chuckled. So, you've had your sights set on me since Mu City? One might say that. Xiao Ling shrugged, candidly revealing. I needed someone to escort me to Long City. When I witnessed your rapid growth and strength, I assumed you were exceptionally gifted, so I decided to take a gamble. What about the Blood Soul Jade? Su Zhe recalled how Xiao Ling had gifted him a valuable Blood Soul Jade to secure his agreement. Reflecting on it now, it seemed rather intricate. You never intended to truly gift me the jade, did you? Indeed, Xiao Ling did not deny it. What I told you about the Blood Soul Jade was genuine, but this jade holds profound significance for me. It is my only means of getting closer to the person who murdered my mother and avenging her. Su Zhe understood her motive. Xiao Ling sought to travel to Long City for revenge against her mother's killer. The jade had not been genuinely given to him. It was likely that once they arrived in Long City, she would demand it back. Should he refuse, she might resort to violence to reclaim it. Yet now, Xiao Ling had chosen to confide in him. Why? Was it due to her concern over his alarming rate of strength growth, fearing she might not be able to reclaim the jade later, thus prompting her to ask for it now? No, Su Zhe dismissed the thought. If Xiao Ling truly intended to seize it now, she wouldn't bother with such lengthy discussions. The truth was clear. She needed his assistance, likely to help her exact revenge. Su Zhe tilted his head, gazing intently at Xiao Ling. Let us speak plainly. The jade, I can relinquish. Xiao Ling smiled. However, I have an unusual request. Su Zhe, being as astute as you are, must have already surmised my intentions. If you assist me in avenging my mother's death, I will unconditionally grant you a favor. Whatever it may be. Whatever it may be. The offer was indeed alluring, especially coming from a GoldenEye user. Su Zhe, who has never engaged in unprofitable transactions, pondered. I could assist you, but I have a condition. What is it? Are you a member of the Spirit Eye clan? Yes. You are the leader of the Spirit Eye clan? I am not. The combat capabilities of the Spirit Eye clan are quite weak. Since the emergence of the demons 3 years ago, most of our scattered clan members have met unfortunate fates. Currently, there are fewer than 300 Spirit Eye clan members left on the continent. After a brief pause, Xiao Ling chuckled self-deprecatingly. Su Zhe, you've realized, haven't you? I can conceal my eye color. The Golden Eye users are quite unique. Unlike ordinary clan members, they are born with the golden spiritual eye. I was also born with it. But my golden eye is unstable, and at the time, there was already a clan leader in place. Normally, a second golden eye user cannot arise while the current leader is still alive, and intermarriage with outsiders is prohibited. However, my mother fell in love with a non-clan member and took the risk to give birth to me. Xiao Ling laughed with her forehead in her hand for quite some time. Su Zhe discerned the bitterness in her words and chose to remain silent. At such a moment, nothing would be appropriate to say. After a brief silence, Xiao Ling continued, the Spirit Eye clan recognizes only one leader, and there cannot be a second. Moreover, I am not a pure member of the clan. Fortunately, I was born with black eyes, allowing me to escape detection as a golden eye bearer. Otherwise, I might have perished at birth. My mother, fearing I would be discovered by the clan, sent me to Mu City when I was very young. Initially, she would visit me every 6 months, but since the demons appeared 3 years ago, she has not returned. I have longed to find her in Long City, but on my own, I am utterly unable to leave Mu City. Until a few days ago, when the demons invaded Mu City, Grandma Lu, who raised me, informed me of my mother's death on her deathbed and entrusted me with the Blood Soul Jade she left behind. In short, the one who killed my mother is in Long City, and regardless of the cost, I will ensure that her murderer faces 1,000 tortures. Chapter 13. Savoring every bite, Xiao Ling's expression was solemn, her eyes filled with a lethal intensity. It was the first time Su Zhe had witnessed her in such a state, revealing the depth of her enmity. However, a question lingered in his mind. What about your father? Taken aback, Xiao Ling regained her composure, seemingly reluctant to mention him. He is dead. Dead? Then who is your mother's murderer? I do not know. Unfathomable, indeed. Su Zhe smiled. You do not even know who your enemy is. How do you intend to exact revenge? I will find out. Aunt Ming will inform me. She was my mother's most trusted friend. The Aunt Ming you speak of, is she also a member of the Spirit Eye clan? Indeed. Xiao Ling nodded. Aunt Ming is the only person in this world who knows I am still alive. She would not deceive me. How do you plan to enter Dragon City? I have two methods. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ling continued. First, I can reveal my identity. The guards will let me in upon seeing I am a golden eye. Second, I possess a signal flare that Aunt Ming will come out to retrieve me upon spotting it. However, I now have a third method. As she spoke, her grave demeanor softened, returning to her previous cheerful self, her gaze meeting Su Zhe's once more. Indeed, with Su Zhe's capabilities, escorting her into Dragon City would be a mere trifle. Moreover, Xiao Ling remained unaware of her mother's killer. If the perpetrator were powerful, confronting them would be challenging. Yet, if Su Zhe chose to accompany her, her chances for vengeance would significantly increase. Brother Su, please be candid. What are your conditions? Xiao Ling fixed her serious gaze upon him. Su Zhe replied with a smile. I have heard that the fate and abilities of the Spirit Eye clan are formidable, especially the Golden Eyes, capable of amplifying the abilities of others and perceiving all truths. Indeed, Xiao Ling confirmed, Golden Eyes possess such powers, otherwise, there would not be only one. Though I am also a Golden Eye, my bloodline is impure, preventing me from stabilizing my abilities. At times, I cannot even control myself. Especially when I am angry or anxious, I lose control. If you refrain from anger and anxiety, you can maintain control, correct? Huh. Brother Su, your focus is quite different. Never mind. Su Zhe waved his hand. My additional condition is for you to be my strongest support. Xiao Ling paused, astonished, her golden eyes turning dark. Brother Su, are you serious? I cannot fully control my abilities. If I am not careful, I might injure you. No worries. Su Zhe smiled in response. Do you think you could harm me? I am uncertain. Perhaps before noon today, but now I am not so sure. Rest assured, your brother Su is well aware. Then, have you agreed? Xiao Ling asked cautiously. Su Zhe smiled. Of course, a promise once made is binding. Wonderful. Thank you, brother Su. Xiao Ling exclaimed, filled with joy. Then I shall take my leave for now. Are you heading back to wield your sword, brother Su? Indeed. May I ask why wielding your sword enhances your strength? I cannot say. With that, Su Zhe said no more and departed from Xiao Ling's room, leaving her in a state of confusion. This man truly is. Upon returning to the room prepared for him by Duan Wan, Su Zhe entered and opened his attributes panel. He found he had accumulated 39,000 sword strikes. Without hesitation, he enhanced his sword strike success rate by 1 point. Sword strike success rate 3 can be increased to 4 by consuming 50,000 sword strikes. Then, with the Gilded King's sword in hand, he focused intently and began to strike. Ding! Sword strikes. 1. From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. for 12 continuous hours. He persevered until the maid from the Lord's mansion knocked on the door, summoning him for breakfast. Only then did he pause, drenched in sweat. Glancing at his attributes panel, he noticed several changes. Cultivation, 2nd tier martial king. Martial skill, superlative skill, stone breaking sky shattering, 90. Sword strikes, 11, 744. Strength, 300, 6053. Sword strike bonus, 2. Refined body bonus, 12, 706. Speed enhancement, 100, can be increased to 200 by consuming 50,000 sword strikes. In just one night, he had astonishingly broken through to the 2nd tier martial king. Moreover, with Duan Ling's double enhancement, Su Zhe's strength was now equivalent to a 3rd tier martial sovereign. This meant he would not fear even a high-ranking demon king. Additionally, the speed enhancement could be upgraded, which was indeed a significant boon for Su Zhe. The tedious and monotonous sword strikes of that night were undoubtedly worthwhile. Satisfied, he stowed away the attributes panel and wiped the sweat from his brow. Opening the door, the maid who had knocked was startled to see him drenched in sweat. Esteemed guest, what has happened to you? Nothing, just prepare me some bathing water. Oh, all right, I will prepare it immediately. With that, The maid hurriedly scurried off to the firewood room. Half an hour later, having changed into clean attire, Su Zhe followed the maid to the reception dining hall of the Lord's mansion. Xiao Ling and the others had already taken their seats and begun their meal. By the time Su Zhe arrived, they had nearly finished eating. Fortunately, they had the decency to leave him some food. Sitting down, Su Zhe picked up a piece of baked pancake, took a bite, and swallowed. Though it was an ordinary pancake, he savored it, as if experiencing an indescribable delicacy. This felt like the first morsel of food he had tasted since arriving in this world. Despite having gone days without food, he felt no hunger. Crazy Su, I see you are almost transcending to immortality. Mu Qingyan, having finished his meal, could not help but tease as he observed Su Zhe savoring his food. This is the first bite I've seen you take. How does it taste? Does mortal food still hold any allure for you? Su Zhe glanced at him, smiling without a word. This jest, however, was perceived by Duan Wan with a deeper significance. I have heard that martial artists reaching the martial sovereign realm no longer require sustenance. Could it be? Nonsense. Before Duan Wan could finish, Mu Qingyan interrupted. Crazy Su is indeed eccentric, but like me, he is only 18. Have you ever seen an 18-year-old martial sovereign? Mu Qingyan's comment made Duan Wen's face flush with embarrassment, and he awkwardly replied, well, that is true. I may have overthought it. So, do you have a list of supplies needed that I should prepare? Here. Xiao Ling immediately handed over a piece of paper she had prepared the previous night to Duan Wan. Duan Wan took it, glanced at it, and then handed it to his steward for preparation. Looking back at Su Zhe and the others, he inquired, why not stay a few more days in my city before departing? No need. Su Zhe directly declined. We must continue our journey. Well, Duan Wan had not anticipated such a prompt refusal. Since you are pressed for time, I shall not insist. If you have time in the future, I welcome you to visit my city. As long as I, Duan Wan, remain the lord of my city, your food, drink, and lodging will be on me. Chapter 14. Ghost Blade 3 / in the span of just half a day, Duan Wan had prepared all the supplies that Xiao Ling had listed, filling 3 large carts to the brim. Xiao Ling and Mu Qingyan each filled half of their spatial rings. Since the interior of the spatial rings was in a complete vacuum, the food stored within could remain fresh for an extended period. The 4 continued their journey, heading directly towards the Spirit Beast Mountain range. As they walked, Mu Qingyan couldn't help but sigh at the sight of someone swinging his blade ahead. Xiao Ling, having grown accustomed to it, merely smiled in silence. Meanwhile, Wu Qing's gaze towards Su Zhe had shifted once again. Have you noticed? It seems that the madman Su has grown even stronger, Wu Qing inquired with narrowed eyes. Xiao Ling feigned ignorance, asking, has he? Mu Qingyan shrugged, who knows? This guy's strength is unfathomable. He can easily defeat even a low-level demon king. I suspect he might be a false martial artist. At that moment, Wu Qing continued to observe Su Zhe, who was still vigorously swinging his blade, and added, I feel as though I can see the shadow of my master in him. Your master? Mu Qingyan turned to Wu Qing, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the latter's bald head. Right, Baldy, I have a question for you. Before he could finish, an ominous aura suddenly enveloped him. Looking up, he found Wu Qing's wooden stick hovering perilously close to his head. Caught off guard, Mu Qingyan thought, that was fast. Is he trying to take my head off? He broke into a sweat, exclaiming, what are you doing? Trying to kill me? Wu Qing smirked, revealing a chilling smile. If it weren't for the fact that you're one of us, I would have smashed your head in already. Should I thank you then? Mu Qingyan responded dryly. No need. Mu Qingyan fell silent, while Xiao Ling nearly burst into laughter. Who told you to speak without thinking? Don't you know that trouble often arises from careless words? I think you just need a good thrashing. Xiao Ling, even you were saying that about me? How heartbreaking. Mu Qingyan pretended to wipe away tears. Wu Qing, having circled behind him, kicked him playfully, urging, hurry up, or we'll fall behind Madman Su. As for Su Zhe, he remained utterly engrossed in his blade work, completely oblivious to the 3 behind him. Roar. Humans. Shortly after leaving the Wooden Leaf City, the group encountered 2 isolated demon soldiers. Upon spotting the humans, the demon soldiers' eyes lit up, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the blade-wielding Su Zhe at full speed. Su Zhe noticed them but remained unfazed. As the 2 demons drew near, before they could strike, they were met with the relentless gusts of his blade, leaving one mortally wounded with a gash through its heart. The other, severely injured and terrified, turned and fled. Yet, Su Zhe would not grant it the luxury of escape. After it had run a distance of several dozen meters, He unleashed a strike of 1/10 of his strength, cleaving the fleeing demon in two with a smooth, decisive slash. Beep. Blade strike count, 20. Su Zhe continued onward, as if nothing had transpired. The three behind him passed the fallen demons, casting them pitying glances. They soon encountered several more batches of demons, all dispatched by Su Zhe's blade. Xiao Ling and the others instinctively refrained from intervening, well aware of Su Zhe's obsession with slaying demons. Despite his immense strength, he refused to allow even a single lowly demon soldier to fall to them. By 3 in the afternoon, the system chimed. Beep. Blade strike count, 1 beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed 6,666 blade strikes. Would you like to claim your reward? Su Zhe halted, prompting Xiao Ling and the others to stop as well. Big brother Su, what's wrong? Internally elated, Su Zhe maintained a facade of calm and casually remarked, I'm tired. Let's rest. Tired? Mu Qingyan nearly burst into laughter. I thought you never needed to rest. Su Zhe dismissed him, finding a crooked tree to lean against, and closed his eyes, resembling someone meditating. However, internally, he was ecstatic, responding, claim. Beep. Acquired divine skill, Ghost Blade 3 slash, blade strike count, 66666. A divine skill? Only those at the martial emperor level and above could wield such techniques. A blade strike count of 66,666? How remarkable. Eagerly, Su Zhe opened his attributes panel. Name, Su Zhe. Age, 18. Physique, Duanling body. Can consume 100,000 blade strikes to elevate to Tianling body. Cultivation, 3rd stage martial king. Martial skills, superlative skill, stone breaking heaven shattering, max level. Divine skill, Ghost Blade 3 slash, max level. Can consume 100,000 to elevate to Ghost Blade 9 slash. Weapon, Golden Overlord Blade. Can consume 200,000 blade strikes to elevate to Flame Dragon Soul Breaking Blade. Blade strike count, 80216. System space, 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meters. Strength, 3006666. Blade strike bonus, X2. Duanling body bonus, 13932. Blade strike success rate, 3. Can consume 50,000 blade strikes to elevate to 4. Speed increase, 100. Can consume 50,000 blade strikes to elevate to 200. After reviewing his attributes, a smile crept onto Su Zhe's lips. With his superlative skill maxed out and the divine skill Ghost Blade 3 slash also at its peak, he felt invigorated. The name alone exuded power. Much like the superlative skill, Su Zhe instantly grasped the essence of Ghost Blade 3 slash. His own strength had reached the 3rd stage martial king, and with the enhancement of the Duanling body, his net power had even soared to the 5th stage martial sovereign. Glancing at his blade strike count, he saw it had reached 80,000. Su Zhe faced two choices, upgrading his blade strike success rate or enhancing his speed increase. After deliberation, he settled on upgrading his speed. Speed increase, 200, can consume 200,000 blade strikes to elevate to 300. A 100 increase equated to double his original speed, while 200 would triple it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and eagerly sought to test the power of Ghost Blade 3 slash. Just a kilometer away, a small squad of demons was casually strolling. A wicked grin spread across Su Zhe's face. Here was his opportunity to practice. Xiao Ling and the others watched as Su Zhe, who had barely settled down to rest, jumped up again, gazing intently in one direction with a terrifying smile. The three exchanged glances, realizing that yet another group of demons was about to face calamity. Su Zhe strode purposefully toward the small demon squad, composed of a high-level demon king leading 2 low-level demon kings and 8 mid-level demon generals. Though their numbers were few, their destructive power was formidable enough to devastate an entire county. Roar! A reckless human approaches. One low-level demon king pointed at Su Zhe and his companions. Addressing the high-level demon king, "We can handle these humans without your intervention." "Wait," the high-level demon king cautioned, raising his hand to signal the others not to act rashly. "That human with the blade seems unusual. Let's observe his intentions first." Chapter 15. A cut above the advanced demon king harbored a profound apprehension towards Su Zhe's weapon. Sensing an ominous aura of danger emanating from the blade, Su Zhe halted 10 meters before them, and before any words could be exchanged, he unleashed the divine technique. Ghost Blades 3 cuts. In an instant, 3 terrifying air blades whirled forth from the golden-hued supreme blade, morphing into spectral entities that shrieked as they sped toward their target. Upon witnessing this, the advanced Demon King reacted instantaneously, commanding, "Retreat, everyone, quickly." However, the command came too late. Two of the spectral blades swiftly penetrated the bodies of the two junior Demon Kings. A profound fear enveloped them. They attempted to scream, but found their throats constricted as if gripped by invisible hands, rendering them voiceless. Their bodies, too, were frozen in place, devoid of control. As for the third specter, it was cleaved apart by the bronze sword wielded by the advanced Demon King just as it neared. That sword, could it truly counter the Ghost Blade's 3 cuts? Su Zhe narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Cut!" A resounding explosion ensued as the two junior Demon Kings erupted simultaneously, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Ding! 2 junior Demon Kings slain, blade count, 10,000. The sight of the 2 junior Demon Kings annihilated in an instant left the 8 intermediate Demon Generals in sheer terror, instinctively yearning to flee. Yet, without the advanced Demon King's order, they dared not move, casting fearful glances at their leader, poised for flight at any moment. Meanwhile, Xiaoling and the others, having witnessed Su Zhe's strike, were astonished. "Did I hear that correctly?" Mu Qingyan exclaimed in disbelief. "Did he just refer to that as a divine technique? That's a martial skill only cultivators at the martial emperor level can master. How can he wield it? Is he truly a martial emperor?" Regardless of whether this individual was indeed a martial emperor, the mere ability to instantaneously eliminate 2 junior Demon Kings from such a distance rendered him formidable. If he truly was a martial emperor, then the advanced Demon King's fate was sealed. The advanced Demon King contemplated retreat, yet it knew such an action would be futile. If the opponent truly harbored murderous intent, escape would be impossible. "Speak, what are your terms?" The advanced Demon King proposed, unwilling to engage Su Zhe in a direct confrontation. "Terms?" Su Zhe smiled. "What terms do you speak of?" The advanced Demon King continued, "Human warrior, I seek to avoid conflict. Allow us to leave, and we shall forget about the deaths of my 2 generals." This creature, despite its grotesque appearance, harbored delusions of grandeur. Su Zhe, uninterested in further discourse, launched another assault. 3 air blades, entwined with ghostly energy, surged toward the demon soldiers. "Run!" the advanced demon soldier shouted, and the 8 intermediate demon generals scattered in a frantic bid for survival. The advanced Demon King, wielding its bronze sword, managed to disperse 2 of the spectral blades. But the third penetrated through 3 intermediate generals. A smirk graced Su Zhe's lips as he uttered, "Cut!" The 3 demon generals were obliterated in an instant. 5 remaining demon generals fled over 1,000 meters away. Su Zhe swung the golden-hued supreme blade horizontally, and a streak of black-gold light flashed through the air. The 5 fleeing demon generals halted abruptly, their waists severed in 2, meeting their demise. Only 1 remained. Su Zhe swiftly appeared before the advanced Demon King, a terrifying smile curling his lips as he raised the golden-hued supreme blade. With a decisive swing, the advanced Demon King did not retreat, but instinctively raised its bronze sword in defense. The clash of blade against blade echoed sharply, causing Xiaoling and the others to instinctively cover their ears. Soon, a crisp crack resonated, followed by the thud of half the bronze sword clattering to the ground. The advanced Demon King was taken aback. This was a semi-artifact it had painstakingly acquired, capable even of countering divine weapons. How could it be severed by a mere blade? Could it be that this human's weapon is an artifact? In this world, weapons are categorized as ordinary, advanced, semi-artifacts, artifacts, and sacred artifacts. Do you still have time to dawdle? Su Zhe chuckled, preparing to strike again. Divine technique, Ghost Blade's 3 cuts. 3 air blades, entwined with ghostly energy, surged into the advanced Demon King's body. Given the proximity, the advanced Demon King had no time to evade. Su Zhe roared, "Cut!" The advanced Demon King felt an overwhelming force penetrate its very being, its blood boiling as it failed to expel the blade energy within. An explosive sound echoed, showering the area in a deluge of blood. Su Zhe was caught off guard, drenched in the crimson downpour. Ding! 8 intermediate demon generals slain, blade count, 16,000. 1 advanced Demon King slain, blade count, 10,000. Adding the previous count of 10,000, this endeavor earned him a total of 36,000 blade counts. Worth it. Su Zhe, content, sheathed the golden-hued supreme blade and glanced down at his blood-soaked attire, furrowing his brow. He needed to find a place to cleanse himself. Behind him, applause erupted, turning around. He beheld three individuals gazing at him with admiration, clapping enthusiastically. He nearly quipped, "Those with wealth support the stage, while those without offer their presence." "Su, you've been hiding your prowess quite well," Mu Qingyan remarked, draping an arm over Su Zhe's shoulder. Unperturbed by the demon blood that clung to him, Wu Qing sported a mischievous grin. "The moment I saw you, I suspected you had reached the martial emperor realm, but your youth made me hesitant to confirm." "So," Su Zhe smiled, "am I confirmed now?" Although Su Zhe's current strength could certainly contend with a first-tier martial emperor, without employing his spirit body for verification, he remained merely a third-tier martial king. "Apologies, but I am not a martial emperor," Su Zhe shrugged. "I am currently a martial king. With the spirit body enhancement, I am merely a fifth-tier martial venerable." "Just a fifth tier?" Wu Qing chuckled. "Do you realize how few individuals your age reach the pinnacle of martial venerable?" "How many?" Su Zhe inquired, genuinely curious. Mu Qingyan chimed in. "Across the entirety of the Xianling continent, there is only one person who attained fifth-tier martial venerable at 17, and he is even a year younger than you, Su." "Really?" Su Zhe was intrigued. If someone truly achieved fifth-tier martial venerable at 17, they would undoubtedly be a formidable presence. "Who is it?" he pressed. Wu Qing answered. "The Lord of Dragon City, Nangong Xianglong." "Yes, exactly him." Mu Qingyan nodded. However, Nangong Xianglong had far superior conditions for cultivation from a young age. His innate talent was already exceptional, and he trained even more diligently than most, compounded by the spirit body enhancement. "He is simply extraordinary." "Yet so what?" Xiaoling scoffed. "Hard work and talent are one thing, but if his family lacks the resources to provide ample medicinal materials and supplies for cultivation, he wouldn't have reached fifth-tier martial venerable at 17. Look at our brother Su, who has achieved fifth-tier martial venerable despite such adverse conditions. It is evident that he is indeed a cut above the rest." Chapter 16. What happened? Xiaoling's words left Su Zhe with a sense of unease. Was his situation truly so dire? After a moment's contemplation, he realized that perhaps it was indeed lacking. Having arrived in this world, he had relied solely on his own strength to reach this point. Moreover, the affairs of others were of no concern to him, regardless of their talent or abundant resources. They held no bearing on his journey. However, Xiaoling's remarks resonated deeply with Mu Qingyan and Wu Qing. Mu Qingyan remarked, "Little Ling's words carry some weight." Wu Qing added, "Indeed, no wonder he is known as Madman Su. He lives up to his name." Su Zhe cast a silent glance at Mu Qingyan and Wu Qing. "All right, I need to find a place to bathe. You may go ahead. I will catch up later." With that, he departed alone, and Xiaoling and the others did not hinder him. "Do you think Madman Su will vanish without a trace?" Mu Qingyan queried, watching as Su Zhe walked away. Xiaoling kicked him lightly, asserting, "Big brother Su is not that kind of person. He will come looking for us." Meanwhile, Su Zhe discovered a small river and cleaned himself up, preparing to rejoin Xiaoling and the others. However, he paused upon encountering a dilapidated village. This was a settlement long ravaged, with perhaps a dozen households, none of which stood intact. The ground was strewn with broken bricks and stones, remnants of a once thriving community, now marred by dried black blood and skeletal remains. Su Zhe's curiosity about the village grew. The bodies bore a peculiar characteristic. They were well preserved, but lacked heads. Where are the heads? He pondered as he stepped into the ruins, searching for a corpse that retained its head. Yet, his efforts proved fruitless. These individuals were likely not killed by demons. If not demons, then who? And what kind of twisted motive would compel someone to remove their heads? Was it an act of vengeance? Even so, what profound hatred could justify such brutality, sparing not even the youngest of children? As Su Zhe contemplated these questions, a silver needle, tipped with a mysterious black substance, shot out from the nearby thicket. Swiftly, he raised his right hand and deftly caught the needle between his index and middle fingers, the tip mere millimeters from his temple. Turning his gaze towards the thicket, Su Zhe expressionlessly tossed the needle back. A pained scream echoed in the air as Su Zhe materialized beside a middle-aged man who was clutching his face and writhing on the ground. Observing the man reaching for a vial of medicine, Su Zhe was quicker, snatching it away. "Give it to me." The man cried out in agony, his desperation palpable. Su Zhe loomed over him, holding the vial tightly. With a slight smirk, he crushed it in his grip, turning it to powder with his immense strength. Upon witnessing the destruction of his only antidote, the man's eyes filled with despair. "You fool! Do you even comprehend what you've done? I never intended to kill you. Yet now you have condemned me to death. Never intended to take my life." Su Zhe scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? You aimed that needle at my temple. Laughing bitterly, the man lamented, to think I would perish at the hands of a mere boy. How absurd. How tragic. It seems fate has turned against me. Enough. Su Zhe grew impatient with the man's ramblings. If you wish to avoid death, you ought to explain why you are hiding here. Huh. I am poisoned and on the brink of death. Do you truly believe a dying man would reveal his secrets to his would-be murderer? Indeed, you are on the verge of death. With a swift motion, Su Zhe brandished his golden blade, pressing the edge against the man's head. Since you so desire death, allow me to grant your wish. The man trembled at the sight of the blade. I am poisoned and nearing my end. Threatening me with a weapon is futile. Oh, is that so? Su Zhe mused, examining the powder on his hand. I find it quite curious that a poison requires candy for an antidote. This vial contains nothing but sugar-coated beans. The man hesitated, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. Well, it seems I've been discovered. All right, I confess, the vial indeed contains sugar beans. Can you please lower that peculiar blade of yours? Blades are unpredictable. What if you accidentally injure me? That is not an option. With a smile, Su Zhe shifted the blade from the man's head to his neck. The villagers here all perished from decapitation, perhaps. Wait. The middle-aged man, sensing Su Zhe's intent, broke into a cold sweat. Young man, do not resort to violence. I am human. You see, I am human, not a demon. Let us not turn on one another and provide the demons with a spectacle, shall we? I do not kill indiscriminately. Precisely, we do not kill. So please, lower the blade and behave. I do not harm those who do not harm me. The man paused, confusion crossing his face. What does that mean? Su Zhe replied with a smile. If one does not provoke me, I will not provoke them. However, the moment you attempted to ambush me, you sealed your fate. Cough. Let us converse rationally. I did not intend to ambush you. The needle was coated with anesthetic, and I knew you could catch it. I witnessed you defeat a high-level demon king. With your capabilities, if I truly intended to kill you, would I be foolish enough to employ such a clumsy method? Admittedly, the man's words held some merit. However, Su Zhe's focus remained on the revelation. You witnessed me slay a high-level demon king? Indeed. The man nodded vigorously, eager to prove his sincerity. I saw it with my own eyes. There were also 2 low-level demon kings and 8 mid-level demon generals present, correct? That is true. The man had spoken accurately. If he had been present at that moment, why had Su Zhe not sensed him? With Su Zhe's current strength, he should have detected any presence within several kilometers. Yet, he had not perceived this man's aura. What could this mean? Su Zhe pondered, arriving at a conclusion. Unless the man possessed a power surpassing his own, enabling him to conceal his strength perfectly, there was no reason for Su Zhe to have missed him. Upon considering this, Su Zhe scrutinized the seemingly timid man before him. From his demeanor, he could only sense the strength of a first-tier martial artist. Speak, Su Zhe demanded, unconvinced that someone of superior strength would display such cowardice. What are you hiding about your abilities? Chapter 17. Irretrievable destruction. It's quite simple. The middle-aged man chuckled innocently. Can you sense my presence now? The moment he spoke, Su Zhe realized the man was right in front of him. Yet he could discern no fluctuation of aura emanating from him. If not for his physical proximity, Su Zhe would have been utterly oblivious to his existence. It was as if this individual possessed an extraordinarily low presence. What is going on? Sensing Su Zhe's bewilderment, the middle-aged man cautiously shifted the blade pressed against his throat. Slightly away. Perhaps it is due to my solitary upbringing in the wilderness, my affinity with the forest and spirit beasts, which allows my aura to blend with the woods. Perhaps? Su Zhe nearly believed him. Keep talking, and I won't hesitate to strike. Wait. Let me be honest. The middle-aged man pleaded. What I said may have been a stretch, but it's true. Have you heard of the hidden beast? It's a low-level herbivorous spirit beast that resides on the fringes of the Spirit Beast Mountains. Su Zhe had limited knowledge of spirit beasts and had never even heard of the hidden beast. You haven't heard of it, have you? The middle-aged man smiled. The hidden beast possesses an almost non-existent presence, resembling a cute little ball of grass-colored fur, small in stature and non-aggressive. It can easily conceal itself in the grass, and lacking any discernible aura, it is the most easily forgotten of spirit beasts. Pausing briefly, the man continued, I have lived with these nearly invisible creatures since childhood. So I suppose I have been influenced by them. I swear, I am not deceiving you. He raised his hand solemnly to the sky. Su Zhe sheathed his golden blade. His concern was no longer whether this man was lying, but rather that he had lived in the Spirit Beast Mountains. Therefore, He must possess considerable knowledge of the situation there. What is the current state of the Spirit Beast Mountains? Su Zhe inquired directly. The middle-aged man hesitated, then forced a laugh. The situation there is not very optimistic. The demons occupy at least 60% of the territory. Please don't tell me you intend to venture into the Spirit Beast Mountains. Indeed. Are you serious? The man exclaimed. I acknowledge your exceptional skills, but you youngsters cannot possibly enter. Even if you evade the demons outside, the mountainous terrain is intricate. One misstep, and you could easily become lost. In a place like the Spirit Beast Mountains, getting lost is perilous. It matters not. We shall not lose our way. Does anyone among you possess knowledge of the mountainous terrain? None. The middle-aged man wiped his cold sweat. If that is the case, how can you be so confident? Su Zhe smiled. Aren't you familiar with that area? Realizing something, the middle-aged man panicked. No. I do not wish to return to the Spirit Beast Mountains. That place is fraught with danger. Not even 10 lives would persuade me to go back. Su Zhe remained undeterred. You now have 2 options. Lead us, or face death. The middle-aged man wailed. Is there no third option? Of course not. Su Zhe's expression darkened, and the aura of a 3rd-level martial king loomed over the man, almost suffocating him. Fine, I will go. The middle-aged man nearly knelt before Su Zhe, hastily begging for mercy. Wherever you wish for me to go, I shall follow. That's the spirit. Su Zhe retracted his overwhelming pressure. The middle-aged man's face reflected profound relief, though he wore a comical expression. What a wretched fate I possess, escaping from a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair, and now I must return to the wolf's den. Regardless, you must ensure my safety, otherwise, I refuse to go. If you cannot fight, why not flee? Su Zhe chuckled. As a 1st-level martial master, you should be capable of escape. Escape? Do you believe the demons in the Spirit Beast Mountains are akin to those elsewhere? What do you mean? From what I know, there are several intermediate demon emperors leading numerous demon lords and kings, advancing deeper into the mountains. While I doubt they will succeed in penetrating the depths, should we encounter them, I assure you, we would have no chance to flee. Demon kings are ranked above demon lords, and above demon lords are the demon emperors. The strength of a beginner demon emperor is equivalent to that of a 3rd-level martial emperor among humans. If Su Zhe were to confront a demon emperor now, he would undoubtedly be defeated. It appears that I must hasten my strength enhancement. Fortunately, time is still on my side. Noticing Su Zhe deep in thought, the middle-aged man rubbed his hands together and inquired, What should I call you, boss? Su Zhe. And you? Li Luo. By the way, Su Zhe gestured toward the desolate village behind them. What happened to this village? Why are all the corpses headless? Boss Su, if you ask me. Who am I to answer? When I arrived, the village was already like this. Their deaths are exceedingly bizarre. Let us refrain from meddling and leave as soon as possible. It is indeed reasonable to avoid entanglement in matters that do not concern oneself. Su Zhe nodded, preparing to lead Li Luo in search of Xiao Ling and the others. Just as they emerged from the thicket, a tremendous explosion echoed from nearby. Recognizing the direction, Su Zhe's heart sank. Not good. Xiao Ling and the others are in danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Li Luo by the collar and propelled him forward at breakneck speed toward the location of Xiao Linghe. Su boss. Slow down. Don't drag me. Li Luo struggled to keep pace, ultimately being pulled along, nearly wearing down his shoes in the process. Upon reaching the explosion site, Su Zhe halted abruptly. At that moment, Xiao Ling and her companions were besieged and wounded, surrounded by a throng of demons. Leading the charge was an intermediate demon lord with the body of a man and the head of a leopard, possessing crimson eyes. Stay here and do not move. Su Zhe instructed the nearly tearful Li Luo before swiftly advancing, golden blade in hand. With a flick of his wrist, several arcs of black gold light flashed. In an instant, a cacophony of screams erupted as dozens of demon soldiers fell lifelessly to the ground. A gap was forcefully created in the encirclement surrounding Xiao Ling and her companions. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself before them, coldly fixing his gaze upon the intermediate demon lord. A mere 3rd-level martial king dares to act recklessly? For slaying my soldiers, I shall ensure your utter destruction. The intermediate demon lord's eyes ignited with fury. With a crack, he lashed a dark red whip crackling with electricity against the ground, leaving a deep, charred mark in its wake. It was easy to envision that a direct hit from such a whip could result in grievous injury or even death for an average person. This whip is intriguing, Su Zhe mused, yet it pales in comparison to my golden blade. With a smirk, he swung his golden blade, retorting with disdain. A mere intermediate demon lord dares to boast? For hurting my comrades, I shall render you irretrievably destroyed. Chapter 18. Is it not good to be alive? Not long after Xiaoling, Mu Qingyan, and Wu Qing parted ways with Su Zhe, they encountered a formidable team of monsters far superior to them. In truth, upon discovering the monsters, Mu Qingyan and Wu Qing could have chosen to flee immediately, yet they refrained from doing so. They could not abandon Xiaoling to face the danger alone. Thus, after a fierce battle, the three found themselves encircled by the monstrous horde, on the brink of being devoured alive when Su Zhe arrived. The taut nerves of Mu Qingyan and Wu Qing relaxed upon seeing Su Zhe, nearly causing them to stumble. Xiaoling hurried to support them. Her weary expression turned towards Su Zhe's retreating figure as she softly called out, "Brother Su." "You're safe," Su Zhe replied. Glancing back at her with a gentle tone, "I am here." He then turned his attention to the junior demon lord, brandishing his gilded blade with a disdainful retort. "A mere junior demon lord dares to be arrogant? Anyone who harms my companions shall face eternal damnation." Supreme technique, stone shatter. Su Zhe plunged the gilded blade into the ground, unleashing a wave of black and gold blade energy that radiated outward for hundreds of meters. Under Su Zhe's command, numerous sharp stones erupted from the earth, skewering the surrounding demons from below. The air was filled with their anguished cries. Ding! 12 junior demon generals, 6 intermediate demon generals, and 2 junior demon kings slain. Blade strikes, 34,000. Each junior demon general worth 1,000, intermediate 2,000, and junior demon king 5,000. In that moment, the junior demon lord leaped away just as the stones surged upwards, narrowly evading the assault. However, witnessing the demise of its subordinates ignited its wrath. With a flick of its whip, it created an opening through the stones. As it swung the whip again, Su Zhe emerged from the stone circle, cleaving the junior demon lord's whip in half. To Su Zhe's astonishment, he found he had not severed the whip entirely. The junior demon lord forcefully extracted its whip from Su Zhe's blade. At that instant, Su Zhe unleashed the ghost blade technique. 3 cuts. Channeling all his strength, he struck at the junior demon lord. 3 blades imbued with ghostly energy surged towards it. The junior demon lord quickly retaliated, deflecting all 3 attacks with 3 swift strikes of its whip. Unsuccessful, Su Zhe furrowed his brow, relentlessly pouring forth more ghost blade techniques. The junior demon lord continuously dispersed Su Zhe's assaults, never pausing to counterattack. This stalemate could not persist. As Su Zhe continued his assault, he opened his attribute panel and was elated to see his blade strikes surpassing 100,000. Upon inspecting his upgrade options, he found 3 choices. First, upgrade his physique to celestial spirit body. Second, upgrade ghost blade technique from 3 cuts to 9 cuts. Third, enhance blade strike success rate. The third option was negligible. Thus, should he enhance his physique or his technique? Currently, employing the 3 cuts allowed him to match the junior demon lord. Upgrading to 9 cuts would undoubtedly triple its power, overwhelming the junior demon lord. However, upgrading to celestial spirit body was a gamble, for Su Zhe was uncertain of its capabilities. Silent contemplation enveloped him as he gazed at the advancing junior demon lord, which was both defending itself and drawing closer. With a determined bite of his lip, he resolutely chose the latter. Why gamble? Is it not good to simply be alive? Martial art, supreme technique, stone shatter, max level, ghost blade technique, 9 cuts, max level. Can consume 200,000 blade strikes to upgrade to ghost blade technique, 18 cuts. Blade strikes, 216. With all his might, Su Zhe unleashed a devastating blow, sending 9 formidable blade energies entwined with ominous ghostly energy towards the junior demon lord. As they neared their target, they suddenly scattered, converging from all directions with incredible speed. The junior demon lord, startled, immediately retaliated with all its strength. Yet, it managed to disperse only 5 of the blade energies, while 3 embedded themselves within its body. Su Zhe shouted, "Cut!" A thunderous sound echoed as the junior demon lord staggered back, drenched in blood. Its physical resilience was astonishing. This attack had not obliterated it. Undeterred, Su Zhe struck again. 9 terrifying blade energies surged towards the junior demon lord, whose bloodshot eyes reflected its panic. The hand wielding the whip trembled uncontrollably, its strength halved from the previous explosion within its body. Despite its instinctive reaction to dispel Su Zhe's assault, It could only scatter 2 blade energies, with 7 integrating into its form. A sly smile crept across Su Zhe's face. This time, he cleverly retreated far before triggering the explosion within the junior demon lord. A torrential downpour of blood ensued. Ding! 1 junior demon lord slain. Blade strikes. 12,000. Xiao Ling and the others, within the stone circle Su Zhe had created, witnessed the battle through the gap created by the junior demon lord's earlier assault, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Nearby, Li Luo, who had assumed Su Zhe was doomed and was preparing to slip away, watched in astonishment as Su Zhe effortlessly triumphed. He could not help but swallow hard, silently relieved he had not fled too soon. Had he been discovered, the consequences would have been dire. Stowing away the gilded blade, Su Zhe retrieved the bloodied whip from the ground. This was a weapon that even the gilded blade could not sever. Such a treasure must be preserved. However, the moment Su Zhe grasped the whip, he sensed a powerful, malevolent energy concealed within. A jolt of fear coursed through him. Before he could react, the malevolence attempted to invade his body through his hand. Frowning, Su Zhe acted swiftly, stowing the sinister whip within the system's space. As soon as he released it, everything reverted to normal. Returning to the stone circle, he waved his hand before the dazed trio. "Are you all right?" Regaining their composure, Mu Qingyan stuttered. You killed a junior demon lord? And you're unscathed? Am I dreaming?" In playful agreement, Xiao Ling pinched Mu Qingyan's left cheek hard. "Ouch!" Mu Qingyan yelped in pain. Xiao Ling remarked, "It seems to be true." Wu Qing laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! A monster! Truly a monster!" "A monster?" Su Zhe pointed at himself. "Me?" Xiao Ling and the others stared at him in unison, replying, "Who else could it be?" At that moment, Li Luo appeared beyond the gap, gazing at Su Zhe with a greasy smile. "When shall we continue our journey, Boss Su?" "Who is he?" Xiao Ling inquired, pointing at Li Luo. Li Luo was a familiar guide to the terrain of the Spirit Beast mountain range. Su Zhe offered a brief introduction. Li Luo chuckled helplessly, unable to refute. Whatever Boss Su says goes. Chapter 19. Overreaching 3-tiered martial king. How astonishing to be a 3-tiered martial king. Throughout the journey, Mu Qingyan couldn't help but express his envy multiple times, lamenting the terrifying existence of an 18-year-old 3-tiered martial king. Enough already. Xiao Ling shot him a look of exasperation. "We're all aware of it. There's no need to repeat it so many times. My ears are about to develop calluses." Li Luo, with a cheerful demeanor, sidled up to Su Zhe and said, "Boss Su, once we reach the Spirit Beast mountain range, you must ensure the safety of this living map of yours. If I perish, should you lose your way, I assure you, you won't find your way out. There are certain areas in the Spirit Beast mountain range that are quite treacherous. Once you enter, you may lose all sense of direction." Su Zhe ignored him. Li Luo was relentless, continuing to pester Su Zhe. "Really, you must trust me. I grew up in the Spirit Beast mountain range and am very familiar with its terrain. I have explored every nook and cranny except for the deepest parts. I know where it's safe and where it's dangerous. As long as you protect my safety, I guarantee I will lead you in and out safely." This person talks far too much, even more than Mu Qingyan. Su Zhe shot him a glance, then brandished his gilded saber. Seeing this, Li Luo assumed Su Zhe was trying to intimidate him again and hurriedly took several steps back, fearing he might find the blade at his throat once more. The 3 companions behind them couldn't help but chuckle at Li Luo's cowardice. Then, Su Zhe began to swing his saber. Li Luo was taken aback, staring blankly at Xiao Ling and the others. "What is Boss Su doing? Testing the blade? Curious, are you?" Mu Qingyan asked with a grin. Li Luo nodded vigorously. "Then why not go ask him yourself?" Mu Qingyan suggested. Li Luo shook his head in fright. "No, I'm afraid Boss Su will beat me up." Returning to Su Zhe's side, before he swung his saber, he had elevated his success rate to 4. Just like before, even during breaks, he continued to swing the saber without pause. Even a low-level demon sovereign had nearly claimed his life. If he encountered a higher-level demon, he wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate. This was unacceptable. Su Zhe would not allow such a fate to befall him. Thus, the only course of action was to keep swinging the saber, relentlessly, to grow stronger. It was only by evening that Su Zhe finally ceased. He checked his attributes. Several had changed. Cultivation level, 1st tier martial sovereign. Number of swings, 19,096. Success rate, 4, 100, 000 swings can elevate it to 5. Strength, 3,009, 466, swing count bonus, x2, for tempered spirit body, 19, 532. He was now a first-tier martial sovereign. A faint smile crept on his Su Zhe's lips. He was quite satisfied. With the double bonus from his tempered spirit body, his net strength had even reached that of a first-tier martial emperor. He would fear no high-level demon sovereign now. While others could not perceive the changes in Su Zhe, a fleeting glint of gold flashed in Xiao Ling's eyes as she saw through his newfound strength. This man is truly formidable. How fortunate that he is an ally, not an enemy. Xiao Ling silently rejoiced at the wisdom of her earlier choice. Just as she was about to bring some food to Su Zhe, Li Luo eagerly stepped forward, clutching a pile of provisions and smiling broadly. "Boss Su, you must be tired. Here, have something to eat." Su Zhe glanced at him, casually took a piece of flatbread, and then turned to Xiao Ling and the others. "You all rest here. I'll scout the surroundings." "Crazy Su, don't wander too far." Mu Qingyan recalled their earlier encounter with a low-level demon sovereign that had nearly cost them their lives and felt a wave of trepidation. Su Zhe chuckled, scanning the area. "Don't worry, there aren't many demons around. I'll clear them all out." With that, he finished the last bite of flatbread, stood, and rested the gilded saber on his shoulder, striding forward, vanishing into the night. Xiao Ling and the others did not attempt to stop him. They understood that even if they tried, it would be futile. After eliminating the wandering demon soldiers nearby, Su Zhe arrived at the eastern gate of a county besieged by a horde of demons wreaking havoc. He had sensed the commotion from afar and came to investigate. Inside the city, chaos reigned. Demons rampaged, capturing fleeing humans. Some human warriors were fighting back, but the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, resulting in heavy casualties. Without intervention, the demise of this city was inevitable. Screams, cries, mournful wails, and the laughter of demons continuously assaulted Su Zhe's ears. His brow furrowed deeply. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Zhe tightened his grip on the gilded saber, effortlessly slaying the demon soldiers pursuing a few innocent humans at the gate, before charging into the city and executing a lateral strike. The black gold blade light radiated outward from his center, instantly enveloping the entire county. All the demon soldiers pierced by the blade light were promptly bisected. The arrogant smiles on their faces froze, replaced by expressions of disbelief and terror. Before they could react, their upper and lower halves separated, cleanly severed, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Slain 25 demon soldiers, 12 demon generals, swing count 11, 750. The humans who had been caught in the blade light emerged unscathed, their expressions shifting from sheer terror of the demons to astonishment. Among them was a second-tier warrior, on the brink of death at the hands of a high-level demon, who had been preparing to close his eyes and accept his fate. In that moment of despair, he witnessed the fearsome demon soldier before him being effortlessly bisected by a blade of energy. Stunned, he turned his gaze toward a figure not far away, a person of similar age. He didn't recognize him, but he knew that this individual had saved him. "There is hope. The city won't fall," exclaimed the second-tier warrior joyfully. Su Zhe, with a single strike, annihilated all demon soldiers and generals within the county. A few remaining demon kings could have evaded the gilded saber-s blade light, yet Su Zhe's attack caught them off guard, inflicting varying degrees of internal injuries. Among them was a low-level demon sovereign, who had claimed the city's lord's manor. His subordinates had just brought forth a trove of treasures for him to inspect. As soon as the items were presented, a blade of energy surged forth. In an instant, all his presenting subordinates were reduced to halves. Damn it! The low-level demon sovereign seethed with rage. Brandishing a colossal axe, he appeared before Su Zhe in the blink of an eye, swinging down towards Su Zhe's head. Just as the axe was about to descend, Su Zhe reacted swiftly, blocking it with his gilded saber. With a thunderous clang, silence enveloped the city. All fleeing individuals and the remaining demon kings turned their attention towards Su Zhe and the low-level demon sovereign. "A first-tier martial sovereign? Humph." The low-level demon sovereign sneered. "A mere first-tier martial sovereign dares to invade my territory and slay my subordinates? Seeking death? Huh. Overreaching," Su Zhe grinned. "The last low-level demon sovereign who spoke like you has already met his end." With that, Su Zhe delivered a powerful kick to the low-level demon sovereign, sending him sprawling a meter away. Divine technique. 9 blades of ghostly edge. 9 blades, imbued with ghostly energy, swiftly lunged toward the low-level demon sovereign. The low-level demon sovereign, taken aback, immediately raised his massive axe to defend himself. Yet, He managed to deflect only one blade. The remaining 8 seamlessly merged into his body. Su Zhe quickly retreated, issuing a command. With a resounding bang, the low-level demon sovereign perished amidst a torrential downpour of blood. The streets, already stained crimson with blood, have been further adorned with a vivid scarlet hue. Chapter 20. The pitiful scene beep. Slain a junior demon king. Blade count 12,000. At the moment the junior demon lord self-destructed, everyone, along with the remaining demon kings, stood frozen. Once they regained their senses, the demon kings lost their resolve and fled in terror, hastily escaping towards the outskirts of the county. The wildfires cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings new life. Su Zhe would not grant them the chance to escape. With a swift motion, he executed the divine technique, Ghost Blade 9 strikes. 9 blades infused with ghostly energy rapidly dispersed, pursuing the few remaining targets. Moments later, amidst the sounds of explosions, an electronic voice echoed in Su Zhe's mind. Beep. Slain 6 demon kings. Blade count 35,000. Mission accomplished. After stowing away the gilded Overlord's blade, Su Zhe prepared to depart. Honorable warrior, please wait. A second-tier warrior, whom Su Zhe had saved, hurried after him. Uncertain of Su Zhe's true cultivation level, he respectfully addressed him as honorable warrior. Pausing, Su Zhe turned to the second-tier warrior and inquired, "What is it?" The warrior's eyes shimmered with tears, filled with gratitude as he yearned to grasp Su Zhe's hand in thanks. However, upon noticing his blood-soaked appearance, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. "Honorable warrior, you are our benefactor in Ryan City. Alas, our city lord has been slain by demons. Otherwise, we would have expressed our gratitude abundantly. There's no need for excessive thanks. Ryan City has been ravaged beyond recognition. Those who survive are merely unfortunate souls. It is not easy for any of us." Though Su Zhe was not one to make unprofitable deals, he had indeed gained a significant number of blade counts from slaying the demons, so his efforts were not in vain. During the brief conversation between Su Zhe and the second-tier warrior, all the survivors of the county gathered around, appearing disheveled and pitiable. The second-tier warrior surveyed the remaining individuals and sighed. At least 90% have perished. Ryan City has met its end. What shall we do next? Even if we survive today's ordeal, should we face another demon invasion, we are doomed. Benefactor, please save us. A middle-aged woman gazed sorrowfully at Su Zhe. Her plea sparked a flicker of hope in the faces of all present. Benefactor, we implore you. Only you can save us. Take us away. Anywhere will do. We beg you. We do not wish to die. Benefactor, see this through to the end. We beseech you. The voices of the crowd mingled together. Su Zhe found their desperation somewhat amusing. His assistance was a matter of kindness. Refusing them was simply his prerogative. Why did this throng feel entitled to demand such things? Desiring to live was not unreasonable, but the manner of survival posed a dilemma. Su Zhe considered himself neither particularly soft-hearted nor easily bullied. Without hesitation, he declined their requests. That is impossible. Upon his declaration, the crowd erupted in outrage. How can you say that? Since you saved us once, what harm is there in saving us again? Indeed, you possess the ability to save us. Why refuse? Are all powerful warriors so heartless? How disappointing. I thought we had found our savior. Is the world so unjust that ordinary people without cultivation talent do not deserve to live? Silence. Su Zhe's voice cut through the chaos, silencing them instantly. Casting a cold glance around, he stated, I am under no obligation to rescue you. Moral coercion does not work on me. If you wish to survive, I can offer guidance, but do not expect me to shoulder your burdens. Honorable warrior, please do not be angry. The second-tier warrior hurriedly smiled in apology. We have all been frightened. Our words were thoughtless. We merely wished to survive. And we meant no offense. Sighing, he continued, most of Ryan City has been devastated. It is no longer habitable. Even if we manage a patchwork repair, we will not withstand the next wave of demons. We genuinely seek only to live, with no malice intended. Honorable warrior, please show mercy. Do not hold it against us. Mere simple folk who have not seen much of the world. It must be said that this second-tier warrior possessed a modicum of insight. Su Zhe's mood lightened slightly at the man's words. Let me see how much armed strength you have left. Upon hearing this, the second-tier warrior quickly began to count the surviving individuals. Soon, he had an answer. Including myself, there are 5 remaining warriors. The rest have perished. Very well. Su Zhe nodded. Do you know of Maple Leaf City? Maple Leaf City? The second-tier warrior paused, then nodded. Yes, It is not far from our city. Take the remaining survivors of Ryan City and seek refuge in Maple Leaf City. The second-tier warrior exclaimed. Even if we go, Maple Leaf City will not accept us. The continent is in chaos. Everyone is struggling to survive. Why would they care about others? Do not worry. A smile curled on Su Zhe's lips as he continued. Upon arrival at Maple Leaf City, mention my name, Su Zhe. Besides, you have 5 warriors. Maple Leaf City is in need of additional armed forces. The second-tier warrior hesitated. Will they truly accept us? Do you doubt it? It is not a lack of faith. After some thought, the second-tier warrior took a deep breath, as if making a difficult decision. Very well. I trust that the honorable warrior would not deceive us. We shall go. Su Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Have the others gather their belongings. You may head directly to Maple Leaf City. Understood. The second-tier warrior nodded, contemplating for a moment before deciding against asking Su Zhe for an escort to Maple Leaf City. The journey would consume an entire day, and should they encounter demons again, they would be ill-equipped to defend themselves. After all that had transpired, it was a relief to have appeased the formidable figure before them. Raising further requests might be seen as overstepping. The rest of the group remained silent, fearful of provoking Su Zhe's ire once more. He was a being capable of obliterating junior demon kings. Such a powerful expert could extinguish their lives in an instant. After walking a few steps, Su Zhe suddenly halted and turned back, fixing his gaze on the second-tier warrior. What is your name? Me? The second-tier warrior was taken aback and quickly replied. Reporting to the honorable warrior, my name is Song Yi. Very well. With that, Su Zhe departed from Ryan City, returning to the location where Xiao Ling and the others were gathered. At that moment, the trio was huddled around a campfire, toasting buns. To his surprise, the aroma was delightful. Upon his arrival, Su Zhe immediately snatched one and began to eat. He then recounted the events in Ryan City to Xiao Ling and the others. Though anger simmered within them, they understood that even the most despicable individuals often have their own misfortunes, and thus refrained from passing judgment. Wu Qing, I have a task for you. Su Zhe grabbed another toasted bun, chewing thoughtfully as he spoke. The people from Ryan City should be on the move by now. Accompany them and eliminate any remaining demons in the vicinity. I never expected our Su to possess such compassion. Wu Qing chuckled. Su Zhe returned the smile. Compassion does not quite capture it. Among them is an individual I hold in high regard. It would be a shame if they were to perish so soon. Chapter 21. The Su family of Tsangyue City. Wu Qing was indifferent. As a fugitive, he was unconcerned about undertaking another journey. Thus he willingly accepted the task assigned to him by Su Zhe. After Wu Qing departed, Su Zhe found a secluded corner and drew out the gilded blade, continuing his practice. The 200 speed enhancement was no trifling matter. Waves of golden light sliced through the night sky. Xiao Ling and Mu Qingyan had long grown accustomed to this spectacle. Li Luo tugged at Mu Qingyan and inquired, What is Su Boss up to? Mu Qingyan chuckled. Are you blind? It is quite evident that he is wielding his blade. Li Luo sighed. I know he is wielding his blade, but why? Practicing during the day is one thing, but why at night? Is there some significance to this? Curious to know, Yes, indeed. You should ask him yourself. I'm going to sleep. With that, Mu Qingyan ceased to engage with Li Luo. Li Luo scratched the back of his head. His curiosity piqued, yet he suppressed the urge to inquire further. Ask, what a ridiculous notion. If Su Boss was so earnestly wielding his blade, and he inadvertently got caught in the swing, a blade capable of cleaving through iron would undoubtedly spell doom for even a novice demon lord, let alone a mere mortal like him. Li Luo had no desire to court disaster. The night passed in silence until dawn broke, when Xiao Ling and the others awoke. Su Zhe was still lost in his blade practice, drenched in sweat. Observing this, Xiao Ling promptly retrieved a clean set of clothes from her spatial ring and placed it nearby for later use. Ding. Blade count. 1. Pausing. Su Zhe opened his attribute panel to review the changes. Cultivation level, 5th rank martial lord. Blade count, 81, 648. Strength, 30, 013. 394, blade count bonus. X2, forged body bonus, 27, 388. The successful blade strikes from that night were quite impressive, and Su Zhe felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He had now ascended to the rank of 5th rank martial lord. Across the entire continent, it was improbable to find another who could elevate from 1st rank martial lord to 5th rank in a single night. Coupled with the benefits from the forged body, Su Zhe's net strength could now rival that of a 4th rank martial emperor. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Zhe noticed the clean clothing beside him and turned his gaze toward Xiao Ling, who was preparing breakfast, a smile gracing his lips. After greeting her, he made his way to a nearby pond to wash up. Clad in his fresh attire, Su Zhe was about to return when he suddenly sensed a menacing aura emanating from the southwest. Demons, Su Zhe chuckled. The opportunity to rack up blade counts was too good to pass up. Besides the ominous energy, he also detected several life forces nearby. Presumably, a few individuals were being pursued by demons. Without hesitation, Su Zhe set off, appearing within a mere 100 meters of 3 individuals being chased by a high-ranking demon king. The trio, a man and 2 women, appeared to be a few years older than Su Zhe. The strongest among them was the woman in a green gown, a 3rd-rank martial master. The man in the lead was a 1st-rank martial master, while the other woman was a 5th-rank martial warrior. Logically speaking, such a weak group would stand no chance of escaping from a high-ranking demon king. Glancing at the demon king, it was evident that it was not exerting its full strength in pursuit. Otherwise, it would have caught and torn apart the trio long ago. Strange. Demons are typically ruthless and bloodthirsty. Why was this one acting so unusually? Could there be a hidden agenda? Without further contemplation, Su Zhe brushed past the astonished trio, positioning himself before the advancing high-ranking demon king. Roar. Foolish human, are you not running upon seeing me? Are you not afraid I will tear you apart? The demon king halted, its eyes narrowing menacingly upon Su Zhe. Su Zhe smiled. If you possess the skill, then come at me. Just as the demon king prepared to charge, it took a step forward but abruptly stopped. Seeing it hesitate, Su Zhe taunted, what? A high-ranking demon king fears a mere human like me? However, Su Zhe's provocation had no effect. A flicker of shock crossed the demon king's furious face, which soon morphed into terror. It stumbled back a step before turning tail and fleeing. The 3 being pursued were left dumbfounded, as was Su Zhe. What was happening? Why was it so cowardly? Nevertheless, the opportunity to amass blade counts was not to be squandered. With a thought, he summoned the gilded blade. Divine skill, Phantom Blade 9 slashes. A resounding crash echoed, and the high-ranking demon king exploded in a shower of blood and gore. Ding. Slayed a high-ranking demon king. Blade count 10,000. Divine skill? The rescued male stuttered in astonishment. The 3rd-rank martial master female remained relatively composed, taking a deep breath before stepping forward to address Su Zhe. I am Su Hong, of the Su family from Tsangyue City. We are deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention. We have nothing to offer in return, but please accept this as a token of our appreciation. As she spoke, Su Hong produced a token inscribed with the character Su, presenting it with both hands. This is the token of our Su family. With it, if you visit Tsangyue City, you shall face no difficulties. Of course, given Su Zhe's current strength, he could venture anywhere without fear of trouble. Nonetheless, it was an opportunity not to be missed, and the token appeared to hold significant value. Moreover, the Su family, sharing the same surname, was an intriguing coincidence. In the memories of the original owner of this body, he had been an abandoned orphan, alone and without kin, surviving solely by luck. Su Zhe said nothing, accepting the token and placing it into his system space. He then sheathed his gilded blade and prepared to depart. Benefactor, please wait. Su Hong suddenly called out to him. What is it? Su Zhe turned back. Su Hong, somewhat bashful, said, are you traveling alone? I mean no offense, but the 3 of us need to return to Tsangyue City, which is a week's journey away. We can handle minor encounters with demon soldiers, but if we were to encounter a demon king again, we would be in peril. Would you accompany us back to Tsangyue City? I assure you, our family leader will reward you handsomely. Tsangyue City ranks 4th among the armed forces on the continent, and happens to be the city on the way to the Spirit Beast mountain range. Su Zhe was not averse to escorting a few individuals. Though Xiao Ling and the others would not object, he was not alone. He was part of a team and valued democratic decision-making. Joining you is feasible, provided my companions agree. Su Zhe shrugged, gesturing toward where Xiao Ling and the others were. You should first approach them. And you? Will you not accompany us? I have matters to attend to, but will join shortly. Is that a refusal? Su Zhe chuckled. Su Hong quickly shook her head. It is not a refusal. Since you have expressed it, we shall certainly respect your wishes. Chapter 22. Nothing more than this. The reason Su Zhe did not accompany Su Hong and the others to seek out Xiao Ling was that, at the moment the high-level demon king fled, he sensed a threatening aura. Undoubtedly, it was this very aura that compelled the high-level demon king to retreat. Moreover, Su Zhe was certain that this was a demon with strength surpassing that of a junior demon sovereign. However, he was perplexed. It was already astonishing to encounter two junior demon sovereigns with still over half a month's journey remaining to the Spirit Beast mountain range. Yet now there was a demon of even higher rank. How peculiar. It was precisely this curiosity that prevented him from immediately returning to find Xiaoling. He needed to ascertain the truth of the matter first. Meanwhile, Su Hong and her companions were oblivious to Su Zhe's intentions. Sister Hong, is that person trustworthy? After Su Zhe departed, the boy named Zhao Chong whispered this inquiry. Su Hong shot him a glance and retorted, "What level of cultivation does one need to wield divine techniques?" "A martial emperor," Zhao Chong stammered. "Do you think a martial emperor would bother deceiving us?" "It does seem unnecessary," he conceded. "Let us go and meet the young martial emperor's acquaintances." On the other side, Su Zhe followed the fleeting aura of threat to a lake adorned with vibrant green algae. In the center of the lake lay a small island, upon which stood a quaint wooden cabin. The ominous aura had emanated from within this cabin. Intriguing. A smile crept across Su Zhe's lips as he effortlessly tread upon the algae, arriving at the island in the blink of an eye. "Come in," a voice, tinged with age, resonated from within the cabin as Su Zhe touched down. Yet, he remained unmoved. Why should he enter simply because he was invited? Did he appear so obedient? He glanced at his reflection in the water, adjusting a few stray hairs by his ear. This spirited young man is rather handsome. The demon within the cabin had not anticipated that the outsider would be so unyielding. Had it not been for this individual's remarkable talents and potential utility, it would have already eliminated Su Zhe. "Young man, your arrogance is a perilous trait," the voice continued from inside. Su Zhe, undaunted, provocatively replied, "And what of it? It is far superior to being a coward who hides away indoors. Beware your words. A moment of rashness could bring about your demise," the voice warned. "You must possess the capability to kill me first," Su Zhe countered, a grin forming on his lips. "It seems you must endure some hardship before you learn to temper your arrogance." As the last words left the speaker's lips, a thunderous explosion erupted. The wooden cabin was instantly shattered into countless fragments. A grotesque demon, towering at nearly 3 meters, sat upon a stone bench, brandishing a sinister silver trident. Its crimson eyes bore into Su Zhe with dangerous intensity. "You have one final chance, young man," it declared. "What opportunity?" Su Zhe asked. "The chance to serve me." "Oh," Su Zhe laughed. "What makes you think I would serve a mere high-level demon sovereign?" "Because I hold your life in my hands," the demon replied, narrowing its eyes. The atmosphere around it grew oppressive, causing even Su Zhe to feel a slight weight upon his chest. Indeed, high-level demon sovereigns were formidable. Had he not attained the 5th stage of martial sovereign, he would have likely struggled to breathe under such pressure. "Very well, it seems I have not misjudged you." The high-level demon sovereign relented, retracting its aura. Su Zhe smirked. "Is this truly your strength? Hardly impressive. Do you know whom you are addressing?" The demon scoffed. Before Su Zhe could respond, the demon continued, "I am a high-level demon sovereign, newly ascended, and dealing with a 5th stage martial sovereign like you is hardly a challenge." Indeed, a typical 5th stage martial sovereign would struggle against a high-level demon sovereign. However, Su Zhe was no ordinary opponent. He possessed the spirit body enhancement, extraordinary techniques, and the glorious Overlord blade. Would he be intimidated? Absolutely not. With the glorious Overlord blade in hand, he casually pointed the blade toward the high-level demon sovereign, retorting, "Do you know whom you are addressing?" Unperturbed, the high-level demon sovereign remained calm. "Do you believe you have the right to ask me that?" "You will soon discover whether I have that right," Su Zhe replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. With that, he unleashed his strike. Divine technique, Ghost Blade 9 slashes. The high-level demon sovereign merely snorted, deftly deflecting Su Zhe's attack with a sweep of its trident. "Is this all you are capable of?" It laughed. "I will grant you one more chance to serve me, and I will ensure your survival. In your dreams." Su Zhe chuckled lightly. He had only exerted half of his strength previously. Now, he was prepared to get serious. Divine technique, Ghost Blade 9 slashes. 9 blades, swirling with ghostly energy, spiraled toward the high-level demon sovereign. Although it sensed this attack was stronger than the last, the demon remained unfazed, confident as it raised its trident, ready to disperse the incoming assault once more. Yet, just as the 9 blades approached within 2 meters, they suddenly merged into a colossal skull, instilling a deep sense of crisis within the high-level demon sovereign. Immediately on guard, the demon prepared for confrontation. However, when the enormous skull was merely half a meter away, it regretted its decision. It attempted to flee, but it was too late. This is bad. I was careless. Human, you are not a mere fifth-stage martial sovereign. You are. Before the high-level demon sovereign could finish its sentence, it was consumed whole by the skull. Moments later, the skull's 7 orifices erupted with radiant golden light, followed by a deafening explosion. The high-level demon sovereign was instantly obliterated into a puddle of gore. As the light dissipated, the ground was drenched in crimson. Since the explosion had occurred within the demon's body, it resulted in a rain of blood. This time, however, as it was enveloped in blade energy. The explosion did not lead to a downpour. Beep. Slayed a high-level demon sovereign. Blade count 25,000. High-level demon sovereigns are hardly remarkable, Su Zhe remarked with a smile. Without lingering, he returned across the algae-covered lake to the shore. Upon checking his stats, he found his blade count had reached 110,000. Without further thought, he upgraded his physique. Physique, celestial spirit body, can be upgraded to divine body with 1,000,000 blade count. Wait, there exists a divine body above the celestial spirit body. Impressive. However, now was not the time to contemplate the divine body. Su Zhe attempted to sense the distinction between his celestial spirit body and his spirit body. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. The spirit body merely doubled his inherent strength, but the celestial spirit body not only retained the double enhancement, but also allowed Su Zhe to feel as though his body were an inexhaustible vessel, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chapter 23, A Golden Figurine System. What is the true purpose of this celestial spirit? Su Zhe could not help but inquire. Yet, the system remained silent, leaving him to explore the answers on his own. Although somewhat exasperated, he felt a sense of well-being. If he closed his eyes and focused on his surroundings, he could perceive minute golden particles in the air continuously merging into his body, a refreshing sensation. Suddenly, Su Zhe noticed a small golden figurine in his dantian. The celestial energy that had been absorbed into his body cycled through and eventually converged into this tiny figure. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a progress bar atop the figurine's head, reading 001. This indicated that the figurine was, in fact, absorbing the celestial energy. What would happen when the progress bar reached 100? Su Zhe was uncertain. He wished to inquire further, but the system remained unresponsive. Very well. The existence of this golden figurine must have its own significance. I shall wait until the progress bar reaches 100 to unveil its mysteries. With that thought, Su Zhe set off towards where Xiao Ling was located. Upon his arrival, he found Xiao Ling and her companions facing off against Su Hong and her group, both sides casting wary glances at one another. "Brother Su, you're back," Xiao Ling exclaimed, her tense demeanor finally relaxing. "What are you all doing?" Su Zhe asked. With a smile, Xiao Ling inquired, "The 3 of them claim you promised to take them along to Tsangyue City. Is that true?" Su Zhe glanced at Su Hong and her companions before returning his gaze to Xiao Ling. He nodded slightly, then shook his head. "It's all right. It's on the way. If you don't agree, then I want to take them." "Oh my little Ling sister. Are you worried that your brother Su will be snatched away by the beauties across from us?" Mu Qingyan teased. Though Su Hong was indeed slightly more attractive than Xiao Ling. "But our Su Zhe is not one to waver, is he?" As he spoke, Mu Qingyan shot a sidelong glance at Su Zhe, who chose to ignore him. Xiao Ling's cheeks flushed, and she muttered, "I'm not worried about that. I just don't trust them." "You needn't worry," Su Hong replied, her expression unreadable. "Once we reach Tsangyue City, we will part ways and not linger." "Exactly," added a girl named Su Qian beside her. "Our Su family is prominent in Tsangyue City. We would not engage in deceitful behavior. If it weren't for the perilous journey, we wouldn't have suggested traveling together." "Don't be so stingy," Zhao Chong chimed in. "Rest assured, the Su family will not neglect those who have aided us. Once we arrive in Tsangyue City, we will treat you with the utmost hospitality." "Well, I think," Li Luo interjected, "they seem quite reasonable. Why don't we take them along? It would be nice to have company on the road." Mu Qingyan raised both hands in agreement. Yes, the more the merrier. Initially, Su Zhe had been indifferent to the situation, but with everyone now expressing support for the idea, Xiao Ling felt increasingly isolated and embarrassed. Xiao Ling was nearly at her wit's end. Internally, she berated Mu Qingyan and Li Luo. "Which side are you on?" Seeing that Xiao Ling appeared displeased, Su Zhe waved his hand dismissively. "You all can go on your own." "Huh?" Su Hong was taken aback. Everyone else was equally astonished. "What do you mean by that?" Su Hong asked. Su Zhe shrugged. With your own abilities, if you exercise caution, you can reach Songyue City safely. His meaning was clear. He did not intend to take Su Hong and her companions along. Mu Qingyan and Li Luo exchanged glances, wishing to speak up for Su Hong, but were silenced by Su Zhe's glare. Xiao Ling remained silent, feeling a mix of joy and disappointment. Joyful that Su Zhe sided with her, yet worried that he might label her as petty and unapproachable due to the disagreement. Fine, Su Hong replied, not one to linger on matters. Since they were unwilling to include her companions, she would not press further. After they departed, Su Zhe took out the gilded saber, preparing to wield it. Brother Su, Xiao Ling said, a stiff expression on her face, I'm not being petty. I know, Su Zhe replied nonchalantly. I trust you more than them. Those Su Zhe's words warmed Xiao Ling's heart. She felt compelled to clarify. Honestly, from the moment I saw them, I didn't trust them. I felt they had ulterior motives for getting close to you, which is why I opposed traveling with them. I understand, Su Zhe said with a smile, gently patting Xiao Ling's head. All right, I'm about to swing my saber. Get ready, we should set off. After a moment's pause, Xiao Ling nodded, a smile returning to her face, her earlier troubles dissipating. Meanwhile, once Su Hong and her group had moved away, Zhao Chong remarked, Sister Hong, that girl is such a buzzkill. Su Hong shot him a glance. It doesn't matter. I refuse to believe they won't stop at Songyue City. Let us hurry back and report Su Zhe's situation to my father. Sister Hong, you don't actually believe Su Zhe is the illegitimate son the Lord abandoned, do you? Uncertain, she replied. That's why we need to reach Songyue City before them. I hope he is. A martial emperor at such a young age. His potential is limitless. If cultivated properly, he could elevate our Su family beyond the other clans. Perhaps even to the forefront of the 5 great families. Returning to Su Zhe's side, the 4 continued on their journey. Su Zhe led the way, swinging his saber as he walked, with Xiao Ling and the others trailing behind. Little Ling sister, are you being too sensitive? I don't sense any trouble with Su Hong and her group, Mu Qingyan lamented. What a pity. I was hoping to seize the opportunity to flirt. Indeed, Li Luo echoed. It's been ages since I've seen any beautiful girls. Xiao Ling rolled her eyes at them. You two really have no worldly experience. Instead of discussing girls, shouldn't you be concerned about Wu Qing's safety? Mu Qingyan waved his hand dismissively. That bold fellow. He'll be fine. Oh, I heard that. When Wu Qing returns, I'm going to tell on you. Hey, my little Ling, don't throw me under the bus. As evening fell, the 4 came to a halt before a dense forest. Chapter 24. The golden body Su Zhe halted, his body drenched in sweat as he swung his blade. Xiao Ling stepped forward, offering a dry towel, which Su Zhe accepted to wipe away the perspiration. He then gazed into the dense forest ahead, declaring, We shall rest here tonight and wait for Wu Qing. All right, Xiao Ling agreed, as did Mu Qingyan and Li Luo. Stay put and do not wander off, he added before plunging into the thicket. After swiftly dealing with a dozen demons lurking at the forest's edge, he found a serene lake and settled down to meditate. In his mind, he reviewed his attribute panel, cultivation level, 2nd rank martial emperor. Blade strikes, 23042. Strength, 30017953. Blade strike bonus, x2, refinement body bonus, 36506. A slight smile graced Su Zhe's lips, overall feeling content. His cultivation had reached the 2nd rank martial emperor, and with the double bonus, his effective power had even soared to that of a 5th rank martial emperor. The strength of a martial saint stood at 40,000, meaning with one more night of effort, he could attain that level. Next, Su Zhe inspected the small golden figure within his dantian. The progress bar above its head had reached 0.02, which puzzled him. After half a day's time, it had only increased by 0.01. This seemed excessively slow. Was there no way to expedite the progress? After a moment of silence, with no response forthcoming, Su Zhe sighed in resignation. All right, I shall go with the flow. He then began to swing his blade by the lakeside. It was not until nearly 4 in the early hours that he heard, ding. Blade strikes, 1 ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed 22,222 blade strikes and received a grand prize. Would you like to claim it? He paused, wiping the sweat from his brow before responding, claim it. Ding. Acquired system space 10-fold expansion. Earth level golden body x1, blade strikes, 100000. Golden body? What is this? Su Zhe promptly opened his attribute panel to investigate. Name, Su Zhe. Age, 18. Physique, celestial spirit body, can consume 1,000,000 blade strikes to ascend to divine body. Cultivation level, 3rd rank martial emperor. Martial skills, supreme technique stone shattering heaven, max level. Divine technique ghost blade 9 slashes, can consume 100,000 blade strikes to ascend to ghost blade 18 slashes. Weapon, gilded overlord blade, can consume 200,000 blade strikes to ascend to flame dragon soulbreaker blade. Blade strikes, 178561. System space, 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters. Strength, 300222222. Blade strike bonus, X2, refinement body bonus, 45044. Blade strike success rate, 4, can consume 100,000 blade strikes to ascend to 5. Golden body, 1-star celestial 0. 02, 1-star earth, 0, 1-star mysterious, can consume 5,000,000 blade strikes to unlock. 1-star yellow, can consume 5,000,000 blade strikes to unlock. After reviewing his attributes, Su Zhe was taken aback, particularly by the newly added golden body attribute. The 002 next to the 1-star celestial immediately reminded him of the small golden figure in his dantian. With a slight twitch of his lips, Su Zhe examined his dantian once more. Sure enough, beside the previous small golden figure, another had manifested. Interesting. Su Zhe chuckled. System, please explain. Ding. The golden body comprises 4 categories: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each subdivided into 1 to 3 stars. When the progress bar reaches 100, it automatically ascends 1 star. What is the function of this golden body? Ding. 1 star allows for the external projection of a 1-zhong golden body, serving as a combat weapon for the host. 2 stars enable a 10-zhong golden body. 3 stars double the host's strength and allow for the external projection of a 20-zhong golden body. Ding. When all 4 golden bodies reach full 3 stars, they can be combined into 1. Combined into 1? Su Zhe inquired eagerly. What occurs upon such a combination? After a few seconds of waiting, he received no answer, prompting him to roll his eyes heavenward. Such half-finished statements were quite torturous. This system was exceedingly mischievous. Nonetheless, the golden body indeed seemed a remarkable asset, especially considering that a 3-star golden body could double strength, combined with his existing double bonus. His combat prowess would be unparalleled on this continent. Furthermore, he now possessed 2 golden bodies. If both attained 3 stars, would that not result in a quadruple enhancement? Moreover, there were still 2 more yet to be unlocked. If they were to be unlocked, he could hardly fathom the immense power he would wield. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Regaining his focus, Su Zhe stowed away his attribute panel and leaped forward, dashing into the depths of the forest. He was eager to test the might of this golden body. In this dense thicket, the most formidable demons were merely 2 high-ranking demon kings. At that moment, the 2 demon kings were resting with their subordinates in a clearing. Suddenly, they both turned their gaze toward a singular direction as a figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. Upon Su Zhe's arrival, the surrounding demon soldiers quickly surrounded him. One high-ranking demon general, bearing sharp fangs, taunted, "Foolish human, you must be quaking in fear now. Scream for mercy. If your cries please me, I might leave you with a whole corpse." As the high-ranking demon general finished, laughter erupted among the surrounding demons. Su Zhe chuckled. His calm demeanor caused the 2 high-ranking demon kings to grow wary. Silence. One of the demon kings barked, furrowing his brow to silence the raucous soldiers. Instantly, the boisterous demons fell silent, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Human. The high-ranking demon king who had hushed the soldiers squinted at Su Zhe. "What brings you here?" "To kill you," Su Zhe replied candidly. "Haha." The high-ranking demon king laughed. "Do you truly believe you alone possess the capability to slay us? Care to give it a try?" Su Zhe raised his hand, pointing at the demon king. With a flick of his mind, a golden light ignited from behind him. In an instant, a 1-zhong golden figure materialized behind him. The sight left the demon horde dumbfounded. The 2 high-ranking demon kings quickly regained composure, their eyes wide with terror, as an overwhelming fear gripped their hearts. Without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned their subordinates and fled in a panic. This golden body could only be unleashed by a martial saint. Even if they had never witnessed it firsthand, they had heard tales from the demon lords and emperors. The demon emperors had even advised them, should they encounter a human warrior capable of wielding a golden body, to flee at all costs. After all, even a demon lord could be instantly vanquished by a human martial saint's golden body, let alone these lesser demons. This was no jest. Seeing the high-ranking demon king abandon his underlings, a smirk crept upon Su Zhe's lips. No one would escape. With a snap of his fingers, the golden figure swiftly appeared before one of the fleeing high-ranking demon kings. Ah, no. Spare me. I swear I will never harm another human again. Please, do not kill me, the high-ranking demon king pleaded. Before he could finish, the golden figure, devoid of emotion, delivered a single, powerful slap to the demon king's face. With a resounding thud, the demon king's head was obliterated, resulting in instant demise. Chapter 25. It was my doing. Another high-ranking demon king dared not even glance back at his companion. Overwhelmed with an urge to weep, all it desired was to flee, to escape the reach of Su Zhe's assault. However, just as its companion's head was shattered, a golden figure materialized before it. In despair, the high-ranking demon king fell to its knees, wailing for mercy. Alas, the golden figure was a soulless killing machine, obeying only Su Zhe's commands. With a swift strike, it reduced the kneeling demon king to a mere puddle of flesh. The other demon soldiers, witnessing the demise of their comrade, were seized by terror and scattered in all directions. Su Zhe made no attempt to pursue them, nor did he unsheath his gilded blade. Instead, he commanded the golden figure to swiftly eliminate the fleeing demons. Just as the golden figure raised its hand to swat the last high-ranking demon as one would a fly, it vanished from sight. The demon, narrowly escaping death, froze momentarily before bolting away. Su Zhe, equally bewildered, could not comprehend the situation. He understood the adage that wildfires cannot be extinguished, and life will inevitably spring anew. Without hesitation, he grasped the gilded blade and swung it, severing the high-ranking demon's waist from a distance of 1,000 meters. Ding! Slain 29 demons, total swings, 51, 250. A glance at his attribute panel revealed the reason for the golden figure's disappearance. Golden figure, 1-star celestial, 0, 1-star low, 0, 1-star profound, can unlock with 5, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0 swings. 1-star yellow, can unlock with 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 swings. The 0, 0, 2 progress absorbed by the 1-star celestial had been reset to 0. Su Zhe chuckled, realizing that the usage of the golden figure relied on the essence of heaven and earth. The progress bar represented the energy source for the golden figure. Once depleted, it would vanish, only to be reactivated once energy was restored. Given this situation, it would be prudent to refrain from using it indiscriminately unless absolutely necessary. As achieving 100 progress could take an eternity, he sheathed the gilded blade and returned to the serene lakeside for a refreshing bath. After donning clean attire, he rejoined Xiao Ling and the others. It was approximately 4:30 a.m., and the sky remained shrouded in darkness. As Su Zhe returned, Li Luo opened her eyes briefly before drifting back to slumber. He casually found a tree to sit against, observing the three sprawled out in slumber, and could not help but smile, shaking his head before closing his own eyes for a brief rest. 2 hours later, Xiao Ling awoke, stretching her limbs and catching sight of Su Zhe asleep against the tree. She paused, as it was the first time she had seen him asleep since their acquaintance. Although they had shared separate rooms in the inn in Jiangzhou City, she had assumed he must have been sleepless, given his relentless training. Just then, Mu Qingyan also stirred, intending to speak, but Xiao Ling swiftly dashed over, covering his mouth with her hand. Startled, he gestured with his eyes, inquiring what she was doing. Xiao Ling shot him a glance towards Su Zhe, her eyes conveying a silent message. Can't you see Su Gu is sleeping? Be quiet. Across from them, Li Luo also woke, eager to laugh at their antics, but a glare from Xiao Ling silenced her. At noon, when Wu Qing returned, Su Zhe finally opened his eyes. Wu Qing. He rose from the ground, catching sight of the three with varied expressions, 2 of whom appeared almost green. What happened to you? Crazy Su. You finally woke up. Mu Qingyan exclaimed, nearly in tears. You have no idea how overbearing Xiao Ling was while you were asleep. Not only did she forbid us from speaking, but she wouldn't even let us move. Do you know how excruciating it was to sit still for 5 hours? Exactly. Li Luo chimed in, on the brink of madness. The moment I moved even slightly, Xiao Ling glared at me as if she would devour me whole. It was terrifying. Hey, what are you two talking about? Xiao Ling pouted, clearly displeased. Mu Qingyan quickly hid behind Su Zhe, pointing at Xiao Ling. Crazy Su. You need to rein her in. She has gone mad. Yeah, you should really manage her. Li Luo echoed, also retreating behind Su Zhe. You too. Xiao Ling found their antics amusing. Su Zhe chuckled, and pulled them out from behind him. Enough of this. Don't bully Xiaoling. We're not. She's the one bullying us, Mu Qingyan protested pitifully. Su Zhe could not be bothered with them. However, he realized that his light sleep was why Wu Qing's return had disturbed him. Without Xiaoling's interference, he might not have woken until noon. That nap had been refreshing. Wu Qing, how did things go in my city? Su Zhe inquired, ignoring the ongoing commotion. Wu Qing shrugged. It went smoothly. We encountered a few demon soldiers on the way and dealt with them. The lord of my city was quite willing to accept them. That's good. Su Zhe nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the three, still bickering. All right, gather your things, eat something, and prepare to set off. After a quick meal, the five entered the dense forest that Su Zhe had cleared the previous night. Su Gu, are you not going to wield your blade? Xiaoling asked, surprised to see him unarmed. I'm taking a break for a couple of days, Su Zhe replied with a smile. I'm human too, and I need rest. They soon arrived at the site where Su Zhe had dispatched two high-ranking demon kings the night before, the ground littered with their pulverized remains. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Who did this? Mu Qingyan covered his nose and kicked one of the decapitated demon bodies. Noticing the fatal precision of the strikes, Wu Qing surveyed the scene and concluded they all died last night. Judging by the technique, it must have been a master. Su boss, did you do all of this? Li Luo asked, turning to Su Zhe. Before he could respond, Mu Qingyan interjected, we all know crazy Su uses a blade. These bodies are clearly bludgeoned to death, with no signs of cuts. How could it possibly be him? Not necessarily, Wu Qing smirked, pointing to a nearby high-ranking demon that had been cleaved in two. Everyone gasped in unison, then turned their curious gazes back to Su Zhe. He shrugged. Indeed. It was my doing. But your weapon is a blade, right? How come these bodies don't look like they were cut down? Mu Qingyan asked, perplexed. Su Zhe smiled and clarified, I did it, but not with my own hands. Then who did? My golden figure. As soon as Su Zhe finished speaking, Mu Qingyan burst into laughter. Crazy Su, stop joking. The golden figure is a skill exclusive to those in the martial saint realm. How could a mere third-rank martial king like you possess it? Chapter 26. A mere trial. Su Zhe remained silent, smiling at Mu Qingyan. The absence of his words inexplicably caused a fluttering sensation in Mu Qingyan's heart, especially upon witnessing Su Zhe's smile, which left him feeling uncertain. Please stop smiling. This jest is truly unamusing. Mr. Su, are you serious? Brother Su? Only Wu Qing remained quiet, her captivating phoenix eyes fixed with keen interest on Su Zhe. Noticing their skepticism, Su Zhe had no intention of elaborating further. After all, the progress of his golden body was progressing exceedingly slowly, requiring nearly half a day's spiritual energy for a casual release. However, observing the eager expressions of his companions, he decided to discreetly check his attributes. Astonishingly, both the progress bars for the 1-star celestial golden body and the 1-star earthly golden body had reached 0.03. Despite the fact that only 7 or 8 hours had elapsed since 4 o'clock last night, this rapid advancement was 3 times quicker than during the day, when it only increased by 0.01. At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind, beep. The more vibrant the spiritual energy in an area, the more beneficial it is for the growth of the golden body. Understanding dawned upon Su Zhe. The spiritual energy in this forest was indeed more abundant than outside, facilitating a more rapid absorption for his golden body. No wonder there was a 0.03 increase in just 7 or 8 hours. Concealing his attribute panel, Su Zhe unveiled his 1-star celestial golden body before the expectant gazes of Xiaoling and the others. As they beheld the towering figure behind Su Zhe, a golden effigy nearly 3 meters tall that bore an uncanny resemblance to him, everyone present was rendered speechless. Hey, golden body? No way. You truly possess a golden body? Mu Qingyan gasped, nearly dropping his jaw. Li Luo was equally astonished, exclaiming, my goodness, isn't a golden body exclusive to martial saints? Mr. Su, are you absolutely certain you're only 18? Wu Qing chuckled. A monster, truly a monster. Xiaoling remained silent. Though she was aware of Su Zhe's rapid ascension in strength, she could hardly believe that within just a few days, he had broken through to martial saint. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never have believed such a person could exist. Su Zhe, chuckling, retracted his golden body, stating, I've said it before. I possess a golden body. Mu Qingyan was on the verge of tears, an 18-year-old martial saint. Oh heavens, I can't believe I'm friends with an 18-year-old martial saint. What luck do I have? What if I hadn't stopped you back in Jiangzhou? It wouldn't have mattered, Su Zhe pondered before replying. life would continue. Wu Qing, her brow furrowed, inquired, over the past 2 days. I've sensed your strength increasing at an astonishing rate. Yet, I never expected you to reach Martial Saint so quickly. Could you enlighten us on how you achieved this? With her question, both Mu Qingyan and Li Luo gazed at Su Zhe with curiosity. Xiaoling, however, felt a twinge of concern, fearing that if too many learned Su Zhe's secrets, it could be detrimental. Nevertheless, Su Zhe appeared unperturbed as he brandished his gilded blade, swinging it lightly. The attention of the group shifted to the weapon. Mu Qingyan, incredulous, asked, could it be that simply wielding the blade makes one stronger? Su Zhe smiled. What do you think? That is utterly ridiculous. What kind of blade is this? Why would swinging it enhance strength? Crazy Su, lend me your blade. I want to give it a try. With that, Mu Qingyan reached out his hand towards Su Zhe. Casting him a sidelong glance, Su Zhe promptly sheathed the gilded blade. He had no intention of allowing anyone to test his weapon. Embarrassed, Mu Qingyan withdrew his hand, scratching the back of his head, and awkwardly remarked, the weather is rather pleasant today. Wu Qing pressed on, aren't you concerned that sharing your secret with us might lead to it being revealed? Not at all. Su Zhe shrugged nonchalantly, what I say has no impact on me. His candidness earned him the admiration of Wu Qing and the others. Those devoid of strength or confidence could never so casually utter such words. Now, all they could do was marvel at him, looking at Su Zhe and then at himself. Mu Qingyan sighed. Why is there such a disparity despite us both being 18? The 5 continued their journey. Given the vastness of the forest, it took them 2 full days to emerge from its depths. During these 2 days, Su Zhe had not been as preoccupied with time as before. He indulged in meals, rest, and engaged in battles with the demon soldiers to accumulate his blade count, finding contentment in his daily routine. Before leaving the forest, he finally surpassed 200,000 blade swings and promptly leveled up his gilded blade. Several attributes underwent transformation. Cultivation, 4th stage martial emperor. Weapon, flame dragon breaking soul blade. Can consume 1,000,000 blade counts to upgrade to 9 revolutions returning soul blade. Blade count 1. Strength, 30025364. Blade count bonus. X2, refined body bonus. 51328. With a mere thought, a 1.5 meter blade, adorned with 2 crimson-eyed golden dragons etched on either side, materialized in his grasp. This was the flame dragon breaking soul blade. Su Zhe could even feel the essence of the dragons depicted on the blade. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He turned to face the dense forest behind him, his gaze locking onto a colossal tree 1,000 meters away. Without hesitation, he swung his blade. 2 golden dragons erupted from the flame dragon breaking soul blade, spiraling around and maneuvering past the tangled trees obstructing their path. As they neared the target, they split and launched a simultaneous assault from either side. A resounding crash echoed as the target tree was obliterated into splinters. Thus, it became clear. The blade energy had materialized into dragon forms, significantly enhancing its offensive power. Previously, the blade energy could swiftly eliminate demon soldiers, but now, dispatching demon kings would be effortless, even capable of severely injuring demon sovereigns. This was merely the damage inflicted by a normal attack. The destructive potential of the flame dragon breaking soul blade, when employing extraordinary techniques, would be unfathomable. Su Zhe caressed the surface of the flame dragon breaking soul blade, satisfaction radiating from him. Meanwhile, Xiaoling and the others stared at him in awe. What was that blade? What had just transpired? How did 2 dragons emerge from within? And why did it seem as though Su Zhe had grown stronger once more? Heavens, is he still human? Mu Qingyan swallowed hard, asking, Crazy Su, what were you just doing? Reclaiming the flame dragon breaking soul blade, Su Zhe casually replied, Clearly, I was merely testing my blade. Testing your blade merely? The 4 exchanged glances, then looked back at the flying debris in the distance, rendered speechless. How terrifying. This man was utterly formidable. Oh, by the way, I must clarify something. Su Zhe suddenly interjected. I have yet to reach Martial Saint. I am still just a humble 4th stage martial emperor. The 4 were momentarily stunned, their expressions paling as they chorused, You'd best be quiet. Chapter 27 Arrival at Sanyue City. Su Zhe is merely a 4th-tier martial emperor? Apologies. But Mu Qingyan and the others were utterly incredulous. Even with the enhancement of the forged spirit body, his own cultivation had not reached the martial saint realm, rendering the possibility of possessing a golden body completely implausible. This was their understanding. Su Zhe, however, was disinclined to offer further explanations. Nonetheless, he was surprised to learn from Mu Qingyan that individuals at the martial saint level could indeed possess a golden body. Pondering this, Su Zhe inquired, System, if I were to reach the martial saint realm, would I still have a golden body? Ding. Yes. Su Zhe was astonished. He then asked, does that mean I would possess 3 golden bodies? How many can one person have in this world? Ding. In principle, one person can only possess 1. Su Zhe responded, but if I have 3, does that not contravene the principle? Ding. Possessing a heavenly spirit body allows one to concurrently possess 2 or more golden bodies. So, this is the function of the heavenly spirit body. It seemed rather more complex than it appeared. To outsiders, the ability to possess multiple golden bodies would render one a veritable monster. Without lingering too long, the 5 continued their journey. They passed through a desolate ruin, largely destroyed, where a few demon soldiers were scavenging for treasures. Mu Qingyan drew her twin daggers from her waist and glanced back at Su Zhe, declaring, just a few weaklings. Leave them to me. Su Zhe chuckled, go forth, Pikachu. Mu Qingyan paused, puzzled. What is Pikachu? It means to cheer you on, right? Mu Qingyan's lips twitched, feeling that this term was not as simple as it seemed. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. Eliminating those demon soldiers was the priority. Hey! Mu Qingyan twirled her daggers and cheerfully called out to the few junior demon soldiers in the ruins. What are you looking for? Need any assistance? Upon hearing her voice, the demon soldiers turned to face her, especially wary upon noticing the 4 others behind her. Roar! Are these humans seeking death? Wait, don't be careless. I heard a demon lord was slain by humans yesterday. We should exercise caution. Roar! Caution is warranted, but these humans look like mere children. How strong could their cultivation possibly be? You cowards, watch me. With that, a junior demon soldier brandishing an axe leaped 5 meters in front of Mu Qingyan, sneering, human. You're brave not to flee upon seeing us. If you kneel and call me grandfather now, I might show mercy and spare your life. Enough with the nonsense. Take this. Ultimate technique. Dark Grief Slash. Mu Qingyan leapt into the air, and 2 dazzling blades of light surged from her daggers, spiraling and slicing toward the junior demon soldier. The demon soldier was momentarily stunned. You can use an ultimate technique? This is bad, run. It attempted to flee, but Mu Qingyan's speed was swifter. Just as the demon soldier turned to make its escape, the spiraling blade pierced through its back, deep enough to expose bone, yet it did not strike a fatal blow. The junior demon soldier stumbled and fell to the ground, propping itself up with its arm, desperately trying to plead for mercy. Before it could utter a word, the blade of light flashed incessantly, mercilessly striking into its body. The cries of agony filled the air, and while a single fatal blow might have been merciful, this demon soldier received no such kindness, leaving one to wonder if it was intentional. Ultimately, the demon soldier succumbed to its wounds, its back shredded and bleeding profusely. Xiaoling, speechless, rested her hand on her forehead. Li Luo's lips twitched, while Wu Qing wore a grin. Su Zhe recognized that Mu Qingyan was not deliberately cruel. He understood why she had previously been ambushed by demons, not due to her inability to kill them, but rather her tendency to strike non-vital areas. The other demon soldiers, witnessing their companions' demise at the hands of these humans, were horrified, especially as Mu Qingyan continued to desecrate the fallen. They abandoned their loot and fled in panic. Su Zhe had initially intended to leave all the demon soldiers to Mu Qingyan, but now, as she continued her gruesome act, the others had already scattered. I'll take care of it. Wu Qing volunteered suddenly, not waiting for Su Zhe's response. With a few swift rotations of her wooden stick, her eyes glinted with ferocity. Go, she shouted, hurling the wooden stick. Remarkably, the stick behaved like a boomerang, curving through the air and knocking down all the fleeing demon soldiers with precision. When the stick returned to Wu Qing's hand, every last demon soldier lay defeated. Well done. Su Zhe glanced at her. Your wooden stick is impressive. It has a name. Wu Qing pulled out a grayish-brown handkerchief from her pocket, wiping the blood from the stick. It's called Ruwu. Oh dear, Brother Su, please rein in that fool. Xiao Ling could no longer bear to watch, pointing at Mu Qingyan, who was still desecrating the corpse. Su Zhe chuckled and shook his head, stepping forward to grasp the back of Mu Qingyan's collar, effortlessly pulling her up. That's enough. Mu Qingyan looked bewildered, glancing around at the fallen demon soldiers before realizing. My apologies. I got a bit carried away. Just a bit? I thought you had lost your mind. Xiao Ling rolled her eyes at him. Su Zhe released her. All right, Let us move on. We need to find shelter before nightfall. After traveling for over a week, the five finally arrived at Su City. During this week, although they encountered numerous wandering demons, they were all mere cannon fodder. Su Zhe casually dispatched them, accumulating nearly 20,000 strikes in a week. Coupled with the additional benefits from swinging his weapon, his cultivation had even reached the 5th-tier martial emperor. At this moment, outside Su City, 6 armored warriors stood guard. Su Zhe could immediately discern their cultivation levels. One was a 3rd-tier martial master, while the others were all 1st-tier martial masters. On the city walls, several groups of 6, ranging from 3rd-tier to 1st-tier warriors, patrolled diligently. Truly, this was a city renowned for its formidable military strength, ranking 4th among the great cities. Though the guarding warriors appeared weak to Su Zhe, they were still formidable within this continent. The 3rd-tier martial master stationed at the city gate approached them as they arrived, blocking their path. "Where do you come from?" "Jiangzhou City," Su Zhe replied with a smile. The 3rd-tier martial master scrutinized them closely before asking, "Why would you leave Jiangzhou City to come to Su City?" "We are merely passing through," Xiaoling interjected on Su Zhe's behalf. "We wish to stay for a few days, resupply, and then depart." The 3rd-tier martial master surveyed Xiaoling before continuing, "It is quite chaotic outside. It is not that we are unwilling to let you in. It's just that Su City is currently at full capacity. Unless you possess a martial master level or above, you cannot enter. If not, you must turn back." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyan retorted angrily, "In Jiangzhou City, any martial warrior can enter. Has Su City raised its standards so high now? I distinctly remember it used to allow 3rd-tier martial warriors to enter." Chapter 28. Kneeling in submission, the 3rd-rank martial master wore an apologetic expression. "Please leave, or provide proof of your cultivation." "How heartless," muttered Mu Qingyan, as he silently produced the badge of a 2nd-rank martial master. Su Zhe contemplated for a moment, acknowledging that it was their duty, and thus he too revealed his badge, which he had obtained in Jiangzhou City. However, Wu Qing and the others remained unmoved, as they possessed no such credentials. Although Wu Qing estimated his strength to be that of a 4th-rank martial master, he had never been assessed at any city's identification center. Li Luo, having grown up in the Spirit Beast Mountain range, was unaware of his suitability for cultivation. As for Xiaoling, being from the Spirit Eye clan, she was among the weakest in physique, rendering her unfit for martial training. "Very well," the 3rd-rank martial master nodded. "You too may enter, but the rest must remain outside." "Hey, isn't it customary to allow someone to accompany you?" Mu Qingyan protested. "Are even martial masters forbidden from bringing someone along?" The 3rd-rank martial master shook his head. "That is not permissible. Why are you all so inflexible?" Mu Qingyan attempted to argue, but Su Zhe intervened. With a smile, Su Zhe inquired, "So, does this mean that those who cannot cultivate are barred from entering Su City, regardless of who accompanies them?" The 3rd-rank martial master sighed. "I would gladly let you in, but Su City is already at full capacity. The city lord has decreed that no one else may enter unless someone possesses strength above the Martial King realm." "Martial King realm?" Su Zhe chuckled. "Allow me to enlighten you about the 4th-rank martial emperor." He pointed to the stone lions flanking the city gate and asked, "How much do those stone lions weigh?" The 3rd-rank martial master, puzzled, replied, 8,000 pounds. The strength of a 1st-rank martial king is 5,000 pounds. Without hesitation, Su Zhe approached one of the stone lions and struck it with his palm. A dull thud echoed, and in an instant, the stone lion was reduced to a pile of dust scattered across the ground. 8,000 pounds, and it crumbled to dust? This must require at least a 5th-rank martial king to achieve. The 3rd-rank martial master was taken aback. He quickly signaled to the astonished guards behind him, and one of them dashed into the city. Immediately, a smile adorned the 3rd-rank martial master's face as he stepped aside, saying, "Please, enter. Welcome to Su City. Why didn't you do that sooner?" Mu Qingyan made a face at the 3rd-rank martial master. Su Zhe said nothing more and led the group directly into the city. Upon entering, their first stop was the identification center to exchange their badges. Su City was merely the 4th-ranked city in terms of martial prowess. If it enforced such strict measures, one could only imagine the regulations in cities ranked higher. To avoid future complications, it was prudent to obtain badges of a higher grade. The 5 arrived at the identification center. In the reception hall, 2 men in their late 20s were dozing off. Sensing their arrival, they opened their eyes, and, upon seeing 5 relatively young individuals, their expressions soured. "What do you want at the identification center?" One of the second-rank martial masters asked impatiently. Hey, you. Mu Qingyan was about to reprimand their poor attitude when Su Zhe halted him. We're here to exchange badges, Su Zhe stated with a smile. Exchange badges? The second-rank martial master scrutinized them before sneering. All right, follow me. He led Su Zhe and the others into the identification chamber, his tone still impatient. Hurry up. Who is going first? Su Zhe nudged Wu Qing. You go ahead. With a smirk, Wu Qing confidently approached the testing crystal ball, cracking his knuckles. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch. Instantly, ripples of blue emanated from the crystal ball, followed by 5 beams of light shooting forth. What? You said you were a 4th-rank martial master, but now it's a 5th rank? Mu Qingyan exclaimed in surprise. Wu Qing retracted his fist, stroking his bald head with a grin. I estimated myself to be a 4th rank, but it appears I'm a 5th. Not too shabby. The 2nd-rank martial master's impatience vanished, replaced by astonishment. This guy, he is actually a 5th-rank martial master? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Sangyue City was filled with martial artists. Although most were warriors, there were quite a few martial masters. So he didn't display excessive shock. For someone Wu Qing's age, attaining 5th rank status was indicative of considerable talent. Next, Su Zhe turned to Mu Qingyan and Li Luo. What about you two? Mu Qingyan shrugged. No need for me. I was just assessed before leaving Jiangzhou City. Li Luo, intrigued, decided, I'll give it a try. I haven't been tested yet. With determination, she stepped up to the testing crystal ball, assumed a horse stance, and focused intently on the semi-transparent sphere before her. With a loud shout, she struck it with a punch. However, there was no reaction whatsoever. The 2nd-rank martial master couldn't help but snicker. Embarrassed, Li Luo withdrew her hand, shook out her limbs, and with no hesitation, punched the crystal ball again. This time, white ripples appeared, followed by a beam of white light. That's the manifestation of a 1st-rank warrior. The 2nd-rank martial master laughed uncontrollably. Haha, a 1st-rank warrior? How amusing. Do you still have the audacity to be tested? What a disgrace. Li Luo's lips twitched in embarrassment. Her face flushed. Just as Xiao Ling was about to confront the disrespectful man, Su Zhe raised a hand to stop her. He stepped forward, motioning for Li Luo to step back, and cracked his knuckles. The one bringing shame is you. Though he did not directly address the 2nd-rank martial master, his words were unmistakably aimed at him. The 2nd-rank martial master narrowed his eyes, glaring at Su Zhe with displeasure. He was eager to witness this youth's capabilities. Su Zhe smiled, remaining silent as he gathered his strength into his right hand, focusing intently on the testing crystal ball. With a powerful punch, waves of turbulence erupted within the crystal ball, followed by a surge of golden light that burst forth. With a resounding crash, the testing crystal ball shattered. Although Xiao Ling and the others were already aware of Su Zhe's strength, witnessing the destruction of the crystal ball still left them in awe. As for the 2nd-rank martial master, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, his mind reeling. You are a martial sage? Su Zhe turned to him, his emotionless gaze locking onto the quivering 2nd-rank martial master. Without uttering a word, Su Zhe's mere presence bore down on the 2nd-rank martial master, as if a colossal mountain had settled upon him, making it difficult to breathe. He felt his legs weaken, and he collapsed to his knees before Su Zhe. Chapter 29. Freedom of movement due to the considerable commotion within the testing chamber. A 1st-tier martial artist, who had been outside with a 2nd-tier martial artist, rushed in, bewildered by the sound of an explosion. What happened? Was that an explosion? Upon entering, he was taken aback to see his companion kneeling. Luo Yi, what on earth are you doing? Luo Yi, trembling, pointed at Su Zhe and stammered, He is the martial saint. What? The 1st-tier martial artist's lips twitched in disbelief. Are you joking? That kid looks younger than us. How could he possibly be a martial saint? I swear it's true. Luo Yi was on the verge of tears. I saw it with my own eyes. The testing orb emitted golden light, and he shattered it. Is it really true? Absolutely. I witnessed it myself. As the reality of the situation dawned on him, the 1st-tier martial artist began to tremble. Oh great martial saint, we were blind and disrespectful earlier. Please forgive our transgressions. We are but insignificant beings. Now you know fear? Mu Qingyan chuckled. Where was your sense before? Do you even realize whom you have offended? He is the youngest martial saint in the Xianling continent, sacred and inviolable. Do you comprehend the enormity of your offense? Both men shuddered in terror. Su Zhe interjected, All right, stop frightening them. Go and fetch the badges we are entitled to. Yes, yes, right away. The two scrambled to their feet and hurried outside. Just as they stepped out of the dark room, Su Zhe called out, "Wait a moment." They halted simultaneously, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Luo Yi turned back, forcing a strained smile. "Martial Saint, is there anything else you require? Make sure to bring the subsidy as well," Su Zhe reminded. As martial artists receive a gold coin subsidy every 6 months. Why not take advantage of it? The two nodded eagerly and rushed off to the badge chamber and accounting office. After departing from the testing center, Su Zhe and his companions found comfortable chairs in the reception hall to await their return. Mu Qingyan was nearly in stitches. Haha. The expressions on those two just now were priceless. I can't stop laughing. Enough of that, Xiaoling replied with a smile. You would act the same way if you were in their shoes. Not a chance. Mu Qingyan confidently declared. Such a thing could never happen to me. Before long, the two returned, bearing 3 badges and a chest of gold coins, bowing respectfully. Esteemed one, here are your badges. Luo Yi presented a golden badge to Su Zhe. And here are your 10,000 gold coins, all prepared. Wu Qing and Li Luo also received their rightful badges and coins. They did not linger long at the identification center and left promptly. Once outside, Luo Yi tugged at his companion's sleeve. I'm heading to the city lordess mansion. You stay here and watch the store. Strolling through the bustling streets of Tsangyue City, Li Luo tossed a gold coin in the air, lamenting. Only 1 gold coin for a first-tier martial artist. How miserly. Xiaoling replied with a chuckle. At least you have 1 gold coin. I don't even have half a coin. Wu Qing added, a 5th-tier martial artist only receives 60 coins, and if we only get that every 6 months, we might starve. Mu Qingyan waved his hand dismissively. Money is not a concern. Our eccentric brother Su just received 10,000 coins. That should last us a while. Besides, if we run out, I'm still here. The others turned to him. Mu Qingyan grinned proudly. I am the 2nd son of the Mu family in Jiangzhou City. Before leaving, I discreetly took some money from the treasury. No matter what happens, with me around, you won't go hungry. Xiaoling rolled her eyes. You seem quite proud of stealing from your own family. Wu Qing remarked, that's all you're capable of. Li Luo clicked her tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hey. Mu Qingyan protested. What do you mean by that? If you run out of money, don't come asking me. Su Zhe smiled. All right, everyone is free to move about. Split up to gather the supplies we need, and let us rest in Tsangyue City for 2 days. We'll meet at the city gate the day after tomorrow. Okay. Mu Qingyan and Wu Qing chimed in unison, both agreeing without hesitation. Li Luo stared at her solitary gold coin, sighing in resignation. I only have 1 gold coin. I can't even afford a room. Boss Su, could you spare a little? Su Zhe casually tossed her 1,000 coins. Li Luo grinned broadly, accepting the money. I'm just a lowly first-tier martial artist. Wandering alone makes me an easy target for bullying. How about this? Which of you generous bosses would like to accompany me? Don't look at me. Mu Qingyan waved dismissively. I'm off to flirt with some girls. You'd scare them away by tagging along. Li Luo turned to Wu Qing, who unexpectedly displayed a terrifying smile, causing her to quickly avert her gaze and sweat nervously. Boss Su, what do you think? Then you can come with me. Su Zhe offered. Wonderful. Boss Su is the best. And what about me? Xiaoling looked at Su Zhe with pleading eyes. Su Zhe chuckled. If you wish, you may accompany me as well. Xiaoling beamed. Great. Thus, the 5 of them dispersed along the street. Before they separated, Su Zhe handed Wu Qing 4,000 coins, instructing him to get a spatial ring for himself. With 5,000 coins remaining, he felt sufficiently prepared. Naturally, with Su Zhe's current cultivation level, he could acquire anything he desired for free at any shop, but he had no intention of doing so. Brother Su, where shall we go shopping? Xiaoling asked excitedly. Shopping was something every girl adored. Let us see. Su Zhe pondered before replying. First, we should buy some clothing and food for our journey. The afternoon passed as the trio visited every shop along the main street of Tsangyue City that sold clothing and food. They spent nearly 3,000 coins, filling Xiaoling's spatial ring to capacity, with additional items stored in Su Zhe's system space. As evening approached, they found a pleasant restaurant and chose a table by the window on the 2nd floor, ordering a few small dishes and a pot of tea. Su Zhe abstained from alcohol, having never enjoyed it even on Earth. It was rather peculiar to be in a restaurant and only drink tea. Not long after they began their meal, 2 soft footfalls echoed from the staircase. 2 women, donning identical white gauze dresses and adorned with flowing cloud hairstyles, concealed their faces behind white veils. Each had a flower pattern painted on their foreheads, one with 3 petals and the other with 4, gracefully ascended the stairs and settled near the corridor. These two were rather peculiar. Su Zhe sensed an indescribable aura about them, yet he could not discern their cultivation levels. Meanwhile, Xiaoling's expression shifted at the sight of them. Noticing her change, Su Zhe inquired softly, "What's wrong?" "They are members of the Ling Tong clan," Xiaoling replied, her face emotionless as her grip on her chopsticks tightened involuntarily. Chapter 30. The Spirit Eye Clan. Su Zhe was not surprised to encounter members of the Spirit Eye Clan here, for they are the most formidable support on this continent, and their presence was hardly unexpected. He cast a glance at the two individuals nearby. Xiaoling fell silent for a moment before responding. "My mother once told me that a dot of red cinnabar on the forehead signifies a green eye, a 3-petal flower represents a blue eye, a 4-petal flower denotes a red eye, a 5-petal flower symbolizes a purple eye, and a golden eye is represented by a hexagram. When a member of the Spirit Eye Clan awakens their powers at the age of 12, these symbols will appear on their foreheads, remaining whether or not they utilize the Destiny Eye technique." "What about your forehead?" "I do not possess such markings," Xiaoling replied coldly. "Perhaps it is due to my impure bloodline. Regardless of whether I employ the Destiny Eye technique, my forehead will never bear any symbols." Li Luo interjected. Momentarily dazed, "Su Boss, Xiao Miss, what are you discussing? What is this Destiny technique and hexagram? I don't quite understand." "Do not pry into matters that do not concern you," Su Zhe admonished with a glance. Li Luo obediently fell silent and resumed eating. Although their voices were hushed, the two veiled women overheard them. Both turned to look at Su Zhe and his companions. "Sister Yu, what are they?" The girl adorned with a 3-petal flower was about to speak, but was interrupted as a burly man from the adjacent table suddenly approached them. "How peculiar. It is my first time seeing a member of the Spirit Eye Clan. I have always heard that their women are exceptionally beautiful. How about you unveil your veil for me to behold?" He boomed with laughter. The girl named Mo shot him a cold glance and replied indifferently, "If you wish to live, I suggest you keep your distance." "Huh, quite the temper you have. Since you refuse to unveil it yourself, allow me to assist you." As he spoke, the burly man reached out to pull away the white veil from Mo's face. Although the members of the Spirit Eye Clan are physically weaker than most and lack formidable combat prowess, they are not to be trifled with. Mo, a red eye, possesses the ability to enhance physical strength and combat capability. Additionally, she can cause temporary mental disorientation in those of lower cultivation through her mental control. As the burly man's hand approached, Mo blinked, her black eyes instantaneously shifting to a striking red hue. Without any action, she merely fixed her gaze upon the burly man. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place. He was a first-tier martial artist, and while Mo could only induce confusion for 30 seconds, those 30 seconds could prove fatal in battle. The other two men accompanying the burly man, noticing his sudden immobility, also stood up to approach Mo. "What have you done to him?" one tall, lean man exclaimed, raising his hand to strike her. Mo glanced at him, and his hand paused midair. In an instant, she drew 2 short blades from her waist and appeared between the burly man and the tall man, pressing the blades against their throats. The third man, unable to intervene in time, watched as his companions were threatened. "Do not move," Mo warned the third man, her tone displeased. "If you take another step, I shall take their lives." At that moment, the 2 men with blades at their throats regained their senses, feeling the chilling threat against their necks. Should the weapons have been ordinary, they would have had no fear and could even counterattack. However, Mo's blades were no ordinary weapons, but semi-divine artifacts. Although the two were unaware of the weapon's true nature, they understood its lethal potential. "Do not act rashly," the burly man, sweating profusely, urged. "Just look away and do not engage." "Yes," the tall man agreed. "If you do not let us see, we will not look. Release us and we shall leave immediately." Mo snorted coldly. "Do not attempt to deceive me. Otherwise, I will take your lives." With that, she released them and kicked them toward the staircase, commanding, "Leave at once." The 2 men exchanged glances and signaled to each other. Without hesitation, all 3 drew their weapons and charged at Mo. "Su Boss, should we not assist?" Li Luo asked nervously as he observed the impending fight. Su Zhe sipped his tea nonchalantly and replied, "There is no need. Someone will intervene." At that precise moment, a young man dining alone at another table suddenly stood up, a long sword in hand, and swiftly positioned himself in front of Mo. Striking down without hesitation, a flash of white light sliced through the air. A dull thud echoed as a severed arm fell to the ground. Ah! The burly man cried out in pain. The young man was a fourth-tier martial artist, his speed and strength surpassing that of the burly man. Thus, the latter had no time to react before his arm was severed. How dare you? You're courting death. Eliminate him, the burly man shouted, his two companions instantly flanking the young man. Despite the loss of an arm, the burly man was still capable of fighting, and they felt confident in a 3-on-1 confrontation. Yet, they overlooked a critical factor, MOU. As a red-eye, MOU raised her hands, her fingertips aimed at the back of the young man. He suddenly felt his blood boil, as a powerful force surged into him. He realized that a member of the Spirit Eye clan was using their powers to assist him. With a smirk, several swift flashes of blade light darted toward the three men, too fast for them to comprehend. Before they could even reach the young man, 2 more arms fell to the ground amidst their cries of anguish. Seeing this, the 3 men turned pale, abandoning their assault on the young man as they scrambled to retrieve their severed limbs and fled down the stairs. Once they had escaped, the young man turned to face MOU, clasping his hands in a polite bow. "Thank you, miss, for your assistance." MOU smiled lightly. "It is you who has come to our aid. We should be the ones thanking you." "Yes, thank you," echoed Kai Dai, who had been with MOU. The young man, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled. "My name is Gui. May I ask how to address you two ladies?" "MOU," she replied, gesturing to Kai Dai. "This is Kai Dai." "Then, Miss Kai Dai, may I have the honor of treating you both to a meal?" "There is no need," MOU replied expressionlessly. "We have matters to attend to." With that, she ignored Gui and led Kai Dai directly to the table where Su Zhe and the others were seated. Fixing her gaze on Xiaoling. "Miss, how may I address you?" Xiaoling did not even glance at her, but instead picked up a piece of food and placed it in Su Zhe's bowl, smiling. "Su Ge, do eat more." Chapter 31 Reunion with Old Friends. This girl. Su Zhe chuckled, taking a bite of the dish that Xiaoling had passed over. Li Luo watched the unfolding scene with great interest. Unfazed by Xiaoling's indifference, MOU continued. "Miss, do you have a deep understanding of the Spirit Eye clan?" "Brother Su, where shall we go to explore later?" Xiaoling still ignored MOU and smiled brightly at Su Zhe. After pondering for a moment, Su Zhe replied, "Wherever you wish to go, we shall go." "Great. Let's visit the night market later." "You all." Kaidai could no longer contain herself. However, MOU restrained her, instead pulling out a chair at Su Zhe's table and sitting down directly. "Our Spirit Eye clan has never sought conflict with others. If you harbor such aversion towards us, could it be that there is some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding?" Xiaoling finally turned her gaze towards her, her tone laced with displeasure. "There is no misunderstanding. I have no desire to be entangled with your kind. If there is nothing else, please do not disturb us." "Miss." MOU fixed her gaze on Xiaoling and inquired. "You mentioned that your mother spoke of the Spirit Eye clan. If I am correct, your mother must be from our clan, am I right?" "No, you heard wrong," Xiaoling insisted. "Typically, all births within the Spirit Eye clan are recorded, unless a member marries someone outside the clan. Judging by your appearance, you bear a striking resemblance to one of our clan's elders who secretly married outside, a violet-eyed elder." MOU paused for a moment, her eyes locked onto Xiaoling as she continued. "Is your mother Lu Xinru?" A shock coursed through Xiaoling, her expression betraying her composure. MOU had hit the nail on the head. Her mother was indeed Lu Xinru, a violet-eyed elder of the Spirit Eye clan. MOU noticed the change in Xiaoling's demeanor and chuckled softly. "So, you are also a member of the Spirit Eye clan?" "I am not." Xiaoling trembled, insisting. I am not. Do not struggle. Even if your bloodline is impure, you are still one of us." "Enough." Su Zhe slammed the table, and an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the entire second floor. All the patrons still dining were struck dumb, paralyzed by the sudden surge of terrifying killing intent. Even Gui, who had felt a twinge of jealousy towards Su Zhe, was now engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear that eclipsed his earlier emotions. What is happening? Who are these three, and who has unleashed such a dreadful presence? Is it that man who appears to be in his 30s? Gui glanced at Li Luo, noticing her evident fright, which promptly dispelled his initial assumptions. His gaze shifted back to Su Zhe and Xiaoling, landing on the solemn-faced Su Zhe. It is him, that seemingly youthful individual. Who is he? How can someone so young exude such an intimidating aura? Has he reached the martial sovereign realm? Impossible, after all. Gui himself is a fourth-tier martial artist. It is highly unlikely that a mere martial sovereign could instill such terror in him. Could he be a martial king? Gu Yi dared not ponder further. Meanwhile, Mou and Kai Dai were also affected. Kai Dai, trembling, clutched Mou's sleeve. In an instant, Mou's previously calm demeanor shifted from astonishment to panic. Who are you? What level of cultivation do you possess? A martial emperor? Who I am is of little consequence. Su Zhe nonchalantly lifted his teacup and took a sip, offering her an apology. Mou furrowed her brows. What? Su Zhe cast her a cold glance once more. Mou felt a tremor within, as a powerful pressure constricted her, making it difficult to breathe. As if she were on the brink of death, she attempted to manifest her fate-eye technique, only to find herself utterly restrained, unable to act of her own accord. This sensation of being on the edge of life and death was unprecedented for Mou. Although she was not afraid of death, the oppressive feeling before it was torturous. I apologize. Mou quickly turned to Xiaoling, gripping the table's edge as she struggled to rise, bowing slightly. Miss, I am sorry. Not enough. Su Zhe intensified the pressure. Mou felt her body grow heavier, nearly collapsing under the weight, as if all her blood was rushing backward in a most uncomfortable manner. Miss, I am sorry. It is my fault. I should not have questioned you so harshly. Please forgive me. Despite Xiaoling's disdain for the Spirit Eye clan, she recognized that the individual before her had not committed any unforgivable act. Seeing Mou nearing her limit, Xiaoling gently tugged at Su Zhe's sleeve and whispered, Brother Su, that's enough. Please do not torment her any further. Enough? Su Zhe turned to Xiaoling and asked, Do you feel better now? Xiaoling nodded appreciatively. Much better. She hasn't committed any heinous acts. One should spare others where possible. Very well. Su Zhe promptly withdrew his oppressive aura. The other patrons on the second floor sighed in relief, abandoning their meals as they hastily fled downstairs, fearing further entanglement. Gu Yi, relieved yet hesitant to leave, had overheard Mou refer to the young man as a martial emperor. If a member of the Spirit Eye clan's red-eyed lineage claimed it, it was likely true. A martial emperor at such a young age? Absolutely terrifying. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from the staircase. A male voice followed. Why is everyone rushing downstairs? What is going on? Cousin, are you all right? Gu Yi turned to see his cousin, Gu Qing. Upon ascending the stairs, Gu Qing noticed Gu Yi's pale complexion, seemingly unwell. Just as he was about to inquire further, his gaze fell upon the group by the window, landing on Su Zhe. He froze. Is that Su Zhe? Gu Qing asked incredulously. Su Zhe turned to Gu Qing, momentarily surprised, then raised a hand in greeting. Gu Qing, it is I? Gu Qing was a friend of Su Zhe from before his transmigration, and though he was not a practitioner, he had often aided the original owner of the body. Su Zhe held a favorable impression of him. However, Gu Qing's presence in Songyue City surprised Su Zhe. Gu Yi was equally astonished. He could not fathom that his cousin knew such a formidable individual. Qing, you know him? Gu Yi asked in disbelief. Gu Qing appeared puzzled. Yes, he is the friend I mentioned who played with me in Mu City. But when we escaped, he was captured by a demon. Wait, he is still alive. Filled with both shock and joy, Gu Qing rushed to Su Zhe, examining him closely to confirm his identity before embracing him. You rascal, you're alive? That is wonderful. We thought you had perished and left you behind. Please do not hold it against us. Not at all, Su Zhe replied nonchalantly. Your choice back then was the right one. Staying behind could have cost you your lives. As they spoke, Su Zhe glanced at the visibly distressed Mou and Kai Dai. You too. Do you intend to linger here waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Mou bit her lip, casting a glance at Xiaoling before quickly departing with Kai Dai. Chapter 32. Su family's Su Zhan they are. Members of the Spirit Eye clan? Gu Qing gazed in astonishment as Mou and the others departed. Turning to Su Zhe, she incredulously inquired. I have heard that the Spirit Eye clan is notoriously proud. Why would they be so obedient to you? At this moment, Gu Yi approached Gu Qing, his complexion having improved considerably. Qing, aren't you going to introduce me? Gu Qing replied with confusion. Haven't I already introduced you? Su Zhe is my friend from Mu City. I always thought he had perished, yet here he is alive. And I never expected to see him again in Songyue City. She continued, By the way, Su Zhe, how did you manage to enter Songyue City? I remember you were an orphan and had no relatives here. Gu Qing's gaze then shifted to Xiaoling and Li Luo, realization dawning upon her. Ah, I see. You were brought in by someone, weren't you? Since you're already here, why not stay? My uncle and aunt are both formidable warriors. You could seek refuge with them. And at least in Songyue City, no one would dare bully us. Su Zhe appreciated Gu Qing's good intentions. But did he truly require protection from others at this point? He chuckled, yet before he could speak, Gu Yi pulled Gu Qing aside and whispered, "Ah Qing, do you understand what you're saying?" Gu Qing frowned slightly, puzzled. "I was merely inviting my friend to stay. Is that so wrong? My uncle and aunt surely wouldn't mind one more pair of chopsticks at the table." Gu Yi rubbed his temples in exasperation. "They wouldn't mind. But do you comprehend your friend's status?" "Status? What do you mean?" Gu Qing was taken aback, not grasping her cousin's implication. Gu Yi sighed in resignation. "I would also like him to remain with our Gu family, but he is a martial emperor. He would never regard our humble clan with favor." "Martial emperor? Cousin, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Zhe, like me, possesses no talent for cultivation. How could he possibly be a martial emperor?" Gu Qing laughed, glancing at Su Zhe. "Right? I'm not mistaken, am I?" Su Zhe gazed back at her, shaking his head. "Some matters are difficult to articulate, and you may not believe them. But I am no longer the feeble individual I once was, and I am not someone who can be easily bullied." Gu Qing was taken aback, her thoughts momentarily drifting to Gu Yi's words and the hurried departure of the Spirit Eye clan members, casting a shadow of doubt across her face. "You. Surely you can't be. Enough about me. Let me introduce you," Su Zhe interjected, gesturing towards Xiao Ling and Li Luo. "These are my friends I met on my journey from Mu City, Xiao Ling and Li Luo." "Hello," Xiao Ling greeted with a bright smile, shaking off her earlier gloom. Li Luo also waved at Gu Qing. "By the way," Su Zhe turned back to Gu Qing, "where's Dong Lo? Weren't you two escaping together?" Just as Su Zhe finished speaking, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Shortly after, a rugged middle-aged man, flanked by a dozen guards, ascended to the second floor. Accompanying him was Su Hong. "That's him," Su Hong exclaimed, pointing at Su Zhe. "Father, it's him." The imposing man strode purposefully towards Su Zhe. Xiaoling's heart, which had only just settled, now raced again. She understood that Su Hong's proximity to Su Zhe signified ill intentions. Gu Qing and Gu Yi, well aware of the newcomer's identity, recognized Su Zhan, the patriarch of the first family in Songyu City, the Su family, a name known by all in the city. "You are Su Zhe?" Su Zhan approached Su Zhe directly. Under Gu Yi's urging, Gu Qing instinctively stepped aside. Although she wished to assist Su Zhe, Su Zhan was notoriously formidable. Even her uncle and aunt would not dare provoke him lightly. "Is it appropriate for you to sit while your elder stands?" Su Zhan's gaze bore into Su Zhe, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, causing everyone present to tremble inwardly. Su Zhe, undisturbed, poured himself another cup of tea and took a sip, seemingly unperturbed. The pressure of a first-tier martial sovereign was nothing more than an insignificant annoyance to him. Seeing that Su Zhe remained unresponsive, Su Zhan narrowed his eyes and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. You remind me of my younger self, disregarding everyone around you." As he spoke, Su Zhan plopped down in the empty seat recently vacated by Mou, scrutinizing Su Zhe closely. "Young man, what is your mother's name?" "I do not know," Su Zhe replied, setting his teacup down, uninterested in answering Su Zhan's inquiry. He could easily guess the man's intention to establish a connection. Given the situation, it was likely Su Zhan would claim him as his illegitimate son. "How klitsch? Do not know?" Su Zhan was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. "How is it possible that you do not know?" Su Zhe smiled. "My family matters are not your concern. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he exchanged glances with Xiao Ling and Li Luo, who understood and stood to follow him. As the trio prepared to depart, Su Zhan's subordinates blocked the staircase, preventing their escape. "Big brother Su?" Xiaoling looked at Su Zhe with concern. A smirk graced Su Zhe's lips as he brandished the flame dragon soul-breaking blade. Once the blade was revealed, everyone, except Xiao Ling and Li Luo, gasped in astonishment. Below are the thoughts of those present. Su Zhan, this is a semi-artifact? No, it cannot be. I can feel this blade is more fearsome than a semi-artifact. Could it be an artifact? Su Hong, just days ago, this boy was not wielding this blade. What is going on? Has he been hiding his strength? The onlookers. Heavens, what manner of blade is this? Why is its aura so terrifying? Gu Yi, is this a divine battle? What if innocents get caught in the crossfire? Ah, I am innocent. What to do? The staircase is blocked. I cannot leave. Gu Qing, what is happening? Su Zhe's blade feels extraordinarily powerful. Where did he acquire it? Oh dear, now Su Zhan has his sights set on him. I wish to help, but I am no match for Su Zhan. What to do? I am anxiously waiting for a solution. Xiaoling, dare to obstruct my big brother Su? Soon you shall understand the vast gulf in strength. Li Luo, looks like we are in for a good show. Then, under the gaze of all present, Su Zhe began to wield his blade. Xiaoling, Li Luo, everyone else. Su Zhan stared in disbelief at Su Hong. Hunger, what is he doing? Su Hong's lips twitched slightly. It seems he is, wielding his blade. Xiao Ling and Li Luo found themselves in a state of wanting to laugh, yet unable to do so. Boss Su, you truly have no regard for the occasion when wielding your blade, Li Luo said, exasperated. Su Zhe, however, remained unfazed, even appearing somewhat forlorn. It has been a while since I truly wielded my blade. I feel a bit out of practice. Chapter 33. Entangled, are you referring to wielding a blade, Boss Su? Li Luo asked, rubbing his forehead with a helpless smile. Is there really any technique involved in swinging a knife? Su Zhe shot him a glance, continuing to swing the knife as he replied, of course. If you doubt it, why not give it a try? At his encouragement, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he eagerly stepped forward, grinning. All right, I'll give it a shot. Su Zhe then handed the flame dragon soul cutter to Li Luo, and as soon as he released his grip, a piercing scream echoed. Li Luo, along with the flame dragon soul cutter, plummeted heavily onto the solid wooden floor of the second level. A sharp crack resonated as he and the knife fell through, creating a deep pit in the first floor surface. The weight was no trivial matter. Fortunately, in that instant of falling, Li Luo managed to let go. Otherwise, his arm would surely have been rendered useless. Is he all right? Xiao Ling rushed to peer into the hole, her heart easing only when she spotted a disheveled figure covered in dust struggling to rise from the ground below. Su Zhe chuckled and extended his hand toward Xiao Ling. She hesitated for a moment, but cautiously reached out to grasp his hand. He then leaped down into the pit, prompting Su Zhan to disregard his astonishment and lead his men in pursuit. Gu Qing intended to follow, but was stopped by Gu Yi. Don't meddle. Su Zhe is my friend, but your friend is a martial emperor, and Su Zhan is no match for him. He will be fine. Impossible, Gu Qing insisted. I've known him for 3 years. If he were a martial emperor, how could I not be aware? Gu Yi sighed. Your ignorance only highlights how little you truly know him. Even the prodigious Nangong Xianglong only reached the martial emperor realm at 25. Your friend is likely still under 20. Such youth is truly monstrous. Meanwhile, at Su Zhe's location, a crowd had gathered around the deep pit created by the flame dragon soul cutter, peering into its unfathomable depths. Su Zhe instructed Xiao Ling and Li Luo to remain together, then stood at the edge of the pit. With a swift motion, he summoned the flame dragon soul cutter, which soared back into his grasp with a whoosh. At that moment, Su Zhan and the others arrived. The onlookers, upon recognizing Su Zhan, quickly dispersed, wary of attracting unwanted trouble. Kid, where did you acquire that weapon? Su Zhan inquired with keen interest. Su Zhe chose to ignore him and strolled leisurely out of the tavern with the blade slung over his shoulder. Xiao Ling, didn't you mention wanting to explore the night market? Allow your brother Su to accompany you. Absolutely. Xiao Ling beamed, following closely behind. Despite having just eaten a mouthful of dust, Li Luo grumbled only to himself, knowing better than to voice complaints in the face of such overwhelming power. Father, Su Hong caught up with Su Zhan, asking, what should we do if he isn't? No need for further discussion, Su Zhan replied with a smirk, waving his hand dismissively. Whether he is or isn't, he reminds me of my younger self, full of character, which I admire. Ha. Now, you all stay behind. I shall go have a word with him. Father, is it safe for you to go alone? What? Do you think that lad would dare harm me? No, daughter means something else, she countered. Enough. I know what I'm doing. You take your men back and prepare a few rooms. Tonight, I will bring that lad back. With that, Su Zhan strode purposefully towards Su Zhe and the others. Su Hong stood rooted in place, watching her father's retreating figure with a resigned sigh. Second miss. What shall we do? One of the guards asked hesitantly, shouldn't we follow? No, Su Hong replied expressionlessly. My father knows best. Let him handle the situation. We should return. As she prepared to leave, the tavern owner stepped forward with a stiff demeanor. Miss Su, please slow down. What is it? Su Hong halted, her gaze sharp as she regarded the owner. My establishment is a small business, and the floor above and below has been damaged. Repairing it will cost quite a bit. Su Hong, speechless, tossed a bag of gold coins directly at the tavern owner. Meanwhile, Su Zhan had been tailing Su Zhe and the others throughout the bustling night market of Tsangyue City. With nightfall approaching, Su Zhe intended to find an inn for the night. Brother Su, are you truly not concerned about him? Xiao Ling noticed the persistent tail following them. There's no need for concern. With me around, He won't dare to act out of line. Yet it feels strange to be followed so openly, Li Luo remarked, feeling uneasy. If it were a pretty girl, it would be one thing, but it's just a middle-aged man. How unsettling. And what about you? Su Zhe laughed. Li Luo was taken aback, his face flushing as he retorted, what do you mean I'm old? I'm only 28, just 10 years your senior. Wait. As Su Zhe and his companions approached the inn, Su Zhan quickened his pace to intercept them. What's so special about that inn? Come stay at my Su residence. The rooms are spacious, the service excellent, and I guarantee your satisfaction. No need, Su Zhe dismissed him outright. Unfazed, Su Zhan pressed on, kid. I have something to discuss with you. I have nothing to say to you. Ah, don't you wish to know if you are truly my son? I do not. Huh. Su Zhan was momentarily taken aback, stumbling over his words. Has your mother never mentioned me? In this world, Su Zhe had been an orphan since he could remember. He had no mother to speak of. Moreover, he detested entanglements. With a mere glance, Su Zhe caused Su Zhan's heart to constrict with an overwhelming pressure, leaving him no room for resistance. Yet, instead of fear, there was a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Haha, splendid. The stronger you are, the happier I become. Is this man unhinged? Su Zhe thought in exasperation. Another glance sent Su Zhan staggering backward, forced to retreat several steps. Had it not been for Su Zhe's reluctance to kill, Su Zhan would already be a corpse. However, Su Zhe's repeated concessions only led Su Zhan to believe he was soft-hearted, and he grew even more insistent in his pursuit. Frustrated, Su Zhe swiftly turned and struck Su Zhan, sending him flying thousands of meters away, rendering the first-stage martial sovereign unconscious with a single blow. Chapter 34. It has nothing to do with me. 3 rooms were opened in the inn. As Su Zhe was closing the door, Xiaoling squeezed in. What is the matter? Su Zhe asked, puzzled. Xiaoling settled down at the tea table in Su Zhe's room, fiddling with the candle on the table while inquiring. Su Ge, that person named Su Zhan, could he possibly be your father? I don't know, Su Zhe replied nonchalantly. Whether he is or isn't, it has nothing to do with me. But have you ever considered, if he truly is your father, what would you do? I am an orphan. Su Zhe pondered for a moment before continuing. Since I can remember, I have always been alone. I have never seen my mother, let alone my father. Even if they stood before me now, I wouldn't recognize them. There is a saying you may have heard. If one gives life, but does not nurture, a severed finger can be repaid. If one gives life and nurtures, a severed head can be repaid. If one gives nothing but nurtures, there is no way to repay. If one gives neither life nor nurture, it is impossible to repay even through 100 generations. Life is a series of choices, and once a choice is made, one must bear the corresponding consequences. I don't care what reasons they had for abandoning me, having decided to discard me. They should not expect me to fulfill their desires when I grow up. Moral coercion has no effect on me. Those Su Zhe's words held wisdom. Some matters cannot be judged by reason. Xiaoling looked up at Su Zhe. Su Ge, I wish I could be like you. What's wrong? Su Zhe sat down opposite her, wondering if she was thinking of her own parents. Well, Xiaoling nodded. I'm somewhat better off than you. At least I have a mother who loves me dearly. Although we seldom meet, she used to visit me every 6 months until 3 years ago. As for my father, I have never seen him. Has he never sought you out? No. Xiaoling's expression turned solemn at the mention of that man. My mother often shared stories about her and my father. She said he promised to return and marry her, but he never appeared for over a decade. That heartless man never showed up again. I hate him. How could he make a woman who loves him wait in such sorrow? How could he? Every time I remember my mother's expression when she mentions my father, it pains me. Despite the endless resentment and sorrow visible on Xiaoling's face, Su Zhe could feel her hidden longing to meet her father. Did your mother ever tell you who your father is? Su Zhe asked. Xiaoling sighed softly and shook her head. No, my mother has never mentioned it. I asked her, but she has always remained tight-lipped. I don't understand why she won't tell me. Su Zhe, not particularly skilled at comforting girls, especially on such heavy topics, found himself at a loss for words. In his previous life, although his family was not affluent, at least his parents were affectionate, and the family was harmonious. Thus, he truly did not know what to say in situations like this. After some thought, he believed that there must be a reason why Xiaoling's mother chose not to tell her about her father. Perhaps she did not want Xiaoling to endure the same pain. Or maybe her father's identity could not be revealed. Not able to disclose, can I not even mention it? Xiaoling's eyes turned red. Su Zhe could not bear to see a girl cry. He became flustered. Don't cry, please don't cry. I promise. I will help you take revenge for your mother. Xiaoling chuckled despite her anger. Haven't you already promised me that? Well, All right, I won't bother you anymore. I'm tired and need to go back to sleep. Take care on your way. With a playful giggle, she said, I'll just wish you good night. Su Zhe managed an awkward smile. At that moment, Xiaoling found Su Zhe considerably more endearing. After she left, Su Zhe fell into a contemplative silence. If he were indeed related to Su Zhe, what then? Life without nurture, a severed finger can be repaid. Surely, he couldn't truly sever a finger. Well, whatever comes, he would face it. Besides, everything remained uncertain. Su Zhe resolved not to dwell on it further. With the flame dragon's soul-cutting blade in hand, he began to practice his strikes. Ding. Strike count, 1. He needed to reach the martial saint realm swiftly to attain the third golden body. The strength of a 5th-tier martial emperor was 30,000 pounds, while that of a martial saint was 40,000, a considerable difference of 10,000. Excluding the enhancement from his physique, Su Zhe's current strength was merely slightly over 30,000. Calculating at a 200 speed with a 4 success rate for strikes, in a span of 10 hours, he could manage to succeed in striking 3 to 4,000 times at most. Thus, in 30 hours, he could reach the martial saint realm, which equated to a day and a half. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Zhe slowed his striking pace, stepped out, and went to Xiaoling's room to inform her that for the next day and a half, he should not be disturbed unless there was an urgent matter. He also entrusted her with all the gold coins he had left. Then, he returned to his room and began to strike tirelessly. The dark crimson light sliced through the night, until the following evening at 10 o'clock. Ding. Strike count, 1 ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully striking 40,000 times. You have received a maximum level gift pack. Do you wish to claim it? Stop. Su Zhe felt a surge of joy within. Claim it. Ding. You have obtained a yellow level golden body. Strike count, 200,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching the martial saint realm. Reward, Xian level golden body. Several attributes underwent changes. Cultivation, martial saint, divine body activated, unlocking the next tier. Strike count, 235, 268. Strength, 30, 040, 000. Strike count bonus. X2, refining body bonus, 80, 600. Golden body, 1-star celestial, 2, 1. 1-star low level, 2, 1. 1-star Xian level, 0. 1-star yellow level, 0. Upon reviewing his attributes, Su Zhe was taken aback, especially by the remark following martial saint, divine body activated, unlocking the next tier. There exists a higher level of cultivation beyond martial saint. How thrilling. Unable to contain himself, Su Zhe asked, System, what is the next tier of cultivation? However, Su Zhe's inquiry received no response. It appeared he would have to wait until his physique upgraded to discover the answer. Shifting his focus to the golden body attributes, he realized that he now possessed all 4 golden bodies. The next step was to wait until the progress bars for all 4 were filled, then merge them into one. Yet, the progress for the golden body was advancing exceedingly slowly and could only be accelerated in areas rich in spiritual energy. If striking could enhance the absorption of spiritual energy, that would be perfect. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. In the current world, the effective strike count battle power enhancement limit is 1 million times. Once the host's battle power reaches this limit, the enhancement will automatically convert to spiritual energy enhancement. This meant that when the battle power enhancement converted to spiritual energy enhancement, the progress of the golden body could be rapidly increased. Su Zhe was intrigued. However, 1 million effective strikes was no small number. As of now, he had only reached 40,000. Even if he were to strike tirelessly from this moment on, he estimated it would take at least 6 months to achieve that. Reflecting on this, Su Zhe glanced at his existing strike count of 230,000. He now had 4 choices: enhance his weapon, martial skills, strike success rate, or speed enhancement. If he wished to complete this 1 million strike count swiftly, he could only choose between the latter 2 options. Both strike success rate and speed enhancement would yield similar benefits. The strike success rate required only 100,000 strikes, while speed enhancement needed 200,000. If he opted for the former, he would still have over 100,000 strikes left to further improve his martial skills. Upon this realization, Su Zhe felt a sense of relief and, without hesitation, opted for the former choice, simultaneously upgrading his Ghost Blade 9/. Chapter 35. The Bathhouse Name. Su Zhe Age, 18 Physique, Celestial Spirit Body, capable of consuming 1,000. 000 sword swings to ascend to the divine body. Cultivation, martial saint, initiated into the divine body. Unlocking the next tier, martial skills, extraordinary skill, stone shattering heaven, max level, divine skill, ghost blade 18 strikes, can consume 500. 000 sword swings to ascend to ghost blade 36 strikes, weapon, flame dragon soul breaking blade, can consume 200. 000 sword swings to ascend to 9 revolutions returning soul blade, sword swings, 35, 268 system space, 100 by 100 by 100, cubic meters, strength, 30, 040. 000 sword swing bonus, x2, refined spirit body bonus, 80, 600 sword swing success rate, 5, can consume 300. 000 sword swings to ascend to 6, speed enhancement, 200, can consume 200. 000 sword swings to ascend to 300, golden body, 1 star celestial, 2, 1. 1 star earth, 2, 1. 1 star mysterious, 0, 1 star yellow, 0, concealing the attribute panel. Although Su Zhe's cultivation has reached the level of martial saint, the pinnacle of the Xianling continent, he feels as though everything is just beginning. What lies beyond martial saint? His curiosity is piqued. Yet, his physique has not met the standards. He must continue to wield his sword. He stores the flame dragon soul breaking blade in the system space. Su Zhe is drenched in sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. However, it is now 11 at night, the innkeeper is asleep, and no one is available to prepare bathwater for him. After some contemplation, Su Zhe decides to venture outside to find a pond to wash himself off. As he steps outside, he hears commotion from the adjacent room. Su Zhe, have you finished your seclusion? Xiaoling asks, her voice filled with surprise. Su Zhe smiles, yes, I have. It's quite late. Why aren't you sleeping? Xiaoling sighs. I was waiting for you to emerge. Su Zhe, are you heading out? Yes, Su Zhe replies, spreading his hands, unabashedly disregarding his disheveled appearance in front of her. Look at how ragged I am. I need to freshen up. But all the bathhouses are closed. Where will you wash? I'll find a pond or a small lake. How about I prepare some bathwater for you? No need, Su Zhe declines, not wishing to inconvenience Xiaoling. You should sleep early. We need to meet Wu Qing and the others tomorrow. And you? Aren't you going to sleep? I can manage either way. Now, be obedient and return to your room. I'll come back once I've bathed. Then let me accompany you to the bath. She insists. I can't sleep anyway. Su Zhe is both amused and exasperated. You are a girl. You should maintain some decorum. But I just want to be with you, Su Zhe. All right, listen to me. Okay, fine, I get it. Xiaoling, aware of Su Zhe's preference for solitude, reluctantly concedes. Then, Su Zhe, return quickly. Nodding, Su Zhe departs from the inn. Despite the late hour, the streets of Tsangyue City remain brightly lit. Although the foot traffic is less than during the day, it is still substantial. After leaving the inn, Su Zhe does not walk far before discovering a bathhouse still open. How intriguing. This otherworldly place also has bathhouses. Su Zhe muses, his interest piqued as he enters the reasonably sized establishment without hesitation. Upon entering, he is immediately confronted by 2 attendants of the first-tier martial artist rank. One shorter man scrutinizes Su Zhe and bluntly states, with your poor and disheveled appearance, is this place truly meant for you? Su Zhe glances down at himself. Though dry, his clothes and hair cling to him, making him appear somewhat unkempt. Enough. This is not a place for children like you. Leave. The other first-tier martial artist boldly attempts to shove Su Zhe out. Such arrogance, Su Zhe thinks with disdain. As the man approaches, a powerful aura suddenly descends upon him. Ah! The man cries out, utterly defenseless as he is forcefully pinned to the ground, his cheek pressed against the floor, unable to move. The other slender man is taken aback, rushing to assist his fallen comrade, only to find he cannot budge him at all. What is happening? Could this boy be responsible? They are first-tier martial artists. How can someone of such cultivation render them incapable of resistance? Who is this boy? You, who are you? The slender man inquires warily. At that moment, a well-dressed man strides forward, reprimanding the slender man. Why haven't you retreated? Seeing the newcomer, the slender man dares not utter another word and quickly flees. The well-dressed man turns to Su Zhe, adopting a courteous demeanor. Dear guest, please do not hold it against these two. They are new and unfamiliar with the rules. With a cold chuckle, Su Zhe retracts his pressure. The man previously pinned to the ground breathes a sigh of relief and hastily scrambles away. The well-dressed man gestures invitingly. I apologize for my staff's rudeness. Tonight, all your expenses in our establishment will be waived. I hope you will not take offense. This fellow's attitude is commendable. Despite his mere third-tier martial artist rank, his discernment is indeed noteworthy. Su Zhe's intention in coming here was to bathe, and since it is complimentary, he naturally opts for the most extravagant option available. Allow me to introduce our facilities. The well-dressed man continues as he leads Su Zhe inside. We offer 3 types of bathing pools. The first is a public pool accessible to all below martial artist rank. The second is a medicinal bath for those from martial artist to third-tier martial king. It contains various herbs that promote health and vitality, which most cannot afford due to its steep price of 300 gold coins per person. The third is the rock bath, reserved for those above third-tier martial king. This bath consists of volcanic rocks sourced from a massive volcano beneath the South Sea, maintained at a scalding temperature of 80 degrees. It is highly inadvisable for those below third-tier martial king to enter, as it may cause severe injury or death, and a single session costs 1,000 gold coins. Of course, as I promised, you may choose any bath for free tonight. Which would you prefer? The well-dressed man beams at Su Zhe. That should be obvious. The rock bath, Su Zhe replies without hesitation, primarily because it is the most expensive option. Upon hearing this, the well-dressed man's smile widens even further. Excellent choice. I shall prepare the rock bath for you immediately. Soon after, Su Zhe is escorted to a private room. Aside from the redwood door through which he entered, the walls are composed of tightly fitted irregular blue stones. In the center of the room lies a steaming bath. There is also a long bench, a coat rack, and a screen for his convenience. After delivering Su Zhe, the well-dressed man departs. Su Zhe surveys his surroundings, smirking as he moves behind the screen to disrobe. He then steps into the bath. The moment his feet touch the rocky bottom, a wave of intense heat swiftly envelopes his body. Within seconds, he acclimates to the temperature, submerging himself fully into the water. Chapter 36. Words once spoken. The medicinal substances in the water corroded Su Zhe's body, merely cleansing the impurities on his surface without affecting his internal being. Alas, such is the predicament of possessing overwhelming strength. Even indulging in a therapeutic soak proves challenging. Su Zhe leaned against the edge of the bath, releasing a sigh. Half an hour later, having tidied himself, Su Zhe prepared to depart. Just as he exited the private room, a cacophony of fierce combat erupted from the adjacent chamber. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in gray-brown attire was hurled out, landing just under 2 meters from Su Zhe. Lu Ming, how could you betray me, a friend, and attempt to take my life? The old man spat blood, indicating his grievous injuries. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man named Lu Ming appeared at the door, his eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity. Wang Yao, today marks your demise. Lu Ming brandished a long whip, striking towards the elderly Wang Yao. Wang Yao, quick to react, executed a flawless dodge, narrowly evading the blow. Do you think you can escape? Surrender the item, or face death? Never. If you possess the audacity, then kill me. The old man, undeterred, retrieved a long sword from his spatial ring, engaging in a fierce struggle with Lu Ming. In an instant, the corridor erupted into chaos. Curious guests from nearby rooms opened their doors to glimpse the commotion. Upon realizing they were witnessing a clash between 2 fourth-tier martial kings, they hastily closed their doors, eager to avoid entanglement in the conflict. Meanwhile, the well-dressed man who had initially escorted Su Zhe hurried over, aiming to intervene and mitigate the destruction of the establishment. However, despite his efforts at negotiation, he found himself powerless to intervene. As for Su Zhe, he stood rooted, observing the tumultuous battle unfolding before him. A glance behind confirmed no means of escape, leaving him with no choice but to confront the 2 combatants. Rubbing his temples, he took a step forward, advancing towards the dueling figures under the astonished gaze of the well-dressed man. Sir, please exercise caution. Those individuals are 4th-tier martial kings. Any harm could I said nothing. The well-dressed man, initially concerned, was taken aback as Su Zhe traversed the fray unscathed. The furious gazes of the 2 combatants shifted from each other to the young man who had managed to navigate through their brawl. Their movements slowed in disbelief. Who is this person? Does he not see we are engaged in combat? How could he find a moment to slip through? Hey, Lu Ming called out, disgruntled by Su Zhe's audacity. Ignoring him, Su Zhe continued onward. Enraged, Lu Ming lashed out with his whip towards Su Zhe's head. Without even turning around, Su Zhe raised a hand and expertly caught the whip, then tilted his head slightly, his expression devoid of warmth. With a dismissive snort, he applied pressure, reducing the end of the whip to mere dust. "Ah, my azure dragon whip!" Lu Ming cried out in anguish, heartbroken over the loss of his prized possession. A semi-artifact he had labored to acquire. How could it be shattered by a mere youth? This was inconceivable. No ordinary person could so easily destroy a semi-artifact. Could this young man be of the martial emperor realm? Panic surged within Lu Ming, prompting him to step back. "How dare you harbor thoughts of harming me?" Su Zhe sneered, raising a hand and clenching his fingers. Lu Ming suddenly felt as though an invisible grip was tightening around his throat, rendering him breathless. "Why, yes, I apologize. My lord, I was wrong. I shall never dare to cross you again. Please, spare my life." Lu Ming's face flushed red as deep-seated fear compelled him to plead for mercy. Both Wang Yao and the well-dressed man stood in shock at the unfolding scene. "Who is he?" Wang Yao asked incredulously, astonished that Lu Ming, a fourth-tier martial king, could be bested by such a young individual. The well-dressed man shook his head, offering a rueful smile. "I know not who he is, but I can assure you, his strength is formidable, so much so that our boss harbors trepidation towards him." "Isn't boss Nya fifth-tier martial sovereign? How can he be wary of a mere youth?" Wang Yao inquired with astonishment. "With every passing moment, it became clear to me why our boss instructed me to treat him with utmost respect. To possess the power to crush semi-artifacts at such a young age is truly terrifying," the well-dressed man confessed. Wang Yao swallowed hard, understanding the implications. He knew well that only someone of the martial emperor realm could possess such destructive capabilities. The realization struck him. This young man was an unparalleled prodigy. How could one dare to offend him? Thankfully, he had not acted as impulsively as Lu Ming. Wang Yao exhaled in relief, recognizing that had this young man not intervened, his own fate would have been sealed. It appeared his life was spared this day. With this thought, Wang Yao sheathed his weapon and bowed slightly to Su Zhe, discreetly maneuvering away. Although Lu Ming longed to pursue Wang Yao, he found himself utterly immobilized, his life dangling by a thread in Su Zhe's hands. "Young man, I apologize for my earlier actions. Please forgive me. I, Lu Ming, shall repay your mercy," Lu Ming implored, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. Su Zhe chuckled coldly. "The moment you conceived the intent to kill me, your life ceased to belong to you. I'm in a gracious mood today and may spare your life. But do not expect leniency." With that, Su Zhe released his grip, his gaze fixed upon the high-grade spatial ring adorning Lu Ming's hand. He pointed at the ring. "Leave the ring behind, and you may depart. Alternatively, you may forfeit an arm. Choose." Lu Ming, having regained his freedom, felt a chill envelop his heart at Su Zhe's words, his voice trembling. "Is there no third option? Do you truly think so?" Su Zhe replied with a smile. Lu Ming's back prickled with dread. He could not afford to die here. Losing an arm was out of the question, yet all his possessions lay within the spatial ring. To relinquish it would be a painful loss. "My lord, may I take a few items from the ring?" "Absolutely not. All of your belongings are within. You must surrender it entirely," Su Zhe replied, his demeanor unyielding. "Please, my lord, have mercy," Lu Ming pleaded, his gaze pitifully fixed on Su Zhe. "Enough of this drivel." Su Zhe raised a hand, and before he could act, Lu Ming hastily removed the spatial ring from his finger, offering it up with both hands. "My lord, I have made my decision. The ring is yours." Su Zhe accepted it with satisfaction and gestured for him to leave. Once a promise is made, there is no turning back. Since he vowed not to take Lu Ming's life, he would indeed spare him. Lu Ming, eager to escape, fled in haste, not daring to glance back even once. As Su Zhe toyed with the newly acquired spatial ring, he extended his consciousness within. The ring contained a wealth of medicinal herbs, weapons, rare ores, and gold coins. After a cursory inspection, his attention was drawn to a small wooden box nestled in the corner of the ring's space. Chapter 37. Not falling for this, Su Zhe opened the wooden box. Inside lay a small, blood-red crescent-shaped jade, identical to the one Xiao Ling had given him. Wasn't this the blood soul jade? It seemed that what he sought with great effort had come to him effortlessly. No wonder Lu Ming was reluctant to part with the spatial ring. It concealed such a treasure. He had emerged from a refreshing bath, spent no money, and even acquired a piece of blood soul jade. What a value! Su Zhe felt elated. He decided not to linger and prepared to return to the inn for a good sleep to restore his energy. After Su Zhe left, patrons from several other private rooms opened their doors to peek into the corridor. To their surprise, aside from some damage to the walls, The corridor remained relatively intact, with only minimal bloodstains on the ground. Was the commotion from the duel between two martial kings truly so subdued? One of the guests noticed the elegantly dressed man still present and inquired, "What transpired just now? Did you intervene to stop their fight?" "Not me." The man in fine clothes replied with a wry smile. "It was someone infinitely more powerful than I who intervened." Meanwhile, upon returning to the inn, Su Zhe fell straight into slumber, only to be awakened the next morning by the knocking of Xiao Ling and Li Luo. After a casual wash and a light breakfast, the three prepared to leave the inn and rendezvous with Wu Qing and Mu Qingyan at the city gate. As they exited the inn, a group of martial artists, all of whom were at least second-tier warriors, surrounded them. Shortly after, a boisterous voice rang out. Su Zhe strode over with great strides, and the surrounding warriors parted for him. "You little brat, you fight with such ferocity, just like me." "Ha ha." Su Zhe erupted into laughter without a care. Xiao Ling whispered to Su Zhe, "How can this person be so cheerful after being beaten?" Su Zhe merely smiled, offering no words. Li Luo, however, answered for him. "Perhaps he is mentally unwell. It's a condition that needs treatment." Li Luo's comment reached Su Zhe's ears, prompting a cold snort from him. "I'm speaking to my son. Who are you to interrupt?" With that, an overwhelming force descended upon Li Luo. She felt a heaviness in her heart, a sensation akin to her blood boiling. Su Zhe narrowed his eyes, forcefully countering the oppressive aura directed at Li Luo, while simultaneously exerting an even greater pressure upon Su Zhe. "Do you think my people are at your mercy?" Su Zhe stated coldly. The mere utterance of those words nearly moved Li Luo to tears of gratitude. Su Zhe, overwhelmed by the pressure, found himself forced to the ground, utterly humiliated. Who was he? He was Su Zhe, a formidable figure in Sanyue City. When had he ever endured such disgrace? If this had occurred in private, it might have been bearable, but to be publicly shamed like this. If it had been anyone else, he would have already reduced them to a pulp. Yet now, the one who humiliated him was likely associated with his own son, and this individual's strength far surpassed his own. Su Zhe had no room to retaliate. If not for the potential of this person to elevate the Su family's status, he would never have tolerated such an affront. Su Zhe gritted his teeth. "I know you harbor resentment toward me. Indeed, I have wronged your mother and you. I only wish to make amends. So why must you treat me this way? Why? Is it not due to your own actions?" Su Zhe scoffed. "I am an orphan, without father or mother, and I have no ties to you. You brought this upon yourself, yet you dare to blame our Su family?" Li Luo pointed a finger at Su Zhe, berating him. "Who do you think you are? Just because you share a surname with our Su family, do you presume to draw close as kin? If our Su family lacked its current strength, what would your demeanor be? You know it in your heart. Scoundrel, what do you think you are? How dare you question me?" Su Zhe fumed. But under Su Zhe's overwhelming might, he found himself unable to move, no matter how enraged he became. In the face of Su Zhe's fury, Li Luo remained unfazed, grinning mischievously. "With you in such a state, do you still believe you have the right to be angry? I advise you to temper your demeanor, lest our Su Zhe inadvertently extinguish your life." "Su Zhe, release my father." At that moment, Su Hong rushed over, his brow furrowed. "If there is an issue, take it up with me. Do not harm my father." "Do you think you can demand release just like that? On what grounds?" Xiao Ling, who already held a disdain for Su Hong, found his presumptuous attitude towards Su Zhe even more irksome. Su Hong maintained a stoic expression and spoke coldly. "I understand the discontent you harbor, but with demons wreaking havoc outside, severely impacting our survival, shouldn't we unite against them? Why must we turn against one another? Infighting only provides amusement for those demons. Moreover, Su Zhe is very likely my Su family's child. Regardless of past grievances, we should not display such discourtesy in public. Can we not resolve our issues privately?" Indeed, Su Hong's reasoning was quite sound. Unfortunately, Su Zhe was not inclined to be swayed by such logic. Grand principles held no sway over him. "I shall speak once more," Su Zhe said, his expression unyielding. "I am aware that our greatest enemy is the rampaging demons. But that does not bind me or compel me to submit. Anyone who crosses my bottom line, be they demon or human, shall face my wrath, regardless of their identity. Furthermore, though I share the surname Su, I am not a member of your family. Do not presume to draw close to me. You have already crossed my bottom line. If you wish to avoid disaster, do not provoke me further." With that, Su Zhe dissipated his oppressive aura. Su Zhe, in a state of disarray, rose to his feet with Su Hong's assistance. The surrounding subordinates exchanged glances, stunned into silence, not daring to act rashly. The youth before them had effortlessly subdued Su Zhe, showcasing a depth of power beyond their comprehension. They were mere pawns in comparison. Even if they were to charge in, the only outcome would be total annihilation. This level of self-awareness was something they possessed. Onlookers, initially entertained by the spectacle, were now left speechless, not daring to utter a sound. The expression on Su Zhe's face was one of profound humiliation. Let us go? Su Zhe disregarded Su Zhe and the others, beckoning to Xiao Ling and Li Luo. The three continued onward, and as they passed, everyone instinctively parted to clear a path for them. Just as they exited the crowd, a figure stood at the end of the main road, bearing a complex expression. Guqing? Su Zhe recognized the newcomer immediately. Are you truly at the level of a martial emperor? Guqing, initially skeptical, could no longer doubt it after witnessing Su Zhe's effortless suppression of Su Zhe. An inexplicable sensation of betrayal washed over him. It was not that he was shocked by Su Zhe's newfound strength, but rather the realization that he had fundamentally misjudged him. Although they had been close during their time in Mu City, having spent nearly every day together for 3 years, he had thought he understood Su Zhe. Clearly, he was mistaken, profoundly so. He realized now that he had never truly known Su Zhe at all. Chapter 38. How do you know Su Zhe could somewhat comprehend Guqing's emotions? He possessed all the memories of the original owner of the body he had traversed into. Thus, he could empathize with the brotherly bond that once existed between Su Zhe and Guqing. Unfortunately, the original Su Zhe had already perished. I understand that you cannot accept this. Su Zhe paused before continuing. Some things cannot be explained in mere words, but remember this. I, Su Zhe, will forever be your friend. This is my promise to you. Guqing was taken aback. He then chuckled. Well, what more can I say? To become a friend of a martial emperor is indeed a stroke of luck for me. No, Su Zhe replied with a slight smile. You are not merely a friend of a martial emperor, but of a martial saint. Upon hearing this declaration, everyone present was left in shock. Su Zhe and the others turned pale, while onlookers gasped in disbelief. Guqing's mind momentarily blanked as he stammered. What? Martial saint? Su Zhe, are you serious? Su Zhe laughed. Of course, I would not deceive you again. At this moment, Guqing was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Ling and Li Luo exchanged surprised glances. Clearly, before his seclusion, Su Zhe had not yet reached the realm of the martial saint. Most notably, only 5 individuals on this continent had attained the status of martial saint, and Su Zhe had now become the 6th, and the youngest among them. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Good heavens! This young man appears to be under 20 and has already reached the realm of martial saint? Surely, he cannot be boasting. Surely not. Did you not see how he restrained Su Zhe just now, leaving him no room to retaliate? Even the rare prodigy, Nangong Xianglong, had reached martial saint at the age of 38. How could this young man possibly achieve such a feat at this age? It seemed impossible. It was rumored that upon attaining the level of martial emperor, one could slow the aging process and live 300 to 500 years longer than the average person, and that reaching martial saint could even grant one immortality. Oh, how terrifying. This person is truly formidable. As the crowd exchanged their thoughts, Su Zhe completely disregarded their chatter, fixing his gaze on Guqing. As I said, once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. As long as you do not cross my bottom line, you shall forever remain my friend. Guqing, at a loss for words, replied, Well, since you've said that, how can I remain angry? It's all in the past. I, Guqing, have come this far. Perhaps fortune is finally on my side. Remarkable. You concealed your true self so well and managed to deceive me. Su Zhe smiled, but offered no further explanations. So, are you all leaving Sanyue City now? Guqing inquired. Su Zhe nodded. Indeed, we are heading to the Spirit Beast Mountain Range. Spirit Beast Mountain Range? Guqing exclaimed. That place is extremely dangerous. With just the 3 of you, isn't that a bit too few? Fear not. I shall protect them, Su Zhe reassured him. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I've heard there are demon saints over there. More than one, I believe. You should be the only martial saint among you. It's far too perilous. You are still so young, with such terrifying talent. Do not let it be squandered in such a place. Rest assured, Su Zhe replied with a reassuring smile. I am well aware of what I'm doing. The Spirit Beast Mountain Range is a land rich in resources, and it would not be surprising to encounter a demon saint there. Su Zhe had taken all of this into consideration. However, Guqing's concerns were valid. If they were to encounter a single demon saint, Su Zhe would manage. But if they faced two or more at once, it would become troublesome. Moreover, the Spirit Beast mountain range was home to a multitude of demons of varying levels, sufficient in number to overwhelm Su Zhe and his companions. This was a place even a formidable warrior army would hesitate to enter. Under normal circumstances, one would not venture into such a perilous location without compelling reasons. Su Zhe, tell me honestly, what is your purpose in going to the Spirit Beast mountain range? Gu Qing asked earnestly. Su Zhe pondered for a moment before responding. I have my reasons for going there. You need not pry further. The purpose? Quite simple. There are two reasons. First, to seek the dragon egg of the Abyss Lord that Mu Qingyan mentioned, and in turn, exchange it for a hefty reward. Second, I am curious about the depths of the Spirit Beast mountain range, a place even demons cannot conquer, and I wish to see it for myself. That was Su Zhe's rationale. Gu Qing did not press further, realizing that no matter how many questions he posed, he would not elicit a satisfactory answer. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, it seems we are destined to part ways. I shall not impede you. Do remember to visit Songyue City when you have the chance. All right. Su Zhe nodded, refraining from saying more as he departed with Xiao Ling and Li Luo. The onlookers dared not make a move, their eyes fixed on Su Zhe and his companions as they made their exit. Su Zhan clenched his fists, recalling the disgraceful actions of the past few days. Filled with resentment, yet powerless to change anything, he had not anticipated Su Zhe would disregard familial ties so completely. However, he realized it was also his own fault for being excessively harsh in the past, leading to such an outcome. Father, let it go, Su Hong said with concern. Gazing at Su Zhan, Su Zhan squinted slightly, his eyes revealing a sense of helplessness. It seems our Su family will never have the opportunity to rise to the forefront of the 6 great clans. Meanwhile, Su Zhe and his companions quickly arrived at the city gate where they had agreed to meet with Mu Qingyan and Wu Qing. They immediately spotted the two waiting for them. Why are you so slow? Mu Qingyan grumbled upon seeing Su Zhe. It's not our fault for being delayed. It's the Su family's doing, Li Luo retorted. Had they not blocked our path, we would have arrived much sooner. The Su family? Mu Qingyan paused, recalling his earlier encounter with Su Hong. Are they from Su Hong's family? Yes, exactly, Li Luo nodded vigorously. Their entire family came to try and establish a connection with Boss Su. And then? Mu Qingyan inquired with interest. Li Luo chuckled. What sort of person is our Boss Su? It's not so easy to deceive him with mere words. He firmly rejected them. You should have seen it. The head of the Su family was pinned to the ground and rendered immobile by Boss Su. It was quite the spectacle. Ah, with your description, I can already envision the scene. Please, go on and share more details. Don't leave anything out. Thus, the two gossiped away. Xiao Ling rolled her eyes in exasperation. Su Zhe simply smiled in silence. Meanwhile, Wu Qing stood leaning against the city wall, her gaze fixed on Su Zhe, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Madman Su, have you broken through? Su Zhe turned to Wu Qing, curious. How did you know? Chapter 39. What on earth is happening? Xiao Ling found it easy to perceive the changes in Su Zhe's strength, particularly since he belonged to the Lingtong clan and was a golden-eyed individual. However, Wu Qing, Su Zhe was certain he was not a member of the Lingtong clan. How, then, could he discern the fluctuations in Su Zhe's power? It was quite perplexing. Su Zhe fixed his gaze on Wu Qing, who, scratching his head, laughed heartily. Just a guess. A guess? Who would believe that? Su Zhe was at a loss for words. Wu Qing, still chuckling, clapped him on the shoulder. I don't have precise evidence to answer you, but I can feel that you are changing every day. With every change, your strength ascends to greater heights. I must say, that knife of yours is truly remarkable. Such a treasure can easily attract envy. Be cautious of would-be thieves. Who would dare to try and take it? Su Zhe chuckled, entirely untroubled. The stronger the opponent, the better. I need a challenge. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Mu Qingyan interjected. You're a combination of a madman and a monster. I recall you were still at the martial emperor level just 2 days ago, and now you've broken through. Wait, hold on. You can't possibly have reached the martial saint realm already? Xiao Ling and the others were not as astonished as Mu Qingyan, having already been taken aback earlier. Su Zhe shrugged. Maybe. Mu Qingyan sprang in front of Su Zhe, his eyes wide with disbelief. It took Nangang Xianglong, a genius, 8 years to ascend from martial emperor to martial saint. How could you achieve that in just 1 day? Don't believe me? Su Zhe smiled. Would you like to experience the might of a martial saint? Mu Qingyan froze, quickly shaking his head. No, I don't want to. Farewell. With that, he retreated several paces, putting a few meters between him and Su Zhe. Su Zhe chose not to engage him further. Instead, he drew the Yanlong Pahan knife, and Xiao Ling and the others instantly understood his intention, their expressions becoming quite expressive. "Let us go. You lead the way, and I will follow behind." With that, Su Zhe began to wield his knife. He still needed to complete a staggering 96,000 swings. It was a daunting task. The journey unfolded smoothly, and by evening, they encountered only a few wandering demons, all of which were swiftly dealt with by Wu Qing and the others. The five of them found a relatively clean house in a small village that had long been overrun, preparing to settle in for the night. "Brother Su, why not eat something before you continue swinging that knife?" Xiao Ling had intended to invite Su Zhe to dinner, but upon seeing his lack of response, she abandoned the thought of interrupting him. The night passed in silence. Su Zhe wielded his knife throughout the night. By dawn, he was still lost in his practice. Even so, subconsciously, he continued to follow Xiao Ling and the others as they resumed their journey. 3 days later, in the dead of night, Su Zhe finally paused as a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Number of swings, 1 ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed 80,000 swings. Reward, a large gift package. Would you like to claim it? 80,000 swings. Su Zhe felt immense satisfaction. These 3 days and nights had passed without rest, totaling over 110 hours. Despite the monotony, he experienced a bittersweet joy. He could feel the changes within him, especially the 4 diminutive golden figures nestled in his dantian. They seemed larger than before. Without further contemplation, Su Zhe declared, "Claim it." Ding. You have received 1 Tianji golden body. Number of swings, 200,000. Su Zhe's mouth twitched slightly. This golden body could be received repeatedly? He immediately examined his dantian, and, indeed, found a tiny golden figure beside the original Tianji golden body. What on earth is this? System, please explain. Su Zhe asked, half amused. Ding. With the system in hand, I possess the world. Su Zhe nearly burst into laughter. When did the system become so cheeky? Nevertheless, there was an intriguing aspect to it. While others were limited to a single golden body, he now possessed 5, with the potential for even more in the future. Moreover, these golden bodies acted as his avatars, impervious to death. If he were to encounter formidable foes, having 5 golden bodies to engage simultaneously would yield a remarkable combat prowess. The very thought brought him a sense of whimsical delight. Chuckling to himself, Su Zhe opened his attribute panel to review the changes. Number of swings, 275, 268. Strength, 80,000. Swing bonus, X2, Tianling body bonus, 160,000. Golden bodies, 1-star Tianji, 2, 3, 1-star low level, 2, 3, 1-star mysterious level, 0, 02, 1-star yellow level, 0, 02, 1-star Tianji 0. The initial 300 chi power had merged with the number of swings? That was a minor issue. Su Zhe's gaze fell upon the golden body section. After so many days, each golden body had only progressed by 0, 02. That seemed rather slow. If we calculate at 0, 01 per half day, it shouldn't have taken this long to increase by 0, 02. Could it be that due to the abundance of golden bodies, their progress was collectively slower than that of an individual one? In any case, that was the current state of affairs. Never mind, let things take their natural course. There was nothing Su Zhe could do to accelerate the progress of the golden bodies. Shifting his focus, he noted he had already amassed 27,000 swings. Now, he had 2 attributes to enhance. One was his weapon, and the other was speed enhancement. After some contemplation, Su Zhe decisively opted to improve his swing speed. Speed enhancement, 300, can consume 800,000 swings to elevate to 400. Once the enhancement was complete, Su Zhe attempted to swing his knife again. Indeed, the speed of his swings had significantly increased from its previous state. The black and red flow of light flashed rapidly through the night. Ding. Number of swings, 1 ding. Number of swings, 1. Until dawn, Su Zhe remained engaged in his swinging. When Xiao Ling and the others awoke to find him still at it, they were unfazed and proceeded to enjoy their breakfast, preparing to set off. Have you noticed? Wu Qing observed Su Zhe's swinging form, a smirk playing on his lips. His swinging speed seems to have improved. Really? Mu Qingyan looked over with skepticism, watching for a few seconds. It appeared to be somewhat faster than yesterday. Somewhat faster? It's significantly faster, you know. Xiao Ling shot Mu Qingyan a disdainful glance. The knife shadows yesterday could be seen swinging 7 or 8 times per second, while today, they could be counted at over 10. Is that so? Mu Qingyan scratched his head, having never observed closely enough to notice. However, Li Luo chimed in. Echoing Xiao Ling's sentiment, Sister Ling is right. It's indeed about twice as fast compared to yesterday. By the way, does Boss Su not need to sleep? It's been 3 or 4 days without a wink of sleep, right? Is it true that those in the martial saint realm can go without sleep, food, or drink and still survive? Chapter 40. We shall not yield. As Li Luo posed her question, she was immediately met with 3 disdainful glares. Are you foolish? Mu Qingyan lightly tapped Li Luo on the head, explaining that once one breaks through to the martial emperor realm, sustenance becomes unnecessary, let alone for the martial saint. Li Luo chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, it seems that way. Now, let us hasten our departure. I know a shortcut to the Spirit Beast mountain range. Come on, keep up. With that, Li Luo gathered her belongings and swiftly took the lead. Xiao Ling and the others exchanged bemused smiles and followed suit. Su Zhe continued to wield his sword, accompanying them. 2 days later, at noon, as the 5 approached a bustling county town less than 10 kilometers away, Su Zhe abruptly ceased his swordplay. He sensed the presence of a formidable horde of demons. Noticing Su Zhe's sudden halt, Xiao Ling inquired with surprise, Brother Su, what's wrong? There are demons ahead. I shall handle them, he replied, striding purposefully towards the county town besieged by the fiends. Just as Xiao Ling intended to caution him to be careful. The words had barely left her lips when Su Zhe was already a kilometer away. We're going to. Mu Qingyan exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager for a chance to slay some demons after 2 days of inactivity. Humph, Wu Qing scoffed. What does that laugh mean? Mu Qingyan retorted. Wu Qing shrugged. Even if you rush after him, do you think you'll have the chance to reap the spoils? At this, Mu Qingyan paused, a sheepish expression crossing her face. Oh, you make a valid point. Returning to Su Zhe, he arrived at the county gate, which had long been breached by the demons, in just a minute. His presence was immediately detected by 3 high-ranking demon soldiers. Roar. A human. There's another one. He's mine. Don't you dare fight me for him. Get away. This human belongs to me. I shall tear him apart. You two stand down. Let me handle this. The 3 high-ranking demon soldiers clamored as they charged towards Su Zhe. For these minor adversaries, Su Zhe did not even need to employ the flame dragon soul cutter. A mere glance sufficed. The 3 instantly froze in place, unable to comprehend what had transpired before being overwhelmed by Su Zhe's formidable aura, collapsing to the ground. With 3 muffled sounds, they had no chance to cry for help. Reduced to mere puddles of flesh, dead on the spot. Ding. Slayed 3 high-ranking demon soldiers. Total sword strikes, 600. Indeed, slaying demons yielded a more rapid count of strikes. A faint smile graced Su Zhe's lips as he stepped into the chaotic county town. The streets were in disarray, teeming with fleeing civilians and pursuing demons. Su Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly, his powerful martial saint aura enveloping the entire town. All demons pursuing humans trembled, halting in their tracks. Their eyes filled with an incomprehensible fear. Before they could grasp the situation, all demon soldiers and generals present were instantly transformed into mere remnants of flesh before the very humans they had chased. What is happening? I don't know. Why did these demons suddenly die? I felt an overwhelming force just now. Could it be someone has come to rescue us? The surviving humans looked around in confusion, seeking the source of their salvation. Soon, their gaze fixated on Su Zhe. However, he appeared quite youthful, leaving them uncertain if he was indeed their savior. Ding. Slayed 56 demons, total sword strikes, 35, 600. Only 6 remain. 3 are low-ranking demon monarchs. 2 are high-ranking demon monarchs, and 1 is a low-ranking demon emperor. Su Zhe now realized that his imposing aura could instantly annihilate all demons below the rank of monarch within his vicinity. Yet, despite the ease of slaying 56, he still felt a slight weariness. It seemed that utilizing his aura for slaying demons had its limits, contingent upon their numbers and his own physical condition. Is he a martial emperor? No, the aura of a martial emperor isn't this potent. It must be a martial saint. One injured low-ranking demon monarch quickly concluded. We cannot win, but he also cannot kill us all at once. Retreat. Another high-ranking demon monarch urgently sought the counsel of the low-ranking demon emperor. Nodding, the demon emperor stated, I never anticipated a human martial saint would appear here. We were careless. Quickly, report back to Lord Ya. With that, The low-ranking demon emperor led the remaining demon monarchs in a hasty retreat towards the spirit beast mountain range. Perceiving their intent to flee, Su Zhe smirked coldly. Do they think they can escape? I want to let them slip away. Without hesitation, he darted forward, appearing before the low-ranking demon emperor in the blink of an eye. The demon emperor and its companions were taken aback, bracing themselves for combat. Human. The low-ranking demon emperor squinted, warning, do not obstruct us, and we may spare your life. Huh, Su Zhe chuckled, do you think I need your mercy? As the saying goes, don't offer me wine if you intend to punish me. He had little patience for their lengthy discourse. With the flame dragon soul cutter in hand, the low-ranking demon emperor, initially uncertain, was seized by panic upon witnessing the terrifying aura emanating from Su Zhe's blade. Not only it, but the other 5 demon monarchs were also rendered speechless with fear. What are you waiting for? Run! The low-ranking demon emperor shouted in desperation. Su Zhe sighed in disappointment. How disappointing that you, demon monarchs and emperors, are so cowardly. Unwilling to confront me directly. Divine skill, 18 phantom slashes. Su Zhe unleashed a strike. 18 skeletal apparitions intertwined, merging into 6 colossal skulls that roared and surged towards the fleeing demons, their speed astonishingly swift, assimilating into the bodies of the 6 demons in mere moments. With Su Zhe's command of slash, 5 demons exploded in a cacophony of destruction, their remains scattered across the sky. Ding! Slayed 5 demon monarchs. Total sword strikes, 86,000. The low-ranking demon emperor, realizing the severity of the situation just as the ghostly energy closed in, exerted all its strength to disperse the attack before continuing its flight. It recognized that it was no match for Su Zhe. Although it could withstand a brief confrontation, being slain was merely a matter of time. As they neared the spirit beast mountain range, it reasoned that if it ran fast enough, survival was within reach. Su Zhe, however, discerned the low-ranking demon emperor's thoughts. Had it been anyone else, they might have hesitated to pursue further, weighing the risks. But who was Su Zhe? The word cowardice did not exist in his lexicon. Chapter 41. Shifting blame back in a fleeting moment, Su Zhe did not hesitate to pursue. With a divine technique, he unleashed the ghost blade 18 strikes. A single slash manifested, merging all the tangible malevolent energy into a colossal skull, 10 meters wide, with a gaping maw and hollow eye sockets glowing ominously red, roaring as it surged towards the junior demon emperor. A sense of foreboding struck the junior demon emperor, who realized escape was futile and braced himself to confront the onslaught. In an instant, amidst a flash of blinding light, the giant skull vanished. Simultaneously, the junior demon emperor disappeared, leaving only a pool of crimson behind. Ding! Slayed a junior demon emperor, total strikes, 40,000. Mission accomplished. A smirk graced Su Zhe's lips, satisfied with his gains for the day. He had amassed a considerable number of strikes, an impressive total of 240,000. His gaze swiftly shifted to the only upgradable attribute remaining, his weapon. Eagerly, Su Zhe initiated the upgrade for the Flame Dragon Soul Cutting Blade. Weapon, 9-turn Soul Cutting Blade, can consume 2,000,000 strikes to upgrade to the Abyssal Blade of Heavenly Devour. Current strikes, 40,968. In an instant, the Flame Dragon Soul Cutting Blade transformed in his hands amidst a radiant glow. The length remained unchanged, yet its weight surged from 10,000 to 20,000 Gene. The once golden dragon was replaced with 9 vividly lifelike, irregularly arranged planets. The largest among them, a water-blue planet, bore a striking resemblance to Earth. Though the 9-turn soul-cutting blade lacked the immediate grandeur of the Flame Dragon soul-cutting blade, a second glance revealed an overwhelming aura of oppression. With a swift motion, Su Zhe swung the 9-turn soul-cutting blade towards a distant boulder, executing a mere basic attack. There was no sound, nor any visible blade energy. The boulder disintegrated into fine dust in an instant. Su Zhe was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this blade could claim life in silence and obscurity. Remarkable. At that moment, Xiao Ling and the others caught up, witnessing the scattered corpses of demons on the ground. They understood that they had arrived too late. Crazy Su, have you changed weapons again? Wu Qing was the first to notice the 9-turn soul-cutting blade in Su Zhe's hand. The others immediately focused their gazes on the blade. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. However, upon a second look, they were overtaken by an inexplicable sense of unease. hesitating to approach any closer. Xiaoling, somewhat fearful, inquired, "Brother Su, what is the nature of this blade?" Su Zhe gently stroked the blade's edge, smiling, "Fear not, my blade does not harm allies." Stowing the 9-turn soul-cutting blade, Su Zhe glanced down at his disheveled appearance, having gone a week without bathing due to continuous strikes. Though it had become the norm, the sticky sensation was quite uncomfortable. "I'm off to find a place to wash up. I'll return shortly. There are still some survivors in the nearby county town. You all handle the aftermath." With that, he strode away. He had no intention of engaging in cleanup duties. Watching Su Zhe's retreating figure, Xiaoling and the others exchanged glances. Mu Qingyan scratched his head, asking, "Does Crazy Su mean for us to deal with those survivors?" Xiaoling shot him an exasperated look. "What are you thinking? Brother Su is not that kind of person. He likely wants us to gather the remaining humans and escort them to safety." "Safety? Where?" Wu Qing chuckled. "The nearest town with survivors is Tsanyue City, over a week's journey on foot. Regardless of whether we encounter wandering demons along the way, even if we reached Tsanyue City, we wouldn't be allowed entry. Then we could go to my city," Mu Qingyan suggested. "They should be able to accommodate them." "Huh?" Wu Qing scoffed. "I sent a group to my city last time, and it's already overwhelmed with refugees. Even if we manage to transport them there, they may not accept them." Xiaoling frowned, troubled. "What can we do then? If we ignore them, they won't survive much longer. We can't just stand by and watch them perish, can we? Do you think we're still living in a peaceful era?" Wu Qing chuckled softly. "In these chaotic times, with demons rampaging, many people don't even know if they have a tomorrow, yet you wish to act the hero and save others? If we are to rescue anyone, we must first assess whether we possess the capability to do so." Wu Qing. Yu Xiaoling was taken aback by Wu Qing's words, but upon reflection, he realized the truth in them. This was indeed a cruel world where the strong prevailed and the weak perished. Even if they did nothing, it was understandable. Helping was a gesture of goodwill. Not helping was merely a matter of duty. "Exactly, everyone has a point," Li Luo interjected cheerfully, attempting to lighten the mood. "How about we first check the county town to see how many survivors are left, take stock, and then decide once Brother Su returns?" With Li Luo's suggestion, Mu Qingyan was the first to enthusiastically agree. "I think that's a splendid idea." Xiaoling and Wu Qing remained silent for a few moments before ultimately concurring with Li Luo's proposal. The four of them successfully shifted the burden back to Su Zhe. Upon arriving at the largely devastated county town, the four dispersed to search for survivors. After several minutes, they had gathered all the remaining humans, 103 in total. Only a little over 20 appeared to be in decent condition. The rest bore various injuries. "Did you save us?" One elderly man trembled as he leaned on his cane, his face devoid of any joy from having survived a catastrophe. The morale of the others was equally low, their expressions lifeless. Even if they had been granted another chance at life, what did it matter? They were bound to die eventually. "Alas, our city is gone. Our homes are gone, and soon, we too shall perish. Why save us? Just let us die. We won't last much longer anyway." This group, why so despondent? Xiaoling and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Wu Qing suddenly scoffed. "If you wish to die so desperately, then go ahead. The city is gone. The home is lost, and you lack the courage to continue living. Do not waste the resources of those who wish to survive." Wu Qing's words ignited a wave of anger among the crowd. "What did you say? What do you mean our existence is a waste of resources? Do you think we choose not to live? The cost of survival is too great. Even if a city were to take us in, we couldn't sustain ourselves. A single bun costs several gold coins. Even if we evade death at the hands of demons, we will eventually starve. Better to starve than to live. We might as well end it now," they lamented, voices rising in complaint. Wu Qing continued to grin. "If you truly wish to die, would you still be here complaining? In my eyes, you are all cowards, nothing more." "Hey, Wu Qing, don't you think that's a bit excessive?" Mu Qingyan pulled Wu Qing aside, whispering, "There are many of them. What if they get angry and decide to attack us?" "They won't," Wu Qing replied confidently. "This is a minor matter. They won't dare." Chapter 42. A minor incident. What transpired? At that moment, Su Zhe returned. He had assumed that Xiaoling and the others had successfully settled the refugees. Clearly, they had not accomplished their task smoothly. Upon seeing Su Zhe's return, Xiaoling hurried over and whispered. Brother Wu Qing got into an argument with them. With a raised eyebrow, Su Zhe grasped the situation and immediately took Wu Qing's side, addressing the crowd of over 100 with a cold remark. "I offer you two choices. First, Follow me to the nearest shelter. Second, proceed with your original plan of self-destruction. What do you know, little child? You have no idea of our suffering. Indeed, you martial artists can never truly comprehend our hardships. Enough. Su Zhe had no time to listen to their grievances. He bellowed, cutting off the refugees' complaints, and continued. I did not come to rescue you just to hear your laments. If you wish to die, then go ahead. If you wish to live, follow me. Enough of this incessant prattle. With that, Su Zhe turned and gestured for Xiao Ling and the others to follow him out of the city. The remaining refugees exchanged bewildered glances but ultimately complied, trailing behind obediently. Seeing them all follow, Xiao Ling couldn't help but express her relief. Thank goodness Brother Su is here. I wouldn't know what to do otherwise. Su Zhe chuckled and shook his head. Dealing with such people requires no drawn-out discourse. One must act decisively. Exactly, Wu Qing concurred. They are merely a bunch of paper tigers who believe themselves to be morally superior. They respond only to force. What shall we do next? Mu Qingyan inquired. We can't possibly take this group to the Spirit Beast Mountains, can we? Indeed, Li Luo chimed in. The Spirit Beast Mountains are teeming with monsters. Bringing them along would only hinder us. Who said I intended to take them to the Spirit Beast Mountains? Su Zhe smiled and continued. While I was looking for a place to bathe, I discovered a shelter that is still inhabited. We can take them there instead. A shelter? The four exchanged incredulous glances. Over 99% of the shelters on this continent had been overrun by monsters. To encounter one that remained intact was exceedingly rare. That Su Zhe had found one was remarkable. After traveling for a short distance, the group arrived at the shelter Su Zhe had mentioned. It was a fully enclosed refuge, measuring 10 kilometers on each side, surrounded by towering iron walls reaching a height of 100 meters. Patrols of armed martial artists, ranging from Tier 2 warriors to Tier 2 masters, were stationed atop the walls. The only entrance was a large iron gate that blended seamlessly with the wall. Ordinary iron could not withstand the onslaught of monsters. Thus, a rare metal had been integrated into the walls and gates, rendering them nearly indestructible against most attacks. Crucially, 3 martial sages were stationed within the shelter, ensuring a relatively high level of safety. As Su Zhe and his companions approached the gate, a Tier 1 warrior in armor peered down at the dark mass of people below, his brow furrowed. What brings you here? Su Zhe waved his hand, smiling. It is quite evident. The refugees seek asylum. There are too many of you. I must consult the chief before I can open the gate. With that, the Tier 1 warrior jumped down from the wall. Before long, the gate swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s with a bushy beard. He surveyed Su Zhe and the others before speaking in a solemn tone. I can allow you entry, but I must make one thing clear. This place is not absolutely safe. However, we will do our utmost to protect those who trust us. This man seemed reasonable. Su Zhe nodded in approval. The middle-aged man stepped aside. Those who wish to trust us may enter. Once the refugees had entered, the middle-aged man noticed that Su Zhe and his group remained outside, puzzled. Aren't you coming in? No, Mu Qingyan shook his head. We still need to go to the Spirit Beast Mountains. The Spirit Beast Mountains? Are you serious? The middle-aged man exclaimed. That area is chaotic, infested with countless monsters. If you 5 go there, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Please reconsider. Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, 3 mid-tier monsters suddenly appeared nearby. Seeing this, he tensed, waving his hand and shouting to Su Zhe and the others. What are you waiting for? Get inside. I'll handle those 3 monsters. Stand back, Su Zhe said with a smirk, wielding the 9-turned soul-returning blade. Xiao Ling and the others calmly stepped aside. The middle-aged man was taken aback, unsure of what the youth intended to do. With a composed smile, Su Zhe swung the blade. In an instant, the 3 monsters vanished without a trace, leaving only pools of blood scattered about. Ding! Killed 3 mid-tier monsters. Blade strikes. 54,000. The middle-aged man was left dumbfounded. The patrolling martial artists atop the walls were also stunned, as were Xiao Ling and the others, their mouths agape in astonishment. What just happened? The middle-aged man asked in shock. They had neither seen the blade's gleam nor the scene of the attack. Everything had unfolded in eerie silence. Even Xiao Ling, a golden-eyed seer, had failed to discern the events. If she had activated her golden eyes, perhaps she could have seen. But she could not expose her identity as a seer at this time. Impressive, Wu Qing grinned. No wonder they call you the Madman Su. Mu Qingyan and Li Luo exchanged glances, swallowing hard, at a loss for words. Putting away the 9-turned soul-returning blade, Su Zhe chuckled. It was nothing. Merely a minor incident. A minor incident? Instantly annihilating monsters of that caliber was merely a trivial matter? Everyone present fell silent, some even feeling a desire to strike him. The middle-aged man quickly retracted his previous statement. Forget what I just said. Go wherever you wish. But I must offer you a word of caution. Pausing, he continued. The closer you get to the Spirit Beast Mountains, the more perilous it becomes. Among you, aside from the young man who just dispatched the monsters, whose cultivation I cannot determine, the rest are at most tier 5 warriors. I do not wish to dampen your spirits. But if only that young man were to venture into the Spirit Beast Mountains, I would have faith that he could navigate any situation safely. However, if you all accompany him, there is a high likelihood that you will hinder his escape in times of danger. Consider this carefully. This possibility was something Su Zhe had already contemplated. If it were merely to retrieve the Abyss Lord's dragon egg without delving deeper into the Spirit Beast Mountains, he remained confident in escorting Xiao Ling and the others to safety. However, if they were to venture further, his certainty diminished, given the multitude of unpredictable factors involved. Chapter 43. A new beginning. Su Zhe turned to Xiao Ling and the others and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" While Xiao Ling longed to remain by Su Zhe's side, she acknowledged the truth in the middle-aged man's words. Their presence might indeed hinder Su Zhe's progress. Contemplating this, she found herself at a loss for words. Wu Qing, however, was indifferent, waving her hand dismissively. I am a fugitive, having witnessed countless scenes. I care not where we go. Li Luo also expressed indifference. Although he might have appeared timid, he had grown up in the Spirit Beast Mountain range, which felt as familiar to him as his own home. I'm not worried, though my strength is somewhat lacking. I am well acquainted with the terrain of the Spirit Beast Mountain range and can easily avoid many dangers. I fear nothing. Mu Qingyan flashed a confident smile. If we cannot win, we shall flee. With crazy Su covering our backs, what is there to fear? However, Xiao Ling paused momentarily before continuing. Have you considered what might happen if we encounter a demon sage in the Spirit Beast Mountain range? Though Brother Su has reached the martial sage realm and possesses the enhancement of a spiritual body, along with the growth of his golden body, perhaps he could handle a single demon sage. But what if we face 2, or even more? Do you believe we can escape without dragging Brother Su down? Mu Qingyan retorted. How could we be that unlucky? There can't be that many demon sages for us to encounter. Anything is possible. Xiao Ling sighed helplessly. I truly do not know what to do. I wish to stay with Brother Su, yet I do not wish to be a burden. Speaking of burdens, Wu Qing scanned the group and fixed her gaze on Mu Qingyan. You are the one who would burden us. Mu Qingyan was taken aback, exclaiming, Baldy. What did you say? Dare to say it again? I told you not to call me that. Wu Qing narrowed her eyes, exuding an aura of menace. Swiftly, she drew her weapon from behind and struck Mu Qingyan on the head without mercy. Seeing this, Mu Qingyan immediately drew his twin daggers, preparing for a fight. Just as the two were about to engage, Su Zhe swiftly positioned himself between them, grasping each of their wrists to forcibly halt the impending scuffle. Crazy Su, let go! They exclaimed in unison. Su Zhe chuckled lightly. At this moment, you two seem remarkably in sync. Who is in sync with him? Let go. I want to smash his head. Who is in sync with him? Let go. I want to chop him to bits. These two truly are. Su Zhe thought. Exasperated, he effortlessly subdued them, pinning them to the ground. As they attempted to resist, a palpable force descended upon them, rendering them immobile. Enough, the farce must end. Su Zhe declared, rising to his feet and observing the two glaring at each other defiantly, even while restrained. He sighed softly. These two. Xiao Ling rubbed her forehead in exasperation. They were indeed a headache. Li Luo stifled a laugh, remaining silent. The middle-aged man watched the spectacle with bemusement, pondering whether these individuals were truly a cohesive group, as they engaged in such fierce disputes over trivial matters. Nonetheless, Su Zhe absorbed their words. He was indifferent to bringing a few individuals along. Yet should they encounter the particularly unfortunate scenario Xiao Ling described, it would undoubtedly prove challenging. If he could only take 1 or 2 individuals, his first choice would be Li Luo, due to his familiarity with the terrain. Xiao Ling, as a golden-eyed individual, was a secret known only to Su Zhe, and he could not reveal this information to more people at present. Thus, Xiao Ling's participation was optional. Should they face unique circumstances, her assistance would undoubtedly facilitate navigating through some tricky predicaments. Wu Qing and Mu Qingyan were also optional. After some contemplation, Su Zhe made a decision. From here on, Li Luo shall accompany me, and the 3 of you shall stay behind. At this, Everyone fell silent. Wu Qing and Mu Qingyan ceased their mutual glares, instead regarding Su Zhe with puzzlement. Su Zhe released his hold on them, and they sprang to their feet. Crazy Su, are you serious? Mu Qingyan asked incredulously. Su Zhe smiled and nodded. Indeed. Wu Qing remained silent, pondering deeply before she soon found peace with the decision. Xiaoling also held her tongue, having an inkling of Su Zhe's reasoning. She too agreed with his choice. Only Mu Qingyan appeared crestfallen, lamenting, "Why only bring Li Luo? I wish to see the world too. Can I come along?" "Absolutely not," Su Zhe replied curtly. Mu Qingyan felt utterly disheartened. Li Luo, too, felt similarly defeated. "Oh, Boss Su, this isn't right. Just the two of us seems inappropriate." "What, do you find me unworthy?" Su Zhe inquired with a bemused smile. Li Luo felt a chill run down his spine, sweat beading on his forehead, and he hastily shook his head. No, I could never think that. You are overthinking it. That is best, Su Zhe said, waving his hand. He turned to Xiaoling, his tone softening. Wait for me here. I will return as swiftly as I can. Xiaoling nodded silently. Su Zhe departed with Li Luo. Mu Qingyan intended to follow, but was halted by Wu Qing. What are you doing? Mu Qingyan glared at Wu Qing in displeasure. Wu Qing smirked. Do you believe you can alter Crazy Su's decision? I suppose not. Then remain here and await his return. But what if he doesn't come back for us? Mu Qingyan questioned, only to be met with Xiaoling's furious glare. Stop talking nonsense. Brother Su will surely return. Meanwhile, Li Luo trailed behind Su Zhe, his expression a mix of intrigue and trepidation. He wished to voice his concerns, but hesitated. Sensing his unease, Su Zhe prompted, speak your mind. Boss Su, is that refuge reliable? Li Luo asked, concern lacing his voice. I fear for Sister Ling's safety there. There are no places in this world that are absolutely safe. Su Zhe replied with a smile. Although the refuge is not vast and lacks the military strength of Tsangyue City, it is currently secure, with 3 martial sages stationed within. And the surrounding powerful demons have largely been eliminated by me. As they spoke, Su Zhe retrieved the 9 transformations soul returning blade. Seeing this, Li Luo rolled his eyes, feeling a mix of exasperation and resignation. Here we go again. Indeed, Su Zhe had embarked once more on his oblivious sword-swinging journey. Time passed, and under Li Luo's adept guidance, 6 days later, they arrived at the foot of a mountain enveloped by towering, dense forests. Even in daylight, the canopy was so thick that it obscured the sunlight, casting a shadowy gloom within. After halting his swordplay, Su Zhe wiped the sweat from his brow and checked his current attributes. Swing count, 166, 968. Strength, 164, 500. Swing count bonus, X2, spiritual body enhancement, 329, 000. Golden body, 1-star celestial, 2-5, 1-star low level, 2-5, 1-star profound level, 0-0-4, 1-star yellow level, 0-0-4, 1-star celestial, 0-0-2. Chapter 44. Duel of Powerhouses. In just 6 days, the number of successful blade strikes had astonishingly increased by over 70,000. Su Zhe's overall strength had reached an extraordinary 32 million. This was nothing short of miraculous. However, the progress of his golden body cultivation was excruciatingly slow. Su Zhe felt no inclination to complain further. He chose to go with the flow. After sheathing the 9 turns returning soul blade, he resolved to first refine himself before entering the Spirit Beast mountain range. This was a habit of his, no matter how brief the interval without wielding his blade. He insisted on being impeccably clean and fresh. He casually found a nearby lake and took a quick bath. Dressed in clean, refreshing attire, Su Zhe plunged into the dense forest ahead, accompanied by Li Luo. From a distance, Su Zhe sensed that within the forest at the foot of the mountain, there were no less than 1,000 demons. Although most of them were below the rank of Demon King, when considering the additional hidden demons scattered throughout the foothills, the numbers were staggering. With Su Zhe's current strength, he could easily annihilate all the demons in an instant. Yet, doing so would require immense physical and mental energy, drawing attention from other, potentially stronger demons lurking in the mountains. If they all engaged him at once, even if they were no match for Su Zhe, the overwhelming numbers could overwhelm him in a relentless battle. Thus, it was prudent to avoid alarming the snakes for the time being. Boss Su, follow me, Li Luo said, moving through the forest with the agility of a fish in water. Her movements were so nimble that she seemed entirely different from the languid figure she had been outside the Spirit Beast mountain range. Su Zhe remained silent, skillfully following her as they evaded numerous demons. Within half a day, they traversed the dense forest at the mountain's base and arrived at a concealed path leading up the mountain. If we proceed smoothly from here, I guarantee we can reach the marsh where the Abyss Lord resides within 3 hours. However, the marsh is surrounded by poisonous miasma, and I fear I cannot enter. Boss Su, I shall lead you there while I find a hidden spot to wait for your return. Li Luo had already planned the next leg of their journey. That will suffice, Su Zhe agreed without objection. The two continued their ascent. Upon passing a rocky ruin, they suddenly halted. Not good, Li Luo's face turned pale, and she quickly hid behind Su Zhe. He glanced towards the tallest rock in the ruins, where a mid-level demon lord with crimson eyes and a serpent-like head suddenly appeared. This sensation felt hauntingly familiar. Su Zhe refrained from drawing the 9 turns returning soul blade. He required no weapon to deal with a mid-level demon lord. His hesitation stemmed from that familiar feeling. Ah, another human powerhouse, the mid-level demon lord expressed, unafraid of Su Zhe, though secretly astonished by the rapid growth of his strength. Have we met? Su Zhe asked, unable to recall any instance of sparing a demon's life. I have seen you before, the mid-level demon lord replied with a smile. When you first emerged from Mu City, I was but a low-level demon lord, and you were completely oblivious to my presence. But now, you are no longer the same. Your growth has been astonishing, far beyond the normal pace of human cultivation. How have you achieved this? Su Zhe chuckled. Do you think I would divulge that information? Certainly not. The mid-level demon lord laughed heartily. You are indeed an intriguing human. I know you won't spare me, and I might be slain in the next moment. But please allow me to utter one final word before I perish. Regrettably, I cannot permit that, Su Zhe interrupted. He had no interest in idle chatter. His eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura concentrated on the mid-level demon lord. Before the demon could utter another syllable, it was too late. Ding. Slain a mid-level demon lord, blade strikes. 18,000. Observing the lifeless demon, Li Luo swallowed hard. Boss Su, you are remarkably decisive. Given that creature was no match for you, why not let it finish speaking? It might have had something of great importance to convey. Indifferent, Su Zhe shrugged. I detest loquacious individuals. At his words, Li Luo immediately fell silent, nodding in agreement. The two continued their ascent. After navigating through numerous twists and turns, they swiftly crossed the towering mountain, reaching the heart of the Spirit Beast mountain range. Encircled by majestic peaks, from their elevated vantage point, they beheld a dense expanse of towering trees. Yet, as they ventured deeper into the Spirit Beast mountain range, the presence of demons became increasingly palpable and potent. One would think there would be many spirit beasts here in the Spirit Beast mountain range, yet we have encountered none. Have the outer spirit beasts been exterminated by the demons? Su Zhe mused, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Li Luo expressed her indignation. Indeed, these demons are utterly merciless, slaughtering anything alive. Even the most gentle and inconspicuous spirit beasts are on the brink of extinction. It is truly despicable. These demons deserve no mercy. Calm yourself. Su Zhe gently patted Li Luo's shoulder. Suddenly, a wave of intense killing intent surged towards them. Find a place to hide, Su Zhe instructed, narrowing his eyes. Li Luo nodded and quickly concealed herself. Su Zhe faced the oncoming killing intent head-on, wielding the 9 turns returning soul blade, locking his gaze on the source. In the blink of an eye, a diminutive demon, less than 2 meters tall, with a raccoon-like head and a comical appearance, materialized before Su Zhe. Golden eyes. A demon saint. Without uttering a word, the demon saint launched a lightning-fast attack at Su Zhe. Reacting swiftly, Su Zhe leaped aside just in time. The impact of the demon saint's kick fractured the ground beneath them, creating a deep chasm. Impressive, Su Zhe thought, excited to finally find a worthy opponent. Without hesitation, he swung his blade at the demon saint. The demon evaded like a flash of lightning, and Su Zhe's strike cleaved into the mountainside, leaving a gaping scar thousands of meters deep. This was merely a basic attack, akin to the vast pit created by the demon saint's earlier assault. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, their battle ravaging the surroundings for several kilometers. Towering trees were reduced to splinters, debris soaring through the air. Even the weaker demons nearby were not spared, many tumbling into the abyss created by their clash, meeting their demise either from the fall or from falling rocks. In that moment, The air was filled with continuous cries of despair. Chapter 45. A rewarding harvest. Beep. Slain 195 demons. Total strikes 113, 800. Beep. Slain 56 demons. Total strikes 89, 000. Beep. Slain 78 demons. Total strikes 96, 000. The ceaseless notifications from the system echoed in his ears. Yet Su Zhe had no time to heed them. He was engrossed in a fierce battle with the demon sage, reveling in the exhilaration brought forth by a contest of equals. This sense of parity merely pertained to their ordinary attacks. Both combatants were acutely aware that neither had unleashed their full potential. Indeed, a smirk crept onto Su Zhe's lips while he relished this exhilarating exchange. He knew it was time to end it. Divine technique. 18 cuts of the ghost blade. Su Zhe swung his blade toward the demon sage, conjuring a colossal skull that roared as it lunged forward. The demon sage also smirked, choosing to forego its weapon, meeting Su Zhe's attack with a single hand, effortlessly dispersing the 18 cuts of the ghost blade. It was evident that the demon sage and the demon emperor represented entirely different realms of power. Unfazed, Su Zhe felt a surge of excitement. The demon sage abruptly halted its assault, both entities observing each other across the vast pit. You are considerably stronger than the martial sage I dispatched 6 months ago. Su Zhe chuckled, toying with the 9 revolutions returning soul blade, while mentally calculating whether to summon 2 or 3 golden bodies for assistance. All right, 3 it is. Without hesitation, Su Zhe aimed the 9 revolutions returning soul blade at the demon sage, revealing a chilling smile. Engage. Instantly, 3 golden bodies manifested behind him, charging fiercely at the demon sage. A flicker of surprise crossed the demon sage's previously impassive eyes as its relaxed demeanor tightened. This human possesses 3 golden bodies? In this world, there exists someone with a celestial spirit body. The demon sage realized the gravity of the situation. This human was formidable, and a direct confrontation would spell disaster. With this thought, the demon sage swiftly adopted a defensive stance and retreated deeper into the spirit beast mountains. Su Zhe's 3 golden bodies pursued with relentless vigor. The interplay of 1 demon against 3 golden bodies transformed into a cat-and-mouse game, their movements blurring into 4 elusive shadows. It was only when they neared the heart of the spirit beast mountains, enveloped by a thick mist, that they came to a halt. Human, do not overestimate yourself. There are more than just me here. Those 2 have yet to realize you possess 3 golden bodies. If you wish to escape this fate, I can spare your life. Leave now. The demon sage's eyes glinted menacingly. Following closely behind, Su Zhe nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the demon sage's words. Apologies, but even if the other 2 demon sages are present, I fear no odds. Indeed, such arrogance was warranted. The situation was not merely 3 against 1, but rather 3 against 6, given Su Zhe's 5 golden bodies. Logically, 2 golden bodies against 1 demon sage should pose little challenge. However, the singular drawback of the golden bodies lay in their time limitations, creating a pressing urgency to resolve the confrontation swiftly before the time expired. The command for the 3 golden bodies was clear: eliminate the demon sage. In that moment, they became emotionless war machines. After a few seconds of intense combat, the pressure became too great for the demon sage, which resorted to wielding a dark yellow bone whip, forged from 32 bones, striking the nearly expired Xuanji golden body. In that instant, the golden body vanished. Although it had eliminated 1 golden body, the demon sage felt no satisfaction. A frown creased its brow, sensing something amiss. Typically, the attributes and conditions of a golden body were nearly perfect. It was inconceivable that 1 lash could dispel 1. The sudden disappearance was no coincidence. There was evidently a deeper scheme at play. This was the demon sage's inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Su Zhe understood that the golden body had simply run out of energy, and thus he dismissed the incident entirely. The remaining 2 golden bodies continued their relentless assault, each strike lethal. It must be noted that the demon sage was indeed formidable, managing to withstand the onslaught of 2 golden bodies thus far, maintaining a semblance of equilibrium. Were it not for the time constraints, Su Zhe would have enjoyed the battle longer. A grin appeared on his face as he wielded the 9 revolutions returning soul blade and joined the fray. In a swift turn of events, the demon sage found itself at a disadvantage. Just as the other 2 demon sages arrived, this one was brutally disassembled by Su Zhe and the 2 golden bodies, reduced to countless morsels that danced upon the wind. Beep. Slain 1 demon sage. Total strikes 200. 000. 200,000. The worth of a single demon sage astonished Su Zhe. However, there was no time for astonishment, as 2 more demon sages approached rapidly, flanking him on either side, leaving no opportunity for escape. "Is that 2 golden bodies?" exclaimed one demon sage with a lizard head and human body, incredulous at the existence of a celestial spirit body wielder. "Impossible. Impossible?" echoed the other, a serpent-headed demon sage, its forked tongue flicking as its merciless gaze fixed on Su Zhe. "No matter who he is, he must not leave here alive." Immediately after the lizard-headed demon sage declared its intent, it tightened its grip on the trident and charged ferociously at Su Zhe. Unfazed, Su Zhe summoned the remaining 2 golden bodies, standing his ground to witness the transformation of the demon sage's battle intent into sheer terror upon seeing 4 golden bodies. With a 4-to-1 advantage, the odds were overwhelmingly in his favor. In a matter of seconds, the demon sage had no chance to retaliate, being thoroughly pulverized by the combined might of the 4 golden bodies. Beep. Slain 1 demon sage. Total strikes 200. 000. The other demon sage, witnessing the sudden emergence of 2 additional golden bodies on Su Zhe's side, reacted instinctively and fled without hesitation. Indeed, a dignified demon sage, without even engaging in battle, had retreated. Su Zhe, who should have pursued, found himself delayed by mere seconds and lost the chance to chase. He couldn't help but chuckle at the cowardice displayed. This was his first time allowing a potential threat to escape due to carelessness, prompting a realization that he must exercise greater caution in the future. With the immediate danger now neutralized, Su Zhe called back the 4 golden bodies and reviewed their attributes. Total strikes 913. 850. Golden bodies. 1-star celestial golden body 009. 1-star earthly golden body 009. 1-star Shin golden body 0. 1-star yellow golden body 0. 1-star celestial golden body 0. Upon reviewing these figures, Su Zhe's expression turned to one of resignation. Had he merely returned to square one? Nevertheless, the total strikes had risen dramatically to over 900,000, marking a most rewarding endeavor. Chapter 46. The Eye of Insight. Su Zhe examined the attributes available for enhancement once more. He currently had 3 options. First, to increase the success rate of his swordsmanship. Second, to amplify his speed. And third, to slay more demons to reach a total of 1 million sword strikes, which would directly enhance his physique. He was just 90,000 short. Time to kill. With this thought, Su Zhe closed his eyes, his consciousness enveloping the entire Spirit Beast mountain range. He sensed at least 50,000 demons within his reach, and this was merely the situation outside the 3rd ring of the mountain. To his astonishment, however, he found that his consciousness could not penetrate the depths of the Spirit Beast mountain range. As the demon sage had mentioned earlier, this world was filled with unexpected phenomena. Nevertheless, one step at a time, he would first deal with these demons. Without hesitation, Su Zhe unleashed his formidable presence across the area he could cover. In an instant, he eradicated all demon soldiers and generals within his vicinity, causing varying degrees of internal injuries to those above the rank of Demon King. However, the immense energy expenditure took a toll on him, and he staggered back 2 steps, a wave of metallic sweetness surging from his throat, leaving him feeling quite ill. Under normal circumstances, his might could easily obliterate demon kings and lords. Yet, given the sheer number of demons, Su Zhe was alone and his stamina was limited. Still, it was enough. Beep. A total of 23,851 demons slain. Sword strike count. 600. 200. Su Zhe. 660,000. He rubbed his forehead and checked his attributes. Sword strike count. 514. 050. Astonishingly, it had reached 7 million. Although his body was currently suffering from the internal strain due to excessive energy consumption and had yet to recover, the phrase pain and pleasure coexist perhaps aptly described his current state. Unable to contain himself, Su Zhe burst into laughter, eagerly upgrading all the attributes he could. Several attributes immediately transformed. Physique, divine body, can consume 100 million sword strikes to elevate to the divine demon unity. Cultivation, 1-star earth immortal, currently not applicable in this world. Sword strike count, 914. 050. Martial skills, supreme technique shattering heaven, can consume 2 million sword strikes to elevate to the divine technique Celestial Net. Divine technique Phantom Blade 36 strikes, can consume 1 million sword strikes to elevate to Phantom Blade 72 strikes. Weapon, Heavenly Abyss Blade, can consume 80 million sword strikes to elevate to Thunderstorm Blade. Sword strike success rate, 6, can consume 500,000 sword strikes to elevate to 7. Speed amplification, 400, can consume 1 million sword strikes to elevate to 500. Upon seeing the cultivation entry, with its note of currently not applicable in this world after 1-star Earth Immortal, Su Zhe found himself at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, he was pleasantly surprised that the supreme technique could actually be upgraded to divine level. Moreover, with over 2 million sword strikes remaining, there were numerous available attributes for upgrade. Just as Su Zhe was calculating how to optimize his upgrades, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying 30,000 demons in total. Reward, Eye of Insight, not activated. The host can consume 2 million sword strikes to activate it. Would you like to proceed? Taken aback, Su Zhe inquired, what is the Eye of Insight? Beep. Upon activation of the Eye of Insight, the host will be able to view the life force and combat power of any living being in real time. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe was utterly astonished. To see the life force and combat power of any being? Incredible. With such a remarkable tool at his disposal, how could he not activate it? Thus, he eagerly exclaimed, activate. Beep. Activation successful. Soon after, Su Zhe began to search the area and quickly spotted a severely injured mid-tier demon general, barely clinging to life, a kilometer away. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed the Eye of Insight on the demon general. In an instant, a progress bar appeared above the demon's head, showing only 1/5 remaining, accompanied by the text 1205,000. After a brief pause, Su Zhe understood that the progress bar represented the demon general's current vitality, while the numbers indicated its remaining combat power. 5,000 must have been its peak strength, while 1,200 was all it could muster at that moment. Perfect. Su Zhe smiled. With the Eye of Insight, distinguishing between a horse and a mule was a mere glance away. System, can I see my own progress bar? Su Zhe suddenly asked. Beep. The host needs only to check internally. Check internally. Su Zhe attempted to do so, and indeed, a progress bar appeared in his mind. The bar was full, and the numbers read 16, 800, 329, 000, increasing by 5 points per second. Was he left with merely 16,800 in combat power? 16,800 was the combat power of a 1-star martial emperor, meaning that if a 2-star martial emperor or a higher-level demon emperor were to confront him, he could easily be at risk of defeat. Su Zhe felt somewhat powerless. However, the rate of recovery was rather dramatic. With an increase of 5 points per second, it would take 17 hours to fully restore his peak strength. Glancing back at the fog-laden forest behind him, where even his consciousness could not penetrate the depths of the Spirit Beast mountain range, he contemplated for a moment. To be safe, it was prudent to wait until he regained his full strength before venturing inside. Thus, he found a concealed corner, masked his presence, and utilized the remaining 90,000 sword strikes to elevate his success rate to 7, preparing to strike while awaiting his recovery. The Heavenly Abyss Blade, much like the starter blade he had received upon arriving in this world, was entirely black. However, the Heavenly Abyss Blade was 2 meters long and weighed an impressive 100,000 pounds, shrouded in a faint black mist. Just a glance at it incited a sense of helplessness, as though one were staring into the abyss. The closer one drew, the more pronounced this feeling became, evoking a deep-seated fear that rendered one paralyzed. Though the blade appeared ordinary, it was a treasure capable of killing invisibly. Grasping the Heavenly Abyss Blade, Su Zhe stretched his limbs and began to strike. Until the following morning, Su Zhe assessed that enough time had passed, and he paused to examine his attributes. Sword strike count, 429, 170. Strength, 179, 620. Sword strike count bonus, X2, 359, 240. In just one night, he successfully struck over 15,000 times. At this rate, achieving 1 million strikes would likely take no more than 3 months. Su Zhe felt quite satisfied. Meanwhile, the number following his life force progress bar had reached its peak. This indicated that he had now fully restored his original strength. Stowing away the Heavenly Abyss Blade, Su Zhe leaped towards the mist-laden forest, ready to enter when he heard the voice of Li Luo approaching from a distance. Chapter 47. A bit strange, boss Su. Wait a moment. Li Luo gasped as he hurried over. Stopping in his tracks, Su Zhe turned to face Li Luo and inquired, "What is it?" Li Luo's expression grew solemn as he positioned himself in front of Su Zhe, earnestly imploring, "Surely you do not intend to go in there? I do not mean to frighten you, but the level of danger within far exceeds your expectations. A few years ago, I witnessed a martial sage leading a squad comprised of 8 martial emperors enter, and they never emerged again. Just consider this. If even a martial sage could not escape, how perilous must it be inside?" "Oh," Su Zhe chuckled. "So you're suggesting that I should not enter?" Li Luo nodded vigorously. "Precisely. Think it over. Ling and the others are still waiting for you. If you were to vanish without a trace, how heartbroken would Ling be? Setting aside whether I could even return after entering, I have a question for you." Su Zhe fixed his gaze on Li Luo, his expression playful. "Is it true that your cultivation level is merely that of a first-tier warrior?" Li Luo, confused, replied, "Boss Su, during the strength appraisal at the Songyue City Identification Center, we all witnessed that I am indeed a first-tier warrior. What is the issue here?" "Ah, it is quite significant," Su Zhe smiled. "The appraisal crystal ball cannot possibly exhibit a lack of response to one strike, and then react to another unless the individual possesses strength beyond that of a martial emperor, thus controlling their output. Moreover, as you mentioned, you have lived in the Spirit Beast mountain range since childhood. This place is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to death. If you truly were only a first-tier warrior, it would be impossible for you to survive here for even a week. Do you not agree?" Su Zhe had begun to harbor doubts about Li Luo's strength since the identification center in Songyue City. After a moment of hesitation, Li Luo waved his hand dismissively, laughing. "Boss Su, what are you saying? Am I a martial emperor? That is impossible. Such a jest is not amusing. Still in denial?" Su Zhe shook his head with a smile and, in the blink of an eye, activated his insight ability. A progress bar indicating Li Luo's true strength appeared above his head. Upon seeing the strength value on Li Luo's life progress bar, Su Zhe was taken aback. 500, 000, 500, 000, 500,000. How could it possibly be higher than his own? In this continent, the advancement strength of a martial sage is 50,000. Su Zhe currently possesses 350,000. Yet, this seemingly unassuming individual before him had an astonishing strength of 500,000, 15,000 more than his own. Such combat prowess was equivalent to 10 newly advanced martial sages. The magnitude of this power was indeed terrifying. Initially perceived as bronze, later thought to be diamond, and now revealed to be a king. Su Zhe chuckled, contemplating whether he had been too ostentatious and whether he should learn from Li Luo to adopt a more low-key approach in his actions. Noticing Su Zhe's unusual reaction, Li Luo scratched his head in bewilderment, oblivious to being seen through. He asked, "Boss Su, are you all right?" Su Zhe regarded him intently, questioning, "How old are you?" Li Luo, puzzled, responded, "Why the sudden inquiry about my age?" "Less chatter," Su Zhe insisted. All right, I'm 28. At 28, possessing a combat strength of 500,000, if not for any external enhancements, such talent in this realm was nothing short of extraordinary. Could it be that this individual, like himself, was a traveler from another world endowed with some extraordinary ability? With this in mind, Su Zhe tentatively inquired, "Were you born and raised in this world?" Li Luo paused, then laughed. "Of course. Are you not? If I claimed otherwise, would you believe me?" "Well, I'm not sure. Given your strength, whatever you say must hold truth." "No, compared to you, I am still lacking," Su Zhe replied. "What do you mean by that, Boss Su? With a combat strength of 500,000, you are the true anomaly here." Su Zhe smiled, leaving Li Luo momentarily speechless, his expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Finally, he asked, "How did you come to know this?" Su Zhe shrugged. "How I know is not important. If you are indeed a native of this continent, why is your cultivation speed so much faster than others? Or perhaps you possess some means of rapidly enhancing your strength." "What do you mean by means?" Li Luo, shedding his earlier timid demeanor, inquired curiously. "Your previous question implies that you might not be from this world. Could it be that this man truly was not a traveler?" Su Zhe scrutinized Li Luo thoughtfully. A moment of silence enveloped them. After a long pause, Li Luo finally spoke up. "Very well. I shall not conceal the truth from you. Indeed, I possess some talent, but it is not to the point of being monstrous. The reason for my high combat strength is that I grew up in the Spirit Beast mountain range, where the natural energy and cultivation resources exceed those of the outside world. Furthermore, I know of a place that can double one's strength." Pausing, Li Luo continued, Deep within the Spirit Beast Mountain range, shrouded in mist, lies a remarkable stone chamber. Once one enters, a powerful force envelopes them. However, anyone below the martial sage realm cannot withstand that force and will perish instantly. For those of us who cultivate, that stone chamber is immensely beneficial. But for you it would likely offer little assistance. Why is that? Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. Li Luo chuckled. You are unique. You merely need to wield your blade to augment your strength, without the need for arduous training like the rest of us. Since that stone chamber could expedite your cultivation, why do you not remain there indefinitely to train? Su Zhe inquired with a smile. Li Luo sighed. I would love to, but 3 years ago, on the night the demons emerged, a meteorite fell from the sky and shattered the stone chamber. Well, that is somewhat unfortunate, Su Zhe admitted, stifling a laugh, openly reveling in the irony of the situation. So, you are currently the strongest among all martial sages on this continent? He asked. Not quite. Li Luo shook his head. The stone chamber has existed for as long as this continent has. Consider this. The known history of this continent spans over 10,000 years, and during that time, many must have been aware of the stone chamber's existence. I have only cultivated there for 8 years to achieve a combat strength of 500,000. What of those who came before me? They might have devoted even more time and effort within that chamber. Li Luo's words sparked curiosity in Su Zhe. If there are indeed many individuals with strength surpassing yours hidden across this continent, why did they not emerge to lead humanity against the demon onslaught when it occurred? I do not know, Li Luo sighed heavily. I refuse to believe I am the only one who discovered that stone chamber. Yet those who came before me seem to have vanished into thin air. I have tried to search for them, but to no avail. Vanished into thin air? Su Zhe suddenly recalled the note attached to his cultivation attribute, stating, current world unavailable following the first star of the Earth immortal realm. A sudden understanding dawned upon him. Chapter 48. The sense of threat beyond this continent. There undoubtedly exist realms of higher sophistication. Those esteemed predecessors who seemingly vanished may well have departed from this land to continue their cultivation in superior worlds. With this realization, Su Zhe felt a sense of relief. However, a question lingered in his mind. Li Luo, since your strength reached such a level 3 years ago, why did you not intervene to halt the demon's invasion? I did attempt to, Li Luo replied with a bitter smile. 3 years prior, when the demons launched their assault, I slaughtered the demons that appeared near the Spirit Beast Mountain for a full 7 days and nights. Yet, regardless of how many I killed, their numbers not only failed to diminish but instead multiplied. Exhausted, I let my guard down and was ambushed by 2 demon saints, sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, my familiarity with the terrain of the Spirit Beast Mountain allowed me to evade their pursuit. It took me 3 years to fully recover from my wounds. Reflecting on his past self, Li Luo could not help but feel self-deprecating. How naive I was to think I could eradicate the demons single-handedly. I nearly lost my life in the process. This time, I have learned my lesson. After healing, I decided to leave this place in search of hidden masters, to form the most formidable team before returning to eradicate the demons once and for all. Su Zhe admired Li Luo's resolve, yet he understood that such aspirations were not easily realized. First, individuals whose strength surpassed Li Luo's would, if they truly wished to remain hidden, be impossible for Li Luo to locate. Second, as Li Luo had mentioned, the demons could not be completely exterminated. No matter how formidable the warriors, it would be futile. Hence, to ultimately eradicate the demons, one must first uncover the reasons behind their relentless proliferation. Casting a glance back at the mist-shrouded forest behind him, Su Zhe inquired, surely, the secrets of the Spirit Beast Mountain's depths encompass more than just that stone chamber? How much do you know about it? Not much, Li Luo shook his head. This mist possesses the ability to disorient, becoming increasingly stimulating to the senses the deeper one ventures, leading to utter disorientation. Even you cannot delve deeper? Su Zhe asked, astonished. Li Luo nodded. Indeed, I once believed that a combat power of 500,000 would suffice to reach the depths. However, I was mistaken. I attempted to approach the central valley, but the mist had already begun to invade my mind. I knew that if I pressed on, I would become lost. So I retreated. Is it true that even a combat power of 500,000 cannot enter that valley? Su Zhe's curiosity piqued. What lies concealed within? Moreover, Li Luo suddenly added, within this mist, there are many beasts whose names I do not know, each more ferocious than the last, with the weakest surpassing the demon emperors. This is also why neither demons nor humans dare to tread here. These unknown beasts possess the power to annihilate humanity, yet they remain hidden in the mist. As if guarding something. Guarding what? Perhaps the valley you mentioned? That seems likely, Li Luo affirmed. Thus, I advise against your immediate entry. Even if you wish to explore that valley, with your current strength, you would be surrounded and killed by those unknown beasts before you could even approach. Su Zhe, I strongly recommend that you wait until your power surpasses mine before considering entering. The disparity between 350,000 and 500,000 in combat power was significant. If even Li Luo could not venture deeper, how could he? Su Zhe had always been one to refrain from undertaking uncertain endeavors. If Li Luo was not deceiving him, he truly needed to contemplate whether to proceed. Su Zhe, trust me, I would not deceive you, Li Luo insisted earnestly. Su Zhe chuckled. Why should I trust you? Just a moment ago, you were lying to me about not being a martial saint. Well, that was a special circumstance. Li Luo stammered. I genuinely did not intend to deceive you earlier. Now that you have seen through it, I have no words left to say. However, this place is exceedingly perilous. You should heed my warning and refrain from entering. Having come this far, can I really leave empty-handed? Su Zhe smirked, undeterred. I will take a brief look and return. If you're unharmed, procure a dragon egg from the marsh where the Abyss Lord resides. And so it was. Su Zhe offered Li Luo no further opportunity for rebuttal, stepping boldly into the mist. Li Luo stood rooted in place, a mix of exasperation and incredulity on his face. Despite possessing greater strength, why had he become the errand boy? Something seemed amiss. Upon entering the mist-laden forest, Su Zhe immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from all directions. The mist around him felt almost alive, attempting to invade his very being. This was merely the initial entry, and visibility was severely limited to less than 2 meters. Furrowing his brow, Su Zhe attempted to extend his consciousness to assess the surroundings. Yet, he discovered that as soon as he did so, the mist seized the opportunity, surging into his body. Thus, he could not afford to be distracted by his surroundings. Li Luo had indeed spoken the truth. Continuing forward in silence, Su Zhe felt the sense of pressure intensifying with each step. After traversing nearly 100 meters, suddenly, a shadow darted past him with incredible speed. Killer intent. With the heavenly abyss blade in hand, Su Zhe remained vigilant. The dark figure charged towards him. In an instinctual reaction, he dodged and swung his blade down. Remarkably, the figure evaded with astonishing speed. Furrowing his brow, Su Zhe activated his inside eye. The moment he did, a chill ran down his spine. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he felt genuine threat. Although shrouded in mist, the progress bar above the creature's head was unmistakable, reading 300,000. A combat power of 300,000, merely 5,000 less than his own. Had it been only this one, Su Zhe might not have felt endangered. However, he soon realized that several others lurked nearby, their progress bars indicating combat power exceeding 300,000, with one even reaching an astounding 400,000. If they all attacked simultaneously, Su Zhe would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Yet, they refrained from launching a coordinated assault. Why? It dawned on Su Zhe that they were merely observing, toying with him, intending to exhaust him before mercilessly striking down. No, I cannot proceed any further. Without hesitation, Su Zhe swiftly turned and retreated, utilizing his utmost speed to escape before these terrifying creatures detected any anomaly. Thankfully, he had not ventured too far. In just 3 seconds, he exited the mist-laden forest. Once outside, Su Zhe exhaled deeply, raising a hand to his forehead, chuckling dryly. Indeed, the humans on this continent are truly insignificant. Chapter 49. The problematic aspects insufficient. Still insufficient. He was still too weak. Su Zhe initially believed he had attained considerable strength, only to find himself on the verge of a societal beating after merely stepping into that fog and traversing a mere 100 meters. This experience was far from pleasant, yet it ignited his competitive spirit. Within the mist, the secrets of the canyon beckoned to him, and he was determined to unveil them. Thus, his sole focus became the relentless wielding of his blade to enhance his prowess. With that resolve, Su Zhe embarked anew on his journey of blade wielding, seeking out Li Luo along the way. Before a once murky, now desiccated swamp, he found her. Once again, he had arrived too late. Li Luo lamented. At this time last year, this swamp had not yet fallen to the onslaught of demons. The Abyss Lord still reigned as its master, but now, not even the fiercest spirit beasts can withstand the sea of demons' tactics. The so-called Sea of Demons strategy relied on sheer numbers. The parched swamp was strewn with countless corpses, all remnants of decayed demons. At the center of the swamp stood a colossal dragon skeleton, beneath which lay dozens of cracked eggshells, housing undeveloped little skeletons. The demons would be eradicated. Su Zhe gave Li Luo a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Let us depart. Reluctantly, Li Luo followed him away from that place. Boss Su, once we exit, let us seek out the masters hidden in various corners. As they walked, she continued. You alone possess the ability to discern the combat strength of those more powerful than yourself, enabling you to locate them. Not at the moment. Su Zhe replied as he swung his blade. I promised Xiao Ling to avenge her. One must prioritize, and I shall fulfill that vow first. After a pause, Li Luo inquired with a smile, which do you deem more significant, the rise and fall of the world or personal vendettas? This matter transcends the mere rise and fall of the world or personal grudges. Su Zhe chuckled lightly. I will find those I seek, and I must settle scores. My principle is simple. If you wish for my assistance, you must adhere to the order of precedence. Should I encounter you first and agree to help, I shall prioritize your request. Ah, so you are implicitly agreeing to my request? She probed. Indeed. Su Zhe considered himself no paragon of virtue. Yet he understood that neglecting the plight of this continent would lead to its inevitable demise. While he might have turned a blind eye if he had no ties, thoughts of Xiao Ling and others tethered him to this land, compelling him to act. By the way, Su Zhe suddenly halted. Since we are here, why not make a bold move? Li Luo was taken aback. Boss Su, what do you mean by that? Su Zhe grinned. Let us first eliminate a horde of demons. Li Luo sighed in exasperation. The demons here are inexhaustible. No matter how many you slay, it is futile. We must uncover the reason for their relentless numbers. Otherwise, our efforts would be in vain. Perhaps for Li Luo, it truly seemed futile. Yet for Su Zhe, it was not. He needed to enhance his strength, which demanded continuous blade work. However, his current success rate was merely 7, with a speed increase of only 400. He needed to devise a way to improve. The most effective strategy was to slay demons to accumulate blade counts. Then you should return to find Xiao Ling and the others, Su Zhe suggested after some contemplation. I shall return in 7 days. Li Luo appeared perplexed by Su Zhe's intentions. Boss Su, do not tread the same path as I. The incessant slaughter of demons depletes both energy and strength. Do not allow the demons to exploit a gap and injure you. Rest assured, Su Zhe replied with confidence. I am well aware of my limits. You may go. With that, Su Zhe hastened toward the mountain range teeming with demons. Everywhere he went, he annihilated every demon in his path. The next 7 days would also afford him the opportunity to explore, perhaps uncovering the reason for the demons' inexhaustible numbers. Utilizing sheer force was particularly draining, so this time Su Zhe opted for a strategy of slaying wherever he roamed. With the Tian Sure Abyss Blade, he could effortlessly dispatch all demons beneath the rank of Demon Sovereign with mere basic attacks. Throughout those 7 days, the Spirit Beast mountain range echoed with incessant cries of agony. The once verdant forest lay shrouded in a thick veil of sanguine miasma. On the 7th day, as Su Zhe prepared to cease his onslaught, he observed that the number of demons he had slain dwindled to less than 10%, only to witness an explosive resurgence of thousands. Su Zhe was taken aback. What is happening? Frowning, he expanded his consciousness to cover all reachable areas, searching for the locations where demons had multiplied. To his astonishment, he discovered 10 such places. Without hesitation, he made his way to the nearest hill, ensnared by countless vines. Upon his arrival, every demon present not only refrained from fleeing but charged at him with frenzied fervor. These demons were peculiar. Su Zhe blinked and activated his insight eye to investigate. To his shock, a small dagger symbol appeared atop their heads. What could this mean? He had no time to ponder further as the demons surged towards him. Gripping the Tian Sure Abyss Blade, he infused his strength into the weapon, spending several minutes to eradicate the inexplicably appearing demons. Ding! Slain 286 demons, blade count 108,000. Sighing in relief, Su Zhe began a thorough search of the vine-laden hill. However, after several inspections, even beneath the surface, he uncovered nothing. Could these demons have truly materialized from thin air? Impossible. Su Zhe refused to accept it. Yet, he lacked evidence. During the first 6 days of his demon slaying, their numbers had remained stable. Why had they suddenly surged on this 7th day? Wait, hadn't Li Luo mentioned that he had similarly slain demons for 7 consecutive days? only to witness their numbers escalate. Could it be that the emergence of demons followed a 7-day cycle? Contemplating this, Su Zhe gazed at the hill once more. If he were to wait here for 7 days, perhaps he could unravel the mystery behind the ever-increasing demon population. However, he had made a promise to Li Luo. Prolonging his stay by another 7 days would be unwise. With a sigh, he conceded, "Very well, I shall return to this place. Since I have made a commitment, I must not renege." Thus, Su Zhe sheathed the Tian Sure Abyss blade, sought out a relatively clean lake, and washed away the bloodstains. Changing into fresh attire, he seated himself by the water's edge to review the spoils of the past 7 days. Blade count, 43,562,000. 43 million. Su Zhe's eyes brightened, and his fatigue dissipated entirely. Eagerly, he upgraded all attributes eligible for enhancement until he could no longer afford the blade count for further upgrades. Martial Technique, God Technique, Heavenly Net, Max Level, God Technique, Ghost Blade 108 Slashes, can be upgraded to Super God Technique. Infernal Fire Style for 30 million blade count. Blade count, 2,562,000. Blade Success Rate, 12, can be upgraded to 9 for 5,000,000 blade count. Speed Increase, 1,000, can be upgraded to 600 for 6,000,000 blade count. Chapter 50, Do Not Disturb Him Perfect. Su Zhe, satisfied, stowed away the attribute panel. He then rose, stretching his limbs, and withdrew the celestial abyss blade from the system space, beginning to swing it while hastening towards the refuge where Xiao Ling was located. This time, traveling alone allowed him to return at a considerably quicker pace. After 3 full days of journeying, he finally arrived at his destination. Meanwhile, several attributes on his panel had also changed. Number of swings, 2, 873,040. Strength, 490, 660. Swing count bonus, x2, 981, 320. Golden body, 1-star celestial, 6, 8. 1-star earth, 6, 8. 1-star mysterious, 2, 4. 1-star yellow, 2, 4. 1-star celestial, 2, 4. Su Zhe was not surprised by the rapid progress of his golden body, as the spiritual energy in the Spirit Beast Mountain range was significantly denser than outside, greatly benefiting its growth. However, he was mildly astonished that in just 3 days, his effective swing count had increased by 310,000. The success rate and speed of his swings were truly remarkable. If he continued at this pace for another week, he would accomplish the task of 1,000,000 swings. Such speed was unparalleled, even if Su Zhe wished to remain low-key. His strength simply did not allow it. At the refuge, on the ironclad walls, patrolling guards spotted Su Zhe and immediately reported to the inside. Soon, the only entrance was opened. Xiao Ling was the first to rush out, and as she reached Su Zhe, she skidded to a halt, nearly colliding with him. Initially, she had intended to embrace Su Zhe, but at the last moment, she remembered she had no reason to do so, leading to an awkward pause. Su Zhe, not wholly understanding the girl's sentiments, actually felt inclined to envelop Xiao Ling in a hug. Thus, he opened his arms and drew her into an embrace, stating, "I'm back." Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Brother Su, I'm glad you're safe." "Oh dear, that's so sweet," came the teasing voice of Mu Qingyan from the entrance. Xiao Ling, feeling embarrassed, gently pushed Su Zhe away. Mu Qingyan continued to jest. "Why are you so shy? We're all familiar with each other now. Don't worry, with Brother Su around, no one will dare say anything." Xiao Ling shot a glare at Mu Qingyan. Su Zhe chuckled as he ruffled Xiao Ling's hair. "All right, let us go inside. I'm curious about what it's like in here. Lead the way." "Ah, okay." Xiao Ling nodded, guiding Su Zhe into the refuge while casting another reproachful look at Mu Qingyan as they passed. "Finally, Boss Su, you've returned." As soon as they entered, Li Luo approached with a broad grin, his obsequious demeanor returning to the previous cowardly persona. Su Zhe, uninterested in unmasking him, maintained his usual indifferent attitude towards Li Luo. Following closely behind, Wu Qing caught sight of Su Zhe and showed evident surprise. "Madman Su, you've broken through again." "Not at all," Su Zhe replied, patting Wu Qing's shoulder with a smile. "In this world, isn't the highest realm martial saint? I've been one for quite some time." Wu Qing fell silent, turning to watch as Su Zhe and Xiao Ling walked further away. Mu Qingyan nudged him with his elbow. "What did you mean by Madman Su breaking through again?" Wu Qing turned to Mu Qingyan, smirking coldly. literal meaning. Aside from Wu Qing, Li Luo also noticed Su Zhe's transformation. Just days prior, when they parted, Su Zhe had been weaker than him, yet now he could no longer see through Su Zhe. What did this signify? Su Zhe's strength had already surpassed his own, and he had achieved this in just a few days. This guy was simply terrifying. Returning to Su Zhe's side, the refuge was surrounded by sturdy walls, filled with three-story wooden houses, each nestled closely together, creating a dense site. Each level boasted 7 or 8 independent windows, and looking inside, the spaces appeared quite small. In other words, each wooden house contained at least 7 or 8 rooms per floor, totaling over 20 rooms across 3 levels, in addition to the numerous houses. While the accommodations were certainly smaller than what the refugees had previously lived in, the conditions were still quite acceptable. How many refugees are here now? Su Zhe inquired as he walked. Approximately over 20,000, Xiao Ling replied. 20,000. That's quite a number. Brother Su, do you want to rest here for a few days before heading to Dragon City? Xiao Ling suddenly asked. Su Zhe smiled. Let us rest today and set off early tomorrow morning. Xiao Ling, concerned, asked, but you must have not had a proper rest for a long time. Are you sure you don't want to rest a few more days? No need. Time is life. Time is power. I cannot afford to waste it on resting. Afterward, Xiao Ling led Su Zhe to the small wooden house where she and Mu Qingyan resided. The house contained 24 rooms, with 23 occupied, leaving one specifically for Su Zhe. Although each room was only about 10 square meters, it was certainly sufficient for resting and sleeping. Even though it was still early, Su Zhe desired a good sleep. Xiao Ling, you may go out now. I wish to rest properly. All right. Xiao Ling nodded, contemplating before asking, Brother Su, should I call you for dinner? No need. Okay. Rest well. See you tomorrow. With that, Xiao Ling exited Su Zhe's room. Despite having much more to say, she understood that Su Zhe was undoubtedly exhausted and did not wish to be a burden. Once Xiao Ling left, Su Zhe tidied himself briefly and lay down, closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. At the moment Su Zhe fell asleep, the 3 martial lords guarding the refuge simultaneously gathered, eager to meet this young martial saint, undoubtedly a prodigy. Having powerful allies was akin to having a reliable escape route. However, upon their arrival at the entrance, they were halted by Xiao Ling. She gestured softly to them, whispering, Brother Su is sleeping. Please do not disturb him. The 3 martial lords exchanged glances, resigned, and nodded in acquiescence. They dared not disturb a martial saint's slumber, for the consequences of incurring his displeasure could be dire. Su Zhe had fallen asleep at 2 in the afternoon. Had it not been for the knocking at his door the following morning at 2, he could have slept for another 12 hours. Brother Su, something's wrong. The demons have come. Xiao Ling shouted anxiously from outside, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Su Zhe sat up in bed, yawning and stretching. He slipped on his shoes and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met with Xiao Ling's face, etched with worry. He smiled and ruffled her soft hair. It's just a small matter. There's no need to panic. If it were merely low-level demon soldiers or generals, Xiao Ling would not have been so perturbed. For this time, however, a demon saint had actually arrived. The power of a demon saint was unquestionable. Even all the martial artists in the refuge might struggle to defeat such an opponent. Had Su Zhe delayed his return by another day, the refuge would have faced devastating losses that night. Chapter 51. No more words. The formidable gates of the sanctuary have been shattered. A horde of demons roars as they surge in wildly from outside. Inside the sanctuary, screams echo in a cacophony. The defenseless populace, devoid of any discipline, flees chaotically, ignoring the commands of the warriors. Meanwhile, another group of warriors, valiantly resisting the onslaught of demons, suffers heavy casualties. Su Zhe moves against the tide of panicked people. An elite demon soldier lunges at him with bared claws, its sharp fangs glistening ominously under the moonlight. Su Zhe gazes impassively at the creature, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. As it closes in, he delivers a powerful punch to the demon soldier's chest, exerting just the right amount of force to send it hurtling backward. It crashes through numerous demon soldiers, ultimately slamming into the ironclad walls surrounding the sanctuary with a resounding thud. Ding! Successfully slain 11 demons, total strike count, 1,600. Following the adage of capturing the leader first, Su Zhe is determined not to let the target escape. Without hesitation, he locks onto the demon saint lurking just outside the sanctuary. Activating his Eye of Insight, he observes that a progress bar, marked with varying values, appears above the heads of all demons, the engaged warriors, and the fleeing refugees. The combat power of this demon saint registers at 180,000. Too weak. With a light chuckle, Su Zhe flashes forward, appearing less than 10 meters in front of the demon saint. The demon saint is taken aback by his sudden presence. Who is this human? A martial saint? Yet, it had not sensed the presence of such a being nearby, unless this human's strength surpasses its own. However, based on its understanding of humans in this land, the strength of a martial saint ranges between 50,000 and 100,000, with higher levels becoming increasingly arduous to attain. And here it stands, a demon saint boasting 180,000 combat power. Even if powerful humans exist in this land, they would be exceedingly rare. It cannot believe its misfortune in encountering one today. Human, are you a martial saint? The demon saint squints, its overwhelming aura pressing down on Su Zhe. Yet, the 180,000 combat power feels like mere tickling to Su Zhe, posing no threat whatsoever. Su Zhe smiles silently, raising his hand and clenching his fist before the demon saint. Instantly, all other demons collapse, reduced to mere pulp, lifeless and unseeing. Ding. Slain 67 demons, total strike count, 122,680. The demon saint is aghast. In almost an instant, it deduces a terrifying truth. It has struck the jackpot. Su Zhe anticipates the demon saint's next move, granting it no opportunity for escape. He unleashes an even more terrifying force, overwhelming the demon saint, who collapses to the ground, utterly defenseless. Su Zhe refrains from delivering the final blow and, stepping onto the demon saint's back, questions, "Where do you come from? How did you enter the Xianling continent?" "Huh, foolish human, even in death, I shall not reveal anything to you." The demon saint remains obstinate, refusing to speak. Su Zhe's cold laughter reverberates as he amplifies his pressure, akin to a swarm of ants gnawing at the demon saint's flesh, eliciting a pained howl. "I shall give you one last chance to speak. No matter how you resist, the demon ancestor will lead all demons to eradicate you and seize your world." With its dying words uttered, the demon saint concentrates all its remaining power within itself. Realizing the imminent threat, Su Zhe reacts swiftly, seizing the demon saint and darting away at breakneck speed in a random direction. Seconds later, a thunderous explosion rocks the air. All within the sanctuary witness a mushroom cloud erupting in the distance. The shockwave ripples toward the sanctuary, its power diminished but still stirring a fierce wind, tousling the hair and clothing of those frozen in place. What just happened? I don't understand. How did the demons suddenly all perish? Am I dreaming? Ouch. This is no dream. To annihilate the demons in an instant, only a martial saint could possibly achieve such a feat. A martial saint? Is that true? Wonderful. The martial saint has come to save us. Voices of joy fill the air as people express their excitement. Xiaoling and others, along with the three guardians of the sanctuary, fix their gazes on the still dissipating mushroom cloud. Xiaoling, a golden-eyed seer, had risked exposure to secretly activate her ability to observe Su Zhe moments ago. In her vision, every cultivator in this land is enveloped in a corresponding aura of light. Warriors emanate a pale hue, while martial saints radiate a golden glow. The intensity of this aura indicates the strength of the individual. At this moment, Su Zhe is engulfed in a blinding golden light, far more dazzling than when she had glimpsed him a few days prior. Though unaware of the exact magnitude of his power, she surmises that Su Zhe's strength has at least doubled since his departure. Terrifying. Moreover, it is not only Su Zhe. Just as she closes her golden eye, she catches a glimpse of Li Luo, who is also shrouded in a formidable golden mist, albeit less intense than Su Zhe's. This fellow, is he playing the fool to catch the tiger? Xiaoling glances at Li Luo, who, oblivious to her scrutiny, turns to meet her gaze and breaks into a silly grin, unaware that his little secret has been uncovered. In the distance, a figure emerges from the shadows, approaching slowly. Su Zhe returns unscathed, though he is splattered with the blood of the demon saint due to an imprecise calculation of the explosion's timing and radius. Arriving at the only entrance to the sanctuary, now destroyed, Su Zhe smiles at the group gathered at the threshold and inquires, "What are you all doing standing here?" "You dispatched the demon saint in an instant. Impressive, Su Zhe." Wu Qing pats Su Zhe on the shoulder, unfazed by the blood splattered upon him. Mu Qingyan, maintaining his earlier sardonic tone, sighs, "I don't ask for much. I would be content with just half your strength." Xiaoling adds, "Big brother Su, I will prepare bathwater for you. Li Luo chimes in. Boss Su, let me give you a massage. The other three martial lords exchange glances, silently urging one another to speak. Seeing their hesitation, Su Zhe speaks directly. If you have something to say, just say it. One middle-aged man in a black robe, around 40, respectfully bows to Su Zhe and begins, Martial Saint, greetings. I am Lu Hua. First and foremost, we are immensely grateful for your assistance to our sanctuary. Without you, we would have likely succumbed to this crisis. After a brief pause, Lu Hua continues, your kindness is something we shall never forget. Although the immediate threat has been averted, numerous hidden dangers still lurk. Therefore, we have a humble request to make, if it is not too much trouble. A humble request? Is there even a question of whether to ask or not? He was inquiring whether he wished to speak. Su Zhe smiled and waved his hand, saying, then please refrain from speaking. Chapter 52. Equivalent exchange. Lu Hua and his companions were utterly taken aback by Su Zhe's unexpected response. Their expressions a blend of astonishment and intrigue. Mu Qingyan and Wu Qing could not suppress their laughter. Lu Hua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, I never anticipated that the martial sage would possess such a sense of humor. Allow me to be straightforward. Could you possibly stay here for a few more days? The entrance to our refuge has been damaged. Although the walls remain intact, many sections have warped and require repair. Unfortunately, our supply of repair materials is woefully insufficient, and the surrounding counties have fallen to the demons, leaving us to search for resources on our own. Currently, we lack the personnel to both protect the community and dispatch a team to gather supplies. Hence, would it be too much to ask the martial sage and your companions to remain and assist us for a few days? Rest assured, we would not burden you with menial tasks. You would merely need to escort our team to nearby counties to procure materials, and that would be all. That would be all. Su Zhe chuckled, glancing at Mu Qingyan and the others, inquiring, what do you think? Wu Qing, arms crossed and a hint of disdain on her face, retorted, crazy. Su just helped you resolve a dire crisis. That should suffice as our gratitude for sheltering us these past few days. Do you truly believe it is appropriate to make such a request now? Lu Hua, feeling helpless, replied, our available manpower is exceedingly limited. If it were not absolutely necessary, we would not wish to trouble you. Indeed, echoed a slightly portly middle-aged man beside Lu Hua. This refuge is akin to a small county. The events of tonight have left everyone anxious, and our armed forces have suffered nearly 50% losses. The remaining personnel must maintain order within the refuge, patrol the area, and search for supplies. We are truly stretched thin. And what about you three? Mu Qingyan questioned with dissatisfaction. You delegate all tasks to your subordinates while you stand idly by? Lu Hua responded, we must remain here to safeguard everyone's safety. We cannot predict when the demons may strike. If all three of us venture out, who will protect the safety of the more than 20,000 refugees? While his reasoning was somewhat defensible, it would only persuade a compassionate individual. Unfortunately, Su Zhe was not that type of person. First, you must understand one thing. Su Zhe smiled. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I am not a benevolent envoy nor a destined savior, and I am under no obligation to rescue anyone from peril. However, should you be able to offer a corresponding price, it is not out of the question for us to assist you. At this, Lu Hua and his companions turned pale. Lu Hua, with a grim expression, asked, what must we do to earn the martial sage's assistance? Su Zhe pondered for a moment before replying. As the martial sage, I cannot appear too demanding. Given your dire circumstances, I will not impose excessively. Simply present the most valuable possessions you each possess, and I shall agree to assist you. Upon finishing his statement, Su Zhe turned to Wu Qing and the others, asking, what do you think? Wu Qing gave a thumbs up in agreement. Mu Qingyan and Li Luo also nodded, indicating their approval. The emotions of Lu Hua and the others could be likened to a mute tasting bitter gall, unable to articulate their discontent. They had never anticipated that a martial sage would be so materialistic. Their thoughts were plainly written across their faces, which Su Zhe discerned without difficulty. Yet, he remained indifferent to their opinions. If these three truly cared for the welfare of the 20,000 refugees, would they truly hesitate to part with their most treasured possessions? Su Zhe was neither an absolute good nor an absolute evil. He simply would not engage in actions that would lead to his detriment. After exchanging glances, Lu Hua and his companions finally gritted their teeth and presented their most cherished items, a supreme martial arts manual, a small crimson crossbow, and a luminous stone that emitted a soft glow in the dark. Su Zhe, possessing two divine abilities, found little use for the supreme martial arts manual. So he handed it to Wu Qing, instructing, practice diligently. Wu Qing accepted it with enthusiasm. Mu Qingyan, feeling slighted, protested, what about me? Why did you not grant it to me? Su Zhe smiled. Your current cultivation level does not permit you to practice the supreme martial arts. Mu Qingyan retorted. But Wu Qing is also merely at the martial master level. Surely she cannot practice it either. Apologies, Wu Qing interjected with a grin. I just broke through to the martial king level 2 days ago. Mu Qingyan was momentarily speechless. Li Luo stifled a laugh. Mu Qingyan, annoyed, playfully struck him on the head. What are you laughing at? You, a first-tier warrior, dare to mock me, a second-tier martial master? Regarding the crossbow and the luminous stone. The crossbow was a semi-divine weapon, exceedingly rare in this realm. Su Zhe already possessed the heavenly abyss blade, rendering other weapons unappealing. Li Luo, being a martial sage with a record of 500,000 battles, would find such a semi-divine weapon wasteful. Both Mu Qingyan and Wu Qing already had their respective weapons, while Xiaoling, as of now, lacked any means of self-defense. Contemplating this, Su Zhe decided to keep the crossbow, intending to personally present it to Xiaoling later. Turning his attention to the stone, it appeared ordinary, yet Su Zhe could sense a subtle aura emanating from it, as if it possessed life. What is this? Su Zhe inquired. Lu Hua replied, I stumbled upon this stone 3 years ago on a deserted island in the South Sea. At the time, my cultivation was merely at the first tier of martial king, and my talent for cultivation was not particularly high. Mu Qingyan questioned, but you are now a martial venerable. If your talent were low, it would be impossible to advance from the first tier of martial king to martial venerable in just 3 years, correct? Indeed. It should be impossible, Lu Hua said, gazing longingly at the glowing stone in his hand. I believe the martial sage has already discerned that this stone can continuously emit spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. It is precisely because I have kept this stone close to me for the past 3 years that my cultivation has surged so rapidly. Now, this stone is yours. As he spoke, Lu Hua pushed the stone forward, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yet what choice did he have? He bore responsibility for the more than 20,000 refugees. In these chaotic times, it is indeed rare to encounter someone willing to sacrifice for others. If it were anyone else, they might not relinquish what they cherished. However, Su Zhe was different. Given the existence of such a treasure, why would he refuse it? That would be foolish. Su Zhe gladly accepted the remarkable stone. Upon grasping it, he felt the minute spiritual energy from the stone integrating into his own being through his touch. Alas, although the stone could ceaselessly output spiritual energy, the quantity was insufficient for Su Zhe, rendering its use rather wasteful. Chapter 53. The accident scene. Su Zhe glanced at Mu Qingyan and Wu Qing. He had already given the exceptional skill manual to Wu Qing. In the spirit of fairness, Mu Qingyan should not be left empty-handed. After some contemplation, Su Zhe tossed a stone to Mu Qingyan. Surprised, Mu Qingyan quickly caught it, exclaiming, Crazy Su, does this mean you're giving it to me? Su Zhe waved his hand dismissively. If you don't want it, just return it. No, I want it. Who would refuse such a treasure? Mu Qingyan grinned widely, stowing the stone away. Even Lu Hua, who lacked any innate talent for cultivation, could use this stone to elevate from a first-tier martial king to a martial venerable within 3 years. How much more could someone with Mu Qingyan's potential achieve? Su Zhe conservatively estimated that if Mu Qingyan trained a bit harder and utilized this stone, he could ascend from a second-tier martial master to martial venerable in 3 years. After all, Mu Qingyan was currently the weakest among their group. Thus, Su Zhe acquiesced to Lu Hua and the others' request. Since you are so earnest, I shall reluctantly assist you. When dawn breaks, the 3 of you will follow my instructions and venture into the nearby county to search for the supplies and materials you require. As soon as Su Zhe finished speaking, Lu Hua anxiously asked, But, Master Martial Saint, won't you accompany us? Su Zhe chuckled, I shall remain here to protect the shelter with you. Surely, that is not a bad arrangement. With Wu Qing, Mu Qingyan, and Li Luo assisting, there was no safety concern. After all, among them was a certain individual who possessed immense power, yet preferred to feign weakness. Su Zhe was not worried about any significant mishaps. I'm fine with that, Wu Qing remarked nonchalantly. Mu Qingyan added, I've been cooped up in this dreary place for too long. Let me go. Li Luo smiled silently, fully aware of Su Zhe's intentions. Lu Hua hesitated. It's not that I don't trust your friends, but their highest level of cultivation is merely first-tier martial king. If we encounter a demon king or stronger, wouldn't he that be perilous? I said it's fine. So it's fine. Su Zhe was not inclined to engage in further debate. If his judgment proved erroneous, he would bear all responsibility. After saying this, he cast Li Luo a knowing smile. Li Luo felt a tremor in her heart, resigned. All right, you're the boss. Your word is final. Afterward, they dispersed, and Lu Hua and his companions began to comfort the frightened refugees. After issuing a few instructions to Mu Qingyan and the others, Su Zhe returned to his quarters. Brother Su, the bathwater is ready, Xiao Ling said with a bright smile, handing him a set of clean clothes. Su Zhe accepted them naturally and then retrieved the red crossbow he had just received, saying, "This is for you." Xiao Ling took the crossbow, puzzled. "What is this?" "A gift for me? For self-defense. But I don't know how to use this." "It's not difficult. Wait until I finish my bath, and I will teach you how." "Oh, then I'll experiment with it in the meantime." Then, Su Zhe went to bathe while Xiao Ling fiddled with the crossbow outside. Just as Su Zhe slipped out of his clothes and entered the water, a deafening crash resounded. The bathhouse, including its door and walls, collapsed in an instant. A crimson arrow grazed his face, shooting into the wall opposite with a whoosh. Another massive explosion followed, and the wall crumbled as well. Mu Qingyan and the others rushed over. What happened? They were met with the sight of Xiao Ling standing in the hallway, stunned, and Su Zhe, soaking in the bath. Surrounded by debris, they froze, realization dawning when they noticed the crossbow in Xiao Ling's hands. Wu Qing burst into laughter, draping her arms around Mu Qingyan and Li Luo. "It seems we have no part in this. Let us retreat." Su Zhe, Xiao Ling, coming to grips with what had occurred, especially seeing Su Zhe's upper body exposed as he faced away from her, Xiao Ling let out a startled scream. "Ah, I'm so sorry." She quickly covered her face and fled. Su Zhe sighed, amused yet unable to laugh. Life is indeed filled with surprises. After finishing his bath and donning the fresh clothes prepared by Xiao Ling, Su Zhe approached her room and knocked on the door. However, Xiao Ling did not respond. Her voice came from within. "Brother Su, I figured out how to use the crossbow. You should get some rest. It's still dark outside. Also, I'm really sorry about earlier. It wasn't intentional." "It's all right. You don't need to dwell on that." After a moment's thought, Su Zhe inquired, "Are you okay?" "Ah, I'm perfectly fine. The sun hasn't even risen yet. You should go back to sleep." "Oh, so I'm really leaving?" "Yes, go ahead. Sweet dreams." "All right, then I shall take my leave." A minute later, as she heard silence outside, Xiao Ling's feelings became complicated. He really left. Sigh. I'm not an important person. However, recalling the sight of Su Zhe's beautiful back earlier, her flushed face turned warm again, and her thoughts spiraled. "Ah, what am I thinking, Xiao Ling? Be realistic. You and Brother Su are simply not meant to be." "Ah, how annoying. Stop thinking about it." Xiao Ling began to lightly tap her head in frustration. Suddenly, a voice came from the window. "What are you thinking about?" Startled, Xiao Ling turned to see Su Zhe effortlessly leaping through the open window. This was the third floor. Although scaling walls was a simple feat for cultivators, why would Su Zhe, a martial saint, go to such lengths for her? Xiao Ling stared at Su Zhe in a daze. He approached and gently tapped her head, smiling. "I don't quite understand girls, but it seems inappropriate to leave a sad girl unattended. Since you wouldn't open the door, I had no choice but to climb through the window. You won't hold it against me, will you?" "No, not at all," Xiao Ling replied, her face flushed, her heart racing. Su Zhe chuckled and ruffled her hair. "What happened earlier was merely an accident. I bear you no ill will, truly. But I almost hurt you. Do you really think a semi-artifact could injure me? I was just worried you might be upset." Xiao Ling's voice grew softer. Su Zhe couldn't help but laugh. "Silly girl, what are you saying? Do you think your brother Su is that petty?" "Of course not. It's just that I felt bad for nearly hurting you. But I'm all right now. Thank you for caring so much. Have you come to terms with it now?" "Yes, I have." "That's good." "Yes, so I'm perfectly fine now." Xiao Ling smiled as she gently pushed Su Zhe toward the door. "Brother Su, go back and get some more sleep. I'll wake you up for breakfast in the morning." "All right." Su Zhe was being gently ushered out, and just before Xiao Ling closed the door, he propped his hand against it, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "Don't overthink it. You are very important to me." Chapter 54. The Celestial Elixir. Seeing Su Zhe's serious demeanor, Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Just as Su Zhe was about to leave, she found an inexplicable courage and grasped his arm, preventing his departure. "What's wrong?" Su Zhe inquired, puzzled. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ling nervously confessed, "Brother Su, I have something to say to you. Go ahead. Well, actually, Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet the words seemed stuck in her throat, especially under his unwavering gaze, leaving her utterly flustered. I don't even know how to express it. I like. Like, what? Su Zhe paused, suddenly realizing the implication. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Brother Su, I like you, Xiaoling boldly declared, her face burning with embarrassment after uttering those words. Su Zhe was taken aback, although he had always treated Xiaoling with kindness. It stemmed from viewing her as a younger sister. But now, what was he to do? Having remained single since birth, he had once pursued a girl in his previous life but faced a harsh rejection, leaving him devoid of romantic feelings thereafter. He understood that Xiaoling was a good girl. However, his feelings for her were purely fraternal. To reciprocate her confession would, in a sense, be irresponsible, especially considering she was only 16 and still a minor. Certain principles were not to be broken. He could never act upon feelings for an underage girl. Yet, to refuse her would inflict an indescribable wound on a blossoming heart. Caught between acceptance and rejection, he sighed. The world of adults is so complicated. Xiaoling, listen to me. Su Zhe pondered for a moment and continued. I truly like you, but you are still young. Your feelings for me are likely influenced by my presence. Let us give it 2 years. If you still feel the same when you come of age, we can be together. 2 years? Xiaoling felt a mix of confusion and melancholy. Noticing her distress, Su Zhe added, I promise. I will not treat any other girl with the same kindness I show you. If I break this promise, may I face divine retribution. Don't swear such a dire oath. I understand, 2 years it is. I can wait. Xiaoling hurriedly interrupted him. Su Zhe chuckled, ruffling her hair. All right, stop overthinking. Silly girl. Just remember, to me, you are irreplaceable. Yes, I know. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Xiaoling promptly closed the door, leaning against it as she covered her face with her hands. The complexities of romantic feelings were still beyond her grasp, but she knew she held deep affection for Su Zhe, who, in her eyes, was also irreplaceable. Despite a lingering sense of loneliness, Su Zhe's words filled her with warmth. So I too am irreplaceable. Back in his room, Su Zhe found sleep elusive. He withdrew the heavenly abyss blade, swinging it a few times before pausing, his mind replaying Xiaoling's confession. This was the first time he had ever received a confession from a girl, and it felt strangely nuanced. He had always regarded Xiaoling as a child. It appeared that perspective would need to change. Shaking his thoughts away, Su Zhe slapped his face to regain focus and resumed his practice. Ding. Blade swings. 1. He continued until dawn. Xiaoling, seemingly unperturbed, came to invite him for breakfast. After their meal, Su Zhe returned to his room to practice again. 3 days later, at noon. Ding. Blade swings. 1 ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed 800,000 blade swings. Reward, 1 grand gift package. Would you like to claim it? Stopping in astonishment and delight, Su Zhe eagerly replied, claim. Ding. You have received 1 tenfold celestial elixir, blade swings. 500,000. Stunned, Su Zhe quickly inquired, what is the tenfold celestial elixir? Ding. Consuming the tenfold celestial elixir grants a permanent increase of 100,000 strength in real time. Is it truly that effective? Su Zhe chuckled, realizing he now possessed 1.6 million combat power, rendering him nearly invincible in this realm. Furthermore, he could continue to enhance his powers simply by practicing. Thus, the elixir, while not particularly precious to him, held the potential to transform another's life. In this land, reaching a strength of 50,000 marked one as a martial sage. System. If I give this elixir to someone else, are there any conditions? Ding. No conditions required. Anyone can consume it to gain 100,000 strength. Nice. Su Zhe was pleased and stored the tenfold celestial elixir in the system space. After a brief tidying up, he stepped outside. 3 days had passed, and the damaged doors and warped walls of the shelter were nearly restored. Su Zhe scanned the surroundings with his consciousness, noting only a few wandering demon soldiers, posing no threat. In the distance, he spotted Xiaoling playing with a few children. He intended to greet her, but ultimately refrained, choosing instead to watch her from afar until she noticed him. Brother Su? Xiaoling paused, hesitated for a moment, and then jogged over. Brother Su, aren't you practicing? Su Zhe smiled. Yes, a balance of work and rest. By the way, how is the repair and cleanup going? It's nearly done. Are we leaving now? Yes. It's time to head to Dragon City. Great, Xiaoling exclaimed. I'll go call Brother Wu Qing and the others. As the five gathered and prepared to depart, Lu Hua and others once again blocked their path, their expressions grim. Initially, they had displayed their treasures out of concern that demonic forces might attack while repairing the shelter. To their surprise, the past 3 days had only brought low-level demon soldiers, far from the formidable forces they had feared. Had they known, they would not have needed to part with their treasures to keep Su Zhe and his companions. Regret filled their hearts. Martial Sage, we deeply appreciate your friend's assistance over the past few days, Lu Hua began, expressing gratitude before continuing. If possible, could you stay a few more days? Our shelter has only just been repaired, and we may not withstand an attack from a slightly stronger group of demons. Hey, what do you mean by that? Mu Qingyan interjected, displeased. You didn't say this before. I remember you mentioned that all we had to do was ensure the safety of your supplies. Lu Hua flushed, attempting to clarify, that's not what I meant. It's just that our strength has been severely depleted, and our armed forces haven't fully recovered. I'm simply thinking of the 2,000 refugees. Chapter 55. The literal meaning, what a situation for 20,000 refugees. Su Zhe chuckled, raising a hand without yet taking any action. Lu Hua and the others were so frightened that cold sweat poured from their foreheads. Lu Hua quickly stammered to explain. Lord Martial Sage, please do not be angry. We truly did not intend to be so contradictory, but considering the large number of refugees on our side, if our armed forces were restored to their former strength, we would never make such an inappropriate request. Please reconsider this, and think of the refugees. Just stay a few more days. Refugees are not mere bargaining chips for you to manipulate, Su Zhe coldly stated. Do you wish to know the consequences of deceiving a martial sage? And no, we do not, Lu Hua replied, forcing himself to speak. But we are truly out of options. After all, the shelter is quite close to the Spirit Beast Mountains. It is a miracle that we have survived here for 3 years without being attacked. I understand that using the refugees as a shield is inappropriate, but we genuinely have no other way to keep you here. Upon hearing Lu Hua's words, Su Zhe felt only one thing, amusement. It was truly laughable. Simultaneously, he found his own prolonged presence here equally absurd. Wu Qing suddenly let out a cold laugh. Desiring to ensure your own safety is understandable. But have you considered that there are countless refugees across the Xianling continent, while martial sages are exceedingly rare? The demons wreak havoc not only here. If you insist on keeping us and retaining the insane Su for an extra day, how many demons must we slay? And how many lives must we save? Have you calculated that? Lu Hua was left speechless, his face turning pale. The other 2 martial lords chimed in. We are aware of the pros and cons. Moreover, we do not intend to keep you here indefinitely. Once our armed forces are restored to their previous level, we will certainly not hinder your departure. Indeed, it is merely a few more days. For you, Lord Martial Sage, it should not be too much to ask, right? What do you mean by not too much? A few days sounds trivial, but it would hardly suffice for you to regain your former strength. Xiaoling frowned, equally displeased. I suspect you wish for us to remain here indefinitely as your bodyguards. Lu Hua hurriedly shook his head. No, even if you gave us 10 lives. We would not dare to make Lord Martial Sage our bodyguard. Miss Xiaoling, please do not say such things. Enough. Su Zhe rubbed his forehead in exasperation, astonished at how long they had been stalled. I now have a proposal that might satisfy both parties. Lu Hua and the others brightened, eagerly asking, what proposal? Su Zhe continued, this location is unique. No matter how much armed strength you possess, it may not hold out for long. I propose that you relocate your position. As soon as Su Zhe finished speaking, Wu Qing's eyes lit up with realization. You mean, the Woodleaf City? Precisely. Su Zhe gave Wu Qing an appreciative glance. Currently, Woodleaf City is relatively stable. If the shelter merges with Woodleaf City, the outcome would yield results greater than the sum of its parts. But there is another issue, Wu Qing continued. Woodleaf City is quite far from the shelter, and there are 20,000 refugees here. It would not be easy to relocate them all at once. Then we can move them in batches. Even if we achieve a batch relocation, Woodleaf City is not particularly large. Can it accommodate more than 20,000 people? Even if it can, would the Lord of Woodleaf City agree to let the shelter's people enter? As long as we can persuade him, it will be feasible. Su Zhe smirked as he turned to the silent Li Luo. Li Luo felt a chill run down his spine and said helplessly, Boss Su, with you looking at me like that, what do you intend to do? Su Zhe beckoned him closer. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. Then, the two stepped aside under the curious gazes of the crowd. Before Su Zhe could speak, Li Luo declared, I am not going. What do you mean not going? Li Luo continued, don't think I don't know what you're planning. I refuse to take on such a thankless task. Su Zhe smiled, say that again. I am not going. As soon as Li Luo finished, he suddenly felt a weight in his heart, looking at Su Zhe in disbelief. Boss Su, are you serious? I am a martial sage with 500,000 energy. Even if your current strength surpasses mine slightly, you cannot kill me instantly, can you? How do you know I can't? Huh, what do you mean? Su Zhe casually looked at his fingers and replied, literally. Li Luo broke into a sweat. Don't tell me your strength has doubled again in these 3 days. More or less. More or less. Li Luo nearly choked on his own saliva, incredulous. Are you serious? I'm an honest person, don't deceive me. Su Zhe cast him a terrifying smile. Li Luo felt a surge of anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, he helplessly waved his hand. All right, I agree to your terms. It's just about escorting the Shelter S people to Woodleaf City, right? I can do that. Good. Su Zhe nodded with satisfaction. Also, you will take on the task of persuading the Lord of Woodleaf City. I cannot guarantee I can persuade him, but I will do my best. By the way, I have never been to Woodleaf City. You should find someone who has been there to accompany me. All right. The two reached a simple agreement. Li Luo then represented Su Zhe's intentions and briefly explained their discussion to Lu Hua and the others. Lu Hua and the others looked rather grim. Is this really feasible? What if Woodleaf City cannot accommodate so many people? What shall we do then? Very simple, Li Luo replied with a smile. Your people, combined with those from Woodleaf City, can work together to expand Woodleaf City. After all, you have experience in constructing strong defenses. With ample manpower and materials, it should be manageable. Then it's settled. Su Zhe was disinterested in further dialogue with Lu Hua. Wu Qing, Qing Yan, you two will also stay. One will remain in the shelter to assist, while the other will go with Li Luo to Woodleaf City to negotiate with Duan One. Once all arrangements are made, you can come find me in Long City. What? We have to stay again. Mu Qing Yan lamented. Wu Qing, however, was indifferent. I am fine with it. Lu Hua and the others exchanged glances, left speechless. Thus, after everything was arranged, Su Zhe departed with Xiao Ling. Once Su Zhe left, Li Luo took the lead, addressing the crowd. Then let us proceed as Boss Su suggested. Wu Qing, Mu Qing Yan, you two decide who will accompany me to Woodleaf City. Lu Hua, arrange for 2 of your people to join us. This would show good faith. As soon as Li Luo finished speaking, he received a slap on the back of his head from Mu Qing Yan. You, a mere first-tier warrior, dare to give orders here? After a moment's hesitation, Li Luo felt bitter. He had dug this pit and now had to fill it himself, unable to help but smile wryly. Yes, you are right. Then you all come along. Chapter 56. The pinnacle of power. After leaving the sanctuary, Su Zhe and Xiao Ling walked side by side. Yet not a single word was exchanged between them. Their thoughts were as follows. Xiao Ling, how awkward. Just the 2 of us left. Is this a world for 2? I feel so nervous. What should I do? Should I say something, or wait for Brother Su to speak first? But what if Brother Su remains silent? Should I take the initiative? Su Zhe, I am only 200,000 sword swings away from reaching my peak. If I swing the sword continuously now, I could achieve it in about 2 days. Yes, let's proceed with that. Just as Xiao Ling prepared to initiate a conversation, the abyssal blade of heavenly hunger suddenly appeared in Su Zhe's hand. Xiao Ling paused, about to speak, only to witness Su Zhe already starting to swing his sword. You fool. Xiao Ling was unsure whether she was chastising herself or Su Zhe. Su Zhe looked momentarily bewildered, his sword swinging slowed. What's wrong? Xiao Ling shook her head in silence, indicating it was nothing. It was evident that she was not happy. After some contemplation, Su Zhe decided to stow the abyssal blade back into the system space. Observing this, Xiao Ling hurriedly said, Brother Su, it's fine. You can continue swinging your sword. I can manage on my own. I have something for you. What is it? Something that can change your life. As she spoke, Su Zhe retrieved the 10,000-fold heavenly spirit elixir and drank it down. Xiao Ling looked bewildered. What is this? Su Zhe smiled and replied, it's a potion that will instantly elevate you to the level of a martial saint. Cough, cough. This kind of thing cannot possibly exist in this world. Brother Su, you must be joking. I'm not joking. Drink it, and you will know whether it's real or not. Half convinced, Xiao Ling took the potion from Su Zhe, hesitated, and glanced at him again. Seeing Su Zhe nodding encouragingly, she took a deep breath and gulped down the entire potion. As she swallowed, an intense wave of dizziness enveloped her. She stumbled, nearly falling. Su Zhe quickly stepped forward to support her. How do you feel? Xiaoling was not feeling well at all. A powerful force surged through her organs, causing her blood to flow rapidly, as if she were trapped in a huge steamer, both hot and uncomfortable. Brother Su, I feel like I'm going to die. Xiaoling clung tightly to Su Zhe. Su Zhe frowned and immediately inquired of the system. System, what is happening? Ding. Individuals without cultivation talent must first clear their meridians and purify their bones before they can absorb the heavenly spirit elixir. Clear the meridians? Purify the bones? How troublesome. Before Su Zhe could ponder further, he heard Xiaoling let out a pained scream, and she fainted. Without hesitation, Su Zhe scooped her up, locking onto a distant lake with his consciousness, and hurried there. It was only by evening that Xiaoling groggily awoke. The burning sensation that felt like countless needles piercing her heart had vanished. Astonished, she looked at her hands and felt an extraordinary power within her. Remarkably, without using the golden eye technique, she could sense everything around her. With a mere thought, she was aware of every movement of all living beings within a 10-mile radius. How marvelous! Xiaoling exclaimed in delight. Her gaze fell upon a figure not far from the lake, swinging a sword under the setting sun. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang up and rushed to embrace Su Zhe, planting a kiss on his cheek. Su Zhe had been focused on swinging his sword, and Xiaoling's sudden action, especially the kiss, caught him off guard. Xiaoling joyfully said, "Thank you, Brother Su. You're the best." Su Zhe maintained his sword-swinging posture, frozen as if time had stopped. Noticing his silence, Xiaoling curiously asked, "Brother Su, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Regaining his composure, Su Zhe set down the abyssal blade and rubbed his temples awkwardly. "I'm fine. You're awake now." Xiaoling smiled brightly, wrapping her arms around Su Zhe's. "Brother Su, what did you give me to drink? Why do I feel so different now, filled with power?" Su Zhe replied with a smile, "You are now a martial saint." Xiaoling paused, waving her hand dismissively. "Don't joke. How could I possibly become a martial saint? I'm serious. Brother Su, this joke really isn't funny." Su Zhe remained silent, simply smiling at her. After a moment of silence, Xiaoling's expression turned serious. "Brother Su, you wouldn't be telling the truth, would you?" "Yes." Xiaoling was taken aback, panic rising within her. Could it be that potion? Could there truly be a potion that instantly turns one into a martial saint? How could that be? If such a treasure existed, wouldn't everyone be a martial saint? "You have a point," Su Zhe shrugged, "but this potion is unique to me. I currently possess only one vial. Thus, you alone can attain this. Only I alone. Does that mean I am a one-of-a-kind existence?" Xiaoling's cheeks flushed. "Thank you, Brother Su." Su Zhe smiled. "Silly girl, no need for thanks. It's only right that I treat you well. I've always said that this potion would change your life." "I wasn't lying, was I?" Xiaoling lowered her head, mumbling softly. "That's not true. Ever since I met you, my life has already changed." What did you say?" Su Zhe pretended not to hear. Xiaoling blushed and shook her head. "Nothing. I didn't say anything. Just continue swinging your sword." The two shared a playful moment before returning to their respective tasks. Su Zhe resumed swinging his sword, while Xiaoling began to explore her newfound power. The night passed in silence. The following day, the two set off early. To prevent Xiaoling from becoming too bored, Su Zhe slowed his sword-swinging speed and engaged her in casual conversation. What was initially planned as a 2-day endeavor to reach the sword-swinging count extension unexpectedly extended to the 4th day at noon. Ding. Sword swing count. 1 ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully swung your sword 1 million times. Reward. 1 million sword-swinging gift package. Do you wish to claim it? Su Zhe was overjoyed and unhesitatingly responded. Claim it. Ding. Gained weapon spirit attribute. Sword swing count. 1,000,000. Ding. Hostess power attribute has reached its limit. The power increase from sword swing success has automatically shifted to the absorption of spiritual energy. Thus, for each successful sword swing, the progress bar for the golden body increases by an additional 0.00001. Several attributes subsequently changed. Sword swing count. 4,001, 350. Weapon. Abyssal blade of heavenly hunger. Can consume 80 million sword swings to upgrade to the thunderous blade of the universe. Weapon spirit. None. Power. 2,000,000. Current world peak. Golden body. 1-star celestial. 8. 1-star earthly. 8. 1-star mysterious. 4. 4. 1-star yellow. 4. 4. 1-star celestial. 4. 4. Chapter 57. Arrival at Dragon City at last. The progress bar for the golden body could be accelerated. Although each successful strike with the blade only increased the progress by a mere 0.00001. Considering his current rate of 10,000 successful strikes per day, he could expect an additional increase of 1 on average each day. Su Zhe expressed his relative satisfaction. Meanwhile, he pondered the newly acquired attribute of the weapon spirit system. What exactly is this weapon spirit? Ding ding. The so-called weapon spirit is the soul of any creature that can be sealed within the host's weapon. The more powerful the weapon, the greater the requirements for the soul. If the chosen soul is too weak, it will be devoured by the weapon it inhabits, resulting in its obliteration. Once a weapon accepts a soul as its spirit, that soul will grow alongside the weapon. The stronger the weapon, the stronger the spirit, and vice versa. In other words, the soul I choose to become the weapon spirit must be immensely powerful. Otherwise, my blade will consume the frail soul, and a mighty soul will develop in tandem with my blade. Ding ding. Indeed, a weapon with a weapon spirit will become even more formidable, allowing the host to unleash the spirit to fight alongside them. Now it made sense to Su Zhe. His abyssal blade was far superior to ordinary artifacts, making it exceedingly difficult to find a soul that could rival it as a weapon spirit. Furthermore, the higher the blade's level, the stronger the required soul, and the more challenging it would be to find. Thus, before upgrading the blade to the next level, he must first locate a powerful soul to serve as the spirit. Otherwise, it would be even harder to find one after the upgrade. However, what soul on this continent could compare to his abyssal blade? After much contemplation, the first thing that came to Su Zhe's mind was the unknown creatures in the depths of the misty beast mountains, each more potent than the last. Perhaps he could defeat the strongest among them and attempt to use its soul. Even if he failed, it would be a worthy enhancement for his treasured blade. Brother Su, what are you doing? Seeing Su Zhe lost in thought instead of striking, Xiaoling waved her hand in front of his eyes. Coming back to his senses, Su Zhe replied with a smile. Oh, nothing much, just pondering. Oh, Xiaoling asked curiously, why aren't you striking? Su Zhe sheathed the abyssal blade and continued. The first phase has concluded. We should rest for a while before continuing. How far are we from Dragon City? Xiaoling took out the map and glanced at it, replying, at our current pace, if all goes smoothly, it will take about a month and a half. A month and a half. Su Zhe thought for a moment and added, now that you possess the strength of a martial saint, your speed has significantly increased. Once I freshen up, let's hasten our journey and aim to reach Dragon City within half a month. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoling readily agreed. I have no objections. You decide. Brother Su. Good. Then wait for me here for 20 minutes. With that, Su Zhe found a small river, took a quick bath, changed his clothes, and returned to meet Xiaoling. Exchanging glances, they quickened their pace. Along the way, they encountered several groups of monsters. Su Zhe refrained from killing them, allowing Xiaoling to practice her skills while teaching her how to control her strength. Thus, they smoothly arrived at the Grand East Gate of Dragon City by noon on the 8th day. The city gate of Dragon City was entirely gray-black, primarily constructed from rare obsidian, rendering most attacks ineffective against it. Furthermore, there were 18 guards stationed at the gate, the lowest being third-tier martial artists, while the highest was a third-tier martial venerable. On the city walls patrolled several teams of 6, all with a minimum cultivation of third-tier martial artists. Simply observing the guards at the city gate revealed that no other city could compare. Who goes there? The strongest guard, a third-tier martial venerable, sternly fixed his gaze on Su Zhe and Xiaoling, blocking their entry into the city. Su Zhe inquired with a smile, what are the entry requirements for Dragon City? The third-tier martial venerable replied expressionlessly, you must be at least a martial king to enter. If you are a martial emperor, you may bring one person with you. Su Zhe nodded and promptly produced the martial emperor badge he had received from the identification center in Songyue City. A flicker of surprise crossed the face of the third-tier martial venerable. Is this yours? Why does it not seem like mine? How old are you? 18. 18? A martial emperor at 18? The third-tier martial venerable nearly choked on his own saliva. Xiaoling, displeased, remarked, how can you speak like that? The third-tier martial venerable ignored Xiaoling, his gaze fixated on Su Zhe, asking again, is this badge truly yours? Su Zhe shrugged, if it's not mine, could it possibly be yours? Then please demonstrate your strength. Su Zhe found the situation amusing. He had already acquired the badge, yet he still needed to prove himself? What difference did it make having the badge or not? Ultimately, It was merely a formality, not wishing to make things too difficult for the guard. Given that protecting Dragon City was his duty, he said, Xiaoling, it's your turn. Stepping back a few paces, Su Zhe gently nudged Xiaoling forward and whispered in her ear, just as I taught you earlier, control your presence and instill fear in them. Xiaoling's face flushed at Su Zhe's warm breath near her ear. After clearing her throat, she obediently took 2 steps forward, her gaze sweeping over the dozen guards who were watching them intently, narrowing her eyes slightly. Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped all those she gazed upon, overwhelming them. The guards fell to the ground almost simultaneously, unable to move. That's enough, Su Zhe sighed. Xiaoling, you've exerted too much presence. Try reducing it by a third. Oh, got it. Xiaoling playfully stuck out her tongue and followed Su Zhe's suggestion, retracting about a third of her aura, though still immobilized and struggling to breathe. The guards could now manage to inhale. My lord, we have confirmed your strength. Please release us, the third-tier martial venerable hastily urged. Xiaoling glanced back at Su Zhe, who nodded, and she immediately withdrew her aura. The guards, visibly relieved, scrambled to their feet, as if they had just escaped from the gates of hell, gasping for breath. My lord, please enter. The third-tier martial venerable quickly gestured for his subordinates to clear the way. The 2 of them proceeded into the city. Inside the bustling streets of Dragon City, the throngs of people and the constant flow of carriages reflected its prosperity. Moreover, the average strength of the inhabitants was at the martial artist level. Any random individual could easily become a prominent figure in a small county. No wonder Dragon City was renowned as the strongest city in martial prowess. Even a passerby could easily overpower demon soldiers and generals. Xiaoling, do you know what Ant Ming looks like? Su Zhe asked as they walked. Xiaoling shook her head with a wry smile. I don't know. I've never seen Ant Ming. Su Zhe continued. Do you know any characteristics of Ant Ming? With an apologetic expression, Xiaoling replied, I'm afraid I don't know that either. Chapter 58. Stirring the grass to startle the serpent. Su Zhe was nearly amused to the point of laughter. So how are we to find Ant Ming? Xiaoling, her eyes twinkling with mischief, produced a small signal flare. I possess a secret weapon. Once Ant Ming sees this, she will come looking for me. Su Zhe almost forgot about this strategy and couldn't help but give Xiaoling a thumbs up. She chuckled in response. The pair found a relatively secluded spot and launched the signal flare, then began their wait. However, after more than an hour, no one appeared. The anxiety on Xiaoling's face deepened. Brother Su, do you think something might have happened to Ant Ming? Not necessarily. Refrain from jumping to conclusions. Su Zhe himself felt uncertain, as his knowledge of Ant Ming, the Spirit Eye clan, and Dragon City was limited. The failure of the signal flare to summon Ant Ming left him pondering the reasons. There were 2 possibilities. First, Ant Ming might be in trouble and unable to arrive promptly. Second, she might have already met with misfortune, hence her absence. Su Zhe preferred the first scenario. Thus, they faced 2 choices, continue waiting or actively search for her. If they chose to search, it wasn't a daunting task. The Spirit Eye clan members were inherently frail and unable to cultivate, so they merely needed to seek out those in Dragon City who were not warriors. Moreover, since Ant Ming was a good friend of Xiaoling's mother, and they were likely of similar age, the search could be narrowed down to women aged 35 and above from the Spirit Eye clan. Su Zhe closed his eyes and extended his consciousness over Dragon City. Soon, he identified 9 individuals fitting their criteria. Waiting here may not yield results. We must take the initiative. Xiaoling, taken aback, asked, Take the initiative? What do you mean? With a smirk, Su Zhe replied, Since your Ant Ming cannot come to us, we shall go to her. I have already pinpointed 9 suspicious candidates. Let us engage with them. Thus, Su Zhe led Xiaoling to a small tavern. Their first target was a woman on the ground floor, dining with 2 other girls of similar age to Xiaoling, adorned with a floral pattern on her forehead and a veil. The 4-petal flower symbol represented the Crimson Eye, placing her at the same level as Mou, whom Su Zhe encountered in Songyue City. As they entered, the tavern attendant, a second-tier warrior, approached them, oblivious to Su Zhe and Xiaoling's true strength. Typically, when they cannot sense each other's abilities, they assume the other is stronger. Welcome. How may I assist you? The attendant inquired warmly. Of course, we are here to dine, Su Zhe replied with a smile, guiding Xiaoling to a table adjacent to the Crimson Eye woman, casually ordering 2 small dishes. Brother Su, we. Hush. Su Zhe gestured for silence, casting a glance at the neighboring table, signaling for them to observe quietly. Xiaoling nodded in understanding. At the adjacent table, the 3 women had been quietly eating, But as soon as Su Zhe and Xiao Ling entered, the veiled crimson-eye woman took notice, particularly drawn to Xiao Ling, who evoked a sense of familiarity. "You two continue eating. I have some matters to attend to," she casually instructed, rising and heading directly towards Su Zhe's table. "Excuse me, have we met before?" she initiated with pleasantries. It was rare for a member of the Spirit Eye clan to engage in small talk. Su Zhe chuckled softly, taking a sip of tea. "I'm not trying to flirt with you," the woman awkwardly clarified. She then turned her attention to Xiao Ling, asking, "Miss, it seems we have crossed paths before. Is that so?" Xiao Ling feigned calmness, her expression impassive. "I don't recall having met you. What is your name? Perhaps I can jog my memory." "My name is Shui Feng. Does that ring a bell?" "Shui Feng? No mention of Ming. She cannot be the one," Xiao Ling concluded, her earlier tension dissipating. "I don't remember," she replied, slightly furrowing her brow. Shui Feng was taken aback and, surprisingly, connected Xiao Ling's frown to another person. "You resemble Lu Xinru so closely when she was young. Are you Lu Xinru's child?" Xiao Ling had anticipated her recognition would come so swiftly, leaving her momentarily flustered. Su Zhe slammed his teacup onto the table, producing a sharp sound that captured Shui Feng's attention. With a grin, he remarked, "While meals can be disorderly, conversations should be prudent. We have just arrived in Dragon City, and it seems inappropriate for you to initiate such inquiries." "What is inappropriate?" Shui Feng's brow furrowed. "Lu Xinru is a respected elder of our Spirit Eye clan. Her child is also one of us. Do I not have the right to inquire?" With that, she turned back to Xiao Ling, pressing, "Child, at the very least, tell me your name, will you?" Annoyed by her persistence, Xiao Ling retorted, "You are quite bothersome. Keep your distance." Su Zhe chuckled, "I've mentioned you are indeed bothersome, being irksome yet unyielding. Are all Spirit Eye clan members like this?" Shui Feng's expression darkened. "I have maintained enough decorum. Is this how you two young ones address your elders?" "Oh, have you brought up seniority?" Su Zhe laughed. "Do you even know our identities to speak so aggressively?" Shui Feng paused, bewildered. What status could two children possibly hold? Su Zhe glanced at Xiao Ling, signaling her to proceed. Xiao Ling, her expression unfazed, fixed her gaze upon Shui Feng, her eyes locking onto hers. In an instant, an overwhelming aura descended upon Shui Feng, rendering her breathless and causing her eyes to roll back in her head. The two girls accompanying Shui Feng sensed the shift and quickly set down their chopsticks to rush over. Seeing Shui Feng in distress startled them. "Ah, Aunt Shui, what's wrong? How could this happen? Please don't scare us." The two girls were on the verge of tears. Su Zhe gently tapped Xiao Ling's shoulder, whispering, "This woman won't last long. You decide how to proceed. Regardless of the outcome, I am here." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ling, despite her reluctance, withdrew her oppressive force. Although she harbored deep resentment towards the Spirit Eye clan, she did not wish to cause a death in this place. Shui Feng, having narrowly escaped death, though unharmed, trembled from the recent brush with mortality, struggling to articulate her words. Xiao Ling eyed her sideways, eager to inquire about Aunt Ming. Yet she feared that such a question might alert the serpent and put Aunt Ming in danger due to her carelessness. However, if she refrained from asking, she would need to locate and investigate the remaining individuals, and the Spirit clan members were not fools. They would undoubtedly deduce her intentions. It was a precarious situation. Xiao Ling felt lost, glancing at Su Zhe for guidance. Su Zhe met her gaze with a reassuring look, then turned his attention back to the still trembling Shui Feng, stating plainly, "Provide me with the roster of your Spirit Eye clan." Chapter 59. The Lord of the City requests. Xie Feng was taken aback, unable to comprehend the intentions of the person before her. Observing the evident hostility from Xiao Ling towards her, she feared that they held some deep-seated grudge against the Spirit Eye clan. This girl resembled Lu Xinru strikingly. It was hard for Xie Feng to believe they were unrelated. However, the overwhelming sensation of nearing death was unmistakable. If this girl truly was Lu Xinru's child, a descendant of the Spirit Eye clan, it was impossible for her to possess any cultivation talent. Yet, they were demanding a list of the Spirit Eye clan members. What could they possibly want it for? With a furrowed brow, Xie Feng inquired, "What do you need the list of the Spirit Eye clan members for?" "Enough of the nonsense. Just write it down," Xiao Ling coldly retorted. A tremor ran through Xie Feng's heart. She did not wish to experience that dreadful sensation again. However, if she divulged the clan's list, she would be branded a traitor. On this continent, fewer than 300 members of the Spirit Eye clan remained. She could not fathom the depth of animosity these two harbored against her clan. If her actions were to lead to the clan's demise, How could she ever face her ancestors in the afterlife? Resolutely, Xiefeng declared, I would rather die than betray my clan. If you wish to kill me, then do as you please. Xiaoling glanced at Su Zhe, seeking guidance. Su Zhe smiled and lifted his teacup, swirling the liquid within, and said with a light laugh, I have always heard that members of the Spirit Eye clan possess an innate pride. It seems the rumors hold true. However, to ascertain the authenticity of this pride, why don't we put it to the test? Xiefeng was taken aback, contemplating test? Are they going to pressure me again? Su Zhe's lips curled into a chilling smile. Just then, a squad of 8 armored individuals, all at least third-tier martial kings, strode into the tavern, attracting the attention of all the diners. The 8 scanned the room and soon focused their gaze on Su Zhe's table, striding over with purpose. The leader, a youthful man of 4th-tier martial respect, glanced at Xiefeng, whose expression was partially obscured by a veil. He then clasped his fists and bowed slightly to Xiaoling, respectfully stating, Esteemed martial saint, our city lord requests your presence. Please accompany us. Martial saint? Xiefeng gasped in astonishment. The crowd, initially eager for entertainment, fell silent in shock. They did not recognize Xiaoling, but from her appearance, she appeared to be merely in her teens. A martial saint at such a young age? Surely, there must be some mistake. Xiefeng, filled with skepticism, asked, Lord Jiheng, are you certain? This girl looks no older than a teenager. How could she possibly be a martial saint? Her question echoed the sentiments of the onlookers, all straining to listen. The man named Jiheng, of 4th-tier martial respect, replied, We too are perplexed, but Lord Nangong stated she is indeed a martial saint, which is unlikely to be erroneous. Lord Nangong. Xiefeng's expression shifted to one of horror. The others were equally stunned. The lord they referred to was none other than the prodigy of the Xianling continent, Nangong Xianglong. If Nangong Xianglong claimed this girl was a martial saint, it was almost certainly true. Brother Su? Xiaoling looked at Su Zhe, confused. Su Zhe met her gaze with a reassuring smile, and then asked, Lord Nangong, do you only wish to see our young lady? Jiheng hesitated momentarily before affirming, Indeed. Who are you? Are you accompanying this lady? Yes, we are together, Su Zhe replied with a smile. Since Lord Nangong has recognized our young lady's status as a martial saint, as a fellow martial saint, why not extend a personal invitation? Jiheng was taken aback by Su Zhe's question, momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the tavern grew tense, particularly among those who had come to witness the spectacle. This was no trivial matter. There was a martial saint present. If they provoked her displeasure, it could result in their immediate demise. Brother Su, why are you? Su Zhe silenced Xiaoling, shifting his attention back to Jiheng. He continued, Return and inform them that if they wish to meet our young lady, they must come with sincerity. As fellow martial saints, no one will show leniency. Jiheng appeared troubled. Lord Nangong truly wishes to meet this lady with sincerity. Perhaps you could do us a favor and accompany us. Absolutely not, Su Zhe replied naturally, pouring a cup of tea for Xiaoling. This is not a matter of difficulty. Some principles cannot be compromised. We are not to be trifled with. Can't you see our young lady is still dining? Surely, you are unaware of the consequences of interrupting a martial saint's meal. And no, we would never dare to interrupt, Jiheng stammered, now thoroughly intimidated. We shall return to report to Lord Nangong immediately. Martial saint, please do not take offense. With that, Jiheng and his subordinates hastily exited the tavern. Even after their departure, an eerie silence lingered in the establishment. After a brief moment of reflection, the onlookers, still in shock, hastily gathered their payment and fled. The tavern's proprietor and the waitstaff remained tucked behind the counter, anxiously watching Su Zhe's table, fearful that a martial saint's displeasure could lead to their establishment's ruin. You are, in fact, a martial saint? Xiefeng's face drained of color, though hidden behind her veil. The 2 girls beside her were equally terrified, their legs trembling as they leaned on one another to stay upright. Xiaoling scoffed. I initially intended to keep this a secret, but it seems Nangong Xianglong has discovered it. Now that you are aware of my strength, will you still refuse to hand over the list? It is not that I wish to be uncooperative, Xiefeng stammered, but I am unaware of the enmity between you and the Spirit Eye clan. If I were to recklessly disclose the list, the elders and the clan leader would never forgive me. Su Zhe interjected, So, you intend to oppose a martial saint? I have no intention of opposing a martial saint. If you persist in your coercion, then kill me, but please spare these 2 children. They are innocent and know nothing. Xiefeng had resigned herself to death. Su Zhe and Xiaoling exchanged glances, both understanding that further pressure would be futile. Xiaoling, the decision is yours, Su Zhe said, placing the choice in her hands. Xiaoling contemplated in silence for a moment before responding, her expression impassive. Let them go. Xiefeng stared in bewilderment. What? Furrowing her brow in annoyance, Xiaoling reiterated. I said let them go. Don't make me regret it. Upon hearing this, Xiefeng quickly gathered the two girls and hastily departed. Now, within the vast tavern, only Su Zhe and Xiaoling remained, aside from the proprietor, the waitstaff, and the kitchen staff. Su Zhe surveyed the two hiding behind the counter. When will our food be served? The proprietor and the waiter quickly scrambled to assure him they would expedite the order before rushing to the kitchen. After their departure, Xiaoling quietly asked, Brother Su, how did Nangong Xianglong discover that I am a martial saint? We have never even encountered him, have we? Also, why do you insist on calling me young lady? I do not appreciate that title. Chapter 60. Distant cousin Su Zhe chuckled as he ruffled Xiaoling's hair, speaking softly. All right. In truth, I was merely putting on an act. They cannot perceive my true strength, and thus, they will either believe I surpass them or consider me an ordinary person devoid of any martial talent. The fact that Nangong Xianglong mentioned you as a martial saint without even acknowledging me indicates that his prowess is beneath mine. He likely assumes I am just a commoner, and I have merely played along with his assumptions. After a brief pause, Su Zhe continued, his ability to discern your strength signifies that he is stronger than you. I can speculate on his desire to meet you. He likely wishes to inquire about your cultivation methods and seek to win you over. After all, achieving the status of a martial saint with 100,000 combat power at merely 16 years of age is a terrifying anomaly on this continent. Upon hearing Su Zhe's words, Xiaoling smiled helplessly. What makes me terrifying? Everything I possess has been bestowed upon me by Brother Su. If anyone should be regarded as the most formidable presence on this continent, it is undoubtedly you, Brother Su. Enough with the pleasantries between us. Xiaoling, what are your thoughts on meeting Nangong Xianglong? I don't know, whatever you think is fine, Brother Su. A meeting could be beneficial, but it is not essential. Nangong Xianglong holds considerable influence in Long City and possesses greater insight into the current state of the Spirit Eye clan than either of us. If we can leverage that knowledge, uncovering the whereabouts of Aunt Ming should not pose a problem. And we, Shu. Su Zhe suddenly made a gesture for silence. Xiaoling was left perplexed. Then, seconds later, an imposing figure strode into the tavern with great authority, taking a seat directly at the table where Su Zhe and Xiaoling were seated. I am Nangong Xianglong. May I inquire as to how the young lady is addressed? His gaze was fixed intently on Xiaoling. Xiaoling glanced at Su Zhe, who smiled back at her, before responding, I am Xiaoling. Ah, the surname Xiao. Nangong Xianglong pondered for a moment before asking. You must not yet be 20, correct? Xiaoling casually replied, 16. 16? A flicker of surprise crossed Nangong Xianglong's eyes. How is it possible to achieve such power at such a tender age? I am familiar with nearly all methods to rapidly enhance one's cultivation on this continent. Yet none can elevate an individual to the martial saint level in such a short time. How did you accomplish this? Might you reveal a hint? Brother Su was right. Xiaoling cast another glance at Su Zhe, uncertain of how to respond to Nangong Xianglong's inquiry. She certainly could not betray Brother Su. Since she was at a loss for words, she boldly stated, Why should I feel compelled to answer your question? Nangong Xianglong anticipated that she would not easily divulge her secret. Thus he refrained from pressing further, self-deprecatingly remarking, I once believed myself to be the most gifted individual in the history of this continent. Meeting you has made me realize that indeed, there are greater talents beyond my own. You are the one with the most exceptional gift ever seen here. I am not the one with the greatest talent. Xiaoling muttered softly, her gaze darting towards Su Zhe. There are individuals far more extraordinary than I. Nangong Xianglong turned his attention to Su Zhe. Miss Xiaoling. Who might this be? Su Zhe met Nangong Xianglong's gaze with unwavering composure, responding grandly, I am her cousin, Su Zhe. Oh, a cousin. Nangong Xianglong scrutinized Su Zhe closely, still unable to detect any signs of unusual prowess. To outward appearances, he seemed like an ordinary person devoid of martial talent. Yet, the more ordinary Su Zhe appeared, the more intrigued Nangong Xianglong became. Typically, individuals would exhibit signs of apprehension or fear in his presence. Yet here was someone who not only remained unperturbed but conversed with him in an entirely calm manner. Was it possible that he felt emboldened by Xiaoling's support? Nangong Xianglong dismissed the thought. If Su Zhe were merely relying on Xiaoling's reputation, Then why did she continually glance in his direction while speaking? It was rather peculiar. It seemed that the true pillar of strength between them was not Xiaoling, but rather this young man named Su Zhe, Nangong Xianglong. A martial saint with a combat power of 1,000,000 could not fathom Su Zhe's true capabilities. The only reasons for Xiaoling's reliance upon him could be twofold. Either Su Zhe was feigning weakness, possessing strength that exceeded 1,000,000, or Xiaoling harbored feelings for him, which prompted her frequent glances for his approval. After much contemplation, Nangong Xianglong leaned towards the latter explanation as the more plausible one, unaware that both assumptions could indeed hold true. You two must be distant cousins without any blood relation, Nangong Xianglong inquired with a smile. Su Zhe shrugged. What if we are? What if we are not? That bears no significance to you. You are quite audacious, young man, Nangong Xianglong replied with a hint of amusement. Su Zhe chuckled lightly. Let us dispense with the formalities. Please, state your business directly. Very well, Nangong Xianglong asserted. The number of demons is on the rise, spreading across the continent and mercilessly slaughtering our kind. The situation is dire. If we remain passive behind our defenses without taking the initiative to strike back, the extinction of humanity is merely a matter of time. Su Zhe inquired with a smile. So, you wish to gather the human champions for a counteroffensive against the demons? Nangong Xianglong nodded. Precisely. We can no longer afford to be idle. We must take action. However, the number of formidable warriors among us is severely lacking. There are barely enough martial saints to count on one hand, and most possess less than 100,000 combat power. When you two entered the city today, I was astounded. I was merely a martial master at your age, yet here stands a 16-year-old martial saint with 100,000 combat power. This is monumental news for all of humanity. I believe that, in due time, Miss Xiaoling will surpass me. After a brief pause, Nangong Xianglong continued, Thus, I implore you to remain in Long City. I possess numerous resources that can accelerate your cultivation. If you are willing, you may stay with me for the time being. Su Zhe smiled and asked, What if we decline? Nangong Xianglong responded with a smile of his own. Should you choose not to, I cannot compel you. However, if the day arrives when humanity and the demons engage in an unprecedented war, I hope that Miss Xiaoling will stand alongside us and fight. Chapter 61. What can you do about it? Such matters hardly required the input of Nangong Xianglong. When faced with imminent danger, no one would stand idly by. However, that was a concern for another day. Moreover, Su Zhe had yet to unravel the mystery behind the increasing number of demons. If the proliferation of these demons could not be controlled, no matter how formidable the allies, it would be futile, merely treating the symptoms without addressing the root cause. Every attempt to slay demons would be in vain. In the 3 years since the emergence of demons, which had spread like wildfire across the continent, had there been any investigation into their origins? Su Zhe did not directly respond to Nangong Xianglong's inquiry, instead posing another question. Nangong Xianglong shook his head in resignation. We have conducted investigations, yet uncovered no leads. The only link to these demons appears to be the meteorite that fell 3 years ago. The meteorite? Where is it now? It remains uncertain. It is said to have landed somewhere in the South Sea, possibly on a deserted island, or perhaps in the Stone City Sea. That night, the sky was awash in crimson. The meteorite descended, trailing a red glow before the eyes of countless witnesses, while the onlookers were still trying to comprehend the occurrence. The demons struck, wreaking havoc and causing untold suffering. Reflecting on the events from 3 years ago, Nangong Xianglong felt a pang of sorrow. In a single night, the fate of humanity underwent a cataclysmic shift, with many powerful warriors falling one after another. Subsequently, we dispatched a team, the least among them being a third-tier martial emperor, to investigate the meteorite's landing site in the South Sea. Regrettably, they set sail 2 years ago and have yet to return. 2 years without a word, which in all likelihood indicates grim tidings. However, Su Zhe did take note of something. The South Sea. This term had previously surfaced in the context of the refuge of Lu Hua. The extraordinary stone that Lu Hua obtained came from a deserted island in the South Sea. Is this merely a coincidence? Su Zhe thought not. It seems a visit to the South Sea for verification is in order. By the way, have you heard of the demon ancestor? A demon sage I previously vanquished mentioned the demon ancestor, which had piqued Su Zhe's curiosity. Just as in humanity's cultivation, where the pinnacle is the martial sage, it appeared that there were higher realms beyond the martial sage in the attribute panels, albeit inaccessible in this land. If humanity has realms beyond, could it not be the same for demons? If so, the demon ancestor would presumably exist above the demon sage. Upon Su Zhe's inquiry, Nangong Xianglong was taken aback. The demon ancestor? Where did you hear of this? I happened to overhear a demon mention it. Su Zhe fabricated a casual excuse. Nangong Xianglong, skeptical yet intrigued, replied, I have heard of the demon ancestor as well. Last year, when I killed a demon sage, it alluded to the existence of the demon ancestor, albeit vaguely. I have a premonition that should I encounter this so-called demon ancestor, it would be I who suffers the defeat. It seems this fellow has never encountered the demon ancestor either. Su Zhe shifted the topic, inquiring, How is your relationship with the Ling Tong clan, Lord Nangong? Nangong Xianglong chuckled lightly. What, do you have ties with the Ling Tong clan? Not exactly ties, merely seeking someone. Surely, the Lord of Nangong City would be willing to assist us? Seeking someone? Who might that be? A person whose name contains the character for dream. Does the Lord of Nangong City recall anyone? Dream? Nangong Xianglong pondered briefly before responding. I do happen to know 2 individuals from the Ling Tong clan whose names contain dream. Before Su Zhe could speak, the previously silent Xiao Ling eagerly asked, Who are they? Where are they now? Nangong Xianglong did not directly answer Xiao Ling's question. So, you came to Long City in search of someone. Speaking of the Ling Tong clan, the young lady Xiao Ling bears a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine, who also happened to be a member of the Ling Tong clan. Isn't that a coincidence? The first thought that crossed Su Zhe and Xiao Ling's minds was of Xiao Ling's mother, Lu Xinru. Nangong Xianglong knows Xiao Ling's mother? Su Zhe was taken aback. It seems Lu Xinru was quite a figure in her prime. Otherwise, so many would not know her. Importantly, Lu Xinru was a purple-eye elder of the Ling Tong clan, second only to the clan leader, the Golden Eye. Even if her combat prowess did not match that of a warrior, she would have avenues for self-preservation in times of trouble. Yet, she is still gone. Xiao Ling's expression had frozen. Noticing this, Su Zhe gave a light scoff, redirecting Nangong Xianglong's attention. Pray tell, who is the Ling Tong clan member you mentioned? Nangong Xianglong grinned. Do you know Lu Xinru? Feigning ignorance, Su Zhe replied, I do not. But we have encountered several members of the Ling Tong clan who remarked that Xiao Ling resembles one of their kin. We are quite curious to see just how similar Lu Xinru is to Xiao Ling. When shall we meet her? That, I fear, is impossible. Nangong Xianglong sighed gently before continuing. She is no longer with us. No longer? Su Zhe feigned surprise. She has passed away? In a sense. In a sense? What does that mean? Su Zhe retorted. If she is gone, say so. If she is not, then do not be so evasive. The phrase in a sense easily invites speculation. Perhaps Xiao Ling's mother is still alive. Of course, if she were truly alive, it would undoubtedly be a momentous blessing for Xiao Ling. Nangong Xianglong nonchalantly remarked. If you wish to know about Lu Xinru, it would be best to consult the leader of the Ling Tong clan. She possesses far more knowledge than I. At that moment, Xiao Ling's heart was tumultuous, especially upon hearing Nangong Xianglong's insinuation regarding her mother's possible survival, eliciting both joy and anxiety, coupled with the fear that it might all be a fleeting mirage. Xiao Ling's palms were slick with sweat. Su Zhe grasped her hand, urging her to regain her composure. He then redirected the conversation. Lord Nangong, we seem to have digressed. We are in search of a member of the Ling Tong clan whose name includes Dream, not Lu Xinru. Nangong Xianglong, unfazed, inquired, Are you not at all curious about Lu Xinru? Su Zhe chuckled. Do not make me repeat myself for the 3rd time. Young man, your name is Su Zhe, is it not? Bold of you. You are indeed the first to speak to me in such a manner. I could summon the person you seek with a mere word. Yet why should I assist you? In a certain light, Nangong Xianglong and Su Zhe share a few similarities. However, Su Zhe is no fool and would not follow Nangong Xianglong's lead. Very well, then. You need not have my cousin assist you in dealing with the demons. Confronting demons is a matter for all humanity. You need not be reminded that you too shall act when the time comes. Indeed, self-preservation is paramount. As for whether to assist others, that remains uncertain. Do you not find such a mindset rather selfish? Su Zhe smirked, unperturbed. Indeed, it is selfish. What can you do about it? Chapter 62. Something feels amiss attempting to morally bind Su Zhe. Impossible. It shall never happen in this lifetime. Nangong Xianglong was nearly amused to the point of laughter by Su Zhe, rendered speechless by a mere junior for the first time in his life. Nonetheless, with his presence, these two would not stir any significant upheaval. Nangong Xianglong snapped his fingers at the doorway. Ji Hung promptly entered, slightly bowing in deference. What are your commands, Lord Nangong? Visit the Lingtong clan's base and summon Meng Qing and Wan Meng, he ordered. Understood. Ji Hung responded and exited. Subsequently, Nangong Xianglong turned to Su Zhe and Xiao Ling, inquiring, "Is that satisfactory?" Su Zhe signaled a thumbs up in response. Curiously, Nangong Xianglong asked, "What does that gesture signify?" "It means good," Su Zhe replied. "Oh, that gesture is rather intriguing." Nangong Xianglong mimicked Su Zhe's thumbs up. "Where did you learn this?" Disregarding Nangong Xianglong, Su Zhe grasped Xiao Ling's hand and asked, "Are you hungry?" Xiao Ling nodded slightly, then shook her head, her expression not quite cheerful. There were words she wished to share with Su Zhe, yet with Nangong Xianglong still present, it was not convenient to voice them. Although she did not articulate her thoughts, Su Zhe had already surmised the gist. This girl likely yearned to confront the clan leader of the Jintong directly to inquire about her mother's whereabouts. However, Nangong Xianglong's mere words were insufficient for Su Zhe to place complete trust in him. Yet, while the parties involved may be confused, the observer remains clear. Su Zhe's skepticism did not reflect Xiao Ling's belief. Half an hour later, Ji Hung returned, accompanied by 2 Lingtong clan members, both veiled. One bearing a 4-petal flower and the other a 5-petal flower on their foreheads. The 5-petal flower signified a purple-eyed elder, akin to Xiao Ling's mother in status during her lifetime. "Lord Nangong, you summoned us?" inquired the purple-eyed elder, her expression unreadable. Nangong Xianglong gestured towards Su Zhe and Xiao Ling, stating, "It is they who sought you." The purple-eyed elder's gaze shifted to Su Zhe and immediately focused on Xiao Ling, a flicker of terror crossing her features. Indeed, it was fear, starkly contrasting the surprise seen in Mou and Xue Feng's eyes earlier. Yet, this fear was fleeting, and coupled with her veil, most would assume she was merely astonished. Unfortunately for her, Su Zhe was no ordinary person and quickly caught her subtle reaction. It was evident that she possessed knowledge about Xiao Ling's mother, and likely more than others did. The other girl, adorned with a 3-petal flower, displayed no reaction upon seeing Xiao Ling. She appeared notably younger, around 12 or 13 years of age. There was no doubt, this girl was not the individual they sought. Consequently, the only plausible candidate for Meng Yi was the purple-eyed elder, who had reacted more intensely than the other Lingtong members upon seeing Xiao Ling. However, Su Zhe found it curious. If this individual were truly Xiao Ling's Meng Yi, she should not exhibit fear upon seeing her. "What is it that you seek from us?" the purple-eyed elder asked, her tone flat. Xiao Ling glanced at Su Zhe, her eyes indicating that they should proceed with caution as Nangong Xianglong was still present. Su Zhe smiled calmly, returning her gaze with an expression that suggested she should take the lead, and then cheerfully stated, "Some private matters, Lord Nangong. If you would excuse us." "How dare you speak to Lord Nangong in such a manner?" Ji Hung interjected, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Su Zhe. Unable to discern Su Zhe's strength, and with Nangong Xianglong equally oblivious, Ji Hung naturally assumed Su Zhe was an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation talent. What right did an ordinary person have to speak in such a commanding tone to Lord Nangong? Nangong Xianglong, however, was unperturbed, raising his hand to silence Ji Hung. He then stood in accord. "Very well, I shall take my leave. You may converse. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me at my residence." With that, he and Ji Hung exited without delay. Once they had departed, Xiao Ling softly asked, "Su Ge, may I inquire now?" Su Zhe nodded. Xiao Ling fixed her gaze on the purple-eyed elder and asked, "What is your name?" The elder replied impassively, "I am Meng Qing, and this is Wan Meng." As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Qing suddenly seemed to realize something, her brow furrowing slightly as she continued, "I understand what you wish to ask. This matter does not concern Wan Meng." She then directed her gaze at Wan Meng. "You may return." Meng Qing, as a purple-eyed elder, commanded authority over Wan Meng, a lower-ranked blue-eyed member, and with the elder's directive, Wan Meng could only nod in agreement before departing the tavern. Once Wan Meng had left, Meng Qing spoke again. "I know you wish to inquire about Lu Xinru." Meng Qing turned her attention to Xiao Ling, asking, "You are Lu Xinru's child, correct?" Xiao Ling was poised to cut to the chase when Su Zhe suddenly gestured for her to hold off. Confused, she shot him a glance. Su Zhe then focused intently on Meng Qing, inquiring, "Who is Lu Xinru?" Meng Qing chuckled lightly, "Do not feign ignorance. This girl bears an uncanny resemblance to Lu Xinru in her youth. I find it hard to believe you have no connection to her. Your tone suggests there lies some animosity between you and Lu Xinru. How dare you speak such nonsense?" Though Meng Qing maintained a calm facade, turmoil raged within her. She continued to argue. We Lingtong clan members have always been united. There is no animosity among our kin. Do not tarnish our name. I was merely making an observation. Why such an exaggerated reaction? Su Zhe replied, his gaze fixed on her with amusement. Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. Su Zhe feigned exasperation. Addressing Xiaoling, it appears this is not the person we seek. Xiaoling recognized the truth in his words, though she had never met Meng Yi. The descriptions from Granny Lu and her mother painted Meng Yi as a gentle, kind-hearted soul. The person before her starkly contrasted with the memories she held. What shall we do now? Xiaoling's countenance fell. If this individual was not Meng Yi, then Meng Yi was in grave danger indeed. This was her greatest fear. If Meng Yi were to meet with misfortune, what would become of her mother's vengeance? Who would she turn to for retribution? Xiaoling's thoughts were a tumultuous mess. Having detected her distress, Su Zhe gently ruffled her hair before striking the table with force. A powerful aura surged forth, causing Meng Qing to tremble internally. What are you planning? Meng Qing had initially intended to restrain Su Zhe with her purple-eyed abilities. However, to her astonishment, his recent act had entirely subdued her powers. Little did she know that the abilities of a purple-eyed elder could ensnare even a martial emperor if they were not careful. Though the power could not inflict harm, it could momentarily restrict movement, and if allies were present, those precious seconds could prove fatal. Yet, her abilities had been utterly thwarted by this audacious youth before her. Chapter 63. Two monsters. Who is this young man? His strength exceeds that of the martial emperor. Could he be a martial saint? Yet he appears to be barely in his 20s. A martial emperor in his youth. How terrifying. Meng Qing could not help but gasp, her tone turning polite. What do you wish to know? Since it was Lord Nangong who invited me, I will do my utmost to answer your questions. Noticing the drastic change in Meng Qing's demeanor, Su Zhe chuckled softly. Some individuals, it seems, only grasp the concept of fear after experiencing hardship. Strength is the ultimate truth. Speak. Su Zhe said nonchalantly. Aren't you aware of our inquiries already? Just articulate them. Meng Qing fell silent for a moment before responding. I know that your purpose in Dragon City is to locate Meng Gu and uncover the whereabouts of Lu Xinru. Su Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you implying that Lu Xinru is not dead? Yes, she is alive, Meng Qing replied, her tone tinged with displeasure. But we have no idea where she has gone. Even if you find Meng Gu, she will be unable to divulge Lu Xinru's whereabouts. At the revelation that her mother was still alive, Xiao Ling was momentarily stunned. It took her a while to process the information, pinching her own face to confirm, painful. So, she had not misheard. Her mother was alive. Su Zhe grasped Xiao Ling's hand, urging her to remain calm. He then inquired in a flat tone, and where is this Meng Gu now? Meng Qing smirked. Last year, while assisting a team of warriors on an expedition to eliminate demons, she fell into an ambush and perished along with the entire army. However, I did not expect Lu Xinru's child to be alive all this time. In the past, members of the Spirit Eye clan with impure bloodlines could not be recorded in the family tree. Yet times have changed, our clan's numbers dwindle, and now is a crucial time for recruitment. If you are willing, I can discuss with the clan leader about your return to the Spirit Eye clan. Dream on. Xiao Ling retorted angrily. Even if you begged me on your knees, I would never return to the Spirit Eye clan. Let me tell you, had it not been for the possibility of my mother's survival, I would have slaughtered the entire Spirit Eye clan and buried you all alongside her. Huh? You believe you alone can eradicate the Spirit Eye clan? Meng Qing scoffed. Though our clan is not as prosperous as it once was, we are not to be trifled with. Your friend may be a martial saint, but Lord Nangong stands with us. He will not allow you to act recklessly. Enough, Su Zhe interjected, weary of Meng Qing's rambling. Is it truly difficult to annihilate the Spirit Eye clan? If not for the potential value you still possess, erasing your existence would merely be a fleeting thought of mine. What audacity! A commanding female voice echoed from outside. In the blink of an eye, a woman clad in a light white gauze dress, adorned with a hexagram on her forehead, and possessing a graceful demeanor, appeared before Xiao Ling. She appeared to be in her 30s. Upon seeing her, Meng Qing immediately bowed respectfully. Lord Clan Leader, what brings you here? The newcomer, Jiang Qinyu, was indeed the current leader of the Spirit Eye clan. She raised a hand, signaling Meng Qing to remain silent. Then her discerning gaze swept over Xiao Ling and Su Zhe, ultimately resting on Xiao Ling. What is destined to come will always arrive, she remarked. Xiao Ling, having resolved to cease her concealment, confronted Jiang Qinyu without reservation. Where is my mother? Jiang Qianyu smiled faintly, her expression calm. If you agree to return to the Spirit Eye clan, I will reveal everything you wish to know. And if I refuse, then this secret shall remain sealed within me. Jiang Qianyu replied nonchalantly. Meng Gu is dead, and I alone know the whereabouts of your mother. You must think carefully. I am quite clear in my thoughts. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, do not blame me for being heartless. With that, Xiaoling narrowed her eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura that bore down upon Jiang Qianyu like a ravenous tiger. In an instant, Jiang Qianyu blinked and shifted into her golden eye mode, countering much of Xiaoling's pressure. The residual force weighed upon her, though not lethal. It still induced a sense of uncomfortable urgency. Such a trivial skill, Jiang Qianyu smiled. I never anticipated you had already reached the martial saint realm. If I am not mistaken, you must be merely 16 years old, correct? A 16-year-old martial saint, surpassing even Nangong Xianglong's talent. Furthermore, with the blood of the Spirit Eye clan coursing through you, you are truly the most perfect being this continent has ever seen. If you were to return, our clan's revival would be within reach. I am sorry, but I am not the paragon you describe. Moreover, I will never return to the Spirit Eye clan, never. From the moment you abandoned me, I ceased to be one of your own. Upon finishing, Xiaoling's pupils transformed into beautiful golden eyes. Seeing this, both Jiang Qianyu and Mengqing were taken aback. Golden eyes? You possess golden eyes? Mengqing stammered in shock. Jiang Qianyu's initial admiration was swiftly replaced by a profound sense of threat, realizing why Lu Xinru had sent Xiaoling away. So it was. No two golden-eyed individuals could exist on this continent, and your emergence violates its very principles. Who gave you the courage to say such things? Su Zhe interjected, cutting Jiang Qianyu off. With a mere glance, a force of 200,000 surged toward her like a raging torrent. Caught off guard and lacking any means of defense, Jiang Qianyu was slammed onto the table with a resounding crash, an unprecedented fear creeping from her feet to her entire body. It felt as if an invisible hand was choking her throat, rendering her voiceless. What is happening? Who is this young man? She thought. As the esteemed leader of the golden-eyed clan, how could she be so utterly restrained by a mere youth? Impossible. Only Nangong Xianglong could achieve such a feat. Yet this boy has done it as well. Could it be that his strength is on par with Nangong Xianglong's? Beside her, Mengqing watched in astonishment as Jiang Qianyu was effortlessly subdued by Su Zhe, and a deep sense of fear began to take root in her heart. Who exactly are these two? Members of the Spirit Eye clan are born without cultivation talent, yet Xiaoling possesses it and has reached the martial saint realm. The most terrifying aspect is that she is a golden-eyed individual. As for Su Zhe, though he is not of the Spirit Eye clan, his strength can overpower a golden-eyed person, and so young. Monsters. Both of these individuals are truly monsters. Chapter 64. The Unsolved Mystery, If You Wish to Live. Then speak. Where is she? Su Zhe continued to sip his tea nonchalantly. Although Jiang Qianyu's body remained immobilized, Su Zhe granted her the freedom to speak. I am the only one on this continent who knows the whereabouts of Lu Xinru. You will not kill me. Jiang Qianyu was entirely unperturbed by the thought of Su Zhe and Xiaoling ending her life. While her statement might provoke disdain, she felt compelled to try. I will tell you, but you must promise me one thing. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. Speak. Jiang Qianyu continued. Regardless of what the future holds, you must not oppose the Spirit Eye clan. Su Zhe replied without hesitation, agreed. Jiang Qianyu was momentarily stunned, perplexed. You didn't even think it over before agreeing? Su Zhe shrugged. I have always championed love and peace. What love and peace? Nonsense. Jiang Qianyu was skeptical. She then turned to Xiaoling. And you? If you agree to my request, I will reveal Lu Xinru's whereabouts. All right. Xiaoling could not afford to ponder further. She merely wished to know where her mother was. Good. Young man, you may release me now. Su Zhe complied. Jiang Qianyu regained her freedom and shot a glance at Mengqing. You may leave. Mengqing said nothing and obediently exited. Jiang Qianyu then turned her attention back to Xiaoling. Your mother is currently not on the Xianling continent. Not on the Xianling continent? What does that mean? Xiaoling frowned. Don't deceive me. Jiang Qianyu replied earnestly. Whether you believe it or not, Lu Xinru is indeed alive and has gone to another world with that man. Su Zhe, still skeptical, inquired. What do you mean by another world? Jiang Qianyu smirked. The demon realm. The demon realm? Su Zhe immediately recalled the one-star Earth immortal status on his attribute panel, particularly the notation indicating that travel to the current world was not applicable. Could it be that upon leaving this world, one would indeed arrive at this so-called demon realm. However, even if it were possible to traverse from one world to another, there must be some extraordinary means or circumstances involved. Then the question arose, Lu Xinru, a mere elder of the Purple Eye clan with unimpressive strength, how could she leave the Xianling continent for the demon realm? Pondering this, Su Zhe directly asked, how did she reach the demon realm? Jiang Qianyu continued, it was her husband, the father of this child, who took her away. Impossible. Xiaoling's expression darkened. My mother would never abandon me to follow that man. I refuse to believe it. You must be lying. I am not lying. Jiang Qianyu took a deep breath, stating helplessly, your mother is the most intelligent and capable among the Purple Eye elders, and she was well-liked. Even though she contravened clan rules by marrying outside the clan, we did not expel her from the family tree. Rather, we chose to ignore it and let her remain within the clan. Have you considered why? And when she sent you away, did you think the Spirit Eye clan cast you aside? Although your bloodline is impure, with your mother present, no one in the clan would dare to bully you. Yet, your mother still took the risk to send you away. We could not comprehend her actions at the time, but now I understand. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Qianyu continued, a clan cannot tolerate two GoldenEye members. Your mother feared that if you were discovered, you would be expelled or harmed by the clan. Her actions were not wrong, but she overlooked one thing. Rules are rigid, while people are not. With her status in the clan, if she had convened a clan meeting and gained the majority's approval, you could have remained. Enough. Su Zhe interrupted Jiang Qianyu once more, his patience waning. Though it was impolite to interrupt, there was no need for courtesy with someone spouting such nonsense. Answer the previous question. We do not wish to know anything else. A hint of embarrassment crossed Jiang Qianyu's face, but what could she do? Outmatched, she complied. Very well. Let us return to the matter of Lu Xinru's departure from the Xianling continent. 16 years ago, Xinru fell in love with an outsider, disregarding the warnings of everyone in the clan, and resolutely married that man. However, when Xinru became pregnant, that man vanished overnight. 3 years ago, when the demons began their rampage, that man returned and took Xinru away right before our eyes. Menggu and I chased after them, hoping to bring Xinru back, but we were too late. That man led Xinru into a formation inscribed with many strange patterns. I don't know what mechanism was triggered, but the formation erupted with countless wailing ghosts, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. When the darkness dissipated, they had both vanished. I know you are wondering how I know they went to the demon realm. Jiang Qianyu chuckled dryly, continuing. It was my first time witnessing someone disappear directly before my eyes. Although the strange formation gradually dimmed and faded after Xinru disappeared, my memory is quite good, and I recorded the formation. I perused numerous texts and eventually found the origin of this formation in an ancient book. It serves as a medium that connects two worlds. Once activated, it can transport a person from this world to another. However, this formation is exceedingly complex, and the cost of activation is immense. Though our ancestors attempted to realize this formation, they all failed. By the way, I recall the ancient book described 3 different formations, each corresponding to a different world, and the formation that took Xinru away led to the demon realm. Su Zhe fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. So it was not an easy task to traverse between 2 worlds. However, one detail surprised him. Xiaoling's father was not from the Xianling continent. But why did he only take her mother away back then, leaving her behind? Moreover, how could Xiaoling's mother, who loved her so dearly, bear to leave her in this world rife with demons? It was all too strange. If answers were sought, they could only be found by locating Xiaoling's mother and having her explain in person. Turning to Xiaoling, Su Zhe noted her distressed state. Your mother loves you dearly. She would never abandon you without reason. She must have her reasons. He wished to console her. Xiaoling forced a bitter smile. No matter her reasons, she still left me behind. Did she not consider whether I could survive in this world plagued by demons? How urgent could her circumstances have been to deny me the chance to go with her? At the very least, she could have seen me once before leaving. To depart without a word is so hurtful. As she spoke, Xiaoling suddenly felt warmth on her face. Wiping her hand across her cheek, she realized it was her own tears. Chapter 65. Self-awareness. Su Zhe had never been adept at interacting with young ladies, especially when they were in tears. Now, he found himself utterly unprepared, wishing to do something yet unsure of how to proceed. Jiang Qianyu sighed softly and lamented. I had a wonderful relationship with your mother when we were children. It's truly unfortunate that she left without a word. It pains me greatly. However, she has departed, and all we can do now is wait. I firmly believe she will return. Yes, your mother will definitely come back. Su Zhe echoed. Xiaoling wiped her tears and choked out. But what if she doesn't return? That won't happen. Su Zhe declared with conviction. Xiaoling, trust me. I will find a way for you to see her again. Su Zhe was not jesting. Yet, to Jiang Qianyu, his assertion seemed utterly fantastical. I acknowledge that you are indeed a rare talent. But transitioning from one world to another is no simple feat. It is not that I doubt you. Even our ancestors were unable to succeed. Do you truly believe you can? Before Su Zhe could respond, Xiaoling dried her eyes with the back of her hand and stated, I don't trust others, but if it's Brother Su, I do. She had witnessed Su Zhe's growth throughout their journey. Mere terror could not adequately describe it. The impossible had transpired around Su Zhe. So, why could he not traverse from this world to another? Since he claimed he could, then surely he could. Su Zhe felt deeply moved by Xiaoling's faith in him. Leave this matter to me, Xiaoling. You must also believe in your mother and not dwell on it too much. All right, I understand, Xiaoling replied, forcing a smile. Though her heart was still stirred, had she been alone, she would have found it exceedingly difficult to overcome her inner demons. Yet now, with Su Zhe by her side, she began to perceive the world as rather charming, despite her previous disdain. Xiaoling, I have something to discuss with you. Su Zhe suddenly became serious. What is it? She inquired, puzzled. I intend to return to the Spirit Beast mountain range in a couple of days. Xiaoling exclaimed in surprise. Did you not just go there recently? Su Zhe shook his head with a smile. That was merely to complete a bounty task and eliminate some monsters. This time, I aim to investigate the reasons behind the monster's persistence and the secrets buried deep within the Spirit Beast mountain range. The depths of the Spirit Beast mountain range were perilous, and she had heard that even those at the martial saint level faced near certain death there. Even the monsters dared not venture too deep. That place is far too dangerous. Do you really need to go, Brother Su? Yes, I have my own considerations. If I encounter danger, I will flee if I cannot fight back. Rest assured, I will be fine. Still concerned, Xiaoling replied. I am now a martial saint with a combat power of 100,000. Perhaps I should accompany you? No, Su Zhe firmly declined. I have been there once, and I understand the dangers better than you do. Xiaoling, be my steadfast support and wait for me in Long City, will you? I promise to return within a month. Su Zhe had calculated that if he traveled tirelessly, the round trip would take only 10 days, leaving him plenty of time to investigate the monsters and the secrets of the mountain range. Despite her reluctance, Xiaoling was self-aware enough to recognize the wisdom in his words. Furthermore, if she insisted on accompanying him, she would likely become a burden, a prospect she could not bear. For she cherished Su Zhe. Taking a deep breath, she nodded and softly said, All right, I will listen to Brother Su. Su Zhe gently ruffled her hair. You're very obedient. The atmosphere between them was harmonious, disrupted only by Jiang Qianyu. Seated across from Xiaoling were these two publicly displaying their affection, although she was the sole witness. It felt exceedingly awkward. Jiang Qianyu cleared her throat, feeling uncomfortable. Did you just say you plan to go to the Spirit Beast mountain range? That place is currently extremely perilous. Countless experts have perished there. You should consider this carefully. Does Brother Su require your unsolicited advice? I am merely expressing concern for him. Does Brother Su need you, an outsider, to worry about him? Mind your own business. Fine, I won't say anything more. It seems anything I say is wrong. If there is nothing else, may I take my leave? This was likely the first time in her life that Jiang Qianyu spoke so cautiously. Su Zhe waved his hand. Go on. Without further ado, Jiang Qianyu rose and departed. Xiaoling then clung to Su Zhe's arm and playfully said, Brother Su, I'm hungry. Su Zhe smirked and called out to the kitchen. Where have your dishes gone? Coming. The staff in the kitchen were startled by Su Zhe's sudden shout and hurriedly brought out dishes, serving them respectfully. After enjoying their meal, and with plenty of daylight remaining, they strolled along the main street of Long City. In just half a day, they had spent all their gold coins. With no funds left, their first thought was to visit the appraisal center. They exchanged glances, grinned, and walked side by side to the largest appraisal center in Long City. To their surprise, the exterior was far more grand than those in Jiangzhou City and Sanyue City. Inside, the decor was opulent, with even the simplest chair crafted from the finest wood. The teapot and cups on the coffee table were made from rare materials. At that moment, the reception area was attended by a white-haired elder of the 5th stage martial sovereign level. Initially, he paid no attention to the two children entering, but as Su Zhe and Xiaoling approached, he attempted to sense their cultivation but found nothing discernible. He was a fifth-stage martial sovereign, after all. While he was only of mid-level in Long City, he was well aware of the many young geniuses present. Yet these two appeared to possess no discernible cultivation. The only explanations could be that they were ordinary individuals devoid of talent, or that their strength surpassed his own. The fact that they looked to be merely in their teens left him feeling uncertain. "Are you here for cultivation appraisal?" the elder inquired tentatively. Xiaoling smiled. "Indeed. Otherwise would we come to drink tea with you?" This line was something she had learned from Su Zhe. The elder paused for a moment, then led them inside to a private room housing the testing crystal balls. At Su Zhe's suggestion, Xiaoling approached the testing sphere, cracking her knuckles before delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 66. Awaiting change. As Xiaoling's fist collided with the test ball, a blinding golden light erupted from within. In an instant, a deafening explosion resounded, shattering the test ball into countless fragments before the eyes of the three observers. Xiaoling and Su Zhe remained unperturbed, having encountered similar occurrences during their time in Songyue City. However, the elderly man with white hair was different. Having spent years conducting cultivation tests, he had seen others cause the test ball to explode, yet Xiaoling was undoubtedly the youngest individual he had ever witnessed achieving such a feat. "Miss, may I inquire about your age?" the elderly man stammered, visibly trembling. Xiaoling casually replied, 16. "What of it? 16? The old man felt as though he might suffer a heart attack. A martial saint at the age of 16, a prodigy, an extraordinary genius. "May I have the honor of knowing your name?" he continued. Xiaoling. "Greetings, Miss Xiaoling. I am Ji Ming, the head of this appraisal center." "Oh, then you may retrieve my badge now. And please do not forget the gold coins I am owed." Of course. Just a moment." Ji Ming glanced at Su Zhe and asked, "Young man, would you like to test your cultivation as well?" Su Zhe smiled and shook his head. He had already acquired the Martial Saint badge during their time in Songyue City, so a retest was unnecessary. Ji Ming did not press further, hastily retrieving the badge and a large chest of gold coins, which he promptly presented to Xiaoling. After receiving her belongings, Xiaoling and Su Zhe prepared to depart. Ji Ming followed them eagerly to the entrance of the appraisal center. "You two must be newcomers to Long City, as you look unfamiliar. I know this city very well. If you need directions or wish to find someone, feel free to ask me. I will provide all the information you require. By the way, have you found accommodation? If not, I know the owner of an inn who can arrange for you to stay for free. Would you like me to take care of that?" What a sycophantic old man. Fortunately, his words were relatively innocuous, and they did not discomfort Su Zhe and Xiaoling free of charge. Xiaoling whispered to Su Zhe, "Should we take him up on the offer?" Su Zhe gave her an okay sign. Xiaoling smiled. "All right, then you can arrange it." Ji Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. "Wonderful. I will make the arrangements immediately. You two can head to Xinyue in this evening. I will be waiting for you there." "Very well." Xiaoling nodded and left the appraisal center with Su Zhe. After walking for a short distance, Su Zhe playfully asked, "How does it feel to be in the spotlight?" Xiaoling covered her mouth and giggled. "It's not too bad. In this world, strength commands respect. As long as you possess power, you can act freely on this continent. But there will always be those who fear nothing. Such individuals are in the minority. Most people fear death. Remember this. One must act in their own interest, especially in chaotic times. Never place excessive trust in others." "Oh, so I shouldn't trust you too much then? I'm the exception, fool. Remember this. I will always be by your side, regardless of your actions, even if they lead to mistakes." "Ah, Su Zhe, please refrain from saying such embarrassing things." Xiaoling blushed, playfully pinching his arm. Su Zhe chuckled and lightly tapped her head. "All right, let us wander a bit more." "Okay." The two meandered through Long City like a pair of young lovers. As evening approached, they indulged in some street food and prepared to rest at Xinyue, and when suddenly, a girl dressed in tattered clothing, dirted from head to toe, came rushing towards them. Following closely behind were three boys of similar age, vociferously chasing her. "Stop! If I catch you, I'll make you pay," one shouted. "You dare steal from us? Are you looking for death? Hey, what a cowardly thief, running so fast. Hurry up. You're going to lose her." Amidst their shouts, the girl zipped past Xiaoling and Su Zhe like the wind. The three boys quickened their pace, encircling her from different directions. Soon, they caught up with her and began to beat her mercilessly. A crowd gathered, yet not a single person intervened. After all, the boys had claimed that the girl had stolen from them, and thus, they appeared justified in their actions. 3 against 1, how unfair. Xiaoling frowned and contemplated helping the girl, but was stopped by Su Zhe. Confused, she looked at him. Su Zhe remained silent, merely observing the scene like a bystander. Indifferent to the unfolding drama. He had no intention of getting involved, especially knowing there might be a hidden agenda at play. From the moment he laid eyes on the girl, Su Zhe discerned that he and Xiaoling had unwittingly become targets. If they intervened, they would fall into a trap set by the four individuals. Although the girl was being beaten, the three boys avoided targeting her vital areas, their blows lacking in true strength. To a third-tier martial artist, it was akin to mere tickling. After watching for a while, Xiaoling also noticed this oddity. Do they seem like a coordinated group? What would have happened if we had intervened? I can't say for certain, Su Zhe admitted, though he could surmise that the group targeted them due to their unfamiliarity and perceived vulnerability. What should we do, Su Zhe? Xiaoling asked. Let us remain as spectators and observe the outcome. All right, I'll follow your lead. Thus, they quietly observed the inept performance of the four individuals. Eventually, the boys noticed something was amiss, their actions slowing down. What is going on? Are those two fools just watching? One asked. I don't know. Perhaps they're uninterested in getting involved. Ugh, what a waste of effort. The three boys halted and helped the girl to her feet. The onlookers, realizing the excitement was over, dispersed. The four individuals were well known in the area, frequently causing trouble, and the crowd had grown accustomed to their antics. How boring. The girl grumbled after being helped up. The three boys, shedding their previous hostility, suddenly became subservient, overly concerned for her well-being. The girl pushed them away in disdain and walked directly up to Su Zhe and Xiaoling, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Chapter 67. It matters not, are you two from the outer city? The girl inquired arrogantly. Xiaoling, displeased, retorted, so what if we are? What difference does it make? Humph. The girl sneered. Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me this way? You two must have a death wish. Three boys accompanied her, echoing her sentiments. Exactly. Who do these outsiders think they are, speaking to Miss Nangong like that, unaware of their own insignificance? Let us teach them a lesson and instill some manners. Miss Nangong, just watch as we handle them. As they spoke, the three began to roll their fists in preparation. The girl, named Nangong Xiao, took a few steps back with a light laugh. The three surrounded Su Zhe and his companion, not revealing any weapons, as they had no intention of causing fatal harm. Navi. Su Zhe smiled, gesturing for Xiaoling to step back. Xiaoling cast a sympathetic glance at the trio before obediently retreating. Now, it was 3 against 1. With a loud roar, the three gathered their strength into their fists and launched an attack at Su Zhe. In this world, there are always those who are oblivious to their own limits. Since that is the case, allow me to enlighten you on how to conduct yourselves. Su Zhe smirked, effortlessly dodging their strikes with ease. Then, to their astonishment, he struck each of their necks with a single blow from his left hand. The trio fell to the ground, clutching their necks in pain and howling. A flicker of disbelief crossed Nangong Xiao's eyes. This man effortlessly incapacitated 3 martial artists with just one hand? No, this cannot be. This contradicts what my uncle said. He should be a talentless waste. What went wrong? Could it be that my uncle was deceiving me? After dispatching the 3 with ease, Su Zhe turned to Nangong Xiao, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Nangong Xiao felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively took a half-step back. Why you wouldn't dare lay a hand on a girl, would you? And what do you think? Su Zhe smiled, appearing before her in an instant, less than a meter away. An overwhelming aura surged, filling Nangong Xiao with profound fear. She found herself unable to speak. Su Zhe did not strike her. Go back and inform Nangong Xianglong. Should he dare to test us again, I shall not be merciful. I understand. Nangong Xiao's face paled, not daring to meet Su Zhe's gaze, and hurriedly turned to flee. The 3 who had fallen were not foolish. Seeing Nangong Xiao's fear of Su Zhe only deepened their own apprehension. They scrambled to their feet, hastily apologizing to Su Zhe before fleeing in all directions. Onlookers, witnessing Su Zhe's effortless defeat of the trio, wore expressions of astonishment. Particularly, they were shocked to see that Nangong Xiao, the niece of Nangong Xianglong, had also fallen victim to Su Zhe. They were unaware of Su Zhe's true capabilities. The strongest among them was merely at the second-tier martial king level and could not perceive Su Zhe's strength. Assuming he was at most a genius of the martial king or martial sage realm, entirely dismissing any connection to the martial saint level. Xiaoling approached Su Zhe. That girl, her surname is Nangong. She is indeed from the Nangong family. Indeed, Su Zhe replied with a smile. At first, I thought they merely sought to bully outsiders. It seems she was sent by Nangong Xianglong to investigate us. Xiaoling, puzzled, asked, but why? Does he not already know my strength? Is he probing into your background instead? What now? This girl will surely report your affairs to Nangong Xianglong. Do not worry. Su Zhe replied nonchalantly. Even if Nangong Xianglong learns of it, it matters not. He cannot stir up any significant trouble. The two did not linger on the streets of Long City and headed directly to the Xinyue Inn. At this moment, Ji Ming had been waiting for them at the front desk for quite some time. Upon seeing Su Zhe and Xiaoling, Ji Ming's face brightened with joy as he approached with a woman in her 40s, exuding charm. Welcome. We have prepared 2 luxurious rooms for you. Should you choose to stay, your accommodation and meals are entirely on us. Yes, indeed. The innkeeper added with a flattering smile. It is our honor to host a martial saint like you. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, please do not hesitate to let us know. We will do our utmost to serve you. Su Zhe and Xiao Ling exchanged satisfied glances and nodded in agreement as they followed Ji Ming and the innkeeper to the top floor of the inn. The inn had 5 floors, with fewer rooms and better conditions as one ascended. The first floor had 10 rooms, the second 8, the third 6, the fourth 5, and the fifth only 3. Aside from Su Zhe and Xiao Ling, there was one other guest on the 5th floor. Su Zhe had noticed this from the moment he entered the inn. It was a martial saint with a combat power of 150,000. Likewise, upon their arrival, the martial saint had taken notice of Su Zhe and Xiao Ling. Brother Su, there is someone else on the 5th floor, Xiao Ling observed. She sensed the presence, but, being of lesser strength, could not ascertain the individual's cultivation level. However, considering the exclusivity of the luxurious rooms, she deduced that this person was likely more powerful than herself. As they passed by the person's room, a glimmer of gold flashed in Xiao Ling's eyes. The golden-eyed individual possessed a fate technique that allowed them to perceive even through doors. Upon seeing the golden mist surrounding this person, she realized. While this person was indeed slightly stronger than her, compared to Su Zhe, there was no comparison. Su Zhe was enveloped in a dazzling golden mist that made it impossible to gaze upon him, perhaps unparalleled across the continent. Even if another being of such power existed, they would not possess the terrifying aura that Su Zhe did. Thus, Su Zhe was one of a kind. Xiao Ling felt fortunate to have encountered him. Pay no mind to that individual. Now, rest well, Su Zhe said as he watched Xiao Ling enter her room before returning to his own. He took a sip of the fresh tea prepared on the table and then, with the abyssal blade in hand, began to practice his swordplay. At a speed of 1,000, countless ominous blade shadows flickered throughout the room until the break of dawn. He finally halted, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and opened his attribute panel. Noting 2 changes in his stats. Total strikes, 4, 0, 53, 190. Golden body, 1 star celestial, 10, 3, 1 star earth, 9, 8. 1 star mysterious, 5, 4. 1 star yellow, 5, 4. 1 star celestial, 5, 4. Chapter 68. Leave it to me. A successful strike increment the golden body progress bar by a mere 0.00001, and it increased sequentially. Initially, the values of the progress bars for the first 2 golden bodies were identical, but after a night, they diverged. The first golden body surpassed the second by 0.5. Retrospective calculations revealed that, throughout the night, Su Zhe had successfully struck over 50,000 times, which was quite satisfactory. After concealing the attribute panel, Su Zhe tidied himself up and exited his room. In the adjacent room, Xiao Ling, having sensed the disturbance from Su Zhe's side, had already prepared herself and followed suit. The two enjoyed a modest breakfast together before Su Zhe accompanied Xiao Ling on a leisurely stroll through the streets. As noon approached, they coincidentally encountered Nangong Xianglong and his niece, Nangong Xiao. What a coincidence! Nangong Xianglong greeted Su Zhe and Xiao Ling with a smile. However, the once cheerful expression on Nangong Xiao's face darkened instantly upon seeing Su Zhe. The lingering fear from the previous day's abyss-like gaze enveloped her. She instinctively hid behind Nangong Xianglong. I hardly believe this arranged meeting is mere coincidence, Su Zhe remarked with a smile. Lord Nangong, has there been something you wish to discuss? Haha, I sensed something unusual about you yesterday. Most people would not dare speak to me so boldly. You are the first, Nangong Xianglong replied. The subsequent tests were indeed orchestrated by me. Thus today I have brought my niece, Nangong Xiao, to offer our apologies. As he spoke, Nangong Xianglong glanced back at Nangong Xiao. Xiaoer, come and apologize to our friend Su Zhe. With evident reluctance, Nangong Xiao muttered, I'm sorry. Su Zhe chuckled. What was that? I didn't quite catch it. Nangong Xiao frowned, raising her voice. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Su Zhe exchanged amused glances with Xiao Ling before waving his hand dismissively. And what if I choose not to forgive? How would you compensate? At this, Nangong Xiu's displeasure grew. Yesterday, we were made to look like foolish clowns, and now you expect me to apologize? Is that not sufficient? Oh, I regret to inform you that it is indeed insufficient, Su Zhe replied, unyielding. I am not one to be trifled with. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. However, if they do, regardless of scale or gender, they shall not escape unscathed. An apology holds little value, especially since it was you who instigated the trouble in the first place. In my eyes, the one who is weaker is not necessarily justified. Nangong Xiu's face flushed with anger. She felt like striking Su Zhe, but knew she would not prevail. She contemplated seeking assistance from her uncle, Nangong Xianglong, but he merely smiled, showing no inclination to intervene on her behalf. This infuriated her further, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. Su Zhe, undeterred, redirected his focus towards Nangong Xianglong. It seems the upbringing in the Nangong family leaves much to be desired. Nangong Xianglong chuckled. What you say holds merit. Young friend Su Zhe, I shall return and revise the family rules. However, Xiu'er is my kin, and her mistakes partly stem from my judgment. As an elder, I too owe you an apology. Regarding compensation, anything within my means, I shall provide. Oh, is that so? Su Zhe raised an eyebrow. Then, if I were to claim your position as the Lord of Long City, would you relinquish it? Su Zhe, you are being excessive. Do not provoke those of the Nangong family. Nangong Xiu interjected, visibly displeased. Xiu'er, Nangong Xianglong frowned slightly, signaling her to remain silent. Su Zhe could not contain his laughter. Apologies, but compared to your Nangong family, I, Su Zhe, am far more formidable. Enough. We need not quarrel over this, Nangong Xianglong sighed. We came merely to apologize. Yet here we are, embroiled in a dispute. Su Zhe shrugged. You have yet to earn the privilege to argue with me. Nangong Xiu was about to retort, but Nangong Xianglong interrupted her with a look that urged her to be quiet. He then turned to Su Zhe, asking, Young friend Su Zhe, do you truly wish to claim my position as city lord? If so, I would grant it to you. Oh, Lord Nangong is quite generous? This is not a matter of generosity, Nangong Xianglong replied nonchalantly. Whoever possesses the capability should govern. I am not a dictator. As long as you are stronger and possess comparable governance skills, I would gladly cede my position. And how do you perceive my capabilities? I find your words agreeable. Nangong Xianglong smiled. So, are you certain you wish to assume the role of city lord? Of course not, Su Zhe stated casually. Being the lord of a city is not a role that one can simply assume, regardless of whether Su Zhe possesses the requisite governance skills. He had numerous commitments and lacked the time to manage a city. Very well, Su Zhe chuckled. I shall not contest Long City with you. As for compensation, you need only grant me one request. Nangong Xianglong quickly inquired, what is it? Su Zhe turned to Xiao Ling and continued, in a few days, I shall be departing Long City for a period. Should I return to find that Ling has lost even a single strand of hair, I shall hold you accountable. Nangong Xianglong paused, then nodded. As long as you are in Long City, I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety. This is beyond question. Su Zhe's goodwill was acknowledged by Xiao Ling, yet she was no longer the girl who required constant protection. Brother Su, I can protect myself. I am aware. Su Zhe replied gently. No matter how strong you become, my only wish is for you to live joyfully and carefree. As for the violence, leave that to me. But if you continue to protect me, I will not be able to grow. Foolish girl, you need not grow. This statement not only flushed Xiao Ling's cheeks, but also left Nangong Xianglong and his niece at a loss for words. In any case, during your absence from Long City, I shall do my best to look after her. If there is nothing more, we shall take our leave, Nangong Xianglong said, escorting Nangong Xiu away. Once they had departed, Nangong Xiu questioned, Uncle, why do you regard Su Zhe with such apprehension? Even if he is powerful, mustn't he bow his head under our roof? Nonsense. Nangong Xianglong chuckled self-deprecatingly. I had presumed that young girl was remarkable, yet I did not anticipate that a more formidable presence existed. Nangong Xiu was taken aback. Uncle, what do you mean? This Su Zhe's strength far exceeds mine. Nangong Xiu was shocked. Uncle, this jest is ill-timed. I am not jesting. Nangong Xianglong suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, our Xianling continent is indeed a land of hidden talents, and the complete eradication of demons is surely within reach. Chapter 69. The Misty Canyon for 3 days, aside from wielding his sword during the night. Su Zhe dedicated his days to accompanying Xiao Ling as they explored every corner of Dragon City. The progress bar for his first golden body had reached 12. 3. Although the spiritual energy in this realm was rather sparse, the progress for the other golden bodies was also growing steadily, albeit slowly. As the time approached and they had thoroughly familiarized themselves with Dragon City, Su Zhe prepared to depart. Despite Xiao Ling's reluctance, she could not impede Su Zhe's journey. "Brother Su, please be safe and run if there is any danger," she said at the city gate, her voice tinged with sorrow. With a gentle smile, Su Zhe tousled her hair. "I understand. Wait for me for a month." "All right, I will wait for you. Now I shall take my leave." With that, Su Zhe sped away towards the direction of the Spirit Beast Mountains without looking back. Xiao Ling stood at the city gate, gazing at his retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Once she could no longer see him, she turned around and found Jiang Qinyu nearby, also watching her. Jiang Qinyu waved at her with a smile. Xiao Ling furrowed her brow, pondering, what does she want now? "I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions." Jiang Qinyu approached her. Xiao Ling chuckled softly. "Even if you did, you wouldn't be able to harm me." "Indeed," Jiang Qinyu replied with a smile. "But it won't be easy for you to kill me. Although our Spirit Eye clan may not possess great combat strength, we have earned the title of the most formidable support on the continent. As the strongest Golden Seer, I am not so easily slain." "What are you trying to say? You too are a Golden Seer, yet I can sense your abilities are rather unstable, and your mastery of the Spirit Eye technique is quite rudimentary." "And then? I can teach you." Xiao Ling was taken aback, entirely perplexed by Jiang Qinyu's intentions. "What do you truly want?" "I can see that the one named Su Zhe is destined for greatness. His current power is indeed formidable, and I can tell he continues to grow stronger. None of us can predict just how far he will ascend. However, if you remain reliant on him for protection without making progress yourself, you will inevitably become a burden to him, and he could find himself in peril because of you. Is that what you desire?" "No, that is certainly not what she wants." Xiao Ling did not wish to be a liability to Su Zhe. She aspired to be someone worthy of him. Yet, mere words could not ascertain worthiness, nor could mutual affection alone guarantee it. The uncertainties of the future were abundant. Xiao Ling conceded that Jiang Qinyu made a valid point. Noticing Xiao Ling's wavering resolve, Jiang Qinyu continued, "The history of our Spirit Eye clan is ancient and profound, and the capabilities of Golden Seers surpass your imagination. In our clan's history, there was even a Golden Seer who single-handedly defeated a martial saint of 50,000 combat strength without external assistance. Our kin are inherently weaker than martial artists, yet he managed to triumph over a martial saint despite lacking any innate talent. If he could do it, why couldn't we? Most importantly, you are special. You are the first individual in the history of the Spirit Eye clan capable of cultivation and a Golden Seer. If you can master your fated Spirit Eye technique, your future is limitless. Although I have been the clan leader for over 30 years and still have not fully grasped the capabilities of Golden Seers, I certainly know more than you. If you are willing, I can impart all my knowledge to you." "Very well," Xiao Ling admitted, her heart stirred. Were it not for her desire to become a better person worthy of Su Zhe, she would never have considered Jiang Qinyu's words. Xiao Ling furrowed her brow and asked, "What must I do?" Jiang Qinyu smiled. "I will wholeheartedly teach you everything I know, and I can even show you the historical records of our clan. However, I have one condition. I hope you will return to the Spirit Eye clan. I do not intend to bind you or impose any excessive obligations. I simply wish for you to return to your roots. So, can you agree to this condition?" Jiang Qinyu looked at Xiao Ling with eager anticipation. Xiao Ling contemplated in silence for a while before finally taking a deep breath and making her decision. "Agreed." Meanwhile, Su Zhe was tirelessly advancing, initially estimating that it would take him 5 days to reach his destination, yet he accomplished it in just 3. Standing at the foot of a mountain within the Spirit Beast Mountains, without uttering a word, he swiftly dispatched countless demons, arriving at the depths of the Spirit Beast Mountains. Shrouded entirely in thick mist, within an hour, what was destined to come would inevitably arrive. A slight smile played on Su Zhe's lips as he stepped into the mist. Time was of the essence, so he unleashed his aura fully. The unknown creatures concealed within the fog instinctively kept their distance. Activating his Eye of Insight, Su Zhe surveyed the indistinct forms of the unknown creatures around him, pondering whether slaying them would increase his tally of strikes. With this thought in mind, he approached an unknown creature with a combat strength of 200,000 and raised his hand. As he squinted, the creature he had targeted suddenly stiffened. as though an invisible hand had gripped its throat, sending it into a state of panic. A series of sharp, piercing shrieks erupted. The creature, now caught in Su Zhe's grasp, was involuntarily drawn towards him. When it was within 2 meters of Su Zhe, he finally discerned its appearance. It was a grotesque creature, covered in white fur, resembling a bat, but significantly larger, perhaps 7 or 8 times its size. Such an ugly being possessed a combat strength of 200,000? Su Zhe chuckled softly. With a casual motion, he crushed the creature effortlessly. Moments later, the familiar system notification did not echo in his mind. It seemed that killing the creatures here did not contribute to his tally. Without dwelling on it, Su Zhe hastened deeper into the mist. As Li Luo had mentioned, the closer he drew to the depths, the more corrosive the fog became. While it had little effect on him, he could still sense the mist persistently attempting to infiltrate his body. This mist was quite bothersome. Su Zhe attempted to disperse the fog surrounding him, but found it impossible. As if the mist did not belong to this world. Very well. After all, his purpose here was not to dispel the mist. Soon, he arrived at the canyon that Li Luo spoke of. Su Zhe now stood at the edge of a cliff at the uppermost level of this canyon. Looking down, he beheld a vast expanse of white mist, with only a few indistinct hilltops barely visible. The specifics of the terrain below remained shrouded in mystery, and its depth was unknown. What astonished Su Zhe the most was that he sensed the presence of 3 human auras within the canyon below. Chapter 70. The giant tree of 1,000 meters. The strength of those humans who can enter the misty canyon is undoubtedly formidable. Su Zhe initially intended to use his eye of insight to survey the situation within the canyon, only to find, to his dismay, that there seemed to be a barrier separating the area from the outside world. His eye of insight was utterly incapable of penetrating this veil. The only solution now was to descend. Su Zhe had never been one to cower in fear. Even though there were 2 other presences below that could potentially threaten him, they were not sufficient to deter his advance. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the precipice. Simultaneously, from the depths of the misty canyon, a multitude of grotesque plants, with oversized heads and gaping maws lined with sharp fangs, surged upwards, exuding a foul stench as they attacked him. These bloodthirsty, carnivorous semi-plants possessed a combat power of 35,000 each, and there were countless numbers of them. Su Zhe promptly drew his abyssal blade and descended, the blade flashing like lightning as he effortlessly sliced through the plants as if they were mere tofu. Their dark blue blood splattered everywhere, coating Su Zhe. After plummeting for a full 3 minutes, he finally broke through the invisible barrier that had isolated him from the outside. Initially, he could only sense 2 threatening auras, but now he detected 3 more. What on earth is happening down here? Su Zhe's curiosity was piqued, as if he had entered another realm entirely. Soon enough, he landed steadily on the ground. The air was thin below, and even the towering trees shrouded in thick mist felt the same. Using his eye of insight, he scanned his surroundings and was immediately drawn to 3 progress bars in the distance. The corresponding values were an astonishing 1, 2 million 1, 6 million and 1, 8 million. Such high numbers? Su Zhe frowned, sensing that matters were far from simple. Without a second thought, he swiftly made his way towards the source of the progress bars. As he approached within 100 meters, he could finally see that 2 humans were engaged in combat with a colossal tree, 50 meters in diameter and towering 1,000 meters high, which had gained sentience. It was evident that these 2 humans formed a formidable team. However, the giant tree boasted a combat power of 1.8 million. Even though the combined strength of the 2 humans far exceeded that, defeating the tree was no easy task. At that moment, the health bars above the 2 humans had both fallen below 50%, with one at 1 million and the other at 1.3 million. The giant tree's health bar, however, showed little change, still boasting 4/5 of its health, with a value of 1.6 million remaining. Given the circumstances, it was clear that the 2 were no match for this formidable foe, and if the battle continued, they would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Should Su Zhe intervene, rescuing them would not pose a challenge, and he could even slay the sentient tree in the process. Yet, he had no intention of playing the hero. If he were to assist, it would be when these 2 were on the brink of defeat. Why? There were 2 reasons. First, these 2 could still chip away at the tree's health and strength, making it easier for Su Zhe to deal with it later. Second, rescuing someone in dire straits often evokes profound gratitude, making it more likely to yield valuable rewards. Su Zhe was not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. Therefore, his best course of action was to observe quietly. He even retrieved a bunch of bananas from his spatial ring. peeling one and munching on it while watching the battle unfold. If only he had a bag of seeds and a pot of tea, it would be perfect. The conflict between the giant tree and the two humans raged on, creating a tremendous uproar. Even through the thick mist, flashes of lightning and sparks continued to erupt. As the combat power of the two humans fell below 1,000,000, one at 600,000 and the other at 800,000, the tree's power diminished to 1,500,000. Seeing that they could not prevail, the two prepared to retreat. Under normal circumstances, given their current injuries, they would stand little chance of escape. However, during the few minutes Su Zhe had been observing, he noted that the giant tree had not moved an inch, regardless of how or from where the two attacked. Was it because the tree, with its superior strength, deemed it unnecessary to move, believing it could easily overpower the two from its stationary position? No, Su Zhe did not think so. The tree was indeed ferocious, delivering lethal blows during several of its attacks. Yet, just before reaching a critical point, the two would retreat to a safe distance, evading the tree's strikes. Thus, Su Zhe surmised that the giant tree might be incapable of movement. Otherwise, it would have already obliterated the two. Quickly, we must not linger here, called the slightly older man in his 50s to his companion, a man in his 40s. They swiftly maneuvered in a familiar direction. Not long after their departure, Su Zhe finished his bananas and approached the now still giant tree. Halting at the edge of the safe zone, gazing up through the thick mist, he discerned a blurred, enormous human face within the trunk of the tree. Indeed, it had attained sentience. Su Zhe chuckled, taking a step forward and inadvertently entering the tree's attack range. A robust vine suddenly lashed out toward him. With quick reflexes, Su Zhe retreated to safety, the vine crashing down with a resounding thud onto the battle-scarred ground, leaving yet another deep imprint. How intriguing, Su Zhe mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the giant tree once more. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a golden fruit, no larger than an egg, perched atop the tree's canopy. 1,000 meters above, Su Zhe was uncertain of the fruit's nature, but he surmised that the two humans had likely united to confront the giant tree primarily for that very fruit. If that were the case, then he would not hold back. Cracking his knuckles with determination, he smirked and, wielding his abyssal blade, rushed towards the giant tree at the utmost speed. Countless vines descended from above, relentlessly assaulting him. Su Zhe could even see that each vine bore a progress bar marked with a value of 100,000. For an ordinary person, being struck by a vine with such combat power would likely leave them in ruins. Yet for Su Zhe, a mere 100,000 was trivial. He easily evaded all the vine attacks. He refrained from severing the vines with his blade, as he intended to use them as leverage to ascend. Upon reaching the halfway point of the tree, the giant tree's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, its seemingly soulless gaze locking onto Su Zhe. Despite possessing a combat power of 1,600,000, 40,000 more than Su Zhe, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Chapter 71. Endless. Generally speaking, those with combat power inferior to Su Zhe pose little threat to him. At least in one-on-one confrontations, Su Zhe remains entirely unperturbed. Yet, what is the nature of this peculiar tree before him? Despite its combat power being a staggering 400,000 lower than his, it instills within him an unsettling sensation. Especially when his gaze locks onto the hollow, lifeless eyes of the tree, this feeling intensifies. Although this sense of unease is quite negligible and could be easily dismissed by Su Zhe, the mere fact that he experiences it is abnormal, truly out of the ordinary, indicating that something is amiss. Su Zhe disregards those vacant eyes, skillfully evading the creeping vines that lash out from the tree's trunk as he presses onward. The higher he ascends, the more fervent the vine assaults become. By the time he reaches 4/5 of the tree's height, the thick branches at the crown join the fray. Su Zhe can even discern the combat power statistics trailing behind these branches, ranging from 300,000 to 600,000. The sturdier the branch, the greater its attacking force. Although the individual strike of these vines and branches poses no real threat to Su Zhe, the sheer volume and relentless nature of their assault soon becomes overwhelming. He observes his own combat power dwindling down to 1.95 million out of 2 million. In such a short span, he has lost 50,000, while the bizarre tree has only diminished by 30,000. At this rate, it seems inevitable that he will be worn down by this tree. Ah, it appears I have underestimated you. Su Zhe smirks, invoking his divine skill. Ghost Blade 108 slashes. 108 manifestations of black, skull-headed blades erupt from his abyssal blade, dispersing and merging into the vines and branches obstructing his path. With a commanding shout, the infused vines and branches explode in a cacophony of sound, scattering splinters of wood in every direction. Su Zhe had anticipated that such a massive detonation would at least diminish the intensity of the tree's attacks. However, the opposite occurs. An even greater multitude of vines and branches surges forth to assault him. What is happening? Are these vines and branches endless? Very well. Let us see whether your vines are more numerous than my blade energy. Su Zhe unleashes the ghost blade 108 slashes once more. Countless spectral blades pour forth from the abyssal blade, their explosive sounds resonating for an extended duration. In his mind, he watches as his own combat power declines further to 185 million. Meanwhile, the tree's combat power has only fallen by 5,000, now standing at 152 million. Something feels amiss. Su Zhe furrows his brow. At this height, he finds himself unable to ascend further. The onslaught of vines seems inexhaustible, as if they regenerate upon being severed. Regeneration? A sudden realization strikes him. His insightful eye perceives the mass of intertwined vines, resembling a nest of serpents. Indeed, these vines sprout from the branches at the crown of the tree, and the closer they are to the fruit, the more robust they become. The ones he has severed near the top seem to regrow at an alarming rate. If he wishes to resolve this predicament, Su Zhe devises a plan to level the top of the tree. For others, proposing to flatten the treetop while contending with such a dense vine assault would be an overwhelming challenge. But Su Zhe is different. He possesses an extraordinary advantage. It appears that unless I demonstrate my true strength, you shall continue to underestimate me. Let us see what you are capable of. With this thought, Su Zhe channels all his energy into the abyssal blade. Ghost blade 108 slashes. 108 black spectral blades surge forth, instantly coalescing into a gigantic skull. Its eye sockets emanating a bloodthirsty red glow that instills fear akin to the abyss. The skull opens its gaping maw, unleashing a thunderous roar that sends chills through the air. Sensing a threat, all the vines immediately cease their assault, coiling together to encircle the crown of the tree, forming a colossal protective barrier. The skull lunges toward the trunk beneath the crown, biting down with a resounding crack, carving out a massive gouge from the tree's bark. As the skull continues its relentless gnawing, it expands the initial wound several-fold. Yet with each bite, the skull's attacking force diminishes by tens of thousands. And after 10 bites, its power has waned to just above 800,000. For the tree, such an attack is no longer a threat, especially with the multitude of vines impeding Su Zhe's strikes, ultimately reducing the potency of his attacks to less than 200,000. By the time the skull dissipates, the trunk beneath the crown has been hollowed out significantly. Though the gnawed section rapidly attempts to regenerate, its recovery is markedly slower than that of the vines. Should Su Zhe continue this offensive for another 2 or 3 rounds, the tree would surely succumb. The potency of the divine skill correlates directly with the energy invested by the user, and each release demands considerable vitality. Su Zhe feels the toll of his previous strike, witnessing a drop of 20,000 in his combat power. If he persists, each subsequent attack will be weaker than the last. However, the tree, severely weakened by Su Zhe's attack, has plummeted to 2 million combat power. Though the gaping wound created by the skull is filled with countless vines attempting to thwart Su Zhe's advance. Severing these vines is far simpler than hacking at the tree's trunk. Having carved such a significant hole, Su Zhe refuses to grant the tree a chance to recover. Even if his next blow is diminished by another 20,000, it will still suffice. Ghost blade 108 slashes. The manifestation of the enormous skull reappears, effortlessly severing the vines that had filled the hollow in the trunk. The tree continues to endure the barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, Su Zhe ascends further. With most of the vines and branches preoccupied with the skull's offensive, the obstacles to Su Zhe's ascent have significantly lessened. Upon reaching the crown, the skull he unleashed has nearly exhausted its energy, and the vines suddenly surge towards Su Zhe, launching a relentless assault. Truly, this is an unending battle. While Su Zhe is confident in his ability to wear the tree down, he is equally aware that his own combat power will diminish. Should he obtain the fruit, and subsequently encounter others seeking to claim it, be they human or otherwise, he would find himself in a precarious situation. To preserve his strength, Su Zhe decisively summons 2 golden avatars to withstand the onslaught of the vines and branches. Chapter 72. The Vast Disparity with the Assistance of the Golden Bodies. Su Zhe swiftly arrived at the fruit guarded by the ancient tree. Although the fruit was enveloped by countless branches and leaves, a flurry of blade lights sliced through, severing the foliage that encased the fruit. The severed portions rapidly regrew, almost instantaneously wrapping the fruit once more in an impenetrable embrace. Su Zhe chuckled, "What a tenacious creature. Unfortunately for you, today the victor is I. This fruit shall be mine." Once again, blade lights danced as the branches and leaves were ceaselessly cut, only to regenerate anew. Su Zhe attentively observed the speed of their regrowth, and at the very moment, he severed the foliage for the 10th time. He swiftly plucked the fruit and stored it within his system space. Assisted by the two golden bodies, he landed safely and retreated to a secure area. The ancient tree, enraged by the theft of its cherished fruit, trembled the very ground beneath it in fury. Alas, it was bound to its original location and could not pursue Su Zhe, who had already escaped to safety. After a brief tremor, tranquility returned. At that moment, Su Zhe's combat power displayed a remaining value of 1.35 million out of 2 million. Such a considerable expenditure. I must find a secluded spot to restore my strength. As Su Zhe contemplated his departure, he sensed a presence nearby and sighed. It appears the commotion I caused was rather substantial. A creature, resembling a 2-meter-tall lizard adorned with sharp spines along its back, materialized before him, flicking its tongue. Futile old thing, to be outsmarted by a mere human. The lizard creature sneered. Hand over the spirit fruit you acquired, and I shall allow you to leave unscathed. In a similarly disdainful tone, Su Zhe retorted, "You grotesque beast. If you depart now, I will spare your life." The lizard creature bristled. "Who are you calling grotesque? Accursed human, prepare to be torn asunder." With that, it lunged at Su Zhe in a swift attack. The creature's combat power, as indicated above its head, matched that of the ancient tree at 1.8 million. Meanwhile, Su Zhe's power had dwindled to 1.35 million, placing him at a disadvantage should he engage in a direct confrontation. However, who said he needed to fight alone? A smirk curled upon Su Zhe's lips as he summoned the two golden bodies, still brimming with energy. 3 against 1, a fair match indeed. Upon witnessing Su Zhe unleash two golden bodies, the lizard creature's eyes widened in astonishment. 2 golden bodies? That's impossible. Isn't it said that a human martial sage possesses only one? How do you command 2? Su Zhe inquired with a grin. Curious, are we? Would you like to know why? The lizard creature, intrigued, prompted, "Why?" With a mischievous smile, Su Zhe replied, "I shan't tell you." Gripping the abyssal blade of devouring, he and the 2 golden bodies launched a concerted assault from 3 angles. Countless fist shadows, accompanied by an invisible blade aura, mercilessly battered the lizard creature. Although it managed to block some of the attacks, the majority struck true, leaving it with no opportunity for retaliation. Even the mightiest of defenses could not withstand such relentless onslaughts. Within mere seconds, the creature was reduced to a puddle of mush, a pitiful display of weakness. Su Zhe retracted the 2 golden bodies, still at 1.8 million combat power, pondering the immense disparity. The ancient tree had endured significant damage, yet remained alive, boasting over 1 million combat power, while this lizard creature was dispatched in under a minute without Su Zhe even employing his divine skills. Moreover, aside from the spirit fruit he had collected, Su Zhe had made an unexpected discovery. His golden bodies seemed remarkably stronger than before. During his previous battles with several demon sages, he had summoned a few golden bodies but had taken considerable time to vanquish his foes. Now, facing a being several times stronger than those demon sages, he had dispatched it in a mere minute. Could it be that the strength of the golden bodies was proportional to his own power? With this thought in mind, Su Zhe queried, "System, is the strength of the golden bodies proportional to my own prowess?" Ding. Indeed, the strength of the golden bodies is directly correlated with the host's capabilities. A direct correlation? How astonishing. Su Zhe chuckled, seemingly grasping something significant. At that moment, he heard faint rustling from the nearby foliage. The 2 individuals who had previously sustained injuries approached, drawn by the immense commotion, only to witness Su Zhe effortlessly overpowering the lizard creature. Particularly struck by Su Zhe's youth and the presence of 2 golden bodies, they were left in a state of disbelief. "Is this real?" the older man asked incredulously. The other man nodded, unable to contain his astonishment. "If it were only you who saw it, perhaps it could be dismissed, but I too have witnessed it." Astounding. As they exchanged words, Su Zhe noticed them and offered a friendly smile. Upon seeing his smile, the two men felt a chill run down their spines, for they could not gauge Su Zhe's strength. This indicated that the youth before them possessed power far beyond their own, an existence surpassing 1.6 million combat power. Taking a deep breath, the older man cautiously approached Su Zhe and inquired in a calm tone, "Young friend, may I ask your name?" "Su Zhe," he replied succinctly. "Oh, Su Zhe, I am Lu Qing, and this is my friend, Chen Xilian. Might I ask when you arrived here?" "Today," Su Zhe stated candidly. Lu Qing nodded in realization. "No wonder we were unaware of your presence until now. By the way, would you be willing to disclose your combat power?" "Not convenient," Su Zhe responded, causing an awkward silence as Lu Qing struggled to find words. "However, given your youth and formidable strength, it is likely you have cultivated within the stone chamber. Is it not?" The stone chamber he referred to was the very one destroyed 3 years ago, as mentioned by Li Luo. It seemed these two had also trained within that chamber to reach their current level. Su Zhe refrained from answering directly and instead countered, "And what of you?" The two exchanged a knowing glance, with Lu Qing continuing, "We discovered that stone chamber 20 years ago and trained within it for a decade. Feeling confident in our abilities, we ventured into this canyon, only to find that time has flown by. We have been here for 10 years. 10 years is no trifling matter," Su Zhe mused, furrowing his brow. "Have you not ventured outside since then?" Lu Qing shook his head with a smile. "No, this canyon is rich in hidden treasures, and the benefits of training here far exceed those of the outside world. Although it pales in comparison to the stone chamber's growth, the abundance of treasures is remarkable. Have you noticed that towering 1,000-meter tree? Atop its crown lies a spirit fruit capable of exponentially enhancing one's cultivation. We have been engaged in a battle of wits and strength with this tree for 3 years, yet we have not succeeded in obtaining the fruit. We even pondered whether our cultivation was insufficient. Even with golden bodies summoned, 4 against 1, we still find ourselves at a disadvantage, unable to scale even half the tree's height. However, now that you are here, with your superior combat power, what do you say we join forces to confront the ancient tree once more?" Chapter 73. Self-healing attributes. Lu Qing appeared earnest, while Chen Xilian gazed at Su Zhe with palpable anticipation. Su Zhe scratched his head and chuckled, "I have acquired it." Both were taken aback. Lu Qing, both amused and exasperated, inquired, "What have you obtained?" With a flourish, Su Zhe revealed a golden fruit in his hand. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qing and Chen Xilian's expressions shifted dramatically. What is happening? This is impossible. No matter how powerful you are, how could you possibly contend with that tree alone?" They were awestruck, questioning how he had achieved such a feat. In response to their bewilderment, Su Zhe merely smiled. "It's just a fruit. Is that so difficult? Is it really that simple?" They were incredulous. This young man had managed to accomplish what they could not in 3 years, despite their combined strength of 3 million warriors. It was infuriating. Yet, recalling the terrifying lizard creature that Su Zhe had dispatched effortlessly, they considered the possibility that perhaps he truly could achieve the impossible. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing strove to maintain his composure, speaking as calmly as he could. "What have we accomplished in these 3 years? Sigh. We must concede that we are outmatched. By the way, you just returned from the outside. What is the world like now? How can you even ask?" Su Zhe scoffed lightly. The two exchanged puzzled glances before simultaneously asking, "Young friend, what do you mean by that?" With a cold smile, Su Zhe replied, 3 years ago, a horde of demons emerged, rampaging across the continent and slaughtering humanity. Countless families have been torn apart, and many formidable warriors have perished. The human world is on the brink of collapse. Yet, you, in your selfish pursuits, have hidden here, seeking treasures. By the time you emerge, humanity may very well be extinct." Su Zhe spoke with righteous indignation, leaving the two speechless, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. Lu Qing's voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Is what you say true?" Su Zhe retorted with a sneer, "If you doubt my words, step outside and see for yourselves. The Spirit Beast Mountains, apart from this fog-covered area, are entirely overrun by demons. I can assure you that once you step beyond this mist, you will find that the Spirit Beast Mountains are devoid of spirit beasts, replaced entirely by demons. These demons are utterly intolerable." Chen Xilian exclaimed angrily, "Lu Qing, we cannot remain here any longer. If we do not act soon, humanity will face extinction." "Indeed." Lu Qing nodded fiercely, then suddenly turned to Su Zhe with a puzzled expression. "If the demons are so vile, why are you not out there slaying them, but instead here with us?" What do you think I am here for? Su Zhe began to jest. I came here to find you. If I could single-handedly eradicate the demons, I would have done so already. However, the situation outside is exceedingly dire. The demons are relentless, and the number of human warriors is alarmingly low. If I had any other options, would I come here seeking you? Their anger surged anew. Lu Qing clenched his fists. I understand now. Once we recover, we will venture out immediately. Those wretched demons shall pay for the innocent lives they have taken. Chun Silian nodded in agreement. Yes, as long as we are here. The demons shall not dare to wipe out humanity or seize our continent. By the way, Lu Qing suddenly shifted the subject. How did you know we were here? You seem too young to be acquainted with us. Su Zhe chuckled lightly and recounted the words of Li Luo. I cannot single-handedly eliminate the demons. Thus, I aim to assemble a team of the strongest warriors to unite against them. I firmly believe that many hidden masters still dwell in the unknown realms of this continent. Hence, I took a risk, and it seems my gamble has paid off. Lu Qing and Chun Silian exchanged knowing glances, believing in his sincerity. Lu Qing continued, Young friend, there is another person here. You must have sensed him, right? Su Zhe nodded, Indeed. Are you not all together? Not at all. Lu Qing shook his head. That individual, Kai Jun, arrived in this canyon 5 years ago. We had invited him to join us, but he declined. We did not press him further. Now his strength surpasses ours significantly, and he has concealed his aura, making it impossible for us to locate him. If he could join us in confronting the demons, our chances of victory would increase exponentially. Su Zhe nodded thoughtfully, Understood. I shall take it upon myself to locate him. You two should recover sufficiently before heading out. Leave the demons in the Spirit Beast Mountains to me. I will handle them. First, go to Dragon City and seek out Nangong Xianglong to understand the current state of the continent. Lu Qing and Chun Silian responded in unison. Understood. With that, Su Zhe parted ways with Lu Qing and Chun Silian. Before seeking Kai Jun, he found a secluded cave and took out the Heavenly Abyss Blade. Beginning his practice, he needed to restore his combat power to its peak. The only way to do so was to wait, as his power would automatically increase by 5 points per second, requiring approximately a day and a half to reach 650,000. If only this recovery speed could be upgraded like other attributes. As he pondered this, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The host can consume 2 million blade swings to activate the self-healing attribute. Surprised, Su Zhe chuckled at the uncanny timing of the offer. Activated. Ding! Activation successful. Several attributes underwent changes. Blade swings, 3, 154, 500. Self-healing, 5 points second, can consume 2 million blade swings to elevate to 10 points second. Golden body, 1-star heavenly extreme, 12, 6, 1-star earthly level, 10, 3, 1-star mysterious level, 5, 9, 1-star yellow level, 1, 6. 1-star heavenly extreme, 1, 6. Marvelous. Su Zhe grinned, decisively enhancing the self-healing attribute by 1 level. Blade swings, 1, 154, 500. Self-healing, 10 points second, can consume 5 million blade swings to elevate to 15 points second. With this enhancement, his recovery time was halved, allowing him to regain his peak strength in a maximum of 15 hours. Su Zhe smiled with satisfaction and resumed his practice until the following morning, when he finally ceased, checking his progress bar which had reached its peak. He stored the Heavenly Abyss Blade and exited the cave, only to find that Lu Qing and Chun Silian had already left the canyon. They were indeed impatient, having departed before fully recovering from their injuries. Yet, given their current strength, no demons would dare to provoke them. Su Zhe chuckled to himself, pondering the effectiveness of his provocation. Next, his target was the other individual currently engaged in battle, Kai Jun. Chapter 74. True Age Kai Jun's combat power stood at 1.8 million, yet at that moment, the number behind his progress bar had plummeted to 1.2 million. Despite the distance of over 10 kilometers separating him from Su Zhe and the pervasive fog enveloping the area, Su Zhe's perception remained remarkably clear, albeit limited to the progress bar. In stark contrast, the creature pursuing Kai Jun bore a progress bar that still displayed 1.6 million. The comparison left Kai Jun at a distinct disadvantage. Aware that he could not hope to win, any ordinary person would have fled, and Kai Jun was no exception. However, the creature engaged in the chase showed no intention of relenting, relentlessly launching lethal assaults upon him. As Kai Jun retreated, his injuries accumulated, and it became evident that if this continued, death was inevitable. A smirk graced Su Zhe's lips as he gracefully made his way in the direction of Kai Jun's escape. Within mere minutes, he arrived ahead of Kai Jun, blocking his path. At that moment, Kai Jun's combat power had dwindled to 1.05 million, while the creature on his tail remained unwavering at 1.8 million. When the creature emerged from the dense fog before Su Zhe, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the lizard monster he had encountered the previous day. Another one? Su Zhe chuckled, wielding the heavenly devouring abyss blade, ready to unleash his divine technique, the celestial net. This marked the first occasion he employed this formidable skill. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath the lizard monster cracked open, and countless fragments of stone ascended as if weightless. From beneath the surface, numerous dark, sharp spikes erupted, encircling the lizard monster, while the airborne debris hurtled towards it, merging with the spikes. In an instant, a black stone prison confined the lizard monster within. As Su Zhe willed it, the stone prison began to spin rapidly, contracting in size. The lizard monster let out a piercing shriek, followed by a thunderous explosion as the prison shattered, sending debris cascading through the air. Upon landing, the fragments transformed from their dark hue back to earthy brown. The lizard monster, though not fatally struck, was left bloodied and collapsed to the ground. Realizing it was no match for the individual before it, the lizard monster scrambled to its feet, exerting every ounce of strength to flee. At that moment, its progress bar had diminished to 800,000. One decisive blow had stripped it of 1 million in combat power. Now that I have you in my grasp, do you think you can escape? Su Zhe scoffed, channeling energy into the heavenly devouring abyss blade, executing 2 cross slashes at the retreating lizard monster. Suddenly halting, the creature was cleaved into 4 segments before collapsing in a pool of crimson before both Su Zhe and Kai Jun. You? Kai Jun gasped in astonishment. Earlier, when confronted by someone blocking his path, he had nearly voiced his frustration. Yet, before he could utter a word, he witnessed the newcomer effortlessly dispatch the creature that had been pursuing him. Most astonishingly, he could not discern Su Zhe's true strength, implying that this individual surpassed him in power. It was worth noting that Kai Jun was a formidable expert boasting 1.8 million combat power. How could someone who appeared so youthful possess such might? Or perhaps, like him, this person had defied the aging process by surpassing the martial emperor level, thereby slowing the rate of aging? However, in his era, had there been any prodigies of note, he would surely have known of them. Who on earth was this person? Kai Jun drew a sharp breath, nodding slightly to Su Zhe in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Su Zhe waved dismissively, indicating it was a minor matter. Yet he expressed dissatisfaction. The offensive capability of this celestial net is still inferior to the Ghost Blade's 108 slashes. I had such high expectations. It's simply too weak. Kai Jun felt a surge of irony. Having just dealt a crippling blow to the creature, Su Zhe deemed it weak? How absurd. With a wry smile, Kai Jun's gaze drifted to the heavenly devouring abyss blade in Su Zhe's hand, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. This blade, why does it exude such an ominous aura? Just gazing upon it evokes a sense of powerlessness when staring into the abyss. May I inquire about its name? Su Zhe glanced at his blade and replied, Heavenly Devouring Abyss Blade. Heavenly Devouring Abyss Blade, Kai Jun repeated, rummaging through his memory for any names of legendary blades he had encountered in ancient texts, yet he found none that matched this one. How strange. A blade so sinister should surely be documented. By the way, I am Kai Jun. What do they call you? Su Zhe. Su Zhe assessed Kai Jun, who appeared to be in his 30s, achieving 1.8 million combat power at 30 was indeed monstrous. Kai Jun scrutinized Su Zhe as well, noting that he appeared to be merely a teenager. You look quite young. How old are you? 18. 18? Kai Jun nearly choked on his own saliva. That was no laughing matter. You see, I look to be in my 30s, but I am actually 85. Don't deceive me. Tell me your true age. Is it 60, 70, or perhaps 80 or 90? Given the incredulity in Kai Jun's gaze, Su Zhe found it unnecessary to elaborate. After all, it was rare for someone to accept that a considerably younger individual was stronger than they were, especially for a highly gifted talent who would find it even more difficult to reconcile. Nonetheless, Su Zhe found it curious that Kai Jun had arrived in this canyon 5 years ago, at which point he should have been 80. His strength must have exceeded 1.5 million at that time. How could someone with such terrifying power remain unknown on the continent? Su Zhe had never heard of him. While the outside world hailed Nangong Xianglong as the most gifted individual in history. However, it made sense. Kai Jun had only reached 1.8 million at over 80, while Nangong Xianglong had achieved 1 million purely through his own abilities before entering the now-destroyed stone chamber, rendering any comparison moot. Su Zhe refrained from answering Kai Jun's inquiry, instead reiterating the sentiments he had shared with Lu Qing and the others the day before. Kai Jun listened in stunned silence. Demons and monsters roam unchecked, and the human world is on the brink of collapse? Are you serious? What do you think? No wonder those two had departed early today. They must have gone out to hunt monsters. After a moment's thought, Kai Jun continued, Alas, I have unfinished business to attend to. Once I complete it, if I still have my life, I will join them in slaying demons. Unfinished business? Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So your purpose in coming to this canyon was to fulfill this task? Kai Jun nodded. Indeed. I initially thought my strength would enable me to accomplish it swiftly, but I never anticipated encountering such powerful beings hidden within this canyon. 5 years have passed with no progress, and I cannot fathom how much longer it will take or whether I will even succeed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Kai Jun's eyes as he regarded Su Zhe. Your strength surpasses mine. If you are willing to assist me, perhaps we can accomplish it ahead of schedule. I'm afraid not. Su Zhe coldly doused his enthusiasm. I am not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. I have no obligation to help you for free. Of course, I wouldn't expect you to assist without compensation. A glimmer of joy crossed Kai Jun's face. If Su Zhe were to help him unconditionally, he might have hesitated to ally himself with him. However, since the other party was asking for something in return, it was much easier to negotiate. As long as you agree to assist me, I assure you, you shall not leave empty-handed. Chapter 75. Aquatic creatures. As the two conversed, a lizard-like creature suddenly charged towards them with unrestrained ferocity. Kai Jun's expression froze. Su Zhe, with a swift wave of his hand, summoned 2 golden figures to engage the lizard creature in a 2-on-1 battle. Meanwhile, he mischievously fixed his gaze on Kai Jun and continued, Now, enlighten me, what benefits do you offer? Kai Jun had initially intended to present Su Zhe with some exquisite fruits, herbs, and a few semi-divine artifacts he had collected over the years within this canyon. However, upon witnessing Su Zhe summon not 1 but 2 golden figures, he was utterly taken aback. Was it not customary for a single individual to possess only 1 golden figure? Why did this person possess 2? Even if his cultivation surpassed Kai Jun's, having 2 golden figures was simply outrageous. Such a formidable opponent could hardly be appeased with mere fruits and artifacts. Kai Jun swallowed hard and forced a smile. How about this? Tell me what you desire, and if I have it, it is yours. This fellow was rather astute. Su Zhe stroked his chin while appraising him, his gaze landing on the 3 spatial rings adorning Kai Jun's fingers. He chuckled. Those rings of yours appear quite exceptional. Rings? Kai Jun momentarily faltered, glancing at his own rings before suddenly realizing. If you fancy my rings, I can keep 1 for myself and give you the other 2. How does that sound? Oh, and what treasures lie within those rings? Kai Jun replied. Within, I have an assortment of martial arts manuals, weapons, and exquisite herbs accumulated over the years. I assure you, the value of these items in the outside world is beyond reckoning. Su Zhe, contemplative, responded nonchalantly, Very well, then. Hand over all 3 rings, and I shall consider assisting you. All of them. Kai Jun gasped in disbelief. Surely you must leave 1 for me. Not a chance. Su Zhe retorted dismissively. It's all or nothing. Kai Jun found himself in a quandary. The spatial rings were indeed convenient for storing items, and as long as there was sufficient space, having 3 was excessive. If Su Zhe insisted on taking all 3, Kai Jun contemplated allowing him to take a few items from inside the rings in exchange. With that thought, Kai Jun delved into one of the rings and retrieved a small wooden box no larger than his palm. He then removed the 3 rings and handed them to Su Zhe. However, Su Zhe did not reach for them. His gaze remained fixed on the small wooden box Kai Jun held. With a teasing smile, he inquired, What precious treasure does that box contain? Kai Jun was taken aback, but soon replied with a grin, Oh, nothing much. The 2 items within are quite important to me. Aside from these, I can offer you anything else I possess. Su Zhe chuckled lightly, retrieving a blood soul jade from his own ring, and asked, Is what's in that box perhaps this? Seeing the blood soul jade in Su Zhe's hand, Kai Jun was astonished. You possess a blood soul jade? Where did you obtain it? With a flick of his wrist, Su Zhe returned the jade to his system space and smiled. That is of no concern to you. I have changed my mind. Give me the jade you possess, and I shall assist you. Impossible. Kai Jun scowled, stowing the jade within his spatial ring. I will not part with it. I know your intentions. Do not even think about taking it from me. If you push me too far, I will destroy this spatial ring, and everything within will perish with it. I do not need your help. Farewell. With that, Kai Jun turned to leave. Su Zhe watched the man's retreating figure with amusement. He snapped his fingers, and the two golden figures, having swiftly dispatched the lizard creature, appeared before Kai Jun, blocking his path. Stunned, Kai Jun's anger flared, and he clenched the ring containing the blood soul jade tightly in his hand, glaring at Su Zhe. Do not test my patience. If you dare to harm me, I will destroy this ring myself. Oh, I am truly terrified, Su Zhe laughed. Meanwhile, the energy of the golden figures had been exhausted, causing them to vanish in a puff of smoke. Kai Jun believed Su Zhe was intimidated, and he laughed heartily. I knew it. Although I may not match your strength, the items are in my possession, and their fate lies solely within my control. No matter your prowess, you must comply with my wishes. You think you can threaten me? Su Zhe chuckled. How naive. With that, a terrifying pressure of 2 million battle prowess descended upon Kai Jun. Startled, he realized that Su Zhe was resolute in his desire to obtain the jade. If he wished to protect it, then no one else would have it. Resolving to destroy the ring, Kai Jun prepared to act, but before he could react, the ring slipped from his trembling grasp and fell to the ground, much to his horror. As he looked up, he saw Su Zhe poised to strike, shattering the last remnants of Kai Jun's resolve. My life is forfeit, were Kai Jun's final words as Su Zhe mercilessly delivered a fatal blow. Afterward, Su Zhe collected Kai Jun's severed hand, removing all 3 spatial rings and placing them into his system space. I was careless. Su Zhe scratched his head in resignation. I should have inquired about this fellow's purpose in the canyon before ending his life. Alas, I shall seek it out myself. Now, he possessed 3 blood soul jades. Xiao Ling had once mentioned that gathering 6 would allow one to summon an ancient ferocious beast. Su Zhe was indeed curious about the nature of this ancient creature. Perfectly, it could serve as a spirit for his weapon, a delightful prospect. With a light heart and a clear goal, Su Zhe strode purposefully deeper into the mist-laden canyon until he arrived at a tranquil, ripless dead lake. He halted before the lake, which was shrouded in thick white mist. Beneath the surface, he sensed a colossal creature gliding slowly along the lakebed. Upon utilizing his insightful eye, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The creature in the water possessed a staggering 2 million battle prowess. Should a confrontation arise, Su Zhe felt confident on land. Yet in the water, his chances were uncertain. However, that was not Su Zhe's greatest surprise. He had come to this dead lake because he sensed a presence that could genuinely threaten him. Yet, as he approached, that presence vanished. Despite employing his insightful eye, he could not pinpoint the source of this aura. The only clue was the aquatic creature lurking beneath the surface, boasting 2 million in battle prowess. Scratching his head, Su Zhe decided to sit by the shore. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered, should I dive in or remain ashore? I await your guidance, as the urgency is palpable. Chapter 76. The Amethyst Ring. After pondering for a few seconds, Su Zhe resolutely rose to his feet, brushing the dust off his clothes. Forget it. He hasn't made things difficult for me, so why should I provoke a conflict? With that thought, he prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, the still surface of the dead lake behind him rippled unexpectedly. Suddenly, a massive mutated fish, covered in barbed spikes, and with a gaping maw, leaped out of the water. Su Zhe was startled and immediately drew his abyssal blade. Turning back, he saw the enormous creature lunging towards him with its jaws wide open. He did not flee. Such an action did not exist in his lexicon. Channeling all his strength into the abyssal blade, he struck at the monstrous fish. In an instant, several of the fish's yellowed teeth shattered with a resounding crunch. However, this did not deter the creature. It bit down hard, swallowing both Su Zhe and the solid ground at the water's edge, and then leaped back into the depths of the lake with a splash. Due to the majority of its teeth being severed, the fish swallowed Su Zhe whole without chewing. He slid down the creature's esophagus until he reached its stomach. The highly corrosive gastric acid rapidly dissolved the soil that accompanied him, but with his 2 million combat power, Su Zhe was not so easily affected by the acid. However, the acrid stench of the acid caused him to frown, feeling somewhat nauseated. This fish is quite something. Just wait until I get out, and I'll roast you. He unleashed a powerful technique, the Ghost Blade 108 cuts, within the fish's stomach. 108 black skulls surged forth from the blade, careening chaotically against the stomach wall, unable to penetrate. Is this creature's stomach truly that resilient? Su Zhe thought, exasperated, as he concentrated all his energy into the abyssal blade once more for another strike. A massive skull, with a gaping mouth, lunged at the smooth wall of the stomach. Then, with a tremendous explosion, Su Zhe barely registered what had transpired as the skull he had released reacted chemically with the stomach wall, creating chaos within. Remarkably, the explosion did not rupture the stomach, but Su Zhe found himself splattered with gastric acid once again. Furthermore, he could distinctly feel his combat power diminishing. If he did not find a way to escape, he would inevitably be digested by this fish. Truly a formidable opponent, matching my combat prowess, he mused, gripping the abyssal blade, feeling oddly calm as he wandered about within the stomach. Suddenly, he halted, feeling something underfoot. Raising an eyebrow, he felt a surge of excitement. In such a highly corrosive acidic environment, anything that remained intact must be valuable. To his astonishment, he pulled out a ring adorned with a purple crystal. It did not resemble a spatial ring. Curious, Su Zhe slipped it onto his finger to discover its unique properties. However, upon attempting to probe the ring with his consciousness, he found that something within was blocking his access. Interesting. Su Zhe chuckled lightly. As he attempted to remove the ring, a calamity ensued. The ring would not budge. What is going on? Su Zhe's lips twitched as he pulled with all his might. The ring clung to his finger as if it had suction cups, resisting all his efforts to remove it. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming wave of regret. Had this been an ordinary ring without any ostentatious embellishments, he might have resigned himself to the situation. Yet, the presence of that purple crystal only deepened his frustration. Taking a deep breath, Su Zhe searched the stomach once more, but found nothing of value, deciding it was best to focus on escaping first. The stomach was remarkably powerful, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Thus, he devised a strategy to concentrate all his assaults on a single point to maximize the damage. Summoning all his remaining golden avatars, he directed them towards a specific point on the stomach wall. Once again, he channeled all his strength into the abyssal blade and executed the ghost blade 108 cuts. 108 skulls surged forth, roaring as they charged towards the designated point, while his three avatars simultaneously struck with unwavering expressions. This strike caused the stomach wall to convulse violently. It worked. Su Zhe smirked, unleashing the ghost blade 108 cuts once more, continuously assaulting that single point, with his avatars joining in the onslaught. In just 30 seconds, a gaping hole had been created in the previously attacked area of the stomach wall. Afterward, the situation became significantly easier. Although the fish thrashed violently after its stomach wall was breached, it did nothing to deter Su Zhe as he pressed forward. Soon, he managed to carve an exit for himself and emerged into the dark depths of the lake. Upon surfacing, Su Zhe immediately began to swim upwards, pursued closely by the giant fish, which opened its maw in an attempt to swallow him once more. Had the fish retained its teeth and its stomach remained intact, Su Zhe might have harbored some concern. But with its teeth shattered, even if it managed to swallow him again, the hole in its stomach remained, allowing him the chance to escape at will. Truly, a foolish fish devoid of intelligence, squandering its 2 million combat power. With a light chuckle, Su Zhe quickened his pace. As the fish closed in, he burst forth from the center of the lake, with the fish leaping after him. Its foul maw gaped wide, aiming for Su Zhe. With a derisive smile, he deftly evaded the attack, lightly skimming the water's surface, performing a graceful display of water agility to return to shore effortlessly. The fish's first attempt to bite him failed, sending it crashing back into the lake and creating a massive splash. Almost instantaneously, it leaped out again, aiming to snap at Su Zhe, who deftly retreated several steps, perfectly evading the creature's jaws. However, Su Zhe was taken aback by what occurred next. Although the fish had missed him and returned to the depths of the dead lake, he distinctly observed that the broken teeth he had severed had regrown. Moreover, the gaping hole that had been in the fish's belly had vanished, as if it had never been harmed at all. What is happening? Su Zhe pondered, bewildered. The regenerative capabilities of this foolish fish were astonishingly formidable. Chapter 77. The pea shooter recalling the colossal tree he had faced yesterday. He found the fish to possess a similarly grotesque self-healing ability. Observing them and reflecting on his own capabilities, he noted that, despite his recovery rate of 10 points per second, it paled in comparison to the two grotesque entities before him. However, the one silver lining for Su Zhe was that, Despite their extraordinary regenerative abilities, both the fish and the giant tree exhibited a sluggish recovery in combat strength. The tree he had severely injured yesterday had only managed to recover to just above 1.2 million in battle power. Meanwhile, the enormous fish, due to Su Zhe's actions, suffered internal injuries, dropping from 2 million to 1.75 million in battle power. Its recovery rate was significantly slower than the damage it had sustained. Upon introspection, Su Zhe noticed that his own battle power had inexplicably dropped to 1.5 million. Had he truly lost 50,000 battle power just to deal with this foolish fish? How amusing. At that moment, a series of raspy and stuttering sounds emerged from the nearby dense forest. Instinctively, Su Zhe turned to look. Through the thick mist, 3 indistinct figures, each boasting a battle power of 1.6 million, staggered towards him. Soon, 3 oversized pea shooters, towering over 3 meters tall and reminiscent of a scene from Plants vs. Zombies, came into view. Their crimson eyes glinted, and their round mouths were lined with sharp, pointed fangs, while their bodies were covered in a dense layer of barbed spikes. Beneath a ring of leaves surrounding their roots, several petite tentacles facilitated their movement. Just as one crisis seemed to be abating, another loomed. Su Zhe sighed in resignation. Gripping his abyssal blade, he swung it down decisively, severing one of the gigantic pea shooters in half. With a resounding thud, its upper body fell to the ground. Yet the remaining 2, resembling emotionless killing machines, continued their slow approach, undeterred by the fate of their comrade. Su Zhe struck again, and the 2 remaining pea shooters met the same fate. But something felt amiss. Frowning, he pondered, I clearly used a standard attack. How could these 3, each with a battle power of 1.6 million, be so easily dispatched? Just as he contemplated this conundrum, the 6 severed parts on the ground began to stir simultaneously. To his astonishment, the missing sections rapidly regenerated. What had once been 3 giant pea shooters now transformed into 6. They could truly regenerate by splitting apart? Was every creature in this place so formidable? Unwilling to accept this strange phenomenon, Su Zhe quickly dispatched one of them with several slashes, reducing it to countless fragments. Yet, as the pieces fell to the ground, they rapidly reformed, albeit at half their original size. Soon, he found himself surrounded by numerous pea shooters, each standing at 1.5 meters tall. At that moment, a commotion arose from the lifeless lake behind him. The massive fish leaped from the water once more, swallowing all the pea shooters within its range before plunging back into the depths with a splash. Su Zhe found himself at a loss for words, a mix of humor and frustration swirling within him. The surrounding giant pea shooters did not slow their advance even for a moment, and as they closed in to within 5 meters, they unleashed a barrage of glowing orbs from their gaping maws. Su Zhe could even discern battle power readings on each orb, each boasting a power of 50,000. While a single orb posed little threat to him, the sheer volume of these mutated pea shooters launching a coordinated assault was no trivial matter. Though the vines of the giant tree he faced yesterday had greater lethality, he had been at his peak then. Now, after the encounter with the fish, he had already expended a quarter of his strength. Moreover, the speed and quantity of the glowing orbs were far superior to those vines. Without hesitation, Su Zhe executed his skill, Heavenly Net, centered on himself. The ground around him swiftly cracked open, causing all the pea shooters to tumble into the chasm below. An obsidian stone prison enveloped Su Zhe completely, while the relentless barrage of glowing orbs pummeled the outer walls of the prison. The sound of explosive impacts resonated like a series of cannon blasts, causing the stone structure to tremble violently. It felt as though it could shatter at any moment. Fortunately, the pea shooters had fallen into the fissures of the ground, and the onslaught outside quickly subsided. Su Zhe carved an opening in the stone prison and stepped out. He was taken aback to see that the stone walls, over 2 meters thick, had been reduced to half a meter by the relentless bombardment. This was the 3rd time he had narrowly escaped defeat at the hands of creatures with lesser battle power, the 2 million battle power fish included. Before arriving in this valley, Su Zhe had believed his strength to be unparalleled across the continent. Yet, after encountering this valley, he realized how limited his experience truly was. Even beings with lower battle power could wear him down, let alone those whose mere presence posed a threat to him. He was not satisfied. Not nearly enough. He needed to grow stronger, to become even more formidable. Taking a deep breath, Su Zhe steadied his emotions, his gaze resolute. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignored the pea shooters that were beginning to climb out of the pit and leaped back to the cave he had discovered the previous day. he began to wield his blade. With his current recovery rate of 10 points per second, he estimated that he could reach his peak in half a day. His strength had already peaked. He wielded his blade solely to accelerate the progress of his golden body. The spiritual energy in this valley was several times denser than that in the Spirit Beast mountain range, which itself was far richer than the outside world. Coupled with the enhancement from wielding his blade, the growth rate of his progress bar would be at least 4 to 5 times faster than before. Su Zhe had previously calculated that a day's worth of blade wielding could yield approximately a 1 increase in progress. With the added boost from the external spiritual energy, he could expect a daily peak growth of between 1, 3 and 1, 5. Now, with the 1 increase from wielding his blade, the daily peak should reach between 2, 5 and 3, 5. Currently, the progress bar for his first golden body stood at 16, 8, at a growth rate of 3, 5 per day. He estimated it would take around 23 days to upgrade to the second star. The second star would expand his original 1-star golden body from 1 zhang to 10 zhang, a zhang being over 3 meters, resulting in a formidable 30-meter stature. It was evident that a 30-meter golden body would possess significantly greater combat power than one merely 3 meters tall. In essence, what mattered most to Su Zhe now was to elevate his strength in the shortest possible time. If only the growth of his golden body's progress bar could be accelerated through the number of blade strikes. With this thought, an epiphany struck him. He recalled a seemingly casual remark from the previous day, which had inadvertently led him to discover that he could enhance his self-healing ability through the number of strikes. He couldn't help but inquire, "System, can the growth speed of the golden body progress bar be upgraded?" Chapter 78. Unbelievable. Su Zhe's inquiries received no response from the system, indicating that this entity was either incapable of upgrading or temporarily so. Reluctantly, Su Zhe abandoned the notion of taking shortcuts and continued to wield his blade diligently. As he had anticipated, within half a day, his combat strength returned to its peak. However, he did not cease his efforts, continuing to swing his blade for another 3 days before pausing. He halted only upon noticing that a shroud of white mist had inexplicably enveloped the cave. At a glance, he appeared to be in a realm of ethereal beauty. Just a few days prior, this cave had been devoid of fog, which struck him as peculiar. He sheathed the abyssal blade and strode purposefully to the cave entrance. Pushing aside the dense vines that veiled the opening, he gazed outside, only to be taken aback. The canyon was now shrouded in thick fog, visibility plummeting drastically. While he could still see clearly within a 2 to 3 meter radius, anything beyond that, more than 10 meters, was nearly indistinct. Yet now, the mist seemed even denser, reducing visibility to a mere 1 or 2 meters, rendering anything 10 meters away nearly invisible. Moreover, Su Zhe distinctly sensed that the thicker the fog became, the shorter the range of his consciousness became. Where had this fog originated? It was oddly enigmatic, perhaps not a natural phenomenon of this world. Su Zhe ventured a bold hypothesis. The demons were not of this realm, having appeared 3 years prior, coinciding with the fall of a meteor. This could not be mere coincidence. If the emergence of the demons was linked to that meteor, then their initial appearance should have been in the South China Sea. Yet, on that fateful night, demons manifested across the continent. If the South China Sea were merely the source, it would be implausible for demons to have spread throughout the entire continent in a single night. Thus, there must be multiple source locations, with the South China Sea being one of them. The Spirit Beast mountain range was also a significant factor. Considering his previous observations of 10 locations within the Spirit Beast mountain range where demons had inexplicably multiplied, a sense of dread enveloped Su Zhe. If such numerous gaps existed within the Spirit Beast mountain range alone, how many more might there be elsewhere? Perhaps even more would emerge in the future. Would this continent ever find salvation? No matter how powerful human warriors became, what would it matter? The demons employed a strategy of attrition, exhausting humanity to death. While human life is irreplaceable, the demons had countless reinforcements, ceaselessly pouring in. The longer this protracted conflict endured, the heavier the burden on humanity became. Even if humanity initially held the upper hand, failing to resolve the inexhaustible issue of demons would render all efforts futile. Su Zhe's attachment to this continent was not profound, likely due to his recent arrival. Nevertheless, he was still human, though he did not possess the grand ideals or benevolence that others did. The existence of demons posed a threat not only to humanity's survival, but to his own as well. Thus, he had taken the initiative to investigate the cause of the demon's emergence in the Spirit Beast mountain range. Entering this misty canyon had originally been intended for a mere quest. Yet, he realized he had been overly naive. Setting aside the two ominous presences he could no longer perceive, the formidable trees, bizarre fish, and mutated pea shooters were already enough to cause him considerable distress. Moreover, this increasingly dense fog severely impaired his ability to assess his surroundings. Su Zhe firmly believed that if visibility were to diminish to zero, he would be unable to perceive anything within a 10-meter radius. Should that happen, could he continue to wander aimlessly? A careless encounter with the pea shooters could lead to disaster. Indeed, he felt his weakness acutely. After much contemplation, he reached a decisive conclusion. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. The road ahead was long. He could not afford to stumble at the onset. He would retreat for now and return to unravel all the unknown mysteries once he had grown stronger. With that resolve, Su Zhe ceased his lingering and swiftly made his way back to the precipice from whence he came. Along the way, he eliminated several lizard monsters, spending half an hour before emerging from the fog-shrouded forest outside the canyon. One by one, he would confront them. Su Zhe cracked his knuckles, a smile blossoming on his lips. With the abyssal blade in hand, he commenced a slaughtering spree against the demons of the Spirit Beast mountain range. After 6 consecutive days of carnage, he paused on the 7th day, waiting by the small hill where he had previously detected anomalies. He was eager to observe how these demons emerged. While waiting, Su Zhe checked his attributes. The relentless slaughter over 6 days had amassed him an additional 38 million. This was nearly 10 million less than the last time. A single day's difference was quite significant. Su Zhe smiled wearily, his gaze fixated on the description following the skill Ghost Blade 108 strikes. An expenditure of 30 million would upgrade it to a transcendent skill. Without hesitation, he upgraded his martial skill by 1 level. Blade swings, 9, 814, 500. Martial skill, divine skill, heavenly net, max level. Transcendent skill, infernal fire technique, can be upgraded to transcendent skill, infernal fire second technique with a consumption of 50 million blade swings. He had 9 million blade swings remaining. There were 3 options: enhancing self-healing points, increasing the success rate of blade swings, or amplifying speed. After some reflection, Su Zhe decisively chose the latter. Blade swings, 3, 814, 500. Speed enhancement, 1100, can be upgraded to 1200 with a consumption of 7 million blade swings. He stored away his attribute panel and steeled himself, beginning to swing his blade on one side of the small hill until evening. Suddenly, a rending sound echoed from atop the hill. Su Zhe immediately ceased his swings and looked up. To his astonishment, a 3-meter-long fissure had appeared in the hilltop. A thin stream of black mist emerged, followed by several demons rushing forth in a frenzy. Furrowing his brow, Su Zhe leaped atop the hill, swiftly dispatching all demons that emerged from the fissure. In a mere 30 seconds, the gap began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Observing this, Su Zhe wasted no time and prepared to investigate, only to find he was a moment too late. By the time he arrived, the fissure had shrunk to the size of a basketball. Without hesitation, he thrust his blade into the gap, and just as it closed completely, a sharp crack resounded. The segment of the abyssal blade that had penetrated the fissure shattered. Stunned, Su Zhe stared at the broken piece of the abyssal blade, his mind blank. Unbelievable. It broke? My blade just like that? Chapter 79. Diminishing numbers. Su Zhe had never imagined that he would find himself in such a predicament. The Spirit Beast mountain range had ensnared him twice, once in the misty canyon and once at the broken blade. A wave of agitation and unease surged within him, as if all the principles and aspirations he once held dear had been ruthlessly shattered. How absurd it was. He had believed he was fully prepared for the Spirit Beast mountain range, only to discover that it was merely a figment of his imagination. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he tenderly touched the broken edge of the Tian Sure Abyss blade. The die was cast. Even if he regretted it now, it was too late. The consequences of his overconfidence were his to bear. He accepted this burden, yet it did not signify that he would relent. A glint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes. Without further ado, Su Zhe seized the broken Tian Sure Abyss blade and commenced a relentless slaughter of the demons that infested the Spirit Beast mountain range. He understood that the demons could not be eradicated entirely, yet he needed to wield his blade repeatedly. For a full 7 days, he engaged in this massacre, painting the entire Spirit Beast mountain range in a hue of crimson. The ground was littered with the dismembered corpses of demons. and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood that lingered long after. Throughout these 7 days, Su Zhe did not keep track of the number of demons he had slain, but the tally of his strikes had reached nearly 50 million. Including the 5 days spent traveling, he had been away from Dragon City for 23 days. There were still 7 days left before the month he had promised Xiaoling. It was insufficient, far from enough. He could not return to Dragon City just yet, despite having assured Xiaoling he would be back in a month. At that moment, a familiar presence caught his attention from several dozen kilometers away. Pausing briefly, a smile crept onto Su Zhe's face. Without hesitation, he surged towards the direction of the 3 individuals. Minutes later, he appeared before Mu Qingyan and the others. Although they had sensed someone approaching, they nearly failed to recognize him upon seeing his blood-soaked appearance. Crazy Su, what happened to you? Are you injured? Mu Qingyan exclaimed in astonishment. I'm fine. Su Zhe replied expressionlessly. I need you to reach Dragon City within a week. Li Luo asked in confusion. Did something happen in Dragon City? Why the urgency? Su Zhe had no intention of concealing the truth. I discovered the reason why the demons are endless. There are 10 locations in the Spirit Beast mountain range where fissures open every 7 days, allowing demons to emerge from them. What? The 3 exclaimed in unison. Their shock palpable, particularly Li Luo. Is that true? If so, how can we completely seal those fissures to prevent the demons from coming out? I don't know. Su Zhe admitted, lacking any clear solution. I tried to use the Tianshi Abyss blade to block the fissure, but my blade broke. They were all aware of the legendary power of his blade. That it could be shattered was a testament to the terrifying destructive force at play. Mu Qingyan gasped. So you're in such a hurry to get us to Dragon City to inform Nangang Xianglong? No, Su Zhe said earnestly. You must return and tell Ling Mei that I may not be able to return for a while. She shouldn't worry. I will come back after resolving matters in the Spirit Beast mountain range. Initially, the grave expressions of Mu Qingyan and the others turned into near laughter upon hearing Su Zhe's words. Wu Qing asked with a smirk, so we go to Dragon City. And you stay here alone? Can you handle that? Su Zhe waved his hand dismissively. No problem. Leave this to me. Just don't get yourself killed, Wu Qing teased. I have a strong constitution. I won't die, Su Zhe replied confidently. All right, Wu Qing shrugged. Since Crazy Su says so, let it be. Without further ado, Su Zhe turned back to the Spirit Beast mountain range to continue his slaughter of the demons that had just emerged from the fissures. This time, he spent 5 more days, accumulating an additional 20 million strikes. By the 6th day, the vast expanse of the Spirit Beast mountain range, save for the depths of the forbidden area shrouded in mist, was devoid of any life. Did I really eliminate every last one in just 5 days? Su Zhe pondered, his doubts lingering. To validate his suspicions, he would have to wait until the fissures reopened in 2 days. With that thought, Su Zhe sought refuge in a cave untainted by blood and began his relentless training. Over the course of 2 days, he successfully executed 230,000 strikes. His total strike count reached 80 million. Outside, he sensed that numerous demons had appeared again at those 10 fissure locations. Su Zhe looked down at the Tianshi Abyss blade, remaining silent, as he silently resolved to expend the 80 million strikes to upgrade the blade. Strike count, 183,500. Weapon, Thunderstorm Blade, can consume 150 million strikes to upgrade to the bone-corroding, soul-destroying blade. Golden Body, 1-star Celestial, 65, 3. 1-star Earth, 28, 8. 1-star Profound, 24, 4. 1-star Yellow, 18, 5. 1-star Celestial, 18, 5. In an instant, Su Zhe's broken blade restored itself to its original form. The Thunderstorm Blade bore an uncanny resemblance to the Tianshi Abyss blade, with the only distinction being the myriad of purple lightning coursing along its dark blade. And its weight had increased to 150,000 pounds. Good partner, let us unleash a massacre. A terrifying smile graced Su Zhe's lips as he leapt from the cave, embarking on another spree of slaughter against the demons. This time, he spent 3 full days in this endeavor. When the last high-ranking demon general fell beneath his blade, a notification chimed. Ding! Slain a high-ranking demon general, strike count 3,000. Su Zhe checked his attributes and discovered that in those 3 days, he had only gained over 9 million strikes. This further confirmed his suspicions. The demons emerging from the fissures were dwindling in number. Why? Su Zhe could not ascertain the reason, but it was evident that something was amiss in the world from which the demons hailed. Nonetheless, this development could be considered a boon for the Xianling continent. Yet, A reduction in the number of demons did not equate to their complete absence. Su Zhe could not possibly remain vigilant here indefinitely. If left unchecked, it would not be long before the demons reclaimed the entirety of the Spirit Beast mountain range. Thus, the symptoms must be treated at their source, and the key lay in the world from which the demons originated. Su Zhe remained oblivious to how they managed to create fissures to traverse into the Xianling continent. However, he understood that the shorter the duration of the fissures, the greater the cost incurred in maintaining them. Otherwise, they could simply create a permanent fissure, could they not? Therefore, he resolved that he must venture into the demon's world. After assessing his attributes, Su Zhe made a decision. He would grant himself another half-month to elevate his level of familiarity before embarking on his journey, aiming to upgrade his first golden body to 2 stars. With this in mind, he returned to the untainted cave, leveled up his strike success rate, and then commenced his training. After deducting 5 million strikes, the progress of his golden body over the past 2 days was as follows. Strike count: 4, 539, 500. Strike success rate: 13. Can consume 6 million strikes to upgrade to 14. Golden body: 1 star celestial, 70, 6. 1 star earth, 31, 8. 1 star profound, 27, 4. 1 star yellow, 21, 5. 1 star celestial, 21, 5. Chapter 80. The Abyssal Realm. A week later, the demons re-emerged. After emerging from his cave, Su Zhe spent over 2 days exterminating them, accumulating more than 8 million strikes, which elevated his strike success rate by 1 level, prompting him to continue. Strike count: 6, 985, 690. Strike success rate: 14. Can consume 7 million strikes to increase to 15. Golden body: 1 star celestial, 80, 5. 1 star earthly, 36, 8. 1 star mysterious, 32, 4. 1 star yellow, 26, 5. 1 star celestial, 26, 5. Another week passed, and the demons reappeared once more. This time, Su Zhe eradicated them in a day and a half, adding over 6 million to his strike count. Combined with the 660,000 he earned in the previous 5 days, his total strike count reached 14,444,000. Furthermore, during these 5 days, the progress of his first golden body had reached 93. 2. At this pace, it would take no more than 3 more days to achieve 100%. With 5.5 days remaining until the rift would open, he resolved to set off in 5 days. However, venturing into the realm of demons held uncertainties. To be prudent, he decided it would be wise to elevate his self-healing attribute by another level. Without hesitation, Su Zhe upgraded both his self-healing and speed enhancement attributes. Strike count: 2, 408. 970. Self-healing: 15 points second. Can consume 10 million strikes to increase to 20 points second. Speed enhancement: 12 times. Can consume 10 million strikes to increase to 15 times. After retracting his attribute panel, he grasped the thunderstorm blade and continued his strikes. 2 days later, estimating it was nearly time, he paused to review his attributes and sought a relatively clean lake to cleanse the bloodstains accumulated over the past month. After changing into fresh attire, he made his way to a small hill, waiting patiently. As time passed, Su Zhe's gaze remained fixated on the previously cracked section of the hill. Soon, movement stirred. As the fissure widened, Su Zhe raised the thunderstorm blade, and, at the precise moment the first demon poked its head through the gap, he charged in. He had only 30 seconds. He could not allow these demons to thwart his plans. Su Zhe plunged into the breach, and as he stepped through, he was immediately met with an overwhelming sense of pressure that threatened to split his skull. Frowning slightly, he quickened his pace in dispatching the demons. Despite the inky darkness that enveloped him, he sensed a multitude of demons relentlessly advancing toward him. In this dire situation, Su Zhe pressed forward, slashing through the unseen adversaries until the 30 seconds elapsed. The demons that sought to escape through the rift were all vanquished, and his strike count surged by 750,000. As the breach behind him vanished, clarity gradually returned to his surroundings. He found himself in a barren wasteland, devoid of life, littered with sand and stones. The sky loomed dark, heavy clouds crackling with ominous purple lightning. A fierce wind howled across the desolation, sweeping up grains of sand that danced chaotically through the air. At that moment, Su Zhe stood at the center of an enormous divination array, surrounded by 12 uniquely shaped demon saints, all staring at him in astonishment. Su Zhe felt a rare sense of shock. Through his insightful eye, He discerned that the weakest among these demon saints possessed a combat power of 2 million, while the strongest reached an astonishing 3 million. Collectively, their battle strength exceeded 25 million. In contrast, Su Zhe's own power was merely 2 million. Even with the enhancements from the Thunderstorm Blade and his golden body, he harbored no illusions about his ability to obliterate them all. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Detected host's arrival in the Abyssal Realm. Combat power cap raised to 10 million. Combat power upgrade rules remain unchanged. Under Divine Body Enhancement, each successful strike increases combat power by 2 points. Stunned, Su Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Was this a stroke of good fortune? Meanwhile, the 12 demon saints regained their composure. A human from the Xianling continent? Humph. How audacious to discover the rift. However, since you have come, do not expect to return. Weak human, you overestimate yourself. None of you should interfere. Let me deal with him personally. Humph. Step aside, this human is mine. The demon saints clamored, each vying for the right to determine Su Zhe's fate. Their internal discord only worked to his advantage. How foolish. With a smile, Su Zhe unhesitatingly unleashed a strike with the Thunderstorm Blade, executing the transcendent technique, Netherfire Form. A burst of flickering purple lightning erupted from the blade, swirling around him as if alive. Wherever the Netherfire passed, the very air became scorched, and the sand swept up by the wind transformed into wisps of smoke, dissipating into the heavens. The 12 demon saints quickly took heed, raising their defenses. Aside from one demon saint with a combat power of 2 million, who suffered burns from the Netherfire, losing 100,000 in strength, the others remained unscathed. This place was no longer safe. Su Zhe swiftly concluded. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed several more transcendent techniques, releasing all 5 of his golden bodies for cover as he made a successful retreat. Uncertain of how long he had fled, he still found himself ensnared within the wasteland. The relentless winds continued to sweep violently around him. The dark sky remained heavy with lightning, yet not a single drop of rain fell. After running a while longer, Su Zhe came to a halt. His perception still lingered within the desolate expanse. Since escape proved futile, he resolved to cease his flight. Unable to find a concealed refuge, he decided to create one for himself. Thus, Su Zhe effortlessly dug a hole in the ground, leaping inside to conceal his presence, and proceeded to elevate his strike success rate by 1 more level before resuming his strikes. Chapter 81. What happened with each successful strike? 2 points of strength are gained. The speed bonus is 12-fold, combined with a 15% success rate for each strike. Over the course of 24 hours, he could successfully strike at least 150,000 times, resulting in a potential increase of 300,000 battle power per day. Currently, Su Zhe's battle power stands at 2 million, while the peak battle power in this world reaches 10 million. Based on the daily increase of at least 300,000, he would require 26 days to attain that peak. Naturally, if he had enough strikes to enhance either his success rate or speed, he could accomplish this even sooner. However, judging by his recent encounter with the 12 demon saints, it is evident that there are many formidable beings with battle powers exceeding 2 million in this vicinity. Therefore, to be prudent, he decided to practice his strikes for a few days. Once his battle power exceeds 3 million, he would venture out to slay demons and accumulate more strikes. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, reality proved far more challenging than Su Zhe had anticipated. With his current battle power of 2 million, he found himself surrounded by numerous entities possessing even greater strength. No matter where he fled, higher-level demon saints would inevitably detect his presence. Indeed, barely half an hour into his practice, those 12 demon saints had already tracked him down. Human, come out and face your demise. How dare you deceive us? You must be tired of living. Show yourselves. The 12 demon saints encircled Su Zhe's hiding place. Among them, the strongest, boasting 3 million in battle power, struck the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, the earth trembled. The makeshift cellar Su Zhe had created began to collapse. After half an hour of practice, he had only managed to increase his strength by 3,200, a meager gain. It was insufficient. Alarmed by the impending crisis, Su Zhe erupted from the ground, fully unleashing his golden body. In a 12 against 6 scenario, it was evident that he was at a disadvantage. Engaging recklessly would only lead to defeat. His mind raced as he focused on the demon saint, who had previously been injured by his Minghua technique and possessed a battle power of 2 million. Without hesitation, he commanded his 5 golden bodies to attack simultaneously. The demon saint had no time to react, and his companions were unable to save him. In an instant, he was reduced to mere pulp by the onslaught of golden bodies. Beep. Slaying a demon saint. Strike count 200, 000. Indeed, slaying demons yielded strikes at a far swifter rate. Su Zhe chuckled softly, glancing at the remaining 11, their eyes ablaze with fury. Upon witnessing the demise of their comrade, they roared in anger, brandishing their weapons and charging towards him. To engage directly was the least prudent choice. Su Zhe's thoughts raced as he swiftly commanded his golden bodies to methodically eliminate the weakest among them, a demon saint with merely 250,000 battle power. Against the attacks of the remaining 10, he knew that a direct confrontation was futile. Thus, his immediate task was to defend. He unleashed the thunderous blade technique, the celestial net. Almost instantaneously, Su Zhe was enveloped by an enormous dark cage, its walls crackling with ominous purple lightning. This enhancement significantly bolstered his defense compared to the previous technique, the abyssal blade. The 10 demon saints launched their assault simultaneously. Su Zhe's defense held for a mere 5 seconds before shattering. Though brief, that time was sufficient for his golden bodies to eliminate the demon saint they had restrained. Beep. Slaying a demon saint. Strike count 200, 000. As one barrier fell, Su Zhe conjured another. However, continuously employing such formidable techniques drained both his stamina and battle power. Relying solely on defense was not a sustainable strategy. Realizing that yet another comrade had been slain, the remaining 10 were consumed by rage. They divided into 2 factions, with 5 engaging his golden bodies while the others continued their assault on Su Zhe. With nearly half the threat diminished, Su Zhe's defense naturally extended. The barrier, which he originally expected to last only 5 seconds, endured for 13 seconds before being breached. Once again, he summoned a new defense. The 5 demon saints persisted in their attack. After several exchanges, their frustration grew palpable. Meanwhile, the 5 engaged with the golden bodies were caught in a fierce struggle. Except for the 2-star golden body, which held the upper hand, the other 4 found themselves in dire straits. Fortunately, these golden bodies lacked sensory nerves. Even when injured, they could regenerate in an instant, and their battle power remained unaffected by time or injuries. The only factor that limited them was the progress bar's time constraint. Faced with such relentless and seemingly invincible machines of destruction, the demon saints initially held the advantage, but the longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for them. The demon saints' battle power diminished with each injury, while the golden bodies remained steadfast. Damn it! What are these golden bodies? They refuse to die? I will tear you apart. The demon saints continued their furious assault. The 2-star golden body, despite its towering height of 10 zhong, remained agile. After several exchanges with a demon saint possessing 270,000 battle power, it seized the opportunity during the latter's exhaustion and delivered a crushing blow, flattening it. Beep. Slaying a demon saint. Strike count 200, 000. Although the 2-star golden body was the first to successfully eliminate its opponent, its progress bar subsequently dropped to 0. Shortly after dispatching the demon saint, it vanished into thin air. The other 4 golden bodies remained embroiled in combat. Upon sensing yet another comrade's death, the 5 remaining demon saints' expressions shifted from rage to shock. What is happening? This human, despite having lower battle power than us, cannot possibly be our match, even with the assistance of golden bodies. Wait, are we overlooking something crucial? What? This human has 5 golden bodies. Realization dawned upon them. I was so focused on killing him that I completely overlooked this detail. Humans from the Xianling continent typically possess only 1 golden body. Why does he have 5? This is bad. He is not from the Xianling continent. The 5 demon saints' faces turned pale. In their perception, a lowly world like the Xianling continent would rarely produce beings with more than 2 golden bodies. Even in the rare instance that such an entity existed, it would be limited to 2 or 3. Yet, the individual before them possessed 5, and one had even reached the 2-star level. Considering his young age, they all arrived at a singular conclusion. This individual hailed from the celestial spirit realm. Chapter 82. In earnest thus. The question arises, why do the denizens of the celestial spirit realm find themselves on the mystic spirit continent? The demon saints pondered this conundrum, baffled. Concurrently, the intensity of their minions' attacks began to wane. If the individual before them truly hailed from the celestial spirit realm, his combat prowess would undoubtedly exceed a mere 2 million. This suggests that the young man might be masquerading as an innocuous figure, deceiving them and toying with their fates before systematically eliminating them. The mere thought sent a shiver down the spines of the 5 demon saints. Exchanging glances, they discerned mutual trepidation reflected in each other's eyes. "Retreat," commanded the most powerful among them, urging the remaining demon saints. The 4 still engaged in combat with the golden bodies, though momentarily puzzled, decided to heed their companions' call to withdraw, reasoning there must be merit in it. They ceased their entanglement with the golden bodies and hastily followed their comrades' lead. As for Su Zhe, he emerged from the stone prison, observing the retreat of the 9 figures with a quiet chuckle. He recalled the 4 golden bodies. Now fatigued and depleted, their combat power reduced to a mere 170 to 80,000. A sly smile crept upon his face as he brandished the thunderstorm blade with a decisive flourish, super divine technique, infernal fire form. For anguished cries resounded through the air as the 4 fell in an instant. Ding! 4 demon saints slain, blade strikes. 800,000. Meanwhile, the remaining 5, driven by fear, hastened their escape, unwilling to linger. Su Zhe did not pursue them. Presently, he was not their match. Additionally, this skirmish had significantly drained the progress of his golden bodies, leaving Su Zhe considerably weakened. He resolved to conserve his energy and bolster his strength. With this in mind, Su Zhe struck again, summoning an impenetrable dark cage imbued with purple lightning to ensnare them once more, and began his assault anew. Following the clash with 12 demon saints, peace reigned for 2 days. On the 3rd day, the 5 that had fled returned, accompanied by 2 additional demon saints boasting 5 million in combat power, standing before Su Zhe's dark prison. One of the 550,000 combat power demon saints furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is it true that the human inside hails from the celestial spirit realm?" The highest-ranking demon saint among the previous 5 quickly affirmed, "Indeed, my lord. He possesses 5 golden bodies. It is inconceivable for an individual in this lowly world to have 5 golden bodies." Another demon saint, with combat prowess of 580,000, expressed astonishment. "If he truly is from the celestial spirit realm, what could possibly bring him to our abyssal domain? We have always had no dealings with the celestial spirit realm. Enough. Let us ascertain his intentions." The 550,000 combat power demon saint stepped forward and respectfully addressed Su Zhe. "Friend within, please emerge. We have inquiries for you." Su Zhe had long sensed the situation outside. Although the speaking demon saint possessed an impressive combat power of 550,000, most would tremble in his presence. Su Zhe, however, remained unperturbed, engrossed in his task. Noticing Su Zhe's disregard, the demon saint's expression stiffened, and his tone turned irritable. "There are but a few who can speak to me in such a manner on this desolate plain. Do not presume your origin from the celestial spirit realm makes you remarkable. You stand alone while we are legion. We could easily overwhelm you with sheer numbers. Be wise and step forth to answer my questions." Su Zhe furrowed his brow, his blade strikes slowing as he opened his attribute panel. A few attributes had shifted. Blade strikes. 1, 699, 706. Strength. 2, 728, 960. 2 points of strength per successful blade strike. Golden bodies. 2-star celestial. 6, 6. 1-star earth. 28, 8. 1-star mystic. 244. 1-star yellow. 18, 5. 1-star celestial. 18, 5. Was he truly limited to a mere 270,000 combat power? Insufficient. Too scant. Su Zhe felt dissatisfaction swell within him. Though he possessed 270,000 combat power and had vanquished a 3 million combat power demon saint, he still felt confident. Yet now, 2 more demon saints, each exceeding 500,000 in combat power, had arrived. Confronting them alone would prove arduous, and victory was not guaranteed. After deliberating, Su Zhe decided to take a bold step, adhering to the principle of remaining unflustered in adversity. He stepped outside his protective barrier, greeting them with a smile. "And this is how you treat those from the celestial spirit realm?" Though he was unfamiliar with the celestial spirit realm, it seemed to evoke considerable apprehension among the demon saints. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to leverage it. As anticipated, upon mentioning the celestial spirit realm, the expressions of the demon saints shifted dramatically. The leading one hesitantly inquired, "Are you truly of the celestial spirit realm?" Su Zhe waved dismissively, "What else could I be?" The leader pressed further, "Which faction from the celestial spirit realm do you belong to?" "Which faction?" How to respond? After a brief contemplation, Su Zhe gravely declared, "The Su clan. The Su clan?" The demon saints exchanged bewildered glances. The most powerful among them remarked incredulously, "The Su clan of the celestial spirit realm? I have never heard of it." "Huh," Su Zhe scoffed. "The Su clan is currently the most formidable family in the celestial spirit realm. If you have not heard of it, it merely reflects your ignorance." The demon saints were left speechless. The most powerful family? Is that truly the case? How can we shake this feeling that he is merely deceiving us? Yet, his earnest demeanor left them in doubt. Could it be that the situation in the celestial spirit realm had indeed shifted? Their uncertainty was palpable, for none had ventured to the celestial spirit realm nor interacted with its inhabitants. Their knowledge stemmed from tales told by their ancestor, who had advised them that should they encounter individuals from the celestial spirit realm, unless in extraordinary circumstances, it was best to avoid confrontation. If even their ancestor spoke thusly, it underscored the prowess of those from the celestial spirit realm. However, the ancestor had only mentioned the two most potent factions of the celestial spirit realm, and the Su clan was notably absent from that discourse. The demon saints exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion in their eyes, particularly among those who had previously encountered Su Zhe. One could not contain himself and exclaimed, "3 days ago, when we met this fellow, his power was clearly beneath ours. Yet now, I can scarcely sense his strength." A demon saint with over 300,000 combat power immediately probed, gasping in realization, "His strength has undeniably surged, seemingly by half. While he may still fall short of my prowess, at this rate of growth, he could soon surpass me. Such rapid advancement is beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. He must indeed be from the celestial spirit realm, and he surely conceals even greater strength." The demon saints fell silent. The leader narrowed his eyes and stated plainly, "Friend from the celestial spirit realm, since you have graced us with your presence, you shall accompany us to meet our ancestor." Chapter 83. Preparing a grand gift. It appears that this demon ancestor is indeed the supreme leader of all the demons. Of course, I must meet him, but not at this moment. However, if I refuse this fellow, he is likely to resort to force. Currently, my combat power stands at a mere 2,700,000, leaving me defenseless. My only advantage lies in the fact that these few do not yet grasp the depths of my capabilities. Contemplating this, Su Zhe adopted a dismissive demeanor, declaring, "You want me to meet the demon ancestor?" "Huh." Seeing Su Zhe's cold smile, the foremost demon saint cautiously inquired, "What do you mean, then?" With a nonchalant tone, Su Zhe replied, "Let him come to see me." "What?" The assembly of demon saints gasped in astonishment. The leading demon saint, struggling to suppress his inner shock, took a deep breath, and even his tone took on a respectful quality. "My lord, our demon ancestor is the lord of the abyss, holding a prestigious position above myriad demons. Though you hail from the celestial spirit realm, you are now on our territory. Shall we not adhere to our customs and make mutual concessions?" "Not possible." Su Zhe would not grant him the opportunity to haggle. "I said, let him come to see me. Do not make me repeat myself a third time, or the consequences shall be yours to bear." The foremost demon saint felt troubled. The demon ancestor's palace was a good half-month's journey away, and with the need for notification and approval, the entire process would take at least 35 days. Such delay is not acceptable. "That is of no concern," Su Zhe said with a smile. "I can wait. I will remain here." So inform him that Su Zhe from the Su family of the celestial spirit realm wishes to meet him. The confidence with which Su Zhe made this proclamation rendered the demon saints speechless. Their understanding of Su Zhe's origins became increasingly clear. To dare to challenge their demon ancestor was no ordinary feat. It appeared that this Su Zhe was indeed formidable. Should he provoke this seemingly irascible individual, their lives might very well hang in the balance. The demon saints exchanged glances. The leading demon saint bowed respectfully to Su Zhe once more, saying, "Very well, my lord. We shall dispatch a demon to notify the esteemed demon ancestor. Moreover, our abyss is many times larger than the Xianling continent, with a complex terrain. If one were to traverse it alone, one could easily get lost. Therefore, I will assign a few demons to stand guard near your stone abode. Should you require assistance, you may command them at any time." Upon hearing this, Su Zhe understood the underlying motive. Under the guise of providing assistance, they were merely seeking to monitor him. The leading demon saint's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, "No, we would not dare to monitor you. Truly, we have no such intentions. Unnecessary." Su Zhe waved his hand dismissively. "I prefer solitude." Do not disturb me without cause. If I discover any demons watching me, I will eliminate them without mercy. Do I make myself clear? Why, yes, understood. Then why are you still here? Depart. Su Zhe's brow furrowed, his tone displeased. Terrified, the demon saints quickly bowed once more before retreating hastily. Once they were out of sight, Su Zhe returned to the stone prison, ensuring they had vanished from his view before letting out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but commend himself. His acting skills were akin to that of an acclaimed actor, weren't they? According to the demon saint, notifying the demon ancestor and their return would take no less than 35 days. Given his current rate of blade swings, with a successful strike yielding a 2 power increase, Su Zhe estimated that he would reach the pinnacle of power in this world in no more than 23 days. By then, he would fear no one. Considering this, time was ample, although the environment here was not as favorable as the Xianling continent. The past 2 days of swinging his blade revealed that the growth rate of his golden body was significantly faster than in the Xianling continent. This indicated that the spiritual energy of this realm was far richer. In just 23 days, he could potentially elevate 1 or 2 of his golden bodies. With that thought, Su Zhe ceased his musings and promptly retrieved the thunderous blade, resuming his rigorous training. Until the evening of 23 days later, a notification chimed. Ding. Blade swings, 1 ding. Congratulations, host. Your power attribute has reached the current world peak. You have received a grand gift. Would you like to claim it? Pausing, Su Zhe's lips curled into a smile. I cannot wait to receive it. Ding. You have obtained a golden body level up card, adding 8 million to your blade swings. Taken aback, Su Zhe inquired, what is a golden body level up card? Ding. Using the golden body level up card allows you to directly elevate 1 golden body by 1 level. Now it made sense. Su Zhe immediately opened his attribute panel, noticing several changes. Blade swings, 13, 335, 226. Power, 10 million, current world peak. Golden body, 2-star celestial, 68. 8. 1-star earth, 54. 6. 1-star mysterious, 50. 2. 1-star yellow, 44. 3. 1-star celestial, 44. 3. After a moment's contemplation, Su Zhe decisively upgraded his self-healing attribute by 1 level, simultaneously applying the golden body level up card to his 2-star celestial golden body. Blade swings, 3, 335, 226. Self-healing, 20 points second, can be increased to 30 points second by consuming 15 million blade swings. Golden body, 3-star celestial, 68. 8. 1-star earth, 54. 6. 1-star mysterious, 50. 2. 1-star yellow, 44. 3. 1-star celestial, 44. 3. With a self-healing attribute of 20 points second, he could recover a staggering 1.72 million combat power in just 1 day. Moreover, the 3-star celestial golden body not only increased its stature to 20 zhang, approximately 66 meters, but also doubled Su Zhe's own combat power when unleashed, effectively boosting it from 10 million to 20 million. This golden body was nothing short of a miraculous artifact. Just 1 3-star golden body was this extraordinary. What if the other 4 achieved the same rank? The potential 10-fold increase in combat power was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, gathering 4 3-star bodies, celestial, earth, mysterious, and yellow, would allow for their fusion into 1. Although the outcome of such a fusion remained uncertain, the mere thought of it filled him with anticipation. Now, evaluating himself, Su Zhe could confidently assert that he could navigate the abyss with ease. His consciousness had expanded significantly with his enhanced strength, extending several kilometers in range. Within a 50-kilometer radius, he was acutely aware of the movements of all demons, and with a mere thought, he could effortlessly obliterate any demon with combat power below 500,000 in an instant. With a slight smile, Su Zhe exited the stone prison, which instantly reverted to its original deep brown soil, scattering across the ground. With an estimated 12 days remaining until his encounter with the demon ancestor, Su Zhe resolved to prepare a grand gift for this so-called demon ancestor. Chapter 84. No escape. The abyss is vast and desolate. Despite Su Zhe's enhanced perception, which now extends to a radius of 50 kilometers around him, he still cannot ascertain the boundaries of this barren expanse. He refuses to believe that this abyss is solely an inhospitable wasteland. However, within his perceptive range, he discovers dozens of locations teeming with demons, one of which is the very junction through which he arrived from the Xianling continent. calculating the passage of time. Su Zhe realizes he has been in this abyss for 26 days. The breach leading to the Spirit Beast Mountains opens for a mere 30 seconds every 7 days. Thus, in 2 days, the breach will open once more. When he first entered this world, he stood within an enormous divination array. This indicates that the key to opening the breach lies within this very array, and the pivotal factor in activating it is the presence of 12 demon saints, each possessing combat power exceeding 2 million. With this thought in mind, Su Zhe strides swiftly to the junction from which he arrived. There are no obstacles around, so his appearance quickly draws the attention of the 12 demon saints positioned nearby. 5 of them are familiar faces, who approach him with obsequious smiles. "My lord, what brings you here?" inquires one demon saint, grinning, who possesses 3 million in combat power. Su Zhe scans the multitude of demons surrounding him and asks, "Are you planning to transport all these demons to the Xianling continent?" The 3 million power demon saint nods. "Indeed, we are currently preparing. Tomorrow, we will activate the array for 24 hours to transport these creatures." Raising an eyebrow, Su Zhe inquires further, "If you can activate the array for 24 hours, why wait 7 days for it to open again? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to send a larger number of demons to the Xianling continent within a few days?" The 3 million power demon saint sighs. "We would prefer that as well, but the array can only open for 30 seconds each time, followed by a 6-day cooldown period during which it cannot be activated again. Hence, we time our transports accordingly." "Oh," Su Zhe muses thoughtfully. "Previously, you mentioned that the Xianling continent is a lower-level world. Why then are you intent on invading this world?" Although the Xianling continent is indeed a lower-level world, we demon lords have discovered. The demon saint abruptly halts, realizing he has divulged too much, and chuckles awkwardly. "Our affairs in the abyss should not concern the immortal spirit realm, should they? You are asking rather too many questions." This demon is quite shrewd. Su Zhe thinks with a smile. He then asks, "What about this divination array?" "This array," the demon saint replies proudly, "was devised by our demon lords after extensive research from an ancient tome. It took us over 1,000 years and countless failures to create, despite its seemingly simple appearance. The array is intricate, and even the slightest error can render it defective. Moreover, it requires immense time and effort to construct. In 3 years, we have only managed to create 65 arrays." 65? Su Zhe scoffs. "There are 10 just for connecting to the Spirit Beast Mountains." The demon saint, puzzled, asks, "My lord, what troubles you?" Su Zhe's lips curl into a cold smile. "So, if this array is damaged, even slightly, it becomes useless, correct?" The demon saint furrows his brow. "That is indeed true, but the array possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Even if all 12 of us attacked it simultaneously, we could not inflict any damage. Destroying the array is exceedingly difficult." "But why do you ask? Could it be that?" "Precisely as you suspect," Su Zhe confirms. "What?" The demon saint gasps. "My lord, that is not a jest to be taken lightly." "One more question," Su Zhe smiles. "Aside from your demon lords, is there anyone else in the abyss capable of constructing this array?" With pride, the demon saint asserts, "Our demon lords are unparalleled, a singular existence. No other demon could possibly replicate this array." "Very well," Su Zhe concludes, "it follows that if the demon lord is eliminated, the creation of this array ceases. If we then destroy all the existing arrays, we can sever the connection between the two worlds, ensuring the safety of the Xianling continent." A terrifying smile creeps on Su Zhe's face. The demon saint shivers. "My lord, why do you smile so ominously?" "Because you have been quite honest." Su Zhe suddenly raises his hand, slamming it down with immense force, instantly obliterating the demon saint before him. Ding! Slain a demon saint, experience gained, 200,000. The remaining demon saints turn pale with fear, while the surrounding throng of demons is equally terrified. "My lord, why did you kill him?" One demon saint stammers. Su Zhe sneers. "Why? Don't you understand? Had I not come here, it might have been different, but since I have, I will not allow you to indiscriminately slay innocent humans. Today, none of you shall escape." His words chill the hearts of all demons present. "You scoundrel! We showed you respect, yet you intend to kill us. Humans are utterly untrustworthy, no matter their origin. A scammer from the immortal spirit realm. May you meet a terrible fate. Charge! Let us devour this deceiver whole." As the demons charge at him, Su Zhe merely smiles disdainfully, raising his weapon, the thunderous blade. Divine skill, Netherfire technique. The purple-tinged flames of the Netherfire surge through the swarm of demons, igniting all below 1 million in combat power. Within mere moments, they collapsed to the ground, smoke rising from their charred remains. Ding. Slain 985 demons, experience gained. 353, 250. In less than a minute. With a single technique, Su Zhe has annihilated all but the remaining 11 demon saints. The sight terrifies them, some contemplating escape. Su Zhe offers no chance for retreat. Divine skill, netherfire technique. Another strike ensues, and the 11 demon saints hastily prepare their defenses. Yet, the 3 million power demon saints cannot entirely evade the onslaught. Only one, possessing 420,000 in combat power, remains unscathed. Channeling all his strength into the thunderous blade, Su Zhe roars and swings. As he does, all demon saints seem struck by lightning, their bodies convulsing, and within seconds, they too become charred corpses. Ding. Slain 10 demon saints, experience gained. 2,000,000. Chapter 85. Shocked. There's another one. Su Zhe intentionally spared the demon saint with 420,000 combat power. Despite his leniency, the demon saint was left with but a thread of life, teetering on the brink of death. As he traversed the field strewn with charred corpses, Su Zhe approached the nearly expired demon saint, smiling as he said, "If you cooperate, I can offer you a chance at survival." The demon saint, barely clinging to life, stammered, "What?" With a nonchalant tone, Su Zhe replied, "If you disclose the locations of all remaining formations and the number of demons in the abyss, I shall spare your life." "You intend to annihilate my kind?" The demon saint gasped. "Perhaps," Su Zhe mused. "You despicable fiend. I have never encountered such a base and shameless individual. Ah, do you deem yourself worthy to pass judgment on me?" Su Zhe retorted with a cold sneer. "Originally, the abyss and the Xianling continent existed in separate realms, yet you, in your selfishness, forcibly intertwined the two worlds and unleashed unending slaughter upon all beings of the Xianling continent. Compared to your methods, I am merciful. At least I have spared you from a torturous death, have I not? You believe we desire to massacre humanity? It is your kind that refuses to cooperate. You humans are courting death. Ah, shifting blame is a skill possessed by all, is it not? It is you demons who refuse to cooperate, leading to your own demise. Therefore, you cannot blame me for your slaughter. You. The demon saint could no longer contain itself and spat out blood, its vitality waning further. At that moment, the progress bar above its head dwindled to less than 1/5, the value plummeting to 1 million. Even so, this demon saint stubbornly resisted the urge to prolong its life. It understood that even if it divulged the information, the individual before it might not truly spare it. Furthermore, should this person genuinely promise mercy, it would still fall prey to the pursuit of the demon ancestors. Since death was inevitable, it would rather die with dignity. It seemed this creature was resolute in its silence. "Very well, I shall grant you your wish." Without hesitation, Su Zhe delivered a swift strike, extinguishing its life effortlessly. Ding. Slain a demon saint, total strikes, 200,000. He checked his attributes, noting over 8 million strikes. Su Zhe immediately leveled up his golden body progress. Total strikes, 3,088, 476. Golden body growth, one successful strike at 0,00002 can consume 10 million strikes to increase to 0,00003. He stowed away the attribute panel and shifted his gaze to the formation etched upon the surface. Before activation, the formation appeared rather ordinary, merely embellished with symbols and details that Su Zhe could not comprehend. Without further ado, Su Zhe plunged his blade into the formation. The thunderous blade easily penetrated the solid ground, and with a resounding boom, the land inscribed with the teleportation formation collapsed instantaneously. The complete formation disintegrated into fragments as the earth crumbled. "Is that all it takes?" Su Zhe chuckled, finding it less challenging than anticipated. On to the next. Continuing on his quest, Su Zhe traversed the gathering spots of demons. Over the course of a single night, he dismantled 11 teleportation formations and slaughtered nearly 10,000 demons, increasing his strike count by over 40 million. Among these, more than 100 demon saints yielded him over 20 million. During a brief respite, Su Zhe upgraded all his available attributes. Total strikes, 5,088, 476. Self-healing, 30 points second, can consume 20 million strikes to increase to 40 points second. Strike success rate, 16, can consume 10 million strikes to increase to 17. Golden Body, 3-star Celestial, 69, 5. 1-star Earth, 55, 3. 1-star Mystic, 50, 9. 1-star Yellow, 45. 1-star Celestial, 45. Golden Body Growth, 1 successful strike at 0. 00003 can consume 10 million strikes to increase to 0. 00004. 54 formations remained. A smirk crept onto Su Zhe's lips. He felt no fatigue. Rather, he grew more invigorated with each battle. He resumed his pursuit of the demon gathering spots, continuing his rampage for 3 more days. After dismantling 28 teleportation formations, he finally reached the edge of this desolate expanse, a vast ocean. Gazing at the multitude of enormous ships along the shore, Su Zhe recognized that their presence indicated other lands beyond the sea. He had eradicated all formations and demons in this barren land. It was time to set sail. Cleansing himself of the stench of blood, Su Zhe sought a small boat and embarked on his voyage. The sea was tumultuous, and he was uncertain of which direction to take. So he decided to let the winds guide him as he sat at the center of the boat, reviewing the spoils of the past 3 days. Just from slaying the demon saints guarding those 28 formations, he had amassed a staggering 67 million strikes. Due to time constraints, he had only managed to thwart half of the demons at the remaining formations, but that still netted him nearly 50 million strikes. Adding this to his previous total brought him to an astonishing 110 million. His gaze lingered on the upgradable attributes, settling on the physique section. His current physique was divine, and he could consume 100 million strikes to ascend to the Divine Demon Union. Though its specific benefits remained unclear, the title alone sounded impressive. Without hesitation, Su Zhe boldly invested 100 million strikes, simultaneously elevating his golden body progress once more. Physique, Divine Demon Union, can consume 1 billion strikes to ascend to Supreme Golden Body. Total strikes, 3,236,000. Golden Body, 3-star Celestial, 73, 7. 1-star Earth, 59, 5. 1-star Mystic, 55, 1. 1-star Yellow, 49, 2. 1-star Celestial, 49, 2. Golden Body Growth, 1 successful strike at 0. 00004 can consume 20 million strikes to increase to 0. 00005. He stowed the attribute panel, but upon inspecting his body, he found no discernible changes. System, what is the Divine Demon Union? Yet, the system offered no response to Su Zhe's inquiry. With a resigned chuckle, he drew forth the thunderous blade, facing the wind and waves aboard his small vessel, and began to strike. Thus, he drifted upon the sea for nearly 5 days. Ding. Strike count, 1 ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving your first fully upgraded 3-star golden body. You have received a grand gift package. Would you like to claim it? After a moment's pause, Su Zhe eagerly replied, claim. Ding. You have received 1 golden body upgrade card and 500,000 strikes. The first fully leveled 3-star golden body was born. A surge of elation coursed through Su Zhe's heart as he swiftly applied the newly acquired upgrade card to his next Earth-level golden body. Simultaneously, within his scope of perception, he detected land. Unlike the previous desolate terrain, this land was adorned with various unfamiliar greenery, teeming with vitality. What astonished Su Zhe the most was that along the shoreline, several demons were cheerfully chatting while washing clothes. Su Zhe was taken aback in disbelief. Chapter 86. What is it on the shoreline? A few demons were washing clothes, clearly more slender than those slain by Su Zhe. As for their appearance, Su Zhe refrained from making any judgments. Most demons bore a striking resemblance to one another, characterized by a singular word, ugly, 2 words, very ugly, 3 words, exceedingly ugly. Compared to other demons, these few were not only smaller in stature, but also possessed white pupils. The progress bar above their heads displayed values ranging from 500 to 1,000, equivalent to the strength of intermediate demon soldiers. Such power was undeniably feeble, regardless of the context. Most notably, Su Zhe sensed no trace of bloodlust emanating from them, which was quite peculiar. Were not demons inherently bloodthirsty? Could there be exceptions? With this inquiry in mind, Su Zhe maneuvered his small boat towards the shore. The demons spotted him from a distance. Instead of exhibiting fear towards this unfamiliar entity, they remained calm, halting their actions and curiously observing as Su Zhe drew closer. Upon the boat's arrival at the shore, Su Zhe disembarked, and the demons even approached him. What is this creature? I have never seen anything like it before. Neither have I. There are no records of such a being in the books. This fellow is quite hideous. Indeed, exceedingly so. I cannot fathom what kind of creature he is. The demons exchanged banter, their tones laced with humor. Su Zhe discerned that they harbored no malice and displayed no aggression, in stark contrast to every other demon he had encountered. What could be the reason for this? Moreover, they dared to call him ugly? Su Zhe considered himself reasonably attractive. How had he become a grotesque figure here? First of all, I am not a creature. I am a human, he retorted. Secondly, I am not ugly. Thank you very much. The demons, taken aback by his response, paused momentarily before erupting into fits of laughter. Ha ha ha. This human claims he is not ugly? Ha ha ha. Though I do not know what a human is, their sense of aesthetics is truly bizarre. This is utterly amusing. This foreign being is quite entertaining. Listening to their remarks, Su Zhe felt no inclination to engage further, perceiving that any attempt to explain himself would merely insult his own intelligence. He decided it best to first ascertain the situation of this land. With this thought, Su Zhe earnestly inquired, "Are you the indigenous inhabitants of this place?" Tears of laughter glimmered at the corners of the demons' eyes as they nodded in unison. "Yes, what of it?" Su Zhe continued. "Then who is your leader?" One demon, with a toad-like face and a notably rotund figure, adorned with a headscarf, responded, "Our leader is, of course, the demon ancestor." "Why do you ask? I am a newcomer." "Intrigued by your world, merely asking out of curiosity," Su Zhe replied with a smile. "Do you know where your demon ancestor is now?" "The demon ancestor is certainly in the Underworld Palace. Let me tell you, not just anyone can enter the Underworld Palace. Last month, our demon ancestor entered seclusion and has yet to emerge." The Underworld Palace. Su Zhe pondered this carefully before inquiring further. In which direction is the Underworld Palace? And how long would it take to reach it? The second demon, with a long face, beady eyes, and a broad mouth, gestured towards the southwest, saying, "If you head that way, it will take 7 days to arrive. However, I advise you not to harbor any intentions of entering the Underworld Palace. You would not gain entry." Su Zhe chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Whether I can enter or not, I do not require your concern. Are you aware of the divination formations that connect two worlds?" The demons looked utterly bewildered. "What divination formations? Connecting two worlds? What are you talking about?" "I do not comprehend." Seeing their perplexed expressions, it became clear that they were genuinely unaware of such matters. Coupled with their remarkably low aggression and absence of malice, they exuded no hint of bloodlust. Aside from their extreme ugliness, it would be hard for anyone, including Su Zhe, to justify harming them. His purpose in this abyssal realm was to dismantle the teleportation formations and eliminate bloodthirsty demons. However, if he were to slaughter these innocuous beings who knew nothing and were genuinely kind to him, how would he differ from those demons that ravaged humanity? This world was indeed more complex than he had initially perceived. "Thank you for your assistance." Su Zhe simply expressed his gratitude before proceeding towards the location of the Underworld Palace. The demons watched him depart, their curiosity piqued. What an odd human. What could he possibly want at the Underworld Palace? Could he be seeking the demon ancestor? Might the demon ancestor be in danger? Do not be foolish. The demon ancestor is a divine being, incapable of being harmed by this outsider. Exactly. If this human truly seeks the Underworld Palace, the guarding demon saints are formidable. Rather than worrying about the demon ancestor, we should be concerned for this human. Although it is our first encounter and he is quite ugly, I find him rather likable. Su Zhe had not ventured far, and thus overheard their conversation. These demons truly are. Su Zhe chuckled in disbelief. Indeed, the nature of the world shapes its aesthetic values. In the abyssal realm, a land of demons, all beings appeared exceedingly grotesque, yet, in their eyes, they were not ugly at all. They measured their standards against unfamiliar creatures, concluding that any being dissimilar to themselves, especially of a different kind, was inherently ugly. Hence, they deemed Su Zhe, who appeared different from them, profoundly unattractive. With this understanding, Su Zhe felt at ease. He extended his awareness to his surroundings and discovered several demon villages. The demons within were engaged in various activities, chopping wood, hanging laundry, cooking, chatting at their doorsteps, and young demons frolicking playfully, creating a remarkably harmonious scene. Their highest combat strength barely exceeded 2,000. What a peculiar sense of peace and prosperity. Su Zhe never anticipated that in this realm of profound bloodshed, such a serene existence could flourish among the demons. It utterly shattered his preconceived notions and fundamentally altered his fixed perceptions of demons. Though slaying demons could yield experience points, Su Zhe had only eliminated those with a bloodthirsty nature who were distinctly categorized by their levels. What, then, was the classification of these demons with white pupils? Su Zhe directly asked, "System, what level are these demons with white pupils?" Chapter 87. What to do, Ding. The white pupils belong to ordinary demons, regardless of their level. Su Zhe then inquired, "If there is no level, does that mean killing them does not count towards the tally of strikes?" Ding. For demons without a level, slaying one adds a single strike to your tally. A single strike? Su Zhe chuckled, setting aside whether he could bring himself to do it. Was it worth his effort for just one? He found it rather unworthy. Furthermore, these level-less demons appeared quite amicable, as long as they did not provoke him. Su Zhe could very well turn a blind eye. After all, he considered himself a reasonable individual. Manual humor. Within Su Zhe's awareness, he had discovered numerous demon villages, yet he refrained from lingering in any of them. His sole desire was to swiftly reach the so-called Underworld Palace and locate the demon ancestor to eliminate it. Subsequently, he intended to obliterate all remaining arrays leading to the Xianling continent in this world. Along the way, Su Zhe deliberately avoided certain local demons. Just as the demons by the seaside had mentioned, after nearly a week's journey, he arrived at a colossal city with towering black walls, exuding an ominous aura. At the grand entrance stood dozens of robust demon saints, each about 3 meters tall, with golden eyes. Utilizing his inside eye, Su Zhe examined the progress bars above their heads, revealing values ranging from 5 million to an astonishing 8 million. Such combat prowess was fearsome, whether in the Xianling continent or the desolate land from which he originated. With such formidable guardians at the gates, Su Zhe's curiosity about what lay within intensified. A slight smile graced his lips as he strode forward. The gatekeepers noticed him, their eyes wide with astonishment. The strongest among them blocked Su Zhe's path, asking, "You are human?" Su Zhe waved his hand dismissively. "Does it not seem so? Hence, human, do you know where this place is?" Su Zhe shrugged, "I am aware." The demon saint narrowed its eyes, asking coldly, "Where do you hail from?" After a moment's thought, Su Zhe replied, "The immortal spirit realm." The immortal spirit realm? A flicker of panic crossed the eyes of the demon saints. Although the strongest among them was taken aback, he managed to suppress his astonishment and inquired further. "Worlds are not connected. How did you arrive from the immortal spirit realm?" Su Zhe chuckled lightly. "What? Is it only permissible for you to traverse other worlds, while those from the immortal spirit realm cannot come here?" No, that is not my meaning. It is just, are you truly from the immortal spirit realm? Do you doubt me?" Su Zhe coldly laughed, unleashing a terrifying aura of 10 million upon the gatekeepers, causing their faces to pale and their bodies to weaken. Hardly daring to breathe, they could barely articulate their words, their eyes wide with fear. Still unconvinced, Su Zhe smiled as he aimed a palm at one of the demon saints with over 5 million combat power. A scream echoed as that unfortunate soul was swiftly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The remaining demon saints were so terrified they could scarcely utter a word. The leader stammered nervously, "We believe you, esteemed being from the immortal spirit realm. What brings you to our abyss?" "I seek your demon ancestor." The demon ancestor? But our demon ancestor is in seclusion and sees no one." "Oh, right." Remembering that he had sent a demon saint from the desolate land to inform the demon ancestor of his arrival, Su Zhe inquired, "Has anyone come from the desolate land across the sea to announce my presence in this world?" "The desolate land? I understand now," the leader exclaimed, seeming to grasp the situation. "Recently, one of our own returned, claiming to seek the demon ancestor for urgent matters. But the demon ancestor is in seclusion and did not allow them entry. Those individuals are still within the city, waiting for the demon ancestor to emerge." After a brief pause, the demon saint continued, "My lord, do you wish to enter the city? We have rules here. Anyone wishing to enter must register their information. Would you kindly cooperate and allow us to document your identity? Just provide your name, origin, and affiliation." How intriguing, a requirement for identity registration. Though Su Zhe could easily force his way in, he was uncertain of the situation within the city and preferred not to raise any alarms. With this in mind, he casually stated, "Su Zhe, from the immortal spirit realm, head of the Su family." Su family. The leader's mouth twitched. "Our demon ancestor has never mentioned a Su family from the immortal spirit realm." "How quaint," Su Zhe scoffed. "Has your demon ancestor ever visited the immortal spirit realm?" "Of course. Or how else would the demon ancestor be so familiar with it? And when was the last visit? I believe it was 5 years ago. A brain is a valuable asset, though regrettably, you seem to lack one. What? My lord, what do you mean? 5 years is ample time for even an ordinary world to undergo significant change, let alone the immortal spirit realm. My Su family has risen as the most powerful family within these 5 years. Other factions regard me with respect. What are you to question my status? Feigning anger, he terrified the demons anew, causing them to tremble once more. And no, we would never dare question you. We are well aware of your identity. Please, enter. As they spoke, the gatekeepers hastily stepped aside for Su Zhe. He advanced confidently, but after a few steps, he halted and turned back. The momentary relaxation of the demons was abruptly replaced with tension. The leader cautiously asked, "My lord, do you have further instructions?" Su Zhe inquired impassively. "I come from the unclaimed land, where I discovered numerous arrays leading to a realm called the Xianling continent. What are your many demons doing there?" Upon hearing this, the leader demon grew wary. "My lord, what is your intent in asking this? Ask, and you shall respond." My lord, it's not that I wish to withhold information, but this is classified," the leader stammered. "We are merely gatekeepers, and know little. However, concerning the Xianling continent, even if it were to be destroyed, it should not trouble you." "Oh, are you suggesting I am meddling?" "And no, that is not what I meant." The leader demon sweat profusely, fearing another misstep might provoke Su Zhe's ire. "In truth, we know little. Those from the underworld palace would be more informed. My lord, as one from the immortal spirit realm, you need not concern yourself with a trivial realm like the Xianling continent. So, a mere insignificant world does not deserve to exist. And its destruction is well deserved, is that it?" Yes, in a sense, that is correct. Even if we do not act against that world, others will inevitably do so. It is merely a low-tier world, so if it is destroyed, then so be it. Why would my lord be so agitated? I am not agitated, Su Zhe smiled. The abyss is also a trivial realm in the eyes of the immortal spirit realm. Should the day come when the immortal spirit realm decides to send someone to obliterate the abyss, by your logic, it would be well-deserved, would it not? Chapter 88. Black spikes. Su Zhe's words sent a chill down the spines of the guarding demon saints, intensifying their underlying fear. The leading demon chuckled nervously. "My lord, this jest is ill-timed. Our demon ancestor maintains cordial relations with various factions of the immortal spirit realm. They would never launch an assault on our abyssal domain, would they?" Su Zhe merely returned a cryptic smile, offering no verbal reply as he turned and continued deeper into the realm. Once Su Zhe had distanced himself, the demon saints gathered, whispering among themselves. What did the Lord mean by that? Could the immortal spirit realm genuinely be planning an attack on us? Do not be foolish. The demon ancestor is acquainted with those from the immortal spirit realm. If an attack were imminent, he would surely catch wind of it. Indeed, with the demon ancestor present, there is no chance of conflict between the immortal spirit realm and our abyssal domain. Returning to Su Zhe, he entered the city of Hades. The streets were paved with enormous stone blocks embedded below the surface. The demons bustling about were notably large, each possessing a bizarre appearance, resembling a motley assortment of grotesque forms, many adorning themselves in flamboyant attire. The vendors lining the streets shouted their wares. Utilizing his inside eye, Su Zhe surveyed the scene. The strength of the demons varied between 1,000 and 3,000, all of which he could easily dispatch. Remarkably, even in this realm of demons, the citizens' lives bore a striking resemblance to those of humans, differing only in species and environment. Due to the robust physiques of the demons, the surrounding structures were 2 to 3 times larger than average homes, constructed simply from massive stones, lacking any semblance of design. In the distance, a dark ancient castle came into view. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet as Su Zhe activated his inside eye, he discerned a thick aura of black energy emanating from it. While the majority of the demon populace possessed white pupils, a few bore green eyes, evoking in him a sense of familiarity akin to the demons he had encountered upon first stepping onto this continent, washing clothes by the shore, devoid of malice. Even the green-eyed demon soldiers exhibited no trace of bloodlust. In stark contrast, the castle radiated a menacing aura that instilled a sense of trepidation within Su Zhe. The source of his concern lay within the castle, the palace of Hades. Squinting slightly, he resolved to investigate this enigmatic palace. After only a few steps, his presence quickly caught the attention of the street-dwelling demons, who encircled him with expressions of curiosity. What kind of creature is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Perhaps since Lord Ji he allowed him entry. He must be a friend to us demons, right? So strange looking though, how to put it? Quite ugly. Enough. Do not frighten the little one. One of the demons interjected. Little one, what is your name? Where do you hail from? Have you come to our city of Hades for leisure? The demons chattered among themselves as if engaged in a tea party. Their warmth was overwhelming. Su Zhe felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These demons posed no threat and had not provoked him, yet their friendliness was disconcerting. Though enthusiasm is commendable, he preferred solitude, and their exuberance only heightened his irritation. Step aside, he commanded coolly, wishing to avoid any harm to the demons. Why so cold? This newcomer seems fierce. Perhaps he is intimidated by our appearance. Fear not, little one, we mean you no harm. Su Zhe sighed, realizing that being obstructed like this was a mere waste of time. Without further ado, he exerted his formidable presence upon the surrounding demons. All the demons shuddered, feeling as though their bodies were no longer their own, completely immobilized. Their curiosity morphed into panic. Su Zhe deftly slipped through their ranks, only releasing his pressure once he had distanced himself. Once freed from his influence, the demons were agitated. What just happened? That sensation was terrifying. I couldn't move at all. Was it that little one? Who else could it be? This little one is impressive. I wish to befriend him. Su Zhe overheard their comments, bemused by the stark difference in mentality between these demons and humans. In the Xianling continent, a display of such power would have sent people fleeing in terror, fearing for their safety, and not a soul would contemplate friendship. Amused by this thought, Su Zhe quickened his pace. After 2 minutes, he arrived at the palace of Hades, surrounded by a fence adorned with black spikes, which were also shrouded in dark energy. The closer he approached these spikes, the more palpable the oppressive energy became. These spikes did not seem to belong to this world. That was Su Zhe's initial impression. He reached out to touch one. The moment his fingertip made contact with a black spike, a piercing pain surged through his body. He immediately withdrew his hand, realizing that his combat strength had plummeted by 30,000. Just a light touch, and such toxicity. Observing the rapidly healing crimson mark on his fingertip, he chuckled softly. His self-healing rate was 30 points per second. To fully recover and regain peak combat strength would take 17 minutes. 17 minutes to restore 30,000 was rather trivial. It seemed that upgrading his self-healing attribute must take precedence. Suddenly, 2 gruff voices emerged from within the fence. What is that creature? Is it human? Human? How could a human be present in the abyssal domain? Fool, do you not recall? Those from the unclaimed land mentioned a visitor from the immortal spirit realm arriving in the abyssal domain. It must be him. Hey, human, are you truly from the immortal spirit realm? 2 fully armed demon saints approached Su Zhe with fierce intent, each boasting a combat strength of 900,000. For Su Zhe, dealing with 2 of them might take a bit of time, but it was far from difficult. Indeed, I am, Su Zhe replied, following their lead. I heard that your demon ancestor is in seclusion. The 2 exchanged glances, and one nodded, saying, Indeed, if you wish to see our demon ancestor, you must wait 10 days. 10 days? I apologize, but I have no intention of waiting, Su Zhe retorted. What if I choose not to wait? Chapter 89. Urgent matters. The 2 beings, clearly taken aback by the human's unexpected response, momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. Regaining their composure, one of them suppressed its emotions and retorted with disdain. How could one possibly meet the esteemed demon ancestor at will? Even if you hail from the celestial spirit realm, it matters not. You must await your turn. Oh, it seems you 2 are quite audacious, Su Zhe observed with a smile. Have your demon ancestor not instructed you to keep your distance from those of the celestial spirit realm? Even if they did, it was only a warning to maintain distance outside the palace of the underworld. As long as we remain here, they are powerless against us. Ha ha. The 2 demon saints laughed boisterously. Su Zhe stroked his chin in contemplation. I see. Indeed, hiding within your shell is your wisest choice for now. Suddenly, the laughter of the 2 ceased. Human, what do you mean? Are you implying we are like turtles withdrawing into their shells? How infuriating. Is it that those from the celestial spirit realm are so formidable? It is merely because you have the advantage of time and place that your cultivation is so high. Had you been born in another realm, you would have been ruthlessly slaughtered by the higher beings there. Ha, Su Zhe scoffed. Your true nature is revealing itself. Do you believe I fear entering? If you possess the audacity, come inside. I assure you, the moment you step in here, Your demise is inevitable. The demon saints boasted haughtily. Su Zhe regarded them as if they were fools and, without further ado, effortlessly vaulted over the barrier. The moment he landed, he felt his combat power inexplicably diminishing. He immediately inspected his progress bar, noticing the value was declining at a rate of 1,000 per second. If this continued, he would perish within 3 hours just by standing still. What is happening? Su Zhe furrowed his brow. The two demon saints erupted in laughter. Foolish human. You have delivered yourself to your own demise. Even if we do not intervene, you shall not last long. Do not let him escape. Attack! They shouted, launching an offensive against Su Zhe. With a cold snort, Su Zhe wielded the thunderous blade of heaven and engaged them in battle. In an instant, countless blade lights flashed. But after a brief clash, Su Zhe discovered that with each movement, the rate at which his combat power diminished was increasing exponentially. This could not continue. I must leave this place. With that thought, Su Zhe attempted to leap over the barrier once more. However, the two beings showed no signs of relenting, their attacks growing increasingly fierce. They were indeed tenacious. Suppressing a derisive smile, Su Zhe summoned his 3-star golden body. As the towering golden figure, 20 zhang tall, materialized, Su Zhe felt a significant surge of power within him. Upon inspection, it reached an astonishing 96 million. This sensation of being infused with strength was immensely gratifying. The two demon saints stared in disbelief as they beheld Su Zhe's formidable golden body. Is this the legendary 3-star golden body? How can this human possess such power? Isn't the cultivation of the golden body exceedingly arduous? Why? Su Zhe coldly replied. I fear you shall never have the chance to discover. A murderous glint flashed in Su Zhe's eyes as he channeled all his strength into the thunderous blade of heaven and struck. The two beings, caught unawares, were instantly reduced to piles of charred remains amidst a terrifying flash of purple lightning. Ding! Slain 2 special demon saints. Blade count increased by 1,000,000. Special demon saints? They added 1,000,000 to my blade count. Quite satisfactory, Su Zhe remarked with satisfaction. Due to the commotion, the gates of the black ancient castle swung open, revealing a few demons who intended to investigate the disturbance. However, the moment they beheld Su Zhe's towering golden body, their astonishment was palpable. They had barely acclimated to the sight when they witnessed Su Zhe effortlessly annihilate the 2 formidable demon saints. Stunned, they froze until Su Zhe glanced in their direction, a dangerous smile adorning his face. Terrified, they hastily shut the castle gates, none daring to venture outside. What cowards! Su Zhe chuckled coldly and strode towards the ancient castle, thick with malevolent energy, his golden body closely following behind him. Once the 3-star golden body reached its full capacity, it was no longer affected by the progress bar, thus eliminating any time constraints. However, a downside existed. Should the host's vitality drop below 1/5, the golden body would retreat passively into the host's dantian. Furthermore, the golden body's strength was closely tied to its host's power. Thus, a weaker host would result in a weaker golden body. What astonished Su Zhe was that as he approached the ancient castle known as the Palace of the Underworld, his strength diminished at an alarming rate. After merely 10 paces, the decline escalated from 1,000 to 2,000 per second. When he found himself within 30 meters of the castle, the rate surged to 5,000 per second. At this rate, he would not endure for long. Halting in his tracks, Su Zhe swiftly retreated, easily vaulting back over the barrier. The declining value within him ceased immediately. With a wave of his hand, the 3-star golden body vanished, returning to his dantian. To Su Zhe's astonishment, his progress bar restored itself to its original value of 10 million. What? Su Zhe queried in confusion. System, what just transpired? Wasn't my combat power decreasing continuously? Did my released golden body absorb the declining power? Ding. Correct. The 3-star golden body not only enhances the hostess power, but also absorbs the damage incurred. Should the damage exceed the host's inherent combat power, the golden body will return to replenish strength. Oh, I see. But how does the 3-star golden body recover its power? Ding. The recovery of the golden body's power is directly proportional to the host's self-healing attribute. For instance, after absorbing 10 million points of damage and returning to your dantian, your current self-healing attribute is 30 points per second, meaning the 3-star golden body must completely recover 10 million points of combat power before it can be released again, which will take nearly 4 days. Stunned, Su Zhe realized a crucial detail. Does this imply that the release of the 3-star golden body is contingent upon its energy being fully replenished? Ding. Indeed. The power of the golden body increases in proportion to the host's strength. It can only be released once the absorbed damage is fully restored. Upon comprehending the system's explanation, Su Zhe nodded in understanding, reflecting, upgrading this self-healing attribute is of utmost urgency. Chapter 90. Self-destruction. Turning to gaze upon the ominously dark ancient castle, Su Zhe fell into deep contemplation. The closer he approached the castle, the faster his combat power diminished. Merely 30 meters from the castle, his power waned at a staggering rate of 5,000 points per second. Even with the double enhancement from his golden body, his 20 million combat power would only last a little over an hour. Given this situation, entering the castle seemed utterly impossible. Yet, if he could not enter, why were the demons able to come and go freely without any adverse effects? It was peculiar, exceedingly so. Could it be due to racial factors? System. Do you discern any issues with this ancient castle? Su Zhe's inquiries were met with silence from the system. Helpless, he realized he must resolve the matter himself. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, a sudden thought struck him. When he unleashed his 3-star golden body, it granted him a double enhancement in power. However, the decline in his combat power did not correspondingly double despite the increase. This indicated that the golden body remained unaffected by the peculiar force within that diminished combat power. Yet, herein lay the dilemma. The golden body lacked independent thought. In essence, they were mere ruthless combat machines, obediently following Su Zhe's commands. They could only mindlessly execute his orders, and when faced with complex challenges requiring thought, they were utterly incapable. Su Zhe had no inkling of what lay within the castle. Allowing the golden body to enter would undoubtedly be unwise. Rubbing his chin, Su Zhe scrutinized the dark castle through the bars. After some contemplation, he decided to unleash 1 2-star golden body and 3 1-star golden bodies. Aside from the one that had yet to fully recover, go demolish that castle, he commanded forcefully, pointing at the ancient structure. Upon receiving their orders, the 4 golden bodies expressionlessly vaulted over the barriers and approached the dark castle, launching a flurry of indiscriminate attacks without hesitation. However, even with their combined efforts, they failed to inflict any damage upon the castle's outer walls. Su Zhe furrowed his brow and wielded the thunderstorm blade, channeling his extraordinary technique continuously. He instructed the 4 golden bodies to strike simultaneously at the point he was targeting. A tremendous crash reverberated through the air, capturing the attention of some of the demon-kin nearby. They paused, staring in astonishment at the sight of a human attacking the Nether Palace. Bewildered, they quickly regained their composure and scoured their surroundings for weapons, sticks, shovels, kitchen knives, and hurried toward the palace. I knew that outsider was trouble. Look, he dares to strike at our demon ancestor's palace. How foolish of me to wish to know him. What a waste of my vision. How dare he provoke the palace of the demon ancestor? He seeks his own demise. Charge. Do not allow that brat to succeed. Though this horde of demons possessed feeble combat prowess, collectively, they could be a nuisance. Their sheer numbers made it appear as though they posed a genuine threat. As they closed in on Su Zhe, who stood less than 100 meters away, he cast them a disinterested glance, narrowing his eyes slightly. In an instant, the cacophony of demons clamoring to vanquish Su Zhe fell silent as they collapsed, rendered unconscious by merely a thought from him. Overestimating their own capabilities, Su Zhe scoffed before redirecting his focus to the task of breaching the ancient castle. After relentlessly assaulting the castle for several minutes, he managed to create only a small breach. Su Zhe's lips curled in disbelief. Is this castle so resilient that after all this time, this is all I've achieved? If he continued in this manner, it was likely that the golden bodies would exhaust their resources without making any substantial progress. This approach was futile. Su Zhe promptly halted his efforts and recalled all 4 golden bodies. Recklessness was not in his nature. Knowing when to cut losses was crucial. Although he could unleash a continuous assault on the castle once the 3-star golden body fully recovered, the castle's formidable defenses suggested that even 10 days and nights of relentless attacks might not suffice to bring it down. Rather than squandering time here, it would be more prudent to locate and dismantle the remaining array positions, simultaneously slaying demons to accrue enough combat encounters to enhance his attributes further. Resolute, Su Zhe decided to withdraw. As he exited the city, several demon saints cast curious glances his way. The leading demon saint inquired, "Noble one from the celestial realm, are you departing from the Nether City?" Su Zhe did not answer but countered, "How many arrays in the abyss lead to the Xianling continent?" The leading demon saint paused, confused. "Why do you inquire about that, my lord? I have never ventured to such a lowly world. I wish to see it for myself." "Oh, such a lowly world is hardly worth your time. It will inevitably be eradicated by us. Best not to go." Su Zhe remained silent, his expression darkening. Noticing his demeanor, the leading demon saint hastily added, "If you truly wish to visit that lowly world, did you not arrive from the unclaimed lands? There are 12 arrays there. You could pass through them. Too far. Is there a closer option?" "Ah, for a closer option." The leading demon saint pondered and replied, "Head west. There is a marsh with 3 arrays. Just speak to the demon saints guarding them. However, it is not yet the time for the arrays to open, so you may need to wait a few days." Su Zhe waved dismissively. "That is of no concern. Besides the marsh, are there other locations with arrays?" The leading demon saint responded, puzzled. "The nearest ones are indeed in the marsh. You should simply go there." Su Zhe replied earnestly, "The marsh is too filthy. I shall not go." The leading demon saint chuckled awkwardly. "In that case, if you travel 2 days west, you will reach a mountain range with 6 arrays. That would also suffice." "A mountain range, you say?" Su Zhe mused. "I also dislike mountains. Are there any other options?" Most arrays are located deep in the mountains. If you are averse to mountains, we cannot assist you further. The farther you go, the longer the journey will take. It would be simpler for you to return to the unclaimed lands." "Oh, are you urging me to leave?" No, that is not my intention. Enough. I shall investigate the mountain range you mentioned. However, before I depart, I must first dispose of some refuse." The leading demon saint appeared bewildered. "What do you mean by cleaning up refuse? Humans are not as weak as you imagine. Should you entertain thoughts of annihilating humanity, you will be courting your own destruction." With a smile, Su Zhe turned and strode away. Under the astonished gaze of the demon saints, he snapped his fingers, and instantly, a 20-meter-tall golden body emerged. The demon saints were taken aback. Without looking back, Su Zhe continued forward. Behind him, the sounds of fierce combat erupted. Soon, the clamor ceased, and the 3-star golden body returned to his dantian. Beep. Eliminated 11 demon saints. Combat encounters 4,000,000. Chapter 91. Commencement of annihilation with an addition of 4 million strikes. The count now stood at over 9 million. Among these, 5 were ordinary demon saints and 6 were elite demon saints, indicating that those with combat power below 5 million belonged to the ordinary category, while those exceeding 5 million were classified as elite. Upon inspecting the attributes, it became evident that the self-healing attribute required 2 million to ascend to the next level, an amount still far from sufficient. Without hesitation, Su Zhe unsheathed the thunderstorm blade, determined to waste not a single second, and began to strike. 2 days later, he arrived at a marsh that concealed 2 hexagrams. Pausing to assess his attributes, he noted that his effective strike count had only increased by about 400,000. However, to his delight, his golden body attribute had escalated from a 2-star low level to a 3-star status. With another 7 or 8 days of striking, he could reach the maximum level. Before fully retracting the attribute panel, Su Zhe felt elated. He gazed at the vast marsh shrouded in miasma. Within the bounds of his consciousness, he could already pinpoint the locations of the 3 hexagrams. Each hexagram was guarded by 12 demon saints. Thus, detecting their presence equated to uncovering the hexagrams themselves. Although he had yet to enter, Su Zhe sensed that the miasma enveloping the marsh was exceedingly toxic. For an ordinary individual, merely approaching this place would be daunting. Yet, in the face of absolute power, such toxins were trivial. With a smirk, Su Zhe stepped forward, the murky miasma instantly enveloping him. The poisonous vapors attempted to invade his body, but the outcome was predictable. To him, these ordinary toxins were as if they did not exist. Soon, he arrived at one of the hexagrams. The 12 demon saints guarding it sensed the presence of a human and became alert. When Su Zhe finally appeared before them, they were taken aback. A human? How can this be? How could a human possibly appear in the abyss? But wait, didn't a human from the mystic spirit continent once come through a fissure we created? Unfortunately, that fellow was too weak and was eliminated immediately upon arrival. Have you all forgotten? Oh, now that you mention it, if this person hails from the mystic spirit continent, shouldn't he be dead upon entering the abyss? How is he still alive and standing before us? Could it be that the guardians of the hexagram were all defeated by this human? I cannot believe this human possesses the ability to eliminate all 12 of us. Simultaneously, the 12 demon saints turned their gaze towards Su Zhe, one with 5 million combat power narrowing its eyes and inquiring, "Human, are you from the mystic spirit continent?" Su Zhe chuckled, "What if I am? What if I am not?" The demon saint attempted to gauge Su Zhe's strength, but found itself utterly incapable of sensing anything. The miasma in this marsh rendered most incapable of entry, and the inability to perceive Su Zhe's power indicated that he was far superior. Realizing this, the demon saint gasped, cautiously asking, "Human, you're not from the mystic spirit continent, are you?" Curiously, Su Zhe replied, "How do you know I am not?" "Perhaps I am. That is impossible." The demon saint continued, "The maximum carrying capacity of the mystic spirit continent is 2 million. Anyone exceeding that cannot enter. Your strength surpasses mine, making it impossible for you to have come from that inferior world." Upon hearing this, Su Zhe was momentarily stunned. It was his first encounter with the concept of a world's carrying capacity, suddenly recalling the attribute panel from his time in the mystic spirit continent. He remembered the notation indicating a peak value of 2 million for the current world. Was this what it meant? In the abyss, if the peak value was 10 million, did it imply that anyone exceeding 10 million combat power could not remain here? Wait, when his 3-star golden body was activated, did it not double his combat power? That would mean he had 2 million. Having surpassed 10 million, why was he still able to stay here? While Su Zhe contemplated the relationship between power and worlds, the 12 demon saints exchanged glances, recognizing the threat in each other's eyes. With a silent agreement, they launched an attack in unison. In an instant, 12 ominous streaks of light flashed, encircling Su Zhe as they bared their sharp claws and lunged at him. Su Zhe, still pondering the connection between strength and worlds, merely raised a hand as the demon saint's assault was about to reach him. A formidable and aggressive aura surged from him, instantly repelling the 12 back. "Overestimating yourselves," he scoffed. The 12 demon saints fell simultaneously, powerless to defend themselves. Ding. Strike count, 2, 400, 000. After annihilating the hexagram here, Su Zhe proceeded to destroy the other 2 hexagrams and effortlessly slayed 24 more demon saints before departing the marsh, continuing his journey westward while striking. After 2 days, he arrived at the foot of a sprawling mountain range. After a thorough examination, he quickly located 6 hidden hexagrams nestled deep within the mountains. Without further ado, he embarked on a killing spree. From dawn until dusk, after slaying the final demon saint, he introspected and noted that his progress count had dropped to 9 million. Although dispatching these demons was not overly challenging, it proved somewhat exhausting. The 6 hexagrams were guarded by 72 demon saints. This venture netted him an impressive 14 million strikes. Opening the attribute panel, he found his strike count had reached 35 million. Without hesitation, Su Zhe upgraded both his self-healing attribute and strike success rate by 1 level. Strike count, 7, 234, 800. Strike success rate, 17, can consume 15 million strikes to elevate to 20. Self-healing, 40 points second, can consume 30 million strikes to elevate to 50 points second. Golden body, 3-star heavenly, max level, 3-star earth, 29, 36, 1-star mysterious, 82, 1-star yellow, 67, 1, 1-star heavenly, 67, 1. After retracting the attribute panel, Su Zhe briefly contemplated his situation. Including the 28 hexagrams he had previously destroyed in the unclaimed territory, he had now obliterated 37 in total. Given that there were a total of 65 hexagrams in this world, he still had 28 remaining. During the slaying of the last demon saint, he had learned about several other hexagram locations from the saint, which would take at least 10 days to reach at a normal pace. No, I cannot linger in this world for too long. With this thought, Su Zhe stored the thunderstorm blade and prepared for swift resolution. In merely 3 days, he arrived at the next location, a vast plain housing 8 hexagrams. After another 3 days, he had eradicated all hexagrams on this plain. Not only did he slay 96 demon saints, but he also eliminated thousands of low-level demons that were poised to wreak havoc on the mystic spirit continent. This endeavor yielded a staggering 30 million strikes. Chapter 92. The mysterious mind. Meanwhile, his combat power had diminished to 7.5 million due to prolonged battle. However, this was not a significant concern. With a self-healing attribute of 40 points per second, he would require only a little over half a day to regain his peak state. Presently, he boasted over 37 million sword strikes, which had elevated his self-healing attribute by 1 level. Sword strikes, 7, 246. 900 self-healing. 50 points second. Can be increased to 70 points second by consuming 50 million sword strikes. Only 20 remain. A faint smile graced Su Zhe's lips as he continued onward. Over the subsequent 20 days, he obliterated 18 formations, and, in addition to vanquishing the demons that obstructed his path and the tens of thousands of demon soldiers he intended to slay in the Xianling continent, he amassed a total of 90 million sword strikes. His self-healing attribute, success rate, and speed enhancements each rose by 1 level. The second fully leveled 3-star golden body was born. Sword strikes, 23, 562. 000 self-healing, 70 points second, can be increased to 100 points second by consuming 80 million sword strikes. Success rate, 20, can be increased to 25 by consuming 50 million sword strikes. Speed enhancement, 20 times, can be increased to 25 times by consuming 50 million sword strikes. Golden body, 3-star heavenly extreme, max level, 3-star earthly level, max level, 2-star mysterious level, 6, 3, 2-star yellow level, 1, 4, 2-star heavenly extreme, 1, 4. Only 2 remain. Su Zhe furrowed his brow. Despite his relentless questioning of the demon saints, he could not uncover the answers he sought. Thus, the only entity likely to know the whereabouts of those 2 formations was the legendary demon ancestor. With that thought, Su Zhe couldn't help but chuckle coldly. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. He resolved to return to the city of Netherworld. If he traveled at a normal pace, it would take at least a month. However, if he pressed forward at full speed, he could arrive in no more than 10 days. After some contemplation, he decided to proceed at a normal pace. The peculiar circumstances surrounding the palace of Netherworld compelled him to confront the reality that only by growing stronger could he hope to directly dismantle that palace. Therefore, he needed to enhance the progress of his golden body and acquire more sword strikes within the limited time available. On the 18th day, as he swung his sword while advancing normally, he paused upon reaching a mine. At first glance, the mine appeared unremarkable. Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Zhe felt a subtle oppressive sensation as he passed by. He activated his insightful eye and looked deeper into the mine. Sure enough, the entire area was shrouded in a thin layer of black mist, indistinguishable from the aura emitted by the palace of Netherworld, albeit less dense. Interesting, he mused. Without further thought, Su Zhe approached the mine. The closer he got, the more he realized his combat power was gradually declining. However, the rate of decline was not as rapid as it had been in the palace of Netherworld. Upon reaching the entrance of the mine, the reduction in combat power accelerated to 200 per second. With his current self-healing attribute at 70 points per second, the effective decline was reduced to 130 points per second. What is this aura? As he drew near, Su Zhe distinctly sensed an unusual presence within the mine, unlike that of demons. Could it be that there were otherworldly beings aside from himself in this realm? Wait. Why does the aura of demons seem to be increasing? Suddenly, Su Zhe noticed that within the mine, several powerful auras, exceeding that of demon emperors, had inexplicably materialized. His brow furrowed slightly as he stepped into the mine, proceeding cautiously in the darkness. After nearly half an hour of walking, he arrived at an expansive chamber illuminated by countless glowstones, artificially carved into the earth. At the center of this chamber stood a large platform, upon which rested an enormous smelting furnace. To one side of the furnace stood a figure over 2 meters tall, slender in build, cloaked in black, with a hood obscuring its features, rendering its appearance unrecognizable. Below the platform stood a dense crowd of demons, all bowing respectfully. At first glance, one might assume these demons were merely awaiting orders from the figure above. However, a closer inspection revealed their eyes to be vacant, as if under some form of control, and a small knife symbol appeared beside the progress bar above their heads, just as he had encountered with the demons emerging from the rift in the Spirit Beast Mountains. At that time, despite recognizing the vast disparity in power, those demons had charged at him frantically, as if devoid of consciousness. He had found their behavior perplexing then. Now, it was evident that the small knife symbol was the key to understanding their actions. While Su Zhe continued to observe, the massive smelting furnace suddenly emitted a rustling sound from its door. The figure concealed beneath the black cloak began to chant incomprehensible incantations, reminiscent of some arcane spell. Before long, the furnace door opened with a hiss, and dozens of hollow-eyed demons emerged, displaying the same knife symbols beside their progress bars as those standing below. Could this smelting furnace actually generate demons? Could the secret to their incessant slaughter lie within this peculiar furnace? Su Zhe's gaze shifted back to the figure hidden beneath the black cloak, noting that the progress bar above its head registered an astounding 10 million. 10 million was the peak within the abyss. Glancing at himself, Su Zhe realized his combat power had plummeted to 970,000. If he remained passive, the situation would only worsen. Unable to wait any longer, Su Zhe snapped his fingers. The fully leveled 3-star Heavenly Extreme golden body materialized, and with a mighty clap, he reduced the demons surrounding the platform to mere pulp. Ding! Slayed 326 demons, earning 113,500 sword strikes. The figure beside the smelting furnace immediately reacted, unfazed by the assault from Su Zhe's 3-star golden body. It effortlessly evaded the attack and swiftly pinpointed Su Zhe's location, appearing before him in an instant. With a skeletal hand, it pierced through Su Zhe's defenses and seized his throat. Before Su Zhe could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself restrained. Though they stood face to face, the black mist beneath the hood obscured the figure's face, rendering it headless. Yet, the skeletal hand gripping his throat revealed that this being was undoubtedly not native to the abyss. It must have originated from another realm. The worlds known to Su Zhe included the Xianling continent and the abyss, as well as the immortal spirit realm and the demon domain. It was clear that this entity could not belong to the Xianling continent, and the immortal spirit realm seemed implausible. Thus, only one possibility remained. Su Zhe raised his hand to grasp the skeletal hand constricting his throat, channeling over 19 million units of strength into his grip. With a crack, he shattered the skeletal hand before him. Chapter 93. Above average, Su Zhe swiftly retreated several paces. The malevolent entity before him, whose hand bones he had crushed, had almost instantaneously returned to its original state. You managed to crush my bones and possess a 3-star golden body. Are you from the celestial spirit realm? A voice, ancient and hollow, emanated from the black mist shrouding the entity. Su Zhe scoffed. Such malevolence can even conjure demons. You hail from the demon realm, don't you? The entity suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. It seems you are more astute than I had anticipated. Su Zhe's cold smile remained. What business does one from the demon realm have in the abyss? The entity retorted. And what brings someone from the celestial spirit realm here? Su Zhe continued his disdainful grin. I am merely here to visit an old friend. An old friend? The entity paused. Are you referring to the demon ancestor of this world? Indeed, Su Zhe shrugged. Huh, that worthless being? If it weren't for its slight utility, I would have eliminated it long ago. When you say slight utility, you mean its ability to create the array leading to the Xianling continent. Precisely. The entity's tone suddenly turned icy. I have no desire to provoke a conflict between the celestial spirit realm and the demon realm. Leave now, and I shall pretend today, as events never transpired. Su Zhe chuckled. And what if I refuse to depart? The entity replied coldly. I have given you an opportunity. Should you fail to seize it, do not blame me for being merciless. Oh, how frightening, Su Zhe mocked. I fear you may lack the capability to vanquish me. Such arrogance will come at a cost. The entity declared, before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing. Gone. Su Zhe furrowed his brow. He was aware that the entity still lingered nearby, yet he could not ascertain its exact location or when it would strike. Drawing forth the thunderstorm celestial blade, Su Zhe meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Meanwhile, the golden body he had unleashed continued to assault the refining furnace. Su Zhe's combat strength had been persistently dwindling, while his opponent had yet to make a move. Did it intend to exhaust my strength before delivering a single, lethal blow? With a cold chuckle, Su Zhe summoned another fully leveled 3-star golden body. The two golden bodies launched an assault on the refining furnace simultaneously. The once immovable furnace began to tremble. Su Zhe's objective was to destroy the furnace first, then have both golden bodies assist him in confronting the malevolent entity. Upon the appearance of the second golden body, Su Zhe's power surged by another 10 million. Yet, despite his formidable combat strength of 29 million, he still could not accurately track the entity's movements. Could it be that the entity's strength had surpassed 30 million? Otherwise, why could he not locate it? Suddenly, he felt an oppressive force approaching from his left. Su Zhe promptly positioned the thunderstorm celestial blade in defense. A violent clash echoed as he was forced back 3 meters, along with the blade. The entity reappeared, its hand bone pressing down firmly on Su Zhe's blade. This blade, from whence did you procure it? Su Zhe replied with a smile. That is of no concern to you. In a graceful spin, he swung the blade in a horizontal arc. The entity ascended into the air, deftly evading the invisible attack. It took note of the two golden bodies assaulting the furnace. Two fully leveled golden bodies? It seems I underestimated you. Yet, you remain far too weak. Killing you would be effortless. I shall grant you one final chance. Relinquish your weapon and return to the celestial spirit realm, and I shall spare your life. Dream on. Su Zhe retorted without hesitation, countering with a strike towards the entity. Ultimate divine technique. Underworld fire strike. A vibrant orb of ethereal underworld fire surged towards the entity. Instead of dodging, the entity raised its hand and, as the underworld fire approached, flicked it away with ease. The fire dissipated in an instant, as if it had never existed. This blade is too precious for you. It would be better utilized by me. As it spoke, the entity reappeared before Su Zhe and grasped the blade's edge, seemingly unperturbed by the danger. At the moment it seized the blade, a jolt of piercing electricity surged through its hand, rapidly coursing throughout its body. Startled, the entity released its grip. Glancing at the progress bar above its head, Su Zhe noted a decrease of 100,000 in its power. How could he not harm this creature? Yet it suffered a drop in strength merely from touching the thunderstorm celestial blade. Su Zhe was at a loss for how to express his feelings. Meanwhile, at the furnace, his two golden bodies had already dented one side of it. Seeing this, the entity ceased its delay. From its form emerged yet another identical doppelganger. Indeed, a clone. Su Zhe could distinctly sense that the clone possessed strength equal to that of the original entity. What was the nature of this clone? He frowned as he observed the doppelganger heading towards the refining furnace, understanding its intent. To be cautious, Su Zhe unleashed two 2-star golden bodies to assist their 3-star counterparts against the entity's clone. As for the remaining 3-star golden body, he opted to retain it. As it was merely 3 points away from leveling up, he would not deploy it unless absolutely necessary. You possess 4 golden bodies? The entity expressed astonishment. With your talent, you should be of above-average standing in the celestial spirit realm. What compels you to venture into the abyss? 4 golden bodies, and merely above average in the celestial spirit realm? Are the inhabitants of the celestial spirit realm truly this formidable? Su Zhe chuckled. But now is not the time for such considerations. I have my reasons for being in the abyss, yet you seem well acquainted with the celestial spirit realm. Haha, I only know a mere fraction. I now regret my earlier thoughts. I shall not grant you any further chances to survive. Here, I will end your life. Su Zhe smiled. Very well. Come forth and show me if you possess such capability. The entity sneered, its form once again dissolving into a cloud of black mist. When it re-emerged, it took the shape of a colossal skull, exuding an intense aura of malevolence, composed entirely of dark mist. Su Zhe swung his blade towards it, but there was no response. Even after several strikes of his ultimate techniques, the attacks vanished into nothingness, causing no harm to the black mist skull. The power of this creature far exceeded 30 million. If its base form was thus, coupled with the clone, it must exceed 60 million. Even with 2 fully leveled 3-star golden bodies, each possessing 1 million in strength, plus the 2 2-star bodies, Su Zhe conservatively estimated their combined might barely graze 30,000. Under these circumstances, they were certainly no match for the entity's clone. At the furnace, the 4 golden bodies were engaged in a fierce battle against the entity's clone. Though initially at a disadvantage, they